a beautiful school flower and an obese middle-aged woman. In order to win my favor, the two of them actually had a public fight. But without hesitation, I chose the obese middle-aged woman, and publicly kissed her. All because of the mysterious black rain. The world changed in an instant. Everyone who was touched by the black rain will turn into flesh-eating monsters. While everyone was busy escaping, I activated the Tian Dao system. As long as I complete the system tasks, I can receive system rewards. Surviving in the apocalypse. The first task issued by the system was to hug the middle-aged woman for 10 seconds and give her a kiss. I glanced at the middle-aged woman who was running ahead. I gritted my teeth and decided to do it. I quickly caught up to the middle-aged woman, put my arm around her shoulder and lifted her off the ground. I held her like a princess and continued running forward. The middle-aged woman was confused at that moment, not understanding what was happening, until she realized I had already run over 10 meters while holding her. "What are you doing? Put me down!" The middle-aged woman shouted in panic. "You jerk, why are you carrying my mom? Put her down." A male student behind also stared in shock. Watching his own mother being taken away, he shouted in anger. But I ran faster and even surpassed most people, leaving those around me stunned by this bizarre scene. After pondering for a few seconds in my mind, I gently kissed the lips of the old lady. Ding! Task completed, received a shield. Physical strength increased, superpower activated. What are you looking at? Can make enemies cry non-stop after activation. I immediately felt a surge of heat flowing in my body, enhancing my physical fitness slightly. As the task was completed, I casually threw the old lady out. The old lady was thrown 3 to 4 meters away, and landed heavily on the concrete floor. "You little hooligan!" She shouted angrily, wanting to cause trouble for me. But by now, I had already run far away. At that moment, I heard a familiar cry for help, turned around, and indeed saw an unexpected person. It was Fan Xingxing, the campus belle of Jinan University, but at that moment, she looked terrified. She was running desperately with 2 female classmates, just to keep the few monsters behind them at a distance. The mission was set, and I felt a surge of energy, eager to start. No need for you to say, I will save him too. Within 10 minutes rescue Wei Yang, reward +1 physical fitness. I hesitated for a moment, then felt a bit ashamed. Wei Yang is his good friend of many years. Logically speaking, after gaining superpowers, he should have gone to save him first, but unexpectedly got distracted by beauty. Hold on to me, I'll change into proper clothes before rescuing you. Saying that, I decisively rushed towards Fan Xingxing. As I watched getting closer to Fan Xingxing, I witnessed a scene that enraged me. Originally, Fan Xingxing was running at the front, but in order to take care of her roommate who twisted her ankle, Lin Xiaoping had to help her at the back, but I could see the monster behind catching up. Lin Xiaotian, in order to save himself, actually pushed the school beauty who was helping him towards the monster. Xia Yuan, who was at the front, saw this and shouted in anger. Also shouted in shock and anger. He wanted to turn back to Fan Xingxing, but it was too late, right at this critical moment. Suddenly, a round black shadow flew past Xia Yuan's side, swiftly hitting the zombie that was about to grab Fan Xingxing. Xia Yuan let out a short exclamation of surprise, and the next moment saw a vigorous figure sprinting past him. I saw that person leap to Fan Xingxing's side in a few steps, pick up the shield from the flying zombie, grab Fan Xingxing, and run back. Things happened too quickly, to the point where Fan Xingxing didn't even react. It wasn't until I dragged her to escape that she realized she was saved. I led the way with the shield, and just before the few zombies surrounded us, I suddenly yelled, "What are you looking at?" And the 5 zombies burst into tears and cried on the spot. Tears streaming down her face, she burst into tears on the spot. Fan Xingxing and Xia Yuan were both stunned. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and run!" Xia Yuan quickly followed the footsteps of the two, breaking through the encirclement and fleeing. They hadn't run far when the 3 caught up with Lin Xiaotian, who had just betrayed his friends to save himself. Lin Xiaotian also saw them, a hint of shame flashing across his face. He dragged his injured leg and tried to hide to the side. "You still want to run?" I sneered, releasing the school beauty's hand and hurrying a few steps. I kicked Lin Xiaotian down, then grabbed him by the neck. With a cold smile, I said, "Since you enjoy betraying friends so much, why don't you taste it yourself?" Saying that, I was about to throw him towards the horde of zombies behind. Lin Xiaotian begged in fear, "Please, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong," but I remained unmoved. At that moment, Fan Xingxing grabbed my arm, shaking her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. "Let him go," she said. I frowned slightly, but still tossed Lin Xiaotian aside. "Get lost, don't let me see you again," I said as Lin Xiaotian cried and crawled up. He limped away in the distance. I pulled Fan Xingxing and Xia Yun towards the boys' dormitory, but just a dozen meters away, we heard a chilling scream from behind. We turned around and saw Lin Xiaotian being bitten by a zombie, his face filled with despair as he looked at us. His outstretched hand seemed to be pleading for help from us. "He's beyond saving," I said solemnly, and we continued forward with the three of us. The two girls, however, became somewhat silent. After all, she was a roommate we'd spent years living with, and she was bitten by a zombie right before our eyes. The impact of that moment is beyond words. "Where are you taking us?" After a moment, Fan Qingqing saw me still leading them in a run, but not towards leaving the school, and couldn't help but ask. I glanced at him. "Don't talk. For you, I've abandoned my own kin." As I led the way with my brothers, when the two girls arrived at the boys' dormitory building, they found it overrun by zombies. There were several torn-apart bodies at the entrance, a gruesome sight. Seeing time running out, I made a bold move and charged in with my shield. Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan had no choice but to follow. With a shout, I charged forward, but just as we reached the third floor, a tall zombie lunged at us. I was startled, raising my shield for a blow, but the anticipated scene of knocking the zombie away didn't happen. Instead, the zombie tackled him at the staircase landing. This zombie was exceptionally strong, its strength surpassing his own. The zombie roared at me through the shield, so I shouted back, "What are you looking at?" The zombie immediately burst into tears. Silent agony. Seizing the opportunity, I got up and aimed at his head, delivering a fierce blow. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's brain was smashed out, splattering red and white all over the floor. Just then a commotion came from the end of the corridor. My face changed, realizing it was Wei Yang. I quickly ran towards the corridor. After just a few steps, I saw a group of students being chased by several strong zombies, and his friend Wei Yan was left behind. "Come on, Wei Yang!" I exclaimed with joy on my face, but my smile froze as soon as I saw Wei Yang. At that moment, a tall boy suddenly rushed out from the side. He kicked Wei Yang in the waist, sending him flying towards the zombies behind. "You fat pig, go to hell. I've tolerated you for too long," the boy sneered, catching Wei Yang off guard, who could only let out a scream, and fell into the midst of the zombies. Enraged, I shouted at Kai Dali, "How dare you?" and rushed forward like a madman, but this time he was too far from Wei Yang. Helplessly, I watched as a zombie bit into Wei Yang's shoulder. I was trembling with anger. "Kai Dali, you're asking for death." This guy had conflicts with them before, and now, with new and old grudges combined, I felt the urge to kill. I dodged, raised my shield to push through the frantic crowd, leaped forward, and smashed Kai Dali's head. But Kai Dali sneered and said, "You think you can kill me?" Then he grabbed a baseball bat from who knows where and forcefully knocked my shield aside. But when he tried to counterattack, I suddenly said fiercely to him, "What are you looking at? Too powerful to understand." I completely didn't understand what that sentence meant, but immediately, he burst into tears, blocking his vision in an instant. Kai Dali was dumbfounded. As he hurried to wipe his tears, he was suddenly struck hard on the head, screamed in pain, and fell to the ground. I knocked down Kai Dali, but instead of delivering a finishing blow, I stepped on his head and leaped over, charging towards the zombie horde. At that moment, Wei Yang was just bitten by a zombie and was still struggling. Seeing me coming, Wei Yang shouted in relief, "Kid, help me." I rushed forward and struck the zombie that had bitten Wei Yang, pulled him away, and ran. Several zombies, seeing their prey escaping, roared angrily and frantically tried to stop us. "What are you looking at?" I turned around and roared in anger. Several zombies immediately burst into tears, standing in agony. I took the opportunity to pull Wei Yang and run. When I turned back, I found that Kai Dali, who had fallen to the ground, had disappeared without a trace. His original intention was to keep Kai Dali to delay the zombies' pursuit, but he didn't expect that the blow just now didn't knock out Kai Dali. "Xiao Chen, are you okay?" At this moment, Fan Qingqing and the two of them also ran over, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" I looked out the window. I noticed that the first floor main entrance was already blocked by a large number of zombies, and my gaze inadvertently swept across the sports field. Suddenly, I spotted a white bus in the parking lot to the north. I immediately came up with a plan. "Let's go to the second floor first." The four of us followed the crowd that had escaped earlier and ran downstairs again. But as soon as we reached the second floor, we found that the way down was already blocked by a group of zombies. Dozens of surviving students were scattered, crying and fleeing in all directions. The number of zombies was too many. With just one glance, I knew it would be difficult to take Fan Qingqing and the others with me. If we rush out from the main entrance, what should we do? We can't go down. Fan Qingqing looked anxious. Wei Yang also held his shoulder, looking dejected. "It's over, there are zombies above and below. We really can't escape," I encouraged. "Don't be so negative." Finally, the system responded to save Wei Yang. The task was completed, and my physical strength increased by 1. Suddenly, a surge of heat flowed through my body, giving me an extra boost of strength out of nowhere. I could feel the newly added power within me. I took a deep breath and said to the three of them, "Listen carefully. I have a plan. Have you seen the bus on the north side of the sports field? I will clear a path for you later. Wait for the right moment. Go directly to the bus and wait for me there. I will cover the rear for you. What about you?" I said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." At that moment, several fleeing students ran up to the mirror and shouted, "Xiao Chen, save us." But taking care of Fan Qingqing, feeding them, is already difficult enough. How could I still take care of them? I shook my head, just about to refuse. At this moment, the system sounded another task. Escort 10 classmates out of the dormitory building, reward, demon-slaying blade. I was shocked on the spot. Now the dormitory building is swarming with zombies. It's already a struggle with 3 people. With 10, it would be pushing him to his limits. But the task reward made me hesitate. The shield rewarded previously was exceptionally sturdy, truly helping him several times. But it could only defend, not attack. If he could obtain this demon-slaying blade, perhaps it would elevate his standing. I gritted my teeth inwardly. It's all or nothing, but there's only one chance. I looked at Fatty Wei Yang, wait for my signal. When I do, let you guys run. You guys just run straight, then wait for me at the bus. Remember, no matter what happens, don't look back. By this time, the zombies ahead had been dealt with. Other survivors were now charging toward them. Facing the swarm of zombies, instead of retreating, I charged towards them. I used the shield to knock away several zombies, forcefully reaching the center of the horde. Then, facing the densely packed zombies around, I let out a roar. "What are you all looking at?" Suddenly, a miracle happened. Dozens of zombies simultaneously halted their steps, bursting into tears on the spot. It was a miraculous scene. They were all stunned by my feeding the sheep, and scattered on the spot. But suddenly I roared, "Hurry up and leave!" Using my superpowers on dozens of zombies at once, it completely exceeded my endurance. I felt a huge headache, as if I had been hit by a hammer, and felt dizzy. Blood gushed from my mouth and nose. Guo Yang was the first to snap out of shock and dragged Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan to run ahead. Just as they left, my superpowers finally couldn't hold up, and dozens of zombies recovered, completely trapping me in the middle. Fan Qingqing looked back for a final glance, only to see the lonely figure engulfed by the horde of monsters. The mission was complete. I was rewarded with a demonic slaying sword. Hearing the system's voice, I raised my blood-stained face and reached out with my right hand. A long sword over a meter in length, emanating a chilling killing intent, appeared in the palm of my hand. In an instant, I seemed to see countless demons and monsters being slain by the sword, as if the intense killing intent was about to overflow from the blade. Sensing the zombies outside, the sword immediately emitted a cheerful buzzing sound, almost breaking free from his hand. With a divine weapon in hand, I felt a surge of heroism. I shouted at the heavily surrounded zombie horde. They came to kill me outside the dormitory, but when they escaped from the monster horde, they found me already completely engulfed by monsters. Xiao Ziyu choked up and shouted, "Shall we wait for him to come out?" Fan Qingqing said tearfully, but Wei Yang glanced around and noticed a few scattered zombies wandering not far away. "Some zombies have already noticed them." Wei Yang shook his head, saying, "We can't stay here for long. Hurry, we can't let Xiao Zi's efforts go to waste." Saying this, Wei Yang grabbed Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan and ran towards the sports field, while the others had already run far ahead. "Look, the bus!" Wei Yang exclaimed in joy. But before he could even be happy for a second, he saw 7 or 8 people in colorful clothes. These people, dressed in colorful attire, emerged from behind the bus. Among them, a long-haired man with a particularly fierce appearance was leading the group. Wei Yang paused, becoming cautious. "I found the keys," he said. At that moment, a classmate rushed over, holding a bunch of car keys in excitement, catching the eye of the long-haired man with a scar on his face. He looked at the classmate. Wei Yang's heart sank, realizing it was not good. He immediately ran towards the classmate, shouting, "Throw me the keys." Although Wei Yang reacted quickly, he was still a step too late. As he rushed towards the classmate, the man with the scar on his face was faster than him. He quickly reached the classmate from behind in just a couple of steps, sneering, "Hand it over." With a swift motion, he grabbed the keys the classmate was holding, causing the classmate to be taken by surprise and thrown back. Wei Yang shouted, "Give us back the keys! Give us back the keys!" he said, rushing towards the man with the scar on his face. But Scarface just sneered, pulled out a paper-cutting knife from behind, and pointed it at Wei Yang. "Kid, be smart, don't make me spill your blood." Wei Yang stopped before hitting the blade. "The key is ours. Give it back to me." Scarface sneered, Do you think it's possible? Return it now before I get angry. Get lost, I'm commandeering this car. The classmate who was knocked down got up angrily and said, why should the key to this car be mine? We found this car, it belongs to our school. You're not even students, why are you boarding the school bus? Scarface sneered, why not? He raised the knife and pointed it at that student, just with this knife in my hand. The student, with the knife glaring at him, suddenly dared not speak. Scarface smirked at the sight, then tossed the key back to Lao Si. You go drive. A sneaky-looking man behind caught the key but didn't get into the car. Instead, with his shifty triangular eyes and silver shoes, he stared at Fan Qingqing. In this world, who knows when a monster might bite you? Why not take this girl with us? It'll give the brothers some fun before they die. Scarface chuckled along with the man's gaze. His eyes lit up. You're right. But, brothers, one more person isn't enough. Let's take these 3 girls with us. Several socialites laughed and immediately walked towards Fan Qingqing and the other 2 girls. Wei Yang angrily asked, what are you trying to do? He ushered Fan Qingqing and the others to step back. With a whistle, Sanjian rushed forward and headed straight for Fan Qingqing. Wei Yang tried to intervene but was blocked by 2 strong men, getting knocked down immediately. Helplessly watching Sanjian grab Fan Qingqing in front of them. Fan Qingqing screamed and struggled, let me go, you thug. Sanjian grinned and said, stop struggling. Come with us. You still have a way out. If you stay with these students, you'll only be eaten by monsters. Highway was pinned to the ground, Mu Zi was furious, and shouted at the other boys, what are you waiting for? Don't just stand there, take action. The boys were filled with righteous indignation, all shouting, let them go. I dare anyone to make a move. The scar-faced man leaped forward, blocking the boys, pointing a knife at them, and sneered, who dares to step forward? I'll kill them first. The boys were all intimidated, hesitating to move forward. Sanjian laughed heartily, spat at the boys, called them cowards, and then in front of them, dragged Fan Qingqing towards the bus. I don't want to go in. Fan Qingqing's eyes welled up with tears, gripping the door tightly, crying and struggling, her fingernails torn. Just as Fan Qingqing was about to be humiliated, suddenly, a blue light cut through the sky like lightning, covering a distance of over 10 meters, and pierced directly into Sanjian's chest. The immense power carried by the blue light even lifted Triangle Eye's entire body, nailing him to the back seat. He tried to speak, but only coughed up blood. The returning intense pain surged through his heart, causing him to let out a painful cry. Scarface, also known as Old Four, shouted in shock, calling out to his elder brother. Triangle Eye struggled to utter 3 words, then exhausted, his body convulsed twice before finally giving up. At that moment, only then did they come to their senses and look towards the direction from which the flying knife had been shot. A figure in red took heavy steps, slowly walking from the sports field, a strong sense of murderous intent enveloping everyone with each step. As if frozen by an invisible murderous intent, the crowd watched as the figure approached. It was only at that moment that the crowd realized the figure in red was not wearing red clothes, but was soaked in blood from head to toe. No one knew how many lives had been taken to achieve such a result. As the crowd stood motionless, the man slowly raised his head and asked, how do you want to die? Xiaozi. Wei Yang, who was pressed to the ground, exclaimed in surprise. The other classmates also showed joy on their faces because they all recognized the person who had come. It was Xiao Chen, who had previously rescued them from the dormitory building. Seeing the reaction of his classmates, Scarface realized that the person who had scared him was just a student. Damn! He was immediately furious. Pointing the knife at Xiao Chen, he cursed loudly, you little bastard, how dare you kill my brother, I will make you pay with your life. After saying that, he did not rush forward first, but said to the other 6 thugs, brothers, let's go together, this guy is unarmed, let's kill him together. Yes, boss. The other 6, including the 2 who were holding down Wei Yang, all picked up knives and sticks they had found and surrounded Xiao Chen, with a fierce look on their faces. Go, avenge 4th brother. A yellow-haired thug said fiercely, holding a dagger and charging towards Xiao Chen. But Xiao Chen was faster than them. Swish! When the thugs surrounded him, he was like a cheetah, swiftly moving 8 meters in the blink of an eye, directly in front of the first thug. Go back! Xiao Chen shouted lowly, his right shoulder crashing into the thug's chest like a mountain. With a crack, the thug's chest instantly collapsed. The thug screamed in pain and was immediately knocked back, spitting out blood in the air. The dagger was nowhere to be found. Seeing this scene, the other thugs gasped in shock, their steps faltering. Kill! Xiao Chen, however, did not hesitate at all. Like a tiger among wolves, after knocking down the first thug, he reached behind him with his right hand, pulled out a shield, and charged towards the second thug like a mad bull. Don't come over! The second thug screamed in fear, waving a long stick randomly. Boom! The tremendous force of Xiao Chen's charge directly sent the thug's stick and body flying. Just as he took off, the stick in the thug's ribs broke with a crisp sound. Ouch! The second thug's face twisted in pain, flying 4 or 5 meters before landing, rolling on the ground in agony just like the yellow-haired thug. In the blink of an eye, 2 strong men were disabled, and all the thugs were frightened. Monster! A fat thug shivered, suddenly screamed, dropped his weapon, and ran away. As if on cue, the others also dropped their weapons and fled in a panic. Now you want to run, it's too late, Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, holding a shield and chasing after the 4 people. His speed was obviously higher than that of the thugs. Every time he caught up to someone, he would directly hit them on the head with the shield. In a moment, all 4 thugs were rolling on the ground in pain and agony, holding their heads. Xiao Chen, be careful! At this moment, the school flower next to the bus suddenly exclaimed in shock. Go to hell! Just as the school flower screamed, a sinister low drink suddenly sounded behind Xiao Chen. A sharp knife appeared like a snake, stabbing towards Xiao Chen's spleen. It was Scarface, who had been hiding behind and took the opportunity to attack Xiao Chen while he was chasing the other thugs. The spleen is a vital organ for blood production in the human body. Once stabbed, it meant certain death. Scarface had used this sneak attack to deal with several enemies before, and he could already imagine Xiao Chen wailing under his knife. Bang! At this critical moment, Scarface's hand holding the knife was firmly grabbed by a hand covered in blood. The knife, just 1 centimeter away from Xiao Chen's spleen, could no longer move forward. Scarface suddenly looked up, meeting Xiao Chen's cold and mocking eyes. Xiao Chen grinned, surprised? Unexpected? This smile, against the backdrop of blood, appeared particularly terrifying and ruthless. Scarface's heart chilled. You. While speaking, his other hand suddenly stabbed towards Xiao Chen's armpit, but before he could move, it was caught by Xiao Chen's right hand. With both hands held tightly by Xiao Chen, he couldn't move. Scarface was horrified. You haven't answered my question yet? Xiao Chen asked again, very seriously. Scarface angrily said, Bastard, let me go. He struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Xiao Chen's control. Xiao Chen's hands were like 2 pliers tightly gripping his wrists. Scarface couldn't imagine why a student would have such great strength. He. Xiao Chen held Scarface's wrist with the knife and slowly bent it back, pointing the knife at Scarface's abdomen. Scarface couldn't stop the process no matter how hard he tried, only watching his knife getting closer to his body. Every cell in his body was trying to retreat. No! Scarface trembled, his expression terrified and distorted. However, just when the bloody tip of the knife was only a centimeter away from his abdomen, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. Tell me, how do you want to die? Xiao Chen spoke again, looking very serious, as if he was really asking how he wanted to die. Although he didn't stab him, Scarface felt insulted and angrily said, You son of a b***tch, I'll fight you. He kicked fiercely at Xiao Chen's shin with his right leg, but instead of kicking out, Xiao Chen preempted and kicked his ankle. Scarface let out a painful cry, seeing his ankle almost breaking. Scarface couldn't stand steadily anymore, losing the ability to attack. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and said seriously, Now, can you tell me how you want to die? King hate you. Scarface cursed, If you want to kill, just do it, don't play with me. Tisk tsk, quite tough, Xiao Chen said, gripping Scarface's knife hand and continuing to stab towards his abdomen. 1 centimeter. 0. 5 centimeters. 0. 1 centimeter. Scarface watched his knife pierce his skin, a drop of bright blood oozing from the tip. Feeling the pain and coldness of the blade cutting his flesh, the terror of death approaching was indescribable. In less than 5 seconds, Scarface's dignity was shattered. No! Don't kill me! Suddenly, Scarface begged for mercy. Xiao Chen smirked and stopped the stabbing. Good, now answer my question, how do you want to die? Scarface was tortured. He didn't understand why he was repeatedly asked how he wanted to die, but he really didn't want to die. Collapsing in tears, Scarface pleaded, Brother, what do you want? Can you just kill me quickly? Stop playing with me. Seeing Scarface on the verge of collapse, Xiao Chen was also troubled. He wasn't intentionally torturing Scarface, but, mission, inquire how Wang Defu, Scarface, wants to die and get an answer. Reward, +1 spirit. I'm also helpless. Who knew this damn system would issue such an absurd task? But for the mission, Xiao Chen had to harden his heart and coldly said, Wrong answer. He slowly stabbed the knife into Scarface's chest. Blood flowed out instantly. No, don't kill me. Scarface cried out in fear, pleading, Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched your woman, drawn attention to this car, or laid a hand on you. It's all my fault. Please spare us. But Xiao Chen remained cold. I only need you to answer how you want to die. Don't say anything else. Scarface was desperate. He cried out in despair, but I really don't want to die. Sob. Other thugs couldn't bear to watch their boss in such humiliation, fearing not the enemy's cruelty, but the enemy's sadism. The other party not only wants to kill them, but also lets them choose their own way of death, which is simply insane. The injured gangsters who are not seriously injured are desperately crawling away, just wanting to get away from that pervert. Even Wei Yang and the school flower felt that Xiao Chen might have gone too far. Death is already the ultimate punishment, yet the other party still has to choose their own way of death. This is really a bit twisted. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the direction of the dormitory building. Everyone looked up and saw a shocking scene. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory building, a giant zombie over 5 meters tall stood on the rooftop, roaring angrily, and the roar spread throughout the entire campus. The zombies below seemed to be inspired by it, howling in response at the same time. For a moment, the entire Lena University was filled with the howls of zombies. It stood on the rooftop, sweeping its gaze, as if patrolling its own territory. Sensing the gaze of the students, the giant zombie coldly looked over, then leaped down from the rooftop of the 6-story dormitory building. Not good. Wei Yang suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Zi, that big zombie is coming this way. Xiao Chen glanced at the giant zombie and felt a sinking feeling. I didn't expect to see zombies of this size already. Glancing at Scarface kneeling on the ground, he thought, it seems that this mission cannot be completed. Scarface saw Xiao Chen looking at him and immediately knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing, Big brother, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Xiao Chen said to Wei Yang, Fatty, go get the keys, we need to leave here immediately. Wei Yang immediately went to get the keys and called on the classmates to get in the car. After all the students got in the car, Xiao Chen said to Scarface, don't worry, I won't kill you. When Scarface showed a look of surprise, suddenly a kick flew up and landed on Scarface's knee. With great force, there was a crack sound, and Scarface's knee visibly deformed. With this kick, Scarface's legs were both disabled. Ah! Scarface howled in pain on the ground, holding his leg. But Xiao Chen had already jumped into the car, looking coldly at the injured gangsters on the ground, and together with the students, they drove away. That pervert is gone. Ha, he didn't kill us. At first, the gangsters were quite happy that Xiao Chen didn't kill them. But when they saw the giant zombie leading a large group of zombies towards them, their joyful expressions immediately froze. The next moment, they all panicked and chased after the bus. No, don't leave. Take us with you. Please, save us. The injured gangsters begged in fear, desperately chasing after the bus. But being injured, they couldn't even outrun the zombies, let alone catch up with the bus. Soon, they were caught up and grabbed by the swarming group of zombies. Shrill screams echoed in the group of zombies. The people on the bus could only watch helplessly as the gangsters were overwhelmed by the zombies. The students all showed expressions of distress. Xiao Chen. The school flower hesitated to speak, is this too much? But Xiao Chen just shook his head, this is the end of days. Sometimes, if I'm not cruel to them, they will be cruel to you. We have no choice. Fan Qingqing was about to say something else when suddenly she saw Xiao Chen's body tremble as if struck by something, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen! The school flower exclaimed, quickly holding onto the fallen Xiao Chen. She looked at Xiao Chen's face and saw him enduring some great pain, his body stiff, unable to speak. The school flower was in a panic. Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me! Other students were also shocked. They all rushed over. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with Xiao Chen? Everyone was in a panic. After experiencing 2 life-threatening situations before, Xiao Chen was now their backbone. They wouldn't care if something happened to others, but Xiao Chen must not have any accidents. Even Wei Yang, who was driving in front, was also attracted. Fan Qingqing, what's wrong with Xiao Zi? Fan Qingqing said anxiously, I don't know either. Xiao Chen suddenly fell down. Everyone was in a panic. However, Xiao Chen, who was lying in Fan Qingqing's soft and warm embrace, was not as serious as they had imagined. Just now, the Tiandao system appeared for the first time with the punishment for failing the mission. Mission failed, backlash of luck. Spirit -1. Then a strong pain attacked Xiao Chen's nerves, causing him to enter a stiff state. At this moment, his mind was clear, but his body was not responsive. Feeling waves of pain in his body, Xiao Chen thought to himself, so this is the punishment for failing the mission. Damn! This system is really treating people unfairly. It was only now that he had the time to seriously examine his personal information. Host, Xiao Chen, Lord of Tiandao, physical strength, 9 spirit, 6 luck, 33 superpower. What are you looking at? It was a simple piece of information, but it made Xiao Chen's mind stir. Physical strength includes elements such as speed, strength, and stamina. According to the system's data, an ordinary adult has a physical strength and spirit of 5. Only some boxing champions or spiritualists who have reached the limits of the human body can reach 10 points. Now, Xiao Chen's physical strength had reached 9 points. No wonder Scarface couldn't break free from my control. It turns out my body is close to reaching the limits of the human body, similar to a boxing champion. But what is this luck value for? And how did I get these 33 points of luck? Just as he was enjoying the warmth and softness in the arms of the school beauty, the bus suddenly braked. Hiss! Everyone was involuntarily thrown forward. Because he was being held by the school beauty, her entire upper body pressed against Xiao Chen's face. In an instant, Xiao Chen's entire head was buried in the school beauty's chest. Xiao Chen's body trembled involuntarily, his senses greatly shocked, and then he realized he could move. What's happening? A classmate exclaimed. Wei Yang, who was driving, shouted, someone is blocking the school gate, not letting us pass. Xia Yuan anxiously asked, what should we do? Can we take a detour? Wei Yang also said urgently, no, there are zombies all around, we only have this road. If we don't leave the school quickly, we will soon be caught up by the zombies behind us. Bang! 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 At this moment, the bus door was fiercely smashed. Open the door, open it for me. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down. Wei Yang shouted, it's not good, they're going to break the door. Fan Xingqing, is Xiao Chen awake? Fan Xingqing sitting in the back was blushing. Annoyed at Xiao Chen who was still lying in her arms and refusing to get up, she scolded, why don't you get up quickly? It turned out that Fan Xingqing had already felt Xiao Chen moving when he regained consciousness just now. Seeing Xiao Chen still not moving, even the most obtuse girl knew what he was up to. Xiao Chen, feeling embarrassed, sat up from Fan Xingqing's arms and said with a smile, thank you for your face wash, I recovered instantly. The school beauty's face turned red in an instant, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Xiao Shen. The school beauty gritted her teeth in anger. While Fan Xingqing was almost going crazy, Xiao Chen had already slipped to the front of the bus. Peering outside, he found that the people blocking the gate were actually the school leaders and teachers. Through the gate, he could see sporadic zombies chasing people on the main road, but there were far fewer than inside the school. The banging on the door continued, with several security guards holding iron rods to break it down. A school leader stood in front of the bus and shouted, hurry up and open the door to let us in. Which department are you students from? Do you understand respect for teachers and elders? Do you believe I will expel you from the school? Xiao Chen's face darkened, fatty, drive-through. Wei Yang was shocked, Xiao, that's the school leader, and our department head is inside. Xiao Chen sneered, it's the end of the world, who cares about leaders or not? Listen to me, hit them, I want to see if they really don't care about their lives. Wei Yang hesitated and didn't dare to move. At this moment, the school flower who finally caught up from behind suddenly pointed outside and said, hey, look, it seems to be Teacher Qin who teaches us statistics. Xiao Chen glanced over and indeed saw a woman with an outstanding appearance behind the crowd. He sighed inwardly. Forget it, let them come up. Seeing Teacher Qin at that moment, he knew he couldn't ignore it. The car door opened. Immediately, a security guard rushed up, holding a black stick and aimed at Wei Yang's head. Damn it! I told you not to open the door. Boom! Before he could strike, he was blasted out of the bus by a huge force. Xiao Chen stood at the door, holding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other. He looked coldly at the people below and said, listen carefully, letting you on the bus doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I will kill them. The crowd below was immediately intimidated. Xiao Chen, is that you? A crisp and pleasant voice came from the crowd, followed by a beautiful woman in her late 20s in a blue dress. Xiao Chen's expression softened when he saw her. Teacher Qin, come up quickly. If I hadn't seen you here, I wouldn't have let them on the bus. Xin Yimo looked at Xiao Chen, who was guarding the entrance, and sighed, I didn't expect you to be so brave. It's all thanks to the influence of the teacher. Thank you. Ding. Mission, receive 10 sincere thanks. Reward, spirit +1. Xin Yimo thanks +1. Xiao Chen's spirit shook, his eyes shining as he looked at the people below the car. When Xin Yimo boarded the bus, the school leader who had previously been bossing around the bus immediately squeezed over to be the next one to board. Wait! Xiao Chen stopped him. The bald leader's face changed, but faced with Xiao Chen's knife, he quickly forced a smile. Classmate, I am Teacher Qin's direct superior. You can't stop me, right? Qin, please say something. Xin Yimo was a bit at a loss, not knowing what to say. But Xiao Chen just smiled slightly and said, Uncle, stopping the car to take you is a life-saving favor. Shouldn't you say thank you? The bald leader was taken aback, then said, oh, yes, of course. We should thank the student for the assistance, thank you. He tried to board the bus but was stopped by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "You are insincere." The bald leader, I. The bald leader's face twitched. He roared in his mind, "How does he know if I'm sincere or not? I seriously suspect he's deliberately making things difficult for me." He frowned, "Classmate, you're not right. There are monsters everywhere now. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about Teacher Qin and the other students and teachers. If we delay like this, we are all in danger." But Xiao Chen just smiled faintly, then unceremoniously pushed him aside. "Next, you." The bald leader was furious, a vice principal being humiliated by a student, losing all face. "You." He wanted to explode on the spot. But Xiao Chen just pointed the bloodstained Zhanxia sword at him and sneered. "What, do you have a problem?" The bald leader's eyelids twitched, and he swallowed his anger. No. The next one to come forward was a middle-aged male teacher. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at him expectantly, the teacher cleverly said, "Thank you for the student's assistance." Ding! Han Dao thanks +1. Xiao Chen immediately smiled and nodded. "Well done, you are a very honest person. Go up." The male teacher promptly climbed onto the bus. A chubby man with a big belly came forward. He said lightly, "Xiao Chen, right? I heard you are a student in the International Trade Department? Then you should know who I am, right?" The fat man is the head of the department, Luinan, of the department that Xiao Chen belongs to. He is the top leader. However, Xiao Chen just said expressionlessly, "I don't know him." The head of the department widened his eyes. "You don't even know me?" Xiao Chen impatiently said, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost." You. The head of the department was so angry that he stuttered, "You have no respect for your elders." Xiao Chen glanced at him and felt that this guy didn't seem sincere in thanking him, so he rudely pushed him aside. "Go away, don't block the way." The head of the department shouted, "You make me so angry, you jerk. Put me in the car, I want to get in the car." As he spoke, he tried to rush towards the car. Bang! Xiao Chen used his shield to knock him down to the ground. With his strange strength, he directly knocked out the fat man. He coldly looked around and said, "It's almost doomsday, and you're still trying to show authority in front of me. Who do you think you are? Both of you, listen up, I call the shots here. Whoever disobeys, get lost." The dozen or so teachers and security guards outside were all intimidated. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Next. An auntie walked up with her head down, squeezing out a very ugly smile. Classmate, thank you for taking us with you." Xiao Chen glanced at the auntie and felt she looked familiar. He looked at the auntie's sturdy figure. Suddenly he remembered, isn't this the auntie from the cafeteria? Wow, the world is really small. He didn't expect to meet her here. "So it's you," Xiao Chen said. He guessed that the woman also recognized him, so she didn't dare to make eye contact with him. "Hey!" The student behind the auntie glared at Xiao Chen. "Why are you talking to my mom? Be careful, I'll beat you up. You child." The auntie quickly protected the student behind her. "Classmate, my son is young and ignorant, please don't argue with him. I was wrong before, I apologize to you, please don't be angry." Xiao Chen laughed, truly a case of the young being fearless. "Xiao Chen, stop fooling around." Suddenly, the school beauty on the car poked her head out and shouted, "That giant zombie seems to be heading towards the teaching building, we need to leave here quickly." Xiao Chen stood up straight when he heard this. "Alright, I'll let you go this time. Everyone, get on the car quickly." Everyone also heard the strange roars and screams coming from the teaching building, and they all panicked. They hurried to get on the car. Whether it was because they were scared by the approaching zombies or not, even though Xiao Chen didn't force them, they all sincerely expressed their thanks. Ding! Yi Anhua thanks +1. Chen Nianson thanks +1. Wang Xiaoya thanks +1. In a moment, Xiao Chen's 10 sincere thanks were completed. Ding! 10 thanks completed, spirit +1. Wow! A fresh and lively vitality emerged in his mind, instantly sweeping away Xiao Chen's previous fatigue. Although it only restored his previous mental state, it gave Xiao Chen the capital to use his superpowers again. "Let's go!" Xiao Chen, who was the last to leave, picked up the unconscious head of the department and jumped into the car. "Xiao Zi, where are we going now?" Wei Yang, who was driving, asked. Xiao Chen casually threw the head of the department and said, "Head north, let's go to the suburbs." Lina University is located near the north of the city, so heading north is the closest way out of the city. As long as they can leave the urban area, they can escape the zombie attacks. The vehicle drove on the main road. They encountered many wandering zombies along the way, but they were all knocked away by the bus. It wasn't until they reached the wetland park in the north that the number of zombies gradually decreased. Puff! Wei Yan, who was driving, suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood and fell onto the steering wheel. "Fat guy, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Chen was shocked. Hiss! The car swerved and stopped by the roadside. Xiao Chen quickly helped Wei Yang, looked at his complexion, and found that Wei Yang was in a very bad condition. His face was extremely pale, and you could almost see the blood vessels under his skin. Sweating profusely, with bloodshot eyes, looking like a terminal cancer patient. Xiao Zi. Wei Yang forced a smile. I don't think I can drive anymore. You. Xiao Chen felt sticky on his hands, looking down to find them covered in blood. Looking at Wei Yang's shoulder, he noticed that the flowing blood had turned black. It turned out that Wei Yang's shoulder, bitten by a zombie, had already deteriorated. Why didn't you say earlier? Xiao Chen hated his carelessness. Wei Yang was already injured like this and he hadn't noticed. Xiao Zi, am I going to turn into a zombie? Wei Yang weakly asked. Xiao Chen felt a deep sorrow in his heart and said in a deep voice, don't worry, I won't let you turn into a zombie. He remembered the miraculous nature of the Tian Dao system. Maybe the system had a way to cure Wei Yang. The people in the car gathered around. Seeing Wei Yang's condition, they were all a bit panicked. Xia Yuan and the school beauty knew that Wei Yang had been bitten by a zombie and were very worried. Is he going to turn into one of those things? Xia Yuan whispered to Fan Qingqing next to her. Fan Qingqing frowned, don't talk nonsense. A student suddenly shouted, Xiao Chen, is he going to turn into a zombie? The car suddenly became chaotic. What? Is he going to turn into a zombie? Is it true or not? I remember, Wei Yang was bitten by a zombie before, he must have been infected. Wow! Everyone panicked and backed away, as if avoiding a plague, distancing themselves from the front of the car. A female teacher screamed, throw him out, throw him out. Yes, while he hasn't fully mutated yet, throw him out. Otherwise, if he bites us, we'll all turn into monsters. Hurry, look at him, he's about to mutate. Xiao Chen, do something. We can't let a whole car of people be endangered because of him. Almost everyone was clamoring to throw Wei Yang out of the car. Shut up! Xiao Chen roared angrily, drowning out everyone's voices. He looked coldly at those people and said in a cold voice, if anyone dares to suggest throwing Wei Yang out, I will throw him out first. The car fell silent. Weak Wei Yang looked at the people in the car with disgust and fear in their eyes, and said with a bitter smile, Xiao Zi, it seems I can't accompany you anymore. He closed his eyes, put me down from the car, I don't want to burden you all. Xiao Chen angrily said, what nonsense are you talking about? I will never abandon you. At the same time, he shouted in his heart system, telling, how can I cure the virus on Wei Yang's body? The system remained silent. It wasn't until Xiao Chen was almost desperate that the system reluctantly popped up an option. Mission, make the school beauty fall for you, 10 seconds. Reward, activate the fortune exchange function in advance. There really is a way. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then he silently turned his gaze to the school beauty beside him, who was as beautiful as a water lily. Xiao Chen. At this time, the vice principal stepped forward and reprimanded, you can't continue to be stubborn. It's obvious that this student has been infected by a zombie. If he is not isolated in time, when he gets sick, he will even bite you. He waved his hand, even if you are not afraid, this car is not yours alone. You cannot ignore everyone's safety. If you really don't want to give up on him, then take him off the car with you. Yes, that's right, if you want to save him, get off the car together. Luanan, the deputy headmaster who was carried onto the car by Xiao Chen, woke up at some point and joined the camp against Xiao Chen, with a hint of revenge on his face. The male student who had found the keys to the bus also spoke up, Xiao Chen, although you helped everyone before, we are very grateful to you, but Wei Yang really can't stay in the car anymore, let him go. Yes, Xiao Chen, let him go. If you really don't want to give up on him, then you can only get off the car with him. This time, not only the teachers and school leaders were persuading him, even the students saved by Xiao Chen spoke up. In the entire car, it seemed that only the school beauty Xie Yuan and teacher Qin remained silent. Xiao Chen glanced at them silently. Suddenly he opened the car door. Ha! Wei Yang sneered at his former classmates and teachers, struggling to get up and walk towards the car door. But as he was about to get off the car, Xiao Chen grabbed his arm. Then he pushed him back. Xiao Zi, you. Wei Yang was a bit confused. Xiao Chen looked expressionless at the people in the car, suddenly sneered, very good, really opened my eyes. I now know what ingratitude is, repaying kindness with enmity. Han Yizhang, Luna, starting from the dormitory building, I have saved you at least twice. Wei Yang has also helped you a lot. Is this how you treat your life-saving benefactors? I spit on it, and you are still Wei Yang's classmates. What kind of classmates are you? Han Yizhang and Luna and others felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Xiao Chen looked sharply at Luinan and the vice principal. And you, a bunch of worthless scum. If it weren't for my kindness, I should have let you be eaten by zombies in the school just now. Since you dare not fight zombies, just hide like turtles. How dare you point fingers at your life-saving benefactors? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Holding the evil slaying blade, he walked step by step. Coldly said, since you are so eager to get off the car, then I will fulfill your wish. The vice principal saw Xiao Chen approaching, his face changed drastically, and he retreated in panic. What do you want to do? Classmate, calm down. Luinan beside him also sensed the danger and hid behind the vice principal. The vice principal panicked. Classmate Xiao, don't be agitated. If Wei doesn't want to get off the car, then he doesn't have to. Let's talk things out calmly. Everyone in the car is on the same side, let's talk it out. He knew very well that with his aging physical condition, if he were forced off the car, he wouldn't survive long, so he couldn't afford to get off the car. Seeing Xiao Chen unmoved, the vice principal suddenly pulled over Teacher Qin Yimo. He pleaded, Teacher Qin, please say something. I was just thinking about everyone's safety, you can't just watch me being forced off the car by him. Teacher Qin was at a loss for words for a moment. Xiao Chen said, Teacher Qin, step aside. Today, I must throw these two bastards off the car. Roar! At this moment, suddenly there was a roar of zombies outside, accompanied by the screams of humans being bitten. The vice principal's legs went weak. He knelt on the floor of the car compartment with a plop, begging, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have instigated everyone to force you off the car. Classmate, spare me, please don't force me off the car. The vice principal, with tears and snot, said, I beg you, considering my age, please spare me this time, I promise I won't go against you again. The vice principal's sudden change shocked everyone in the car. He was the highest-ranking person in the car, a former school leader who used to make even department heads like Luinan bow their heads. Unexpectedly, in this doomsday scenario, he had to kowtow to a student to save his life. Even Wei Yang couldn't help feeling sorry. At this moment, Xiao Chen stopped beside the school flower. He turned to Fan Qingqing and asked, do you think I should throw him off the car? Fan Qingqing was stunned. Are you asking me? Exactly. Xiao Chen nodded, I trust your choice. If you say throw, I'll throw. If you say don't throw, I won't. Fan Qingqing suddenly felt immense pressure. She knew very well that if a person as old as the vice principal was thrown off, he probably wouldn't survive. So her choice might determine a person's life or death. Everyone looked at Fan Qingqing, waiting for her decision. No, don't. The vice principal looked at Fan Qingqing eagerly, tears in his eyes. The pleading eyes softened the school flower's heart. And when Luinan behind the vice principal saw the scene, his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he knelt down too. With his hands clasped together, he said to Fan Qingqing, Miss Fan, please talk to Xiao Chen and spare me too. I was just momentarily confused and followed the vice principal to talk nonsense. In fact, I was deceived by him. I never intended to deal with you guys. It's all a misunderstanding, he said, looking at the school flower with tears in his eyes, pleading. The pressure on the school flower increased even more. The weight of life cruelly revealed itself before her at that moment. The right to decide on someone's life or death left her momentarily at a loss. Everyone's eyes made her panic even more. She looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen leaned in to listen. What did you say? Slowly approaching Fan Qingqing. Fan Qingqing, biting her red lips, asked softly, why are you throwing this question to me? Xiao Chen leaned closer to Fan Qingqing's red lips, raising his voice. What? You said you're about to make a decision. Everyone stared at them intently, not daring to miss a word. The vice principal and Luinan were even more nervous. Their eyes widened as they stared at the two, waiting for the moment when their fate would be decided. Fan Qingqing, however, stared at Xiao Chen who was getting closer. Hey, when did I say I was about to decide? Don't. She was cut off mid-sentence. Xiao Chen's mouth covered the rest of her words. Fan Qingqing widened her beautiful eyes. After 3 full seconds, she finally reacted. Xiao Chen had forcibly kissed her. Face to face, mouth to mouth, her delicate red lips were completely sealed by Xiao Chen. She could even feel the texture and fuzz on Xiao Chen's lips. What just happened? Fan Qingqing's heart was in a panic. What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to decide the vice principal's fate? What's the situation? Why did he suddenly kiss me? What does this mean? Fan Qingqing's heart was in chaos, at a loss. What shocked her even more were the onlookers. Everyone was waiting for Fan Qingqing to make that heavy decision. The atmosphere almost solidified. In this situation, Xiao Chen suddenly kissed Fan Qingqing. This is simply outrageous, unbelievable, unconventional, vulgar, incomprehensible. This is insane. Everyone was stunned by Xiao Chen's sudden move. What about deciding the life or death of Vice Principal Luinan? What the hell are you doing? Qin Yimo? Xia Yuan? Hong Yizhan? Luna? Vice Principal Luinan? Everyone? Damn it! Wei Yang, who was behind, witnessed the scene up close, was even more dumbfounded, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Let go. On the 5th second, Fan Qingqing finally came to her senses and tried to push Xiao Chen away. But as a girl, how could she push away Xiao Chen, whose strength was close to the limit of a human being? She could only let him take what he wanted, at his mercy. With wide eyes, she could see the intoxicated expression on the man's face in front of her. Fan Qingqing felt like she was going crazy. Although she had feelings for Xiao Chen for a long time, you can't kiss me in this way at this time. There's a whole bunch of people watching around. She could even see Wei Yang's stunned expression and his mouth big enough to fit a fist. No need to think about others' expressions. Fan Qingqing was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Suddenly, she stomped hard on Xiao Chen's foot. Xiao Chen had no reaction to this, but Fan Qingqing cried out in pain, her foot almost numb. But with this cry of pain, her red lips parted, and Xiao Chen took advantage of the opportunity. Lips and tongues touched. Wet, soft, sweet. Fan Qingqing's body froze. Her beautiful eyes widened to the maximum, as if her soul had been struck and she stopped struggling. 7, 8, 9, 10. Mission accomplished, energy exchange function activated. At the moment when he forcibly kissed the school flower for 10 seconds, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought, "System, I want to exchange for the antidote to cure Wei Yang. T-virus antidote, 10 energy points. Do you want to exchange?" Exchange. The next second, a test tube containing a sky blue liquid appeared in his palm. Xiao Chen released the school beauty with joy. He smacked his lips and savored, "Not bad, quite sweet." Xiao Chen. The school beauty was really going crazy, raining punches on Xiao Chen like a storm. "You scoundrel." This jerk not only forcibly kissed her but also said such words in public. How could she face people in the future? Everyone was at a loss. It felt like their values were being refreshed. This damn Xiao Chen was really showing off his affection in public. However, Xiao Chen ignored the school beauty's outburst and walked over to Wei Yang, handing him a blue test tube. "Fatty, drink it." Wei Yang was stunned, looking at the test tube in Xiao Chen's hand. "What is this?" Xiao Chen said, "Don't ask, do you trust me?" Looking at Xiao Chen's serious expression, Wei Yang suddenly laughed, grabbed the blue test tube, and drank it all in one go. After drinking, he savored it. "Not bad, quite sweet." He imitated Xiao Chen's words to the school beauty perfectly and looked at Xiao Chen with a mischievous smile. "You rascal." Even though Xiao Chen had a thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. "How do you feel?" He looked expectantly at Wei Yang. Before Wei Yang could answer, a sharp scream interrupted them. They both looked outside and took a sharp breath. In front of the bus at the intersection, hundreds of gray-white zombies had gathered, rushing towards the bus. Leading them was a strange zombie monster with 2 heads. One big and one small. The big one was extremely ugly, while the small one had only one eye. Although they were hundreds of meters away, Xiao Chen clearly saw the double-headed zombie monster excitedly staring at him inside the bus, as if it had spotted delicious food. Whether it was Xiao Chen's illusion or not, he felt that the double-headed zombie was coming for him. "Not good, Xiaozi, there are zombies on the right too," Wei Yang shouted. Xiao Chen looked to the right and saw hundreds of zombies swarming towards them. Now, they were surrounded by zombies from the front, back, and right. "Wei Yang, can you still drive?" he quickly asked. Wei Yang moved his body and exclaimed, "It seems like I can. I feel much better and stronger." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It seems like this potion is very effective, worthy of being a product of the system." Seeing the crisis approaching, Xiao Chen made a quick decision. "Fatty, drive, we're going left." The map of Linen City flashed through his mind. Seeing not far to their left was a huge wetland park. Xiao Chen had played there with his classmates before. It had many egrets and wild ducks, rivers crisscrossing, lakes extending. There were dense forests, a good hiding place. As long as they could escape into the wetland park, they would likely shake off these zombies. He didn't believe those damn things could swim. "Quick, let's go to the wetland park," he shouted. Wei Yang jumped into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas pedal, and raced to the left. At this moment, the school beauty had no time to settle the score with Xiao Chen, gripping the seat tightly and nervously watching the zombies outside. "Hurry, hurry! Zombies are also catching up from behind." Huang Yizhang, who was observing at the rear of the car, shouted. Everyone in the car became tense. Bang! Suddenly, the whole car shook as if something had jumped onto the roof. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The car roof emitted a piercing screech, and then, to the astonishment of everyone, 3 cracks appeared on the roof, torn by a sharp claw. A fierce blood red eye looked down through the cracks, filled with killing intent. "Ah!" Everyone screamed in horror, frantically dodging to the sides. "Damn it! Get out of the way!" Xiao Chen pushed aside the dodging crowd and quickly came under the crack. The Zhanxia blade in his hand seemed to smell the scent of prey, buzzing with excitement. Die! Xiao Chen leaped up and stabbed at the crack. Roar! A shrill and miserable howl came from the top. The evil slaying blade is truly a slaughter divine weapon rewarded by the system, piercing through the roof and the monster's claws with a single strike. The monster's fresh blood flowed down through the cracks instantly. Bang! 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 The monster, wounded, was further provoked, launching a frenzied attack on the roof. In the blink of an eye, a hole appeared on the roof. Cold wind mixed with sporadic rainwater poured in through the hole. In the dimming light, everyone finally saw the appearance of this monster clearly. Hiss! When they saw the monster's appearance, everyone in the car was truly frightened. Even Xiao Chen clumped in shock. Horrified, he said, "This is definitely not a species from Earth." It was a monster that resembled a mix of a mantis, a lizard, and a cheetah. It had 6 blood-red eyes, a dark red body covered in spikes. Its limbs were wrapped in scales with thorns growing all over. It also had 3 whip-like tails, each ending in arrow-like spikes. It seemed like it was born for slaughter from head to toe. Roar! In the rain curtain, this monster appeared like a top predator, its terrifying aura covering everyone in the car. Ah! Monster, monster! The vice principal, right below the hole, saw the monster up close and was so scared that he screamed, crawling on the ground, trying to get away from the monster. But his scream immediately caught the monster's attention. Swish! Like a phantom, the monster's 2 tails pierced through the hole like lightning, stabbing the vice principal in the back. Puff! Puff! The sharp tails effortlessly pierced through the vice principal's body, coming out from his chest, leaving him hanging in midair. No, save me, save me! The vice principal struggled and screamed in fear while hanging in the air, but everyone around was terrified, all backing away in fear. Get back! Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the side seat. A slash landed on the 2 tails. It happened so quickly. From Xiao Chen's sudden move to the slash, even the 6-eyed, 3-tailed monster didn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, the evil-slaying blade cut through the tails. Ah! The monster let out a sharp, ear-piercing howl, retracting its 2 severed tails dripping with blood. But it was completely enraged. Its 6 blood-red eyes locked onto Xiao Chen, realizing that the detestable creature was the one who had injured its front paw earlier. Roar! In a fit of rage, it frantically tore at the car roof's iron skin. With a few tearing sounds, the metal was ripped open, creating a huge hole for it to enter. The 6-eyed monster roared, about to crawl into the car through the hole. Don't let it come down! The school flower screamed in shock. The space inside the car was so small. Once this terrifying monster, armed all over, entered, no one in the car except Xiao Chen would survive. Damn it! Xiao Chen stood at the front, cursing under his breath. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to face this terrifying monster head-on. Just from their brief contact earlier, he knew that the monster's strength and speed far surpassed his own. If he made even a slight mistake, becoming its food was his fate. Swish! The 6-eyed monster lunged at Xiao Chen, its speed incredibly fast. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen suddenly grabbed a corpse from the ground and threw it at the monster. Using the corpse as a shield, he directly pierced through it with the evil-slaying blade, aiming for the monster's head. Puff! The monster's view was blocked by the corpse, unable to see Xiao Chen's actions. It only realized the danger when the blade pierced through the corpse's chest, but it was too late. It could only slightly dodge its head, getting the evil-slaying blade to pierce through its cheek, blinding one of its eyes. The strike almost split its head open. Ah! The monster roared furiously, swiping away the evil slashing blade with one claw, then wildly waving its sharp claws towards Xiao Chen's head behind the corpse. Xiao Chen was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. But as soon as he moved, he caught a glimpse of a black lightning-like flash passing from his left side, attacking his waist and abdomen. Not good. When he realized it was the monster's last tail, it was already too late. In a critical moment, he quickly dodged to avoid the vital point, but was still a step too slow. The black tail lightning pierced through his left leg. Xiao Chen immediately felt a sharp pain in his thigh, unsure if his bone was broken. You're seeking death. Xiao Chen was furious. He raised his head and shouted at the monster in front of him. What are you looking at? The monster? But the next moment, it burst into tears, crying heavily. The sudden tears immediately blurred its vision. It couldn't see anything. Xiao Chen raised his hand and the blade fell, cutting off the monster's last tail. The monster howled in pain, roaring to dismember Xiao Chen. However, its vision was completely filled with tears. Everything was blurry, even the direction of its attacks was off. Xiao Chen angrily struck again with his blade. One of the monster's sharp claws was chopped off by Xiao Chen. The 6-eyed monster roared in pain and anger. But no matter how it attacked, it couldn't reach Xiao Chen. I will dismember you. Xiao Chen endured the thorns on the monster's body, grabbed the monster's other claw, and was about to chop off its head. This time, the six-eyed monster truly felt the threat of death. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Xiao Chen's blade was about to strike down, 3 black shadows suddenly cut through the air and struck Xiao Chen from the side. The immense force sent Xiao Chen flying. It was the 3 severed tails of the six-eyed monster taking advantage of the opportunity to ambush. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen couldn't defend against it. The monster, having escaped a disaster, let out a roar, cast a resentful glance at Xiao Chen with its blurred vision, then turned and ran. It leaped onto the huge hole in the roof of the car and disappeared into the rain curtain. The entire battle process was complex, but it did not exceed 60 seconds. When the monster escaped from the roof of the car, everyone seemed to still be in a dream. They couldn't believe the monster had escaped like that. Xiao Chen. The school flower was the first to react, rushing to Xiao Chen who had been knocked away, crying, "Are you okay? Where are you injured? Let me bandage you." Xiao Chen struggled to stand up, grinning and saying, "I'm fine." He glanced at the large hole in the car roof, feeling a wave of fear. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have been dead. This monster not only had great strength and speed but was also very cunning. While he was using a corpse to ambush the opponent was also using its third tail to ambush him. When his superpower affected its vision, it chose not to fight and decisively fled. This battle consciousness was simply not like that of a creature without intelligence. If not for his superpower being too overpowered, the body lying on the ground at this moment would probably be his. The vice principal is dead. Xin Yimo looked at the vice principal's body on the ground, destroyed by the monster and Xiao Chen, with a sad expression. Xiao Chen had just used the vice principal's body to block the attack. Xiao Chen glanced at it and didn't look again. Now is not the time to mourn. We are still in danger. He limped to the front of the car. "Fatty, are we there yet?" The recent battle had not affected Wei Yang, who was driving. If the bus stopped, it would be disastrous as the zombies behind would swarm in. Even if Xiao Chen had repelled the top predator, they would still die. "Almost there, Xiao Zi, how are you?" Wei Yang asked worriedly. "That monster just now was so terrifying. I don't know what's happening in this world. How could such terrifying monsters suddenly appear?" He also saw Xiao Chen's battle and was truly frightened by the monster. Xiao Chen glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a large group of zombies not far away chasing the bus. He frowned and said, "Faster, we'll enter the park directly through the side door. It's getting dark, we must shake them off before it gets dark." He looked at the gradually receding group of zombies behind him, but he was thinking about the six-eyed, three-tailed monster he had just encountered. It's only the first day of the disaster. Why would such a terrifying monster appear? Could it be some kind of animal mutation? No, even if it's an animal mutation, there should be a sample. This monster is obviously not any kind of creature on Earth. Rather than calling it an animal mutation, it's better to say it's an extraterrestrial creature. And unlike those zombies, this monster clearly has intelligence. Like a pet raised by someone, let out to hunt freely. Xiao Chen recalled the several special monsters he had seen today, feeling increasingly uneasy. He always felt that there was someone organizing and driving the actions of these monsters behind the scenes. "Xiao Zi, the side door is locked." Wei Yang's words interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen looked up and saw that the bus had arrived at the east gate of the wetland park, but the main gate was locked with an iron chain, and the fence blocked the way, with no way in. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Just crash through." "All right." Wei Yan agreed, stepped on the gas pedal, and the bus roared through. With a loud crash, the fence and iron gate were broken through by the bus, and they drove away. Just as the bus had just left the gate, a black figure suddenly jumped down from a tree nearby, glaring at the bus with resentment as it went away. It was the top predator that Xiao Chen had injured. It sniffed the ground a few times, let out a sinister growl, and quickly disappeared into the night. The bus stopped at the Swan Lake Peninsula in the wetland park. Wei Yang turned around and said excitedly, "Xiao Zi, it seems like we've shaken them off." The bus had passed many rivers and forests along the way, and due to the complex terrain, Xiao Chen had deliberately let Wei Yang find a small path, successfully losing the group of pursuing zombies. "Great! We finally got rid of those damn monsters. We survived. Thank God." The people on the bus cheered, their tense minds relaxing after more than an hour, and this relaxation, coupled with the double exhaustion of mind and body, made them collapse on the bus almost immediately. By now, it was completely dark. The surrounding forest was dense and quiet. Only by listening carefully could one hear the distant howls of zombies. Xiao Chen glanced around and noticed that the bus had stopped in front of a sanatorium on the peninsula. The sanatorium was pitch black, looking very eerie. Seeing everyone on the bus collapsed, he frowned and said, "Get up! Do you even know where we are? How dare you sleep here? Hong Yizhang, Luinan, you two come with me, we'll go into the sanatorium to check the situation. If it's safe, we'll rest here tonight. Hong Yizhang and the head of the department, Luinan, looked at the eerie sanatorium and shuddered. Luinan unwillingly said, why me? There are so many young men here, why pick an old man like me who's halfway to the grave? Are you trying to get me killed? Xiao Chen sneered. Oh, if you don't want to go, you can stay alone in the bus tonight. He turned to Hong Yizhang, what about you? Don't want to go either? Hong Yizhang, looking at Xiao Chen's cold eyes, knew that Xiao Chen was retaliating for his earlier attempt to kick Wei Yang off the bus. He knew he couldn't escape this ordeal. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll go. Xiao Chen gave Luinan a cold glance, I'll wait for you outside. With that, he leaped off the bus. But as he landed, his thigh suddenly hurt, almost causing him to fall. Damn, seems like I've injured a major artery. Xiao Chen was shocked, the final blow from the top predator had serious consequences. No, if I don't treat it in time, the arterial bleeding will take my life. Xiao Chen. The school flower behind got off the car nervously and helped him up. Are you okay? Xiao Chen said, I'm fine. He called in his heart, system, is there a divine medicine to treat injuries? Ding. 10 points of luck can be exchanged for a fast healing potion. Do you want to exchange? Xiao Chen glanced at his panel and found that he only had 23 points of luck left. He vaguely felt that this luck value was very important to him and could not be used casually. But now he had no choice. Exchange, he said. Immediately, a small medicine bottle the size of a thumb appeared in his hand. It was all black, and he couldn't tell what was inside. He opened the bottle and smelled a strong stench that almost made him faint. What the hell is this? Needless to say, just from the smell, it was not meant to be taken orally. It's so stinky. The school flower beside him also smelled it, covering her nose and said, did something rot? Xiao Chen was speechless, suspiciously looking at the medicine bottle in his hand. Is this really medicine? He called in his heart, system, are you sure this is a divine medicine for healing? It's not expired, right? System, don't believe it, forget it. Xiao Chen, damn it. He was shocked at that moment. It was the first time he felt strong emotions from this system, almost like a living person. He felt it necessary to re-examine this somewhat unreliable system. Feeling the increasing pain in his thigh, he gritted his teeth and applied the whole bottle of foul-smelling ointment to the wound. Sizzle! A sharp pain burst open instantly, as if he had been splashed with sulfuric acid, making his soul tremble in pain. Ah! Xiao Chen cried out in pain, sitting on the ground holding his thigh. Damn it! He could hardly speak from the pain. The school flower was shocked. Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. She looked at Xiao Chen's painful face, her expression turning pale. The people in the car were also alarmed and got off, watching Xiao Chen rolling on the ground in surprise. Especially Luinan, seeing Xiao Chen in pain, immediately showed a gloating smile on his face. But at this moment, Xiao Chen had no time to worry about losing face. The wound not only felt intense pain but also a mix of tingling, itching, sourness, and other sensations, as if he had overturned a sensory vat, making Xiao Chen feel like he was experiencing hellish torture. Just when Xiao Chen thought he was about to pass out from the pain, suddenly, the pain and itching sensations disappeared abruptly. Xiao Chen jumped up from the ground. Ha! My injury has healed. He looked in astonishment at his thigh wound, finding that the previously bloody area had completely healed, leaving no trace. He touched the smooth wound, feeling extremely amazed. It really is a divine medicine. Xiao Chen, how are you feeling? Wei Yang asked with concern. I'm fine, Xiao Chen replied, but then he saw Luinan's gloating smile. Anger surged within him. What's so funny? Luinan's smile froze on his face, and he awkwardly said, not funny, not funny. Ding. Task, make Luinan laugh 10 times. Reward, +1 physical fitness. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. His physical fitness was already at 9, and just one more time would be the human limit. He really wanted to know what it felt like to reach the human limit. If he added a bit more later, could he break through the limit and become a superhuman? He strode over to Luinan. With a blank expression, he said, no, I think it's quite funny. Otherwise, why were you so happy just now? Luinan shrank back. Xiao Chen, let's talk nicely. Xiao Chen said coldly, since it's so funny, why don't you make everyone laugh again? Luinan was sweating profusely. Xiao Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Bang! Xiao Chen punched Luinan in the stomach. Didn't I tell you not to laugh at me? Luinan almost vomited his overnight meal, crying and pleading. I really won't dare anymore, Xiao Chen, please spare me. I really dare not make fun of you anymore. Bang! Xiao Chen turned back and punched again, making Luinan unable to stand straight. He said calmly, I let you laugh. Luinan was about to collapse. Holding his head and squatting on the ground, he howled, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me, I really dare not laugh anymore, please, I was wrong. If you make me laugh again, I'll be a bastard son of a turtle." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Looking at Luinan, who was already crying from being beaten, he was a bit speechless. The mission is not that easy to complete. He glanced at the stunned crowd, picked up the evil-slaying sword and shield. "Hong Yizhang, Luinan, come with me to the sanatorium." Hong Yizhang looked fearfully at Xiao Chen's back and silently followed. Luinan dared not resist and followed behind in a dejected manner. The crowd watched as they entered the sanatorium, all silent for a moment. "Wei Yang, was Xiao Chen always like this before?" Fan Qingqing suddenly asked. Wei Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It seems not. Xiaozi used to be very lazy." Fan Qingqing, "Oh, sanatorium." Xiao Chen took the lead with the shield, and after shining a flashlight around, he was somewhat surprised. He thought this sanatorium should be abandoned in darkness, but everything inside was well equipped, clearly in use. But where did all the people go? Since it's not abandoned, why can't anyone be seen? Even if they were all killed by zombies, there should be traces of blood. Strange. He turned back and said, "What are you two dawdling for? Why aren't you coming in?" Seeing no zombies in the hall, Hong Yizhang and Luinan timidly walked in. "Luinan, you go in front of me," Xiao Chen said coldly. Luinan cried and said, "Please, Xiao Chen, I'm too old, I can't be in the front. Why not let Xiao Hong go first, and I'll be the logistics support for everyone." Xiao Chen looked at Hong Yizhang. "What do you think?" Hong Yizhang fell silent and said, "I think Director Lu should be in front." Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "Look, it's 2-1, please respect the vote." "What the hell vote? What the hell 2-1? Luinan trembled with anger. Seeing that he couldn't go against Xiao Chen's decision, he tearfully said, "If there are zombies, you must save me." "Don't worry, let's go." Xiao Chen picked up the evil-slaying sword. The three walked towards the depths of the sanatorium. The entire sanatorium was built by the lakeside, with 3 floors and hundreds of rooms. If they searched room by room, it would probably take more than an hour. After checking the first floor and finding no one, Xiao Chen suddenly pointed at Luinan who was scouting ahead. "You, laugh loudly for me." Luinan's chubby face trembled. "This is never-ending," he screamed in his mind. Although he dared not resist on the surface, he said cautiously, "Xiao Chen, this isn't good. What if it attracts the zombies?" Xiao Chen stared coldly at him. "That's exactly what I want. Otherwise, how long do you think we'll have to search?" Luinan cried, "Please don't." The evil-slaying sword suddenly fell on his shoulder. Xiao Chen said, "You don't have to laugh. Shedding some blood can also attract the zombies." Luinan had no choice but to agree. He squeezed out a smile uglier than crying and said, "Heh, he. Amuse Luinan +1. The system immediately gave feedback. Xiao Chen smiled and shouted at Luinan, louder. Luinan, with a tearful face, said, he. The hoarse and unpleasant laughter echoed in the dark corridor, comical yet terrifying. Luinan even gave himself goosebumps from laughing. "Continue." Xiao Chen saw the system feedback and became even happier. He. Ha ha ha. Ding. Amuse Luinan 10 times completed, reward, +1 physical fitness. Whoosh! A surge of vitality arose in Xiao Chen's body again, boosting his strength, speed, physique, and senses to their peak. He felt like he could knock out a cow with one punch. And this time is different. Xiao Chen felt a vague invisible barrier during his promotion, which seemed to be the limit of human genes. He faintly felt that as long as he could break through this barrier, he could soar into the sky and enter another world. At the moment when his senses were heightened, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed a faint and cold gaze. It was as if he was being targeted by some existence. This feeling was fleeting, quickly disappearing. It almost made Xiao Chen think it was an illusion. He. Suddenly, Luinan's increasingly hoarse and unpleasant laughter sounded from the side, interrupting Xiao Chen's perception. Xiao Chen shouted, "Stop laughing. It's really annoying." "Luinan? Damn it! Didn't you make me laugh, and now you find my laughter annoying? Are you still human?" Luinan dared to be angry but not speak. At this time, the second floor had already been checked. Xiao Chen glanced at the third floor and suddenly said, "You two go out first, I'll check the third floor myself." Luinan felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran downstairs. Hong Yizhang stayed behind, saying, "I'll go with you." Xiao Chen looked at this thin classmate in surprise and walked towards the stairs, saying, "As you wish. 1 room, 2 rooms. Until Xiao Chen checked the last storage room, he didn't see any zombies or humans. It was as if these people had disappeared into thin air. However, the two of them found plenty of canned food and supplies in the final storage room. While Hong Yizhang excitedly went to get the food, Xiao Chen always had a sense of unease, feeling that this place was not as safe as it seemed on the surface. But since they couldn't find any traces of monsters, Xiao Chen didn't want to keep everyone in the dilapidated bus in the rain. He could only let everyone come in to rest temporarily. 10 minutes later, more than 20 people on the bus gathered on the first floor of the sanatorium. Xiao Chen and Hong Yizhang brought down a lot of food from the third floor. While everyone was sharing the food, Xiao Chen said seriously, "Listen up, everyone must stay in the rooms on the first floor, at least 2 people per room. Don't use fire, don't turn on the lights. No loud noises. If you discover anything, report to me immediately. I'll be resting in the security room here in the lobby." "Alright, finish sharing the food and then go rest." Wei Yang came over with a pile of food. "Xiao Zi, I'll stay with you." Xiao Chen shook his head. "No need, I'll be patrolling at night, it's inconvenient to have you with me. You can stay with teacher Han Dao." Wei Yang leaned in and whispered, "Xiao Zi, what was that bottle of medicine you gave me earlier? Why did I feel completely better after drinking it? It even cured the zombie virus. Where did you get that stuff?" Xiao Chen patted his shoulder. "Don't ask about these things, just know that I've always been your good brother." Wei Yang chuckled, "I know, women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet, right? I'll go comfort your clothes later, I think she's scared." Xiao Chen twitched his mouth and kicked him in the butt. "Get out of here." Late at night, when everyone had fallen asleep, Xiao Chen found it difficult to sleep. The strange disappearances in the sanatorium and the cold gaze he had sensed always made him uneasy, feeling that this place was not safe. Just as he was about to get up to patrol, knock, knock. His door was lightly tapped. "Who is it?" Xiao Chen cautiously got up, holding the evil-slaying blade as he walked to the door. "Xiao Chen, it's me," a crisp and pleasant voice sounded. Xiao Chen was surprised. He opened the door and indeed saw a slender figure standing at the door. Who else could it be if not the school beauty? Fan Qingqing seemed to have just taken a shower, like a pure and charming lotus flower, with wet hair sticking to her cheeks, adding a touch of charm to her perfect skin. She had changed into a pink dress, revealing a pair of straight and long legs. Her petite feet lightly tapped the ground, cute and lovely. However, she was wrapped in a large sheet, as if she had sneaked out. From Xiao Chen's perspective, he could see a hint of a deep cleavage through the gap in the sheet. He used great determination to shift his gaze. He looked at Fan Qingqing's stunning face and said, "It's so late, why aren't you resting?" Fan Qingqing bit her rosy lower lip and shyly replied, I can't sleep." Fan Qingqing was already stunning, and now, having just taken a bath, she added a touch of beauty. She lightly bit her lower lip, lowered her head in shyness, which was incredibly charming. In the middle of the night, a beauty came to his door. Could it be that she wanted? Xiao Chen looked at Fan Qingqing's shy appearance, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. His throat felt dry for a moment, then, "Shall we sleep together?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's straightforward words, Fan Qingqing widened her beautiful eyes, blushing and said, "What are you thinking?" Xiao Chen shrugged and smiled, "Then why are you here? In the middle of the night, could it be that you came to chat with me?" Fan Qingqing certainly wouldn't admit that she was scared, which was why she came to find Xiao Chen. I just came to see how your injury is. You were injured during the day, and if not treated in time, it might get infected. So, I went to the medical room to get some medicine. Here, take it." Xiao Chen looked at the pile of medicine that Fan Qingqing handed over from under the bedsheet, feeling touched. He gently said, "Is this all you have? Don't you want to say something to me?" Fan Qingqing blushed. In a soft voice, she said, "Say what?" Xiao Chen gently held her hand. For example, words like repaying a life-saving favor with oneself. Fan Qingqing's eyes were watery. She symbolically struggled a bit but let Xiao Chen hold her hand. She dared not look into Xiao Chen's aggressive eyes, softly saying, "You, let go." Looking at the beauty so close to him, Xiao Chen's index finger moved. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Someone's coming." He pulled Fan Qingqing into the room, hugged her, and felt the softness and fragrance of the beauty in his arms. "Ah!" Fan Qingqing exclaimed, her face losing color, "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen closed the door with a finger on his lips. "Shoo." Fan Qingqing was about to struggle when she heard footsteps stop outside the door. Dang dang dang. Xiao Chen's door was knocked again. Fan Qingqing's body stiffened in Xiao Chen's arms. She looked like a frightened deer, nervously looking at the door, extremely tense. Once people found out she was in Xiao Chen's room, she couldn't imagine how she would face everyone tomorrow. "Xiao Chen." A deliberately soft voice sounded outside the door. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Who is it?" The person outside seemed afraid of being heard, so she whispered against the door, "It's me, Luna." Xiao Chen had already recognized Luna's voice, but he didn't have a good impression of this girl with no boundaries. He glanced at the obedient school beauty in his arms and smiled. "It's so late, do you have something to say?" "I have something to tell you, can you let me in first?" Luna asked from outside. Xiao Chen felt the beauty in his arms suddenly stiffen. Lowering his head, he met the pleading eyes of the school beauty. He wanted to laugh. Hugging the school beauty, he said, "Oh, you want to come in? I'm afraid that's not a good idea. It's late at night. It wouldn't look good for a man and a woman to be alone together. If something happens, you might regret it." Although he was speaking to Luna outside, Fan Qingqing clearly felt that Xiao Chen was talking to her, blushing and hitting his chest in embarrassment. Luna paused outside, seemingly not expecting Xiao Chen to say that. Suddenly, she smiled charmingly. "Xiao Gij, you're so handsome, even if something really happens, I won't lose out. I've been standing outside for so long, let me in, okay? I'm only wearing a bathrobe, nothing inside, it's so cold. Let me in." Shameless. Fan Qingqing clenched her teeth upon hearing this. She looked up at Xiao Chen, her eyes shining. "Don't let her in." Xiao Chen found it amusing. Leaning close to her ear, he said, "If I don't let her in, will you stay and keep me company?" Fan Qingqing blushed even more at his words. He pinched him hard on the waist. "Oh, you want to pinch me to death," Xiao Chen exaggerated. "Brother Xiao, what's the sound inside? Is there anyone else in your room?" Luna outside asked in confusion. Xiao Chen raised his voice. "All right, Luna. If it's not urgent, let's talk tomorrow. I'm tired." It was quiet outside for a moment. It seemed like Luna was struggling with something in her mind. Suddenly, Luna gritted her teeth. "Brother Xiao, didn't I say in school that as long as you can save me, I will give you my first time? I'm here now, too." Although she had already lost face, it was still difficult for her to say the words of offering herself voluntarily. The school flower snorted but didn't say anything more. After all, Luna made this choice to betray her dignity just to survive. As someone who was also protected by Xiao Chen, she had no right to mock Luna. Xiao Chen sighed. He said, "Luna, you don't need to do this. I saved you out of classmate friendship. You can go, rest well tonight, we still have a long journey tomorrow." However, Luna cried, "No, I'm not leaving. I know you were angry when we were trying to catch Wei Yang today, and you will definitely leave us tomorrow. Please, take me with you, I'm willing to do anything for you. Please don't abandon me." Xiao Chen was shocked. He fell silent. He didn't expect that this unremarkable girl would guess his thoughts. Indeed, on the bus today, when many classmates and the vice principal were united in wanting to get off with him and Wei Yang, he had already decided to part ways with these people. He did plan to leave with teacher Qin and the school flower's friend tomorrow. "You." The school flower in his arms looked at the silent Xiao Chen in surprise. "Are you really going to abandon them?" The school flower whispered, her expression complex and hard to understand. Xiao Chen remained silent, and Xiao Chen's silence further confirmed Luna's words. She cried behind the door, "I knew it, you would definitely abandon us. I knew it. Xiao Chen, please take me with you, I don't want to be eaten by monsters, I just want to live." Sob. Xiao Chen and Fan Qingqing were both silent. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from the far end of the corridor. Xiao Zi, something's happened." Wei Yang's loud voice came from afar, accompanied by the sound of running footsteps. Luna outside the door saw this and quickly wiped away her tears, then hurriedly ran off in the other direction. When Xiao Chen opened the door, Luna had already left. "Fatty, what's wrong?" Xiao Chen looked at Wei Yang, who was rushing over with a panicked look on his face. Wei Yang ran out of breath, panting heavily before saying, "Something happened. Xiao Zi, Director Lu and Hong Yizhang are missing." Xiao Chen was stunned. "Missing? What do you mean?" Wei Yang said, "My room and teacher Han's room are next to theirs. Just now, I heard 2 screams coming from their room. When I rushed over to look, they had disappeared. There was no trace in the room, only the window facing the lake was open." Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. "Luinan, Hong Yizhang." He repeated these 2 names, and suddenly his body shook. He thought of a possibility. "Let's go, take me to see." At this moment, Wei Yang finally saw the school flower behind Xiao Chen and was stunned. "Fan Qingqing? What are you doing here?" Fan Qingqing's face turned red all of a sudden. I. Xiao Chen slapped Wei Yang on the head. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go." When Xiao Chen and the others arrived at Hong Yizhang's room, a large crowd had already gathered around. After the life and death escape during the day, everyone hadn't slept, and Wei Yang's shout had startled everyone awake. When he arrived, he saw Han Dao and Qin Yimo searching in the room. Xiao Chen frowned and walked in, asking, "Teacher Han, Teacher Qin, did you find anything?" The onlookers made way for him to enter. Qin Yimo shook his head, but Han Dao said in a deep voice, "They must have encountered foul play. Look at this window." He pointed to the French window facing the lake. Xiao Chen glanced over and noticed a scratch on the window frame, resembling the marks left by fingernails scratching on wood. It seemed like someone had tried to grab the window and struggle but was forcibly dragged out. "I suspect they were dragged into the lake by something," Han Dao continued. casting a fearful glance at the Swan Lake outside. Everyone was startled and took a few steps back from the window. Only Xiao Chen walked up to the window, carefully examining the dim lake outside. The lake's surface in the night resembled a black mirror, exuding a sinister and mysterious aura. But after standing for a few seconds, Xiao Chen suddenly felt the icy gaze he had briefly sensed before. That gaze, like a poisonous snake crawling on his skin, was filled with cold malice. It's really it. Xiao Chen's heart sank as he recalled the missing persons, Hong Yizhang and Luinan, who had visited the sanatorium with him. Now he finally confirmed that there was indeed a terrifying monster in the sanatorium. He turned abruptly and solemnly declared, "We can't stay here. Everyone, gather at the bus in 3 minutes, we're leaving." In fact, everyone had been afraid long before, and when Xiao Chen gave the order, they all hurried to pack their things. 3 minutes later, everyone gathered in front of the bus. Even Luna, who had been hiding somewhere before, came out. "Is everyone here?" Xiao Chen asked. The group looked at each other, and suddenly the ant who had pushed Xiao Chen said, "Wang Xiaoya hasn't come yet." Then someone else said, "Chen Niansong and Yi Anhua haven't come either." Xiao Chen frowned. Wasn't anyone supposed to inform them? The ant hesitated. "Wang Xiaoya lives with me, she just said she needed to use the restroom. Maybe she'll be out in a moment." They waited for a while, but still, the three didn't come out. "Help!" Just then, a woman's voice calling for help suddenly came from the sanatorium. "Something's wrong," Xiao Chen's heart tightened. The ant exclaimed, "It's Wang Xiaoya." Xiao Chen made a quick decision. "You all wait here, I'll go in and check." With that, he swiftly entered the sanatorium. As soon as he entered, he saw a panicked female teacher running from the corridor towards the main door. Behind her, countless red vines seemed to come to life, crazily chasing her from behind. Each seemingly ordinary vine now acted like a hunter, trying to entangle and capture Wang Xiaoya. "Help!" Wang Xiaoya saw Xiao Chen. As if seeing his savior, she ran towards Xiao Chen with all her might. Seeing those blood-red vines, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, finally understanding why there was no one left in the sanatorium. Perhaps, like Hong Yizhang and Luinan, these people had all been devoured by this terrifying plant. "Come here!" Xiao Chen shouted loudly, wielding the demon-slaying blade and rushing forward. Swish! 2 slashes later, 3 blood-red vines entwined around Wang Xiaoya were cut off. Puff! The broken vine sprayed blood, some droplets landing on Xiao Chen's skin, causing intense pain. The monster's blood turned out to be corrosive. "Damn, what is this thing?" Xiao Chen was shocked. But this attack seemed to anger the vine monster. In an instant, countless blood-red vines surged from the corridor, the ground, and the ceiling, besieging Xiao Chen. Holding up his shield, Xiao Chen went on a frenzy of slashing with the demon-slaying blade. Countless vines were cut off. Fortunately, the blade was unparalleled, allowing him to carve a path through the vines. Finally, amidst the encirclement of vines, he broke out through the main door. "Wei Yang! Drive, let's go!" he shouted as soon as he emerged. Not far away, the others also saw it. As Xiao Chen led Wang Xiaoya out of the sanatorium, dozens of blood-red vines also rushed out. The sight of those blood-red vines, looking menacing, terrified everyone, who ran in panic towards the bus. Wei Yang immediately started the bus and urged, "Xiao Zi, get on the bus. Let's go." Xiao Chen threw Wang Xiaoya more than 10 meters accurately into the bus. "You guys go first, I'll hold them back." After saying that, he turned back and rushed towards the blood-red vines. If he got on the bus now, at least half of the people would be caught and killed by these vines, so he couldn't escape. Slay evil! Xiao Chen held the sword in both hands, feeling the excited sword intent in the slay evil sword, muscles bulging, his figure like a cheetah or a flying bird, agilely maneuvering in the encirclement of the vines, constantly cutting off one blood-red vine after another. Human limits of physical fitness gave him powerful speed and strength, allowing him to temporarily stalemate with these blood-red vines. The more he fought, the more excited Xiao Chen became, truly worthy of a 10-point physical fitness, pushing human limits. He felt that he could completely compete with this monster based on the slay evil sword and his own strength. Roar! Just as he cut dozens of vines, a thunderous roar suddenly came from underground of the sanatorium. It seemed like the monster was truly enraged by Xiao Chen. In an instant, the entire sanatorium shook, collapsing with a rumble. A 3-story building collapsed into ruins before Xiao Chen's eyes in an instant. Then, from the ruins, a huge creature emerged. Countless vines broke through the ground, wildly dancing in the sky, covering the entire sky. Damn it! Xiao Chen took a quick glance and without a word turned and ran. He jumped onto the bus and shouted, "Quick, run!" Without him saying anything, Wei Yang also saw the scene and was scared to death, stepping on the gas pedal fiercely, speeding towards the north of the peninsula. Whether it was because the monster couldn't move or for other reasons, after chasing them for 100 meters, countless vines all retracted. Damn, scared the hell out of me. Seeing the vines finally stop chasing, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into a chair with a draft. At this moment, Wei Yang trembled and said, Xiao Zi. Xiao Chen impatiently asked, what now? Wei Yang, sweating profusely, stared ahead and said, quick, look ahead, look ahead. Xiao Chen frowned and stood up, looking ahead through the windshield. As soon as he saw it, his body stiffened. Then he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, turn around, we go west. Just ahead of them, countless zombies completely blocked the way, a dense mass. At least thousands of zombies could be seen at a glance. They even covered the bushes and wetlands, leaving no gap for Xiao Chen and the others. Wei Yang quickly turned west, but just as they ran out a few dozen meters, they found that the front was also blocked by countless zombies. Xiao Chen's heart sank, go east, but he had a foreboding feeling. Half a minute later, everyone in the car fell silent as they watched the massive horde of zombies coming from the east like dark clouds. The front, left, and right were all blocked by zombies. A small peninsula, gathering tens of thousands of zombies, except for the lake behind them, there was no way out. But they couldn't go to the lake either, as the vine monster was even more terrifying than the zombies. Going back would be suicide. We're done. Someone shouted in despair, we're doomed. They seemed to have no way to escape, neither in heaven nor on earth. Damn, how did this happen? Xiao Chen was greatly shocked. He couldn't understand how these zombies seemed to know they were here, organizing and surrounding the peninsula with a purpose, as if someone was directing them from behind. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. Seeing the three sides surrounded, they would be completely surrounded and killed if they didn't leave. Let's go, we retreat to the lake. Xiao Chen immediately made a decision. Wei Yang turned his head and said, but the vine monster is at the lake. Listen to me. Xiao Chen shook his head. I observed just now, that monster is centered around the sanatorium and will only attack up to 100 meters around it. As long as we stay away from 100 meters, we won't be affected. He said in a deep voice, our only way out now is to find a boat to cross the lake. Okay, let's go back. Wei Yang quickly hit the brakes, turned around, and headed back towards the end of the peninsula where the sanatorium was located. From a distance, everyone could see an immensely huge monster standing in the ruins of the former sanatorium, countless vines covering the ground as if adding a layer of green clothing to the place. Roar! The vine monster, seeing the bus daring to return, immediately roared in anger, and countless vines danced again, all entwining towards the bus. Quick, hide! Inside the car, the schoolflower, pale-faced, tightly gripped Xiao Chen's arm, trembling with fear. Hiss! Wei Yang drifted, speeding towards the lake away from the reach of the vines. Quick, everyone get off and find a boat. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Chen was the first to jump out, madly rushing towards the lake. The others followed closely behind. The group nervously searched around. Not here. Nothing here either. Teacher Han, what about over there? Nothing, absolutely nothing. 1 minute later, everyone gathered again, but to their despair, the lakeshore was bare, not a single boat in sight. Everyone looked at each other, feeling utterly hopeless. Ah! The unique howl of the zombies came from behind. Everyone turned around to see the densely packed group of zombies closing in on them, blocking all their ways out. Thousands of zombies gathered together, the terrifying pressure almost driving everyone insane. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by monsters. One boy couldn't bear the horror, suddenly screamed and jumped into the lake, desperately swimming towards the other shore. But as soon as he jumped in, he let out a scream. The surface of the lake where he was boiled up instantly, as if something in the water was tearing at him. The boy's blood quickly dyed the lake red. Crackle! Using flashlights in the dim light, everyone saw a horrifying scene. Countless fish surrounded the boy, their mouths full of sharp teeth, ferociously gnawing at his flesh. In the blink of an eye, the boy's arms and shoulders were reduced to bare bones. Help me! Save me! The boy was not dead yet, letting out a piercing scream. His face was still being bitten by 2 fish, his eyeballs falling out. But as he shouted twice, he was dragged underwater by countless piranhas. The lake's surface was left in a pool of red. Seeing the boy's tragic state, everyone fell silent. This time, even the last way of swimming across the lake was blocked. They really had no way out. Hee. Teacher Han Dao laughed bitterly. Damn God, what kind of world is this? Is it really that God wants to exterminate us humans? Woo woo! The swollen-faced ant sat on the damp soil, crying out, it's over, we're really finished. She scolded Xiao Chen, look at the mess you brought us, with blood-sucking monsters and man-eating fish. You jinx, we shouldn't have followed you here in the first place. Knowing they were doomed, she no longer feared Xiao Chen, venting all her dissatisfaction. Mom! The male student next to her, however, was stronger, urging, "Don't sit, until the last moment, we can't give up." He looked at Xiao Chen beside him with red eyes, shouted, "Xiao Chen, aren't you strong? Think of a way quickly." Xiao Chen looked at the lake surface already stained red with blood, also silent. Whether it was zombies, vine monsters, or piranhas, they were all forces he couldn't fight against. If he were alone, perhaps he could rely on the evil-slaying blade to fight his way out. The sharpness of the evil-slaying blade was enough to make these monsters unable to do anything to him. But the others. He looked at the school flower who had been holding onto his sleeve all along, sighed in his heart, unable to muster the courage to escape alone. Step, step, step. The group of zombies silently and resolutely closed in. But when they were about 30 meters away, suddenly all the zombies stopped. They just stared silently at the crowd, no longer roaring, no longer moving. As the crowd marveled at the strange behavior of these monsters, suddenly the zombie horde automatically separated, and a tall cloaked figure slowly walked out from within. Human? Everyone was surprised, but upon closer inspection, they found that it was not. This cloaked figure was a towering 3 meters tall, with a massive physique, like a small mountain. He exuded a strong cold aura all over his body. As he walked out, all the zombies bowed their heads in submission. The crowd was shocked. They stared in disbelief at this mysterious cloaked figure. The cloaked figure walked to the front, and the concealed eyes seemed to be assessing the crowd. Anyone he locked eyes with felt as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake, trembling all over. After gliding past everyone, he finally settled on Xiao Chen. "So, you are the human who dared to injure me?" A hoarse voice sounded from under the cloak. Ding! Meeting with the leader of the Blue Blood Clan, Night Owl, luck plus 100. Meeting the minimum standard. Activating luck ability. Survive in desperate situations. Ha! Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. He looked surprised as he glanced at the cloaked figure in front of him. Night Owl? Leader of the Blue Blood Clan? What is this? The sudden information from the system astonished him. Not only did it reveal the opponent's race and name, but just by meeting Night Owl once, he gained 100 points of luck. Wow! Since the system activated the luck value exchange function, he had been quite concerned about luck values. However, luck value acquisition was too mystical, and he had never quite understood it. System, what is luck ability? System, by consuming luck values, the host can increase their luck, survive in adversity, and find a way out in desperate situations. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This ability was simply incredible. With luck on his side, everything would go smoothly, and his wishes would come true. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation, making it the perfect time to use this ability. It was like falling asleep and getting a pillow, or getting high on hormones and meeting the school beauty. Looking up at Night Owl again, he felt a hint of cold kindness in his eyes. "I really have to thank you, giving me such a gift as soon as we meet." From daytime until now, he had been speculating that there were people controlling these zombies, but he never expected there to be someone behind them. This so-called leader of the Blue Blood Clan was probably the mastermind controlling the zombies. However, it was not the time to investigate this now. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use the luck ability to survive in desperate situations, the system rang out again. Ding! Task, tease Night Owl for 3 minutes. Reward, second type of superpower. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he silently looked at the mysterious cloaked figure. Facing him, Night Owl saw Xiao Chen remain silent for a long time and sneered, "Human, it seems you don't cherish this opportunity to speak. Then I'll just send you on your way directly." Xiao Chen fell silent and asked, "Who are you?" Night Owl chuckled, "You don't need to know who I am. Just tell me, how did you hurt my darling?" But before he could finish, Xiao Chen interrupted, "Do you want to know who I am?" Night Owl was taken aback. Subconsciously, he asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Chen said seriously, "I might be your long-lost father." Night Owl's body trembled. "You bastard." It took Night Owl 2 seconds to realize that he had been teased by Xiao Chen. He twitched his cheek and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, you seem to be tired of living. Don't worry, I'll let my darling slowly devour you later, giving you a little more time to live." Xiao Chen kept an eye on the time and said, "Oh, who is your darling?" Night Owl gestured, and a black figure shot out from the zombie horde, appearing next to Night Owl in the blink of an eye. It affectionately rubbed against Night Owl's leg. It was the 6-eyed top predator. Xiao Chen calmly said, "So, it's your pet." In fact, he had guessed it long ago. Since the Night Owl appeared here, he has been thinking about how he was targeted by the other party. After much consideration, he could only think of this extremely unusual and cunning predator. However, what surprised him was that the 6-eyed monster, which had originally had 3 tails and 1 front paw severed by him, was now completely unharmed, even the blind eye had healed. Growl! The 6-eyed monster, upon seeing Xiao Chen, let out a threatening growl, seemingly holding a grudge against Xiao Chun for injuring it. It seemed eager to pounce on Xiao Chen and devour him. Don't be impatient, be good, the night owl caressed the six-eyed monster's head. I will hand this human over to you later, so you can enjoy this feast. He looked up at Xiao Chen. Human, I am curious, how does your ability to make people cry work? Did you use some kind of method, or do you really have such a superpower? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. Do you want to know? The night owl's eyelids twitched. He had a feeling that Xiao Chen was not going to say anything good. Indeed, he then heard Xiao Chen's expressionless voice saying, guess? The night owl felt his blood pressure rising. Alright, since you refuse to say, I will have to find out your secret from your corpse. He raised his hand, about to command the zombie army to attack. Wait! Xiao Chen suddenly shouted. The night owl grinned menacingly, now you ask for mercy? Too late. Ant, go die. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, Night owl, how dare you challenge me? The night owl's body trembled, looking at Xiao Chen in disbelief, his hand frozen in midair. How do you know my name? Since his appearance, he had always concealed his face with a cloak, not even showing his face, let alone being recognized by this mere human. Moreover, he had only appeared on the surface for a day. This was unscientific. Xiao Chen's expression was serious as he sighed heavily, alas. Night owl, you have made a big mistake. I didn't want to reveal my identity. For the sake of the Blue Blood Clan's grand cause, for the future of the clan, I have hidden among humans for a long time. It was all for planning a major event. I never expected to be forced out by you today. Night owl, you have truly brought a great disaster upon yourself. The night owl was shocked beyond measure. You. If he had any doubts when his name was mentioned, now that his Blue Blood Clan identity was revealed, he was almost certain that the other party knew about him. Who are you exactly? The night owl swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. Xiao Chen sighed deeply, as if reminiscing and lamenting. It has been many years, I can't remember how long I have been lurking in the human world. For that major event, for the grand plan of our Blue Blood Clan, I have schemed and worked tirelessly to become a high-ranking human. This time was meant to seize control of the human government amidst the chaos. But today, you have exposed my identity. What a calamity! Not only the night owl, but even the surrounding students and teachers were shocked. They looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief, as if they didn't recognize him at all. Han Dao's mouth hung open wide. Xiao Chen, you are not human? The ant's son exclaimed in shock. The ant suddenly screamed, I knew he was a monster, I had suspected him long ago. He was abnormal in school. Other students didn't have weapons, but he did. And, his roar could make others cry. Even the zombies couldn't stand it, he must not be a normal person. I never thought he would turn out to be a traitor to humanity, a spy. Beat him, beat this traitor, she said, about to rush forward to hit Xiao Chen. Fortunately, she was held back by her son. Xiao Chen was speechless, almost bursting into laughter at this moment because of this brainless ant. If it weren't for the night owl present, he really wanted to jump up and give this ant 10 slaps to wake her up. On the other side, the night owl looked at Xiao Chen with uncertainty, mixed with some surprise and probing. This, senior. Are you really my senior in the Blue Blood Clan? But why have I never seen you before? Xiao Chen's face darkened. If you don't know me, it only means that your level is too low and you are not qualified to know such confidential matters. Now that my identity has been exposed, what do you think we should do? Night Owl Commander. He emphasized the word commander. Night Owl, upon hearing the mention of his position, became more convinced. His eyes shifted. Suddenly he said, Senior, there's no need to worry. The only people who know your identity are present here. As long as we kill all of them, no one will know who you are, right? Han Dao and the others were shocked and started to step back. Damn! This guy is ruthless enough. Xiao Chen watched as Night Owl continued to target the school flower and others, knowing that he still harbored suspicions and wanted to test himself using his classmates' lives. But he couldn't afford to do so. Rest assured, Senior, I will ensure that these people keep our secret forever. Night Owl smirked and was about to give the order to kill. Suddenly, Xiao Chen said, Wait. Night Owl's chin revealed a meaningful smile, and he turned to ask, What's wrong, Senior? Do you have any questions? Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment. He felt like he couldn't continue the act. He panicked in his mind. System, isn't it time yet? Asterisk ding. Asterisk task completed. Reward, second superpower, look, meteor. When activated, the enemy will fall inevitably. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? I knew I shouldn't have expected anything from this damn system. Indeed, the second superpower was still unreliable. Seeing Night Owl's increasingly suspicious gaze, he shouted in his mind, System, consume luck, activate the survival in desperate situations ability. Quick, get us out of here. Asterisk ding. Asterisk consuming 100 luck points, activating the survival in desperate situations function. Just as the system prompt appeared, nothing happened. Xiao Chen, huh? What the hell? Where is the survival in desperate situations? Where is the survive in death you promised? Why is there no movement at all? System, weren't you supposed to find a way for me to escape the dire situation? Where is the way? System, turn around and walk straight. Xiao Chen glanced at the lake behind him. Are you kidding me? The lake is full of piranhas. Are you calling this a way to survive? System, believe it or not, I don't care. Damn it. Here we go again. Can't we have a proper conversation? Always throwing a tantrum at the slightest disagreement. Are you the host or am I the host? Can't we play nicely? Night Owl saw Xiao Chen's silence and his smile became more triumphant. Waving his hand, he said, kill them all. Wait. Seeing the zombies about to attack, Xiao Chen had to speak up to stop them. Night Owl turned around, looking at Xiao Chen with a smile that seemed to hide something. What's wrong? Does the senior not want them to die? Or was everything just now a deception, and you're not one of us in the Blue Blood clan? Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he smirked. No, I just think killing them like this is too boring. I have a good idea that can both silence them and be entertaining. Night Owl, intrigued, asked, oh? I'm all ears. Xiao Chen pointed to the lake behind him and said with a fake smile, this lake is full of piranhas. How about feeding these ants to the fish? I love watching others struggle before they die. The crowd was shocked at Xiao Chen's words. They couldn't believe he would say such things. The auntie was the first to break down. You despicable person, how can your heart be so cruel? I knew you weren't a good person. Now you've finally shown your true colors. Oh God, why don't you strike this villain dead? No, Xiao is not like that. Teacher Qin stared blankly at Xiao Chen, as if she didn't recognize him. Even Wei Yang and the schoolflower were stunned by Xiao Chen's words. Night Owl was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Xiao Chen to say such things. He then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Good. I didn't expect the senior to share the same hobby as me. I also like to hear people wail before they die. Then his expression turned cold, waving his hand. Since that's the case, then force them into the lake. Under his command, the surrounding zombies immediately closed in, pushing Wei Yang and the others towards the lake. The crowd panicked and retreated. But they were already by the lake, so retreating further meant stepping into the muddy shore. Xiao Chen, how could you do this to us? Han Dao shouted. Damn you, Xiao Chen, I curse you to die a horrible death, a male teacher roared. Wu, no, I don't want to be eaten by monsters. Luna and the crowd cried out loudly, Xiao Chen, don't kill me, I'm willing to join you. Please don't kill me. The crowd cried, cursed, and pushed back. The piranhas in the lake, seeing food coming their way, excitedly gathered at the shore, waiting for their prey to enter the water. Interesting. The nearby Night Owl watched with relish. System, where's the road? Where's the road? Seeing Wei Yang and the school beauty being forced into the lake, Xiao Chen became anxious, his expression on the verge of breaking. Who? Just then, a sudden cold wind swept through the world. The fierce wind howled, and a chilling air enveloped everything. The freezing temperature instantly swept across Swan Lake. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Starting from the lake's edge, the lake's surface visibly froze thickly. It spread rapidly, freezing the entire Swan Lake within seconds. In an instant, the whole Swan Lake turned into an ice lake. Ah! Wei Yang and the others by the lake were stunned. The monsters on the shore were also shocked. Everyone stared in astonishment, frozen in place. Even the Night Owl was stunned by the sudden change. However, just as everyone stood still, a figure suddenly appeared behind them like lightning, kicking the fat ant into the frozen lake with one swift motion. What are you standing there for? Run! Xiao Chen shouted loudly. He then kicked the ant's son into the lake as well. Wei Yang, stop daydreaming, run! Xiao Chen yelled, kicking several dazed people onto the ice-covered lake. Finally, he grabbed Teacher Qin and the school beauty and ran forward. It was only then that the crowd reacted. Run! They all screamed in panic and ran towards the lake. Although they didn't know why the lake had frozen, they knew they had a way out and had to escape quickly. The Night Owl finally came to his senses. He watched Xiao Chen fleeing and his cheeks twitched. I knew you weren't one of my Blue Blood clan. Thinking about being intimidated by Xiao Chen earlier, he felt embarrassed and, seeing everyone running far away, he gritted his teeth. Get them all, don't let anyone escape. I want them all to feed the fish. The dark horde of zombies swiftly followed his command. But what shocked the Night Owl was that the lake, which had just frozen, quickly turned back into water after the people ran past, revealing the dark lake surface. The zombies chasing behind all screamed and fell into the water. As soon as the zombies fell in, the piranhas in the lake swarmed like sharks smelling blood, drowning the fallen zombies in an instant. Hundreds of zombies perished in the mouths of the fish. This. The night owl was greatly shocked. He couldn't understand what was happening. It was covered in thick ice just a moment ago. How did it all melt in an instant? This is not scientific. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up abruptly. Could it be, this is that guy's superpower? Watching Xiaochen already leading a group of people to the other side of the lake, the night owl's expression became extremely serious. No, this person must not be allowed to leave. He must have a great secret. Swish! With that, the night owl's cloak unfurled on its own without wind. Then, he pushed off the ground, covering a distance of over 10 meters like a gust of wind, chasing after Xiaochen. He was like a large bird. Even though the solid ice on the lake has melted, the night owl only lightly touched the surface of the lake with its toes before flying past, leaving the man-eating fish in the lake watching him drift away. Humans, don't leave! The night owl howled. At this moment, Xiaochen had just led everyone across the lake when he turned around to see the night owl swiftly chasing after them like a large bird. Not good. Xiaochen was startled. He's coming after us. He let go of the school beauty and teacher Qin, and said to Wei Yang, Fatty, you lead everyone north, don't stop. Wei Yang anxiously asked, what about you? Xiaochen drew his evil slaying blade, held a shield in his left hand, and solemnly said, I'll stop him here. Otherwise, none of us can leave. Wei Yang knew he couldn't help Xiaochen, so he could only sigh and say, Xiaozi, be careful. The school beauty held Xiaochen's hand, tears in her eyes. Xiaochen, hurry up and go. Xiaochen stared gravely at the approaching night owl, not looking back as he shouted. Only then did everyone leave. Seeing the night owl chasing urgently, Xiaochen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, remembering the second superpower he had just acquired. Hey, night owl commander! He shouted. Seeing the night owl's attention diverted, Xiaochen suddenly looked shocked at the sky. Look, a shooting star! The night owl was immediately drawn by Xiaochen's words, subconsciously looking up at the sky. But the sky was dark and there was nothing there. When he realized he had been tricked, he suddenly slipped and fell face-first into the muddy ground by the lake. Night owl? This fall was heavy and fierce, leaving him dazed, lying on the ice for several seconds before coming to his senses. What the hell? The night owl was at a loss, unable to accept this reality. Since becoming a transcendent being, he had forgotten what it was like to fall. Ha ha ha, night owl, you're so funny, falling like that as an adult. Didn't your mother tell you to watch where you're going? Came mocking laughter from the other side. The night owl looked up to see Xiaochen laughing at him, which made him explode. You ant, how dare you mock me? I'll kill you. He leaped up from the ground, full of murderous intent, and continued to pounce on Xiaochen. At this moment, Xiaochen once again surprised him by saying, Look, another shooting star. The night owl angrily said, Do you think I'll believe you again? You dare to use such childish tricks a second time? Die, ant. Chirp. Bang. There was a sound of friction on the ground, and the night owl once again fell spectacularly. Night owl? Xiaochen? The two stood facing each other for 2 seconds. The night owl's face seemed to change magically, turning red in an instant. Embarrassment. Shame. Losing face. At that moment, the night owl wished he could find a hole to hide in, trembling with shame all over. He couldn't believe that as a commanding transcendent being, he had fallen twice in a row in front of a human, completely losing face. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an embarrassing and shameful situation. You. The night owl silently climbed out of the mud, about to speak. Ha ha ha. Xiaochen burst into crazy laughter. Oh, I can't take it. Night owl, you're so funny. I've never seen you so entertaining. Are you from the Blue Blood clan sent to make me laugh? The night owl's mouth twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he said, Enough. He glared fiercely at Xiaochen, wishing he could kill the despicable guy in front of him. Xiaochen suddenly said, What are you looking at? The next moment, tears gushed from the night owl's eyes, flowing down uncontrollably. The night owl was shocked. What the hell? Why am I crying? He reached out to wipe his tears, but the more he wiped, the more tears flowed, his face covered in tears. Xiaochen immediately found it amusing. Wow, these two superpowers combined are insane. It was only then that he could see the night owl's appearance. Similar to humans in most aspects, the only two differences are that the night owl's face is very white, with almost transparent skin that reveals veins and bones underneath. The other difference is their very large eyes, with purple irises taking up half of them, making them look like characters from a cartoon. At this moment, as he wiped away tears, he looked even more comical and ridiculous. You! The night owl across from him cried out, What have you done to me? Damn humans! He tried hard to hold back the urge to cry, feeling embarrassed. It was as if he had been made to cry by Xiaochen, but he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Xiaochen chuckled, Stop crying, Be good, Uncle will buy you candy when we get back. The night owl was about to go crazy. Human, I will skin you alive, he roared, charging towards Xiao Chen with tears streaming down his face. He was determined to take down Xiao Chen at all costs today. Holy crap! Xiao Chen turned and ran. By now, Wei Yang and the others had already run far away. To avoid leading the night owl to them, Xiao Chen chose a path heading west. Under the cover of night, two figures swiftly moved across the ground, chasing and fleeing in the wetland park. Xiao Chen's speed was fast, pushing his human physical limits to possess great strength and speed, maneuvering through various terrains effortlessly, covering 3 to 4 meters in a single step. But the night owl was even faster. The cloak he wore seemed to be made of some kind of treasure, enveloped in an invisible force field that allowed him to glide effortlessly like a bird, swiftly catching up to Xiao Chen. Look, a shooting star! Xiao Chen suddenly turned around. The night owl was furious, again? He didn't look up at the sky, his eyes fixed on the ground to prevent himself from falling. But as soon as he lowered his head, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead, a great force smashing down on him, causing him to tumble and fall to the ground. It turned out that a thick branch had broken for some unknown reason and hit him on the head, knocking him down. The night owl was dumbfounded. He looked at the branch and then at a caterpillar crawling past his face, feeling puzzled about life. What was happening? He couldn't understand why he had fallen despite being extremely cautious. What kind of supernatural power did the other side possess? Why was its effect so mysterious? Yes, he now understood that Xiao Chen had used 2 types of supernatural powers on him. The first was to make him cry, something he had learned from his pet. That was bearable, just tears, at most affecting his vision. But the second one was too abnormal. Despite being extremely cautious, he couldn't avoid falling. It was simply unbelievable. Huff, huff. Xiao Chen, equally exhausted, took the opportunity while the night owl was questioning life to regain his strength. I say, night owl, brother, stop chasing. Can we call it quits? You can't catch up to me anyway. He also realized that the night owl's strength far surpassed his own, and if not for his overly powerful supernatural abilities, he would have been torn apart by the night owl long ago. The night owl got up from the ground with a stern face. Human, what's your name? You now have the privilege of letting me know your name. Xiao Chen chuckled, then remember it well, my name is Kai Dali. Kai Dali. The night owl repeated, looking up seriously. Alright, Kai Dali, you have the privilege of making me use my full power. As he spoke, a purple flame suddenly surged from his cloak, enveloping him instantly. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from the night owl's body. Rolling waves of energy spread out, causing the grass on the ground to flatten as if under an invisible force. All life in the bushes perished in an instant. What is this? Xiao Chen was shocked, stepping back repeatedly. He also felt a strong pressure, as if his body was being oppressed by an invisible force, feeling extremely stifled inside. At that moment, the night owl's body slowly floated up, like a bird, truly taking flight. Holy crap! Xiao Chen was shocked to see this scene. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. The night owl in the purple flames opened its cold eyes and said coldly, now you want to leave, it's too late. With that, like a ball of flame, it flew towards Xiao Chen. What are you looking at? Xiao Chen felt the night owl approaching from behind and shouted loudly. The night owl's tears surged again, blurring his vision. Damn it! The night owl gritted its teeth, locked onto Xiao Chen's breath, and threw a ball of purple flames at him. Boom! The purple flames hit Xiao Chen like a cannonball, sending him flying several meters. Xiao Chen spat out blood, almost knocked out. Prepare to die, Kai Dali. The night owl roared in anger, the purple flames on its body gathered again, forming a flame 3 times larger than before. Just as he was about to throw it, Xiao Chen turned around again. Look, a shooting star. But the night owl was unmoved, mocking, Kai Dali, trying to deceive even at death's door. I don't believe it, I can fly in the sky without falling. With that, he locked onto Xiao Chen and threw the 3 times larger flame at him. Whoosh! Just as he let go, he suddenly felt a gust of evil wind coming from above, almost too fast for him to react. The night owl's heart skipped a beat and looked up. Then he saw a blazing white broom-shaped object falling from above, crashing directly onto the 3 times larger flame he had just released. What the hell? The night owl was horrified. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in front of the night owl, engulfing the surroundings in a huge flame and white light, creating a small mushroom cloud. Xiao Chen stood tens of meters away, dumbfounded by the explosion. He muttered, why don't you believe it, there really is a shooting star. At this moment, Xiao Chen was also shocked, because he didn't expect a tiny meteor to actually fall from the sky. Clearly, this superpower was just a skill to make people fall, so how did it actually attract a meteor? This is unscientific. I wonder if that guy is dead? Xiao Chen thought, and when the explosion finally ended, he cautiously approached. The explosion created a huge pit on the ground, melting everything around it, now burning with raging flames, blackening the earth. Ha! Xiaochen glanced at the huge pit and didn't find the night owl's body, but instead saw a 2-meter diameter hole at the bottom of the pit. It was pitch black inside, leading to an unknown destination. Not good. His heart sank. He's not dead. Xiao Chen's mind raced, looking at the hole, contemplating whether to go down and investigate. Just then, a strong sense of weakness struck him, similar to when he last used his first superpower on a large scale. His mind muddled, consciousness blurred, exhausted, and wanting only to sleep. He staggered, almost falling. Damn, I knew there wouldn't be any good in this. The aftermath of summoning the shooting star had appeared. Superpowers should not be used recklessly. I have to get out of here quickly. Feeling increasingly exhausted, he stumbled northward. Shortly after Xiao Chen left, a furious and resentful roar echoed from the hole at the bottom of the pit. Kai Dali, I will find you and tear you to pieces. North of Swan Lake, Xiao Chen immediately returned to search for Wei Yang and the school flower after shaking off the night owl, but found no trace of them in the wetland park. Following the footprints, Xiao Chen headed north. On the nearby road, he saw a large number of severely damaged zombie bodies, as if a fierce battle had taken place here. What's this? Xiao Chen picked up a brass bullet casing from the ground, glanced around, and found many discarded bullet casings. It should have been left after a large-scale exchange of fire. After a little thought, it became clear, there should have been an army passing through here. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and looked around. Finally, he saw a prominent line of red characters on an advertising wall. Xiao Zi, we went to Dongyang. Come find me. The words behind were not finished, seemingly interrupted by someone. It was Wei Yang's handwriting. It seems they were rescued by the military. He knew Dongyang, a normal prefecture-level city slightly northwest of Linen City, famous not for its scenic spots but for a huge military base, the core of the southwestern military power. If Wei Yang and the school flower were taken there, it would be good news. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help came from a charging station on the roadside, interrupting Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen frowned and did not act immediately. His current condition was really bad. His body had suffered internal injuries from the night owl's flames, causing pain with every step. His mental state was also almost exhausted from multiple uses of superpowers. Not to mention saving people, it was difficult for him to even stay awake. He was now pushing himself to keep moving. Just as he was about to leave, the glass window of the charging station suddenly shattered, and a beautiful woman fell out with a little girl in her arms. Xiaoqin, take the child and run. A man's hoarse voice came from inside the charging station. Not far behind the woman and child, a man covered in blood was struggling with a large zombie over 2 meters tall. The man held a sharp knife and desperately stabbed the zombie, trying to hold it back. But his strength was too weak, and although he stabbed the zombie several times, it only suffered minor injuries. The enraged zombie knocked the man down and bit him with a gaping mouth. Ah! The man let out a scream of agony, blood gushing from his neck. But even so, he did not forget his wife and child, holding onto the zombie with his last breath, shouting to the woman, "Run, Xiuqin, run." Jianhua. The woman let out a desperate cry. The man opened his mouth, unable to speak due to the pierced throat. But he still gestured with his eyes for the woman to escape quickly. The woman burst into tears, hugged the child tightly, and ran towards the main road. "Daddy!" The little girl cried out in the woman's arms, reaching out to the man, "I want daddy." The man gave his daughter a final smile, and said, "Run." The zombie roared as it saw its prey escaping, and with a fierce pull, it broke all the blood vessels and bones in the man's neck. The man's body shook violently, the vitality in his eyes fading, and his hands weakly let go. The next moment, the zombie gave up eating the man and chased after the woman and child. In its eyes, all three were its prey, and none could escape. The zombie's speed was very fast, moving on all fours, and caught up with the woman in a few breaths. "Mommy!" The little girl saw the monster chasing them, screaming in terror, "Monster, monster!" "Ah ah ah!" The woman's footsteps quickened, her high heels long gone, now running barefoot for her life. Suddenly, she saw Xiaochen standing still on the road, as if she had seen a savior, and shouted, "Help, please save us." She desperately ran towards Xiao Chen. Seeing the mother and daughter about to be caught by the zombie, Xiao Chen sighed and stopped in his tracks. Cough, cough. He weakly coughed twice and said to the approaching woman, "You go, I'll hold it back." But the woman completely ignored him, carrying the little girl and running past him without a word. Xiao Chen, ah. He shook his head helplessly, looking seriously at the approaching large zombie. With a height of over 2 meters, well-built muscles, and stronger strength and speed than ordinary zombies, it seemed to be an evolved zombie. "Let me see who is stronger, me, a human limit warrior, or you." Roar! The huge zombie, seeing that its prey didn't run away, excitedly roared and swiped a claw. Previously, it had used this move to knock down all the food that dared to resist, without any opponents. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiao Chen was pushed back several steps by it with a shield in hand. It is indeed strong. He shook his numb hand and found that even though he had reached the human physical limit, he was still slightly weaker than this zombie. Come on! Xiao Chen didn't even need the evil slayer sword, just fought with the zombie with a shield in hand. Although this zombie was tall and strong, it was not very agile, being played around in circles by Xiao Chen. After 2 minutes of intense fighting, Xiao Chen found that this zombie had strength but a simple mind, using only a few moves repeatedly, either clawing or biting, far inferior to Night Owl, the top predator pet. There was no effect of honing combat skills. Die! Impatient, Xiao Chen took advantage of a flaw in the zombie, swiftly beheaded it with the sharp evil slayer sword. Shaking his head, looks like I need a tougher opponent. Okay, you can come out now. He sheathed his long sword and casually shouted behind him, but there was no response. Xiao Chen turned back in confusion. Where are the people? Hiss! A sound of tires rubbing against the ground came from a distance. A white car suddenly rushed out of the parking lot exit, crashing through the barrier and speeding northward. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen could only see the car disappearing on the road. However, in that instant, he had already seen the woman sitting in the driver's seat. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Damn it! While Xiao Chen was sulking, a white light lit up in the southern sky, illuminating half of the sky in a blink. What's that? Xiao Chen turned around in surprise. Then, he was shocked to see a huge black and red mushroom cloud rising slowly from the city center, with bright white light and flames soaring into the sky, creating a circular hole in the clouds. Boom! After several seconds, a deafening explosion came from the city center, and even Xiao Chen in the suburbs could clearly feel the shock of the blast. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the giant mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high, swallowing his saliva. What happened? How could such a massive explosion suddenly occur in the city center? Could it be? He had a certain guess in his heart. It seems that the human high-ups have not lost their fighting power. Yesterday's disaster came too suddenly, and Lena City was not prepared at all, losing 99% of its population. By now, the city was probably overrun by zombies, completely fallen. The large explosion in the city center now confirmed this. He looked at the cloud and silently said, I need to find the school flower and the others quickly. 6 hours later, Xiao Chen rode a mountain bike towards Dongyang City in the north. It's not that he didn't want to drive, but damn it, he couldn't drive. It was quite embarrassing. He failed the driving test 3 times, failed the second part twice, and the third part once, almost becoming his demon. Despite daring to confront zombies head-on, he felt a bit nervous once he sat in the driver's seat. This was ultimately related to the death of his parents. It was a mental barrier. Phew! Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and Xiao Chen felt a chill on his face. Looking up, he found that it had started snowing. It's worth noting that Lena City was located in the southwest of the Divine Land, where snow was rare, even in winter, let alone now in autumn. But the fact was that the sky was now sprinkling snowflakes, and the temperature dropped sharply. No! You beasts, give me back my things. Just as Xiao Chen was about to ride all the way to Dongyang over 100 kilometers away, a commotion on the roadside caught his attention. He glanced over and suddenly stopped in surprise, because he found a somewhat familiar white sedan on the side of the road. He followed the direction of the argument and saw a group of survivors setting up tents on the flat ground by the road, apparently preparing to spend the night here. The people arguing were 3 men and a woman. When he saw the woman, Xiao Chen immediately smiled. It's really you. When he saw the white car, he guessed it was this woman, but he didn't expect to meet her here. At this moment, the woman named Xiuqin was staring angrily at the 3 men, her face red with anger. Give it back to me, this is something I found. Are you still men, even snatching things from a woman? Li Xiuqin was like a lioness, not backing down even in front of 3 men. The thing they were arguing about was just a box of bread. One man across from them said angrily, What do you mean it's yours? This bread was clearly placed here by me to bake and eat. You're the thief, yet you dare to turn the tables. Yes, you thief have the nerve to speak. I warn you, don't cause trouble again, or please leave. We don't need a troublemaker in this camp. Li Xiuqin held onto the bread tightly. Seeing that the men were about to get physical, she suddenly sat on the ground and burst into tears. Oh God, please open your eyes and see. Several grown men actually ganging up to bully a woman. They even snatch things from children. People from the camp were attracted by the commotion. She continued tearfully, all of you, please reason with me. This box of bread is clearly my daughter Xiaohua's snack. They are forcibly claiming it as their own. Several grown men have no shame, they even snatch my daughter's snack. The men across from her looked at Li Xiuqin, who was wailing like a shrew, feeling helpless. Mom! A girl named Xiaohua stood timidly behind Li Xiuqin, tears in her eyes as she said, "Mom, I'm hungry." The pitiful look of the little girl was truly heartwarming, and many people showed sympathy. The faces of the three men across from them turned even uglier. The man with glasses suddenly let go, threw the bread in front of Li Xiuqin, and said, "Forget it, you can have it if you want." Li Xiuqin was overjoyed, quickly took the box and stuffed it into her daughter's arms, whispering, "Xiaohua, eat quickly, eat quickly." The girl, seeing the food, immediately felt hunger pangs and started devouring the bread. "Mom, it's delicious, you should eat too." At this point, the onlookers understood the situation. The bread most likely belonged to the man with glasses, and Li Xiuqin had stolen it while he was away at the tent. However, Li Xiuqin's shameless act of stealing was for the sake of her daughter. Ah! There was a sigh in the crowd. What a dog-eat-dog world. As the little girl gobbled up the bread, a man in his 50s or 60s who seemed to be the leader suddenly handed over a bottle of water. "Let the child drink, don't choke." Li Xiuqin squeezed out a smile, "Thank you, thank you." She unscrewed the cap and handed it to her daughter, "Quick, drink some water." At this moment, the leader said, "After the child finishes eating, you should leave here." Li Xiuqin's smile froze on her face. "What did you say?" The leader shook his head, "Madam, I know you did all this for your daughter. But you took Chen Cheng's bread, and now Chen Cheng's son will go hungry. It wasn't easy for everyone to escape, and they didn't bring much supplies. This food is almost life-saving. Your actions are making it difficult for us. So, after eating, you should leave." After hearing this, Li Xiuqin screamed, "You want us to leave?" She pointed to the snowy wilderness around them. "On such a cold day, where do you want us to go? It's almost dark. Are you trying to force us to death, the two of us? I can't take it anymore." She sat on the ground again, throwing a tantrum. The leader said, "Don't you have a car? Just drive away. Why make a scene here?" Li Xiuqin cried out, "Our car has no electricity, no fuel, and the chassis is broken. We can't run at all. Besides, this is a desolate place. Where do you want us to go? You look quite old, how can you be so heartless? Even a little girl is in danger." The leading man was also very troubled. Dealing with such a shameless woman was really difficult. In the crowd, Xiao Chen watched Li Xiuqin's amazing performance and was greatly amazed, marveling at her. This woman, she really does everything she can to survive. Seeing the leading man in a dilemma, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up, "What's so difficult about this? Just give her a new car." Everyone looked at him, only to find a stranger in the camp. "Hey, who are you?" Sitting on the ground, Li Xiuqin was surprised to see Xiao Chen, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She exclaimed, "How are you still alive?" Seeing Xiao Chen, Li Xiuqin felt like she was seeing a ghost. At that time, when she used Xiao Chen as a scapegoat, she never thought Xiao Chen could survive. After all, she saw with her own eyes how easily that zombie killed everyone at the charging station, knowing that the zombie was not something humans could resist. That's why she left Xiao Chen behind and drove away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen survived. The little girl, seeing Xiao Chen, pointed at him in surprise and said, "Mom, it's that big brother." Xiao Chen bent down and said, "Little one, we meet again." Although he was disgusted by Li Xiuqin, the little girl was quite pretty, with big eyes that were very endearing. The middle-aged man in charge asked curiously, "Young man, do you know them?" "I do." Xiao Chen looked at Li Xiuqin, and with a meaningful look, said, "Of course I know her." Li Xiuqin dared not look at Xiao Chen, feeling ashamed and lowering her head. "I see." The middle-aged man in charge glanced at the green package behind Xiao Chen and immediately recognized it as a set of wilderness survival equipment. After pondering for 2 seconds, he said, "Young man, since you are acquainted, you will take care of them tonight. Is that okay with you?" He didn't mention driving away Li Xiuqin anymore. Xiao Chen looked up at the darkening sky. At this moment, heavy snow was falling, the temperature was dropping sharply, and ice had formed on the ground. Without proper insulation at night, they might freeze to death in this wilderness. Fortunately, when he came from the charging station, he brought plenty of wilderness equipment, with tents and food in abundance. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Chen shook his head, "No." The middle-aged man in charge was taken aback. But Xiao Chen chuckled and said, "Although I know this lady, it doesn't mean we are friends. So, I wish them good luck." With that, he walked into the camp with his package, found a place to set up a tent, and went inside. This person. The crowd watched him walk away, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. The middle-aged man in charge frowned, looking at Xiao Chen's back thoughtfully, feeling that this person was somewhat strange. In this post-apocalyptic disaster, even the survivors who managed to escape were solemn. But this person, facing such a cruel environment, could still smile. He was definitely not an ordinary person. A cold wind blew, lifting snowflakes into the air. Everyone shrank their necks in response. Yesterday, they had escaped wearing autumn clothes, so they were freezing. Mom, I'm so cold. The little girl tearfully held onto Li Xiuqin's arm. Li Xiuqin quickly got up and grabbed the hand of the middle-aged man in charge, pleading, "Big brother, please give us a tent. We don't need food, just let us survive. I'm willing to buy it. I have a gold necklace, a diamond ring, I'll give them all to you." She hurriedly took off her jewelry. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm sorry, we don't even have enough for ourselves. We don't have any extras to give you. It's late, you should go rest in the car with the child." Then, he said to everyone, "Let's all go back." Li Xiuqin screamed, "Don't leave, I'm begging you. My car is broken, there is no heating, we will freeze to death in the car. Please help us." But no one paid any attention to her, each returning to their own tent. Li Xiuqin stared blankly as they left. Suddenly she wailed, "Damn it, are you trying to kill us?" Sitting in the snow, she cried bitterly. In one day, she lost her mother and watched her husband die tragically before her eyes. Facing adversity at this moment finally broke this strong woman. The little girl watched her mother collapse and cried along with her. "Mom, Mom, don't cry." The little girl cried as she tried to wipe her mother's tears, but she couldn't wipe them all away. Li Xiuqin held her daughter and cried loudly, her sorrowful cries echoing throughout the camp. However, no one came out to speak. With over 10 people and only 5 tents, there was no room left. It was impossible to spare a tent for Li Xiuqin. Moreover, their disgust towards Li Xiuqin's previous theft and framing behavior made them unwilling to help. Besides, although the car was cold, it wouldn't really freeze them to death. So no one lent a hand. The wind and snow raged, the cold wind howled. A mother and daughter in the midst of doomsday hugged each other and cried in the snow, adding a touch of cruelty to this apocalyptic disaster. After crying for half a day and seeing no one offering help, Li Xiuqin fell silent. "Xiaohua, let's go." Just as she was about to take her daughter back to the car, a pair of feet suddenly appeared in front of her. Li Xiuqin was stunned. Following the feet up, she saw a young and handsome face. It was Xiao Chen. "You," Li Xiuqin said. Xiao Chen didn't look at her, but smiled at the little girl. "Little one, there's a fire burning in my tent, very warm. And there's lots of delicious food, do you want to come over?" The little girl's bright eyes lit up. "Really?" Xiao Chen chuckled, "Of course. Look what I have." He took out a bag of snacks from behind and handed it to the little girl. The little girl immediately took it with a smile. "Wow, it's handsome baby potato chips, big brother, you're so nice." Seeing Xiao Chen being so kind to her daughter, Li Xiuqin's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. "Classmate." But Xiao Chen just said lightly, "Don't think too much. I can let her stay in my tent overnight. But you should stay in the car." Li Xiuqin was stunned. A look of struggle appeared on her face. But watching her daughter happily eating the chips, she gritted her teeth. "Fine, it's good for Xiaohua to stay. I'll sleep in the car." "Mom!" Xiaohua was taken aback, suddenly feeling that the chips in her hand weren't as tasty anymore. She was 7 years old and very sensible. She knew that the decision-maker was Xiao Chen, so she looked at him pitifully. "Big brother, can you let Mom come over too? Mom can take care of people and tell stories. When we go to sleep, let Mom tell us stories, okay?" Xiao Chen patted the little girl's head gently. "Little one, everyone has to pay the price for their mistakes, otherwise, no one would dare to be a good person in this world." After speaking, he turned and left. "You think about it." "Wait." Li Xiuqin quickly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm and resolutely placed her daughter's hand in his. "I entrust my daughter to you." With that, she dared not look at the little girl again, turned and ran back to the car. "Mom!" The little girl stared blankly as she watched her mother run away, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Chen picked up the little girl. "Let's go." Taking the little girl back to the tent, the brazier was burning brightly, warming up the tent and dispelling the cold outside. Xiao Chen took out a pile of snacks from his bag. "Here, take whatever you want to eat, don't be afraid, there's plenty here." But the little girl was still unhappy, looking outside the tent from time to time. Xiao Chen was helpless. "Little one, what's your name?" The little girl said crisply, "Big brother, my name is Wang Yuqing, but my mom always calls me Xiaohua." "Okay, Xiaohua." Xiao Chen draped a combat jacket over the little girl and said, "If you're not sleepy, keep watch for me for a while. I'm injured and need to rest." He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, his body was internally injured, and his mind was exhausted. He really needed rest. The little girl immediately said, "Okay, big brother, you can sleep peacefully, I'll keep watch for you." Xiao Chen lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. As the little girl kept watch, she looked at a pile of food in the tent, her face showing a struggle. Finally, she made up her mind. She whispered to the sleeping Xiao Chen, "Big brother, I'm sorry, but I need to bring some food to my mom, or she'll go hungry. She opened the tent, grabbed a few boxes of compressed biscuits, and ran out. Xiao Chen, still asleep, didn't open his eyes, but a smile appeared on his lips as he turned over and continued sleeping. Suddenly, a sharp neighing sound pierced the night, breaking the silence. Xiao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Not good, Xiao Hua. He opened the tent and rushed out. The camp was already in chaos. Monster! Monster! A woman screamed, running towards Xiao Chen from a tent ahead, her face full of fear. She wasn't even wearing clothes, her flesh jiggling. Xiao Chen was shocked. Not good. Because that was where Xiao Hua's mother was, and Xiao Hua had just gone over there. Xiao Hua! Xiao Chen shouted the girl's name, holding his sword and shield as he charged towards the woman. At that moment, another man emerged from the tent, but a red monster had bitten his shoulder, tearing off half of it. The monster, resembling a 2-meter-long cheetah but with no fur and blood oozing, looked ferocious. The monster bit the man's shoulder, almost devouring half of it. Help! Help! The man screamed, trying to push the monster away, but each attempt made the bite deeper. The monster let out a sharp cry, closing its mouth with sharp teeth, biting off half of the man's shoulder and an arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The man collapsed, but the monster, after biting off the man's shoulder, didn't attack him further but cruelly stared at the woman who had just escaped. Other people in the camp were alarmed and ran out of their tents in panic. What's happening? Shen, Lu Jing, what's going on? Shouted the middle-aged leader. Lu Jing, the naked woman, screamed in terror, Monster, there's a monster. At that moment, a tent behind them collapsed, revealing a brutal scene inside. A family, including the man and woman who had escaped, and 2 children, all bitten to death, their necks severed. With Xiao Chen's sharp eyes, he could even see the lingering fear in the children's eyes. Everyone gasped in horror. Help! Lu Jing screamed as the bloody monster approached her. She had gone mad with fear after witnessing her children and husband being killed. Regardless of being naked, she ran desperately forward. Xiao Chen examined the monster and remained calm. Judging from the monster's biting force and speed, it was strong but slightly inferior to the top predator pet of the night owl, probably similar to the large zombies he had killed at the charging station. However, the appearance of this monster was more terrifying. Covered in blood as if skinned, it was bleeding all over. Save me! The woman saw Xiao Chen standing in front with a knife and shield, her eyes revealing a desperate desire to survive. She screamed and rushed behind Xiao Chen. Chirp! The monster let out a strange roar, a sound Xiao Chen had never heard before. Then it lunged towards Xiao Chen, mistaking him for prey. Seeking death. Xiao Chen shouted, his figure like a spiritual ape, slashing at the monster with his sword, the blade flashing swiftly. With his human limit of physical ability, the slash was as fast as lightning. Swish! The monster was startled. In the next moment, a flash of white light suddenly appeared on the flesh monster's body, as if a force had pushed it, making it forcibly move in midair to dodge Xiao Chen's attack. At the same time, a claw fiercely scratched Xiao Chen's arm, leaving 3 bloody marks. The intense pain radiated from his forearm, shocking Xiao Chen with the monster's reaction. He fiercely smashed a shield with his left hand. The monster was immediately sent flying 5 to 6 meters away, crashing into the snowy ground. Chirp! The flesh monster flipped and leaped up, staring at Xiao Chen as if facing a formidable enemy. Xiao Chen frowned at the opponent. The monster's evasion of the sword strike in midair had astonished him, and the fleeting white light was something he had never seen before, like some kind of energy. This monster seems different from the ones I've encountered before. Whether zombies, vine monsters, or piranhas, he had never seen such a unique energy fluctuation. In one round of encounter, both sides realized the difficulty of dealing with each other. Suddenly, the monster's eyes turned and looked at the other people in the camp, especially the elderly and children in the crowd, the targets it fixed its gaze on. Mom, look, there's a monster. A tender voice came from the left. It was little Hua and Li Ziakan, mother and daughter, who were also attracted by the commotion. Not good. Xiao Chen's face changed when he saw them, shouting, Little Hua, come here. At the same time, he exerted force under his feet, rushing towards little Hua. But the monster was faster, sprinting on all fours and heading straight for little Hua. Li Ziakan and little Hua were both terrified. Beast, you seek death. Xiao Chen roared in anger, his sword flashing like lightning as he shot towards the flesh monster. Chirp! The flesh monster cried out, and a white light flashed on its body again, intercepting the sword strike. It actually deflected Xiao Chen's sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was once again astonished, more convinced that the monster possessed extraordinary power. The flesh monster glanced at Xiao Chen, a cruel smile in its eyes. Then it opened its mouth wide, biting towards little Hua, who was protected by Li Ziakan. It had already noticed that this little girl was the person the man cared about, so it wanted to see the man's pain after hurting him. "Mom!" Little Hua let out a frightened scream, and even though Li Ziakin tried to pull her back, it was too late. Damn it! Seeing little Hua about to be harmed, Xiao Chen had to muster his mental strength and activate his superpower again. Look, a shooting star. The flesh monster, only 3 meters away from little Hua, suddenly slipped and fell to the ground like a dog. The flesh monster was dumbfounded. It didn't understand what had happened, how it had suddenly fallen. Die! Xiao Chen saw his superpower taking effect, picked up his shield and smashed it towards the monster's head. But the monster's body flashed with white light again, shifting 2 meters to avoid the fatal blow. Chirp! The flesh monster was furious, opening its mouth wide to bite Xiao Chen. What are you looking at? Xiao Chen released his superpower again. The flesh monster immediately burst into tears, its vision completely blocked. Then Xiao Chen smashed a shield on its head. If not for the white light in the monster's body automatically protecting it at that moment, that blow would have been fatal. The flesh monster, sent flying 7 to 8 meters, was completely bewildered. It didn't understand what had happened. It just felt a bit unlucky. Die! At this point, Xiao Chen had already obtained the demon-slaying blade and once again attacked. The flesh and blood monster's head suffered a heavy blow, feeling a splitting headache and seeing stars. Its eyes were covered with tears, making it unable to see clearly. Seeing Xiao Chen approaching, it let out an angry roar, then turned and ran away. Can you escape? Xiao Chen saw it trying to flee and immediately chased after without hesitation. He was too curious about this monster. Not only was it strong and fast, but it also possessed superpowers that Xiao Chen had never seen before. If it weren't for the appearance of the white light several times, the monster would have died long ago. So he had to figure out the secret of this monster. The people in the camp just watched Xiao Chen chasing after the monster leaving without saying a word. Mom, Big Brother is so amazing. Xiao Hua held Li Shouqin's hand and exclaimed joyfully. Li Shouqin also said in a daze, yes. She didn't expect Xiao Chen to be able to suppress this extremely difficult monster on his own. Last time at the power station, she didn't see how Xiao Chen survived, but this time she saw it clearly. So, he is actually this strong. She murmured. She regretted deeply. If she had known that Xiao Chen was so strong, she wouldn't have fled in the heat of the moment. Now, not only did she lose a powerful support, but she also incurred Xiao Chen's disgust. Li Shouqin regretted it very much. The middle-aged man in charge and others were also shocked inexplicably. It was the first time they had seen a human being able to confront a monster head-on, and from the looks of Xiao Chen, he even suppressed the other party. Who exactly was he? Chen Chang, wake up! A cry interrupted their thoughts. Everyone turned to see Lu Jing kneeling in front of her husband, who had lost half of his shoulder, crying loudly. The middle-aged man in charge went over to take a look. He found Chen Chang pale, eyes closed tightly, already in a critical condition. Lao Wu, save Chen Chang, save Chen Chang. Lu Jing saw the middle-aged man and pleaded tearfully. Because Wu Zhang was a senior wilderness escort and a well-known survival expert. It was he who led them out during the disaster. It's difficult. Wu Zhang shook his head. Chen Chang's injuries require hospital treatment to be saved. There are no medicines in this wilderness, I'm afraid. Lu Jing cried in despair, lying on Chen Chang, tears streaming down. As the night grew darker, Chen Chang couldn't hold on and soon died from excessive blood loss. 3 out of more than a dozen people in the camp died suddenly, leaving everyone feeling heavy-hearted, unable to sleep. Big Brother is back. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's cheerful voice rang out in the camp. Everyone looked up and saw a white figure walking out of the nearby woods, heading towards the camp in the wind and snow. It was Xiao Chen who had gone to chase the monster. Xiao Hua ran over. Big Brother, are you okay? What about that monster? She said, looking at what Xiao Chen was holding. Because when Xiao Chen returned, he was carrying a white animal that looked like a fox. Xiao Chen patted her head and said helplessly, it escaped. That monster is very cunning. It used this fox to distract me and took the opportunity to run away. Xiao Hua asked curiously, is that monster also a fox? But why doesn't it look anything like one? Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment and said, that monster was probably skinned by someone. That's why it looks like that. He chased the bloody fox for over 10 miles and finally confirmed that the monster was indeed a fox, but for some reason, its entire skin had been peeled off by someone, yet it didn't die. Instead, it became an extraordinary fierce beast. He speculated that the fox was probably skinned just before encountering the toxic rain, then evolved superpowers and survived. In fact, it was exactly as Xiao Chen had guessed. This bloody fox was skinned on the day of the toxic rain, then luckily awakened in the toxic rain, becoming an extraordinary species. Its first act of survival was to kill all the surrounding humans. It even didn't spare the turned zombies, tearing them apart mercilessly. The skinned creature harbored a deep hatred towards humans, wishing to kill them all upon sight, hence the attacks on the camp. Unexpectedly, it encountered Xiao Chun, who was considered a weirdo. "Little brother, it's great that you're back. We haven't thanked you enough for saving us. We are truly grateful to you," said the middle-aged leader Wu Zhang sincerely. He continued, "If it weren't for you, we would all have died here. That monster was too terrifying." "Yes, thank you, young man. Classmate, I have some jerky here, give it to this little girl to eat. I also have a hand warmer, take it." The group expressed their gratitude to Xiao Chun, offering him a pile of food and warm items. However, Xiao Chen declined. "No need to be polite, dealing with danger is my responsibility since we are camping here. Well, it's getting late, everyone should rest early. I think that monster might come back, so we must leave as soon as possible tomorrow." The group exchanged worried looks, showing concern, as Xiao Chen entered the tent and they dispersed. "Big brother, can my mom come in to rest too?" Little Hua timidly asked Xiao Chun, holding his hand tightly. Li Xiuqin stood alone outside, feeling a bit lost. She didn't expect her daughter to suddenly say that. But she didn't dare to go back to the car. The fox creature was too terrifying, and she vividly remembered the tragic scene of Chen Chang and the two children. She feared that if she went back to sleep in the car, she wouldn't be able to escape if the monster returned. Xiao Chen frowned at Li Xiuqin. He was about to refuse when suddenly, ding! Mission, accommodate Li Xiuqin and her daughter overnight. Spirit +1. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Although he wanted to punish the woman, he didn't want to attempt the system's failed mission punishment. "All right, let your mom come in," he said helplessly. Little Hua exclaimed excitedly, "Great, I knew Big Brother is the best. Thank you, Big Brother." She went to pull Li Xiuqin. "Mom, come in quickly. Big Brother's tent is warm, and there's plenty of delicious food. Tonight, let's sleep with Big Brother, okay?" Li Xiuqin blushed. "You child, what nonsense are you talking?" The people in the camp looked over upon hearing the little girl's words, especially the women, who eyed Li Xiuqin playfully. Li Xiuqin blushed even more, not daring to meet Xiao Chen's eyes, and hurriedly followed her daughter into the tent. After Xiao Chen entered, he noticed Li Xiuqin stealing glances at him nervously. To be honest, this woman was quite attractive, with a goose-like face, peach blossom eyes, beautiful appearance, and a voluptuous figure, at the most charming age of 30. Like a ripe peach. Seeing Li Xiuqin still looking at him eagerly, Xiao Chen said impatiently, "All right, no need to act, I won't do anything to you." He pointed to the sleeping bag on the ground. "You can use this tonight, I'll use the blanket." Little Hua widened her eyes. "Aren't we sleeping together? Dad often held us like that." Li Xiuqin hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth. "Please, say less." Xiao Chen chuckled, about to speak when he heard a girl outside exclaim, "Something's wrong, Sister Lu Jing committed suicide." Xiao Chen was stunned, slowly standing up. The next day, early in the morning, the campers began packing up, loading the car to depart. A new large grave was erected by the roadside, where Qin Chang, Lu Jing, and their family lay neatly inside, a grave Xiao Chen had dug himself. "Let's go." After a few minutes of silence at the grave, Wu Zhang sighed. Perhaps, death was a relief for Lu Jing. The others remained silent. Lu Jing's suicide weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. The vehicle drove onto the highway, and Wu Zhang shouted to Xiao Chen, "Xiao brother, I know the way to Dongyang. I'll take the lead, and you follow behind us." Xiao Chen poked his head out from the back passenger seat. "Let me lead the way. I'm afraid you'll be the first to die if we encounter monsters." The car Xiao Chen was sitting in belonged to the Chen Chang Lu Jing family, who were now all dead, so he decided to use it. "Wu Zhang, are you polite?" But thinking about Xiao Chen's combat power, he had no choice but to agree. The convoy set off. The first off-road vehicle was driven by Li Xiuqin, with Xiao Chen sitting in the front passenger seat checking his condition. Host, Xiao Chen, Lord of the Heavenly Tao, physical strength, 10 spirit, 8 luck, 44 supernatural powers. What are you looking at? Look, a shooting star. Xiao Chen thought to himself, not bad, my spiritual power has increased a bit, making it easier to use my supernatural powers. I just don't know when I will break through the limits of the human body and become extraordinary. Thinking of the extraordinary fox that escaped from his hands, he felt a bit depressed. From the night owl, he saw a system that was different from zombie evolution. This was confirmed by the fox. But even as the victor who defeated both, he was still just an ordinary person. Who could he reason with about this? TSK. Suddenly, the off-road vehicle braked sharply, almost throwing Xiao Chen out. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen glared at Li Xiuqin, who was driving. Li Xiuqin, with a panicked expression, said, "Xiao Chen, look ahead." Xiao Chen looked up and was shocked. On the white road covered with snow ahead, there were countless bodies stretching as far as the eye could see. Human, zombie, and animal corpses littered the ground, staining the earth red. It was unclear what battle had taken place here. Wu Zhang and the others behind Xiao Chen were surprised when he stopped and got out of the car. They also saw the scene. Everyone was shocked by the bodies here. Xiao brother, what should we do? Wu Zhang nervously looked at Xiao Chen. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, let's continue on. He explained, to kill so many monsters, it must have been done by the military. It's probably the team from Donyang. This just proves we're on the right path. At this stage, that's probably the safest place. The others nodded. The convoy continued, but this time, everyone was very cautious. After about 10 miles, they reached a mountain road. Suddenly, gunshots rang out ahead, mixed with the howls of monsters. Stop the car! Xiao Chen shouted and leaped out of the car. He told the others to stay behind and said, I'll go ahead and take a look. With the evil slaying blade on his back, he ran forward. Wu Zhang frowned, watching him leave, then suddenly said, I'll go take a look too. However, Xiao Chen was fast, and Wu Zhang lost sight of him after a while. Xiao Chen raced through the snow, his maxed-out physical strength allowing him to move swiftly even in the snow. He quickly turned a corner and arrived where the gunshots were coming from. Bang! Damn! He almost got hit by a stray bullet as soon as he peeked out, startling him. Looking down from the hillside, he took a deep breath. On the mountain road halfway up the mountain, thousands of zombies and hundreds of various beasts were attacking a convoy. Hundreds of bodies lay around the convoy, but they refused to give up. The convoy consisted of over a dozen vehicles, mostly trucks and buses used to transport supplies and people. Only 3 armored vehicles were equipped with machine guns and cannons. At that moment, the 3 armored vehicles were continuously firing, crazily killing the zombies and beasts. Many soldiers were also shooting nearby. However, there were too many monsters, including several giant zombies, and soldiers were being bitten and dragged away from time to time. Damn it! These beasts have no regard for their lives. On one of the armored vehicles, a sweating officer shouted. He yelled at the communication soldier next to him, still no response from the base? The communication soldier, looking nervous, replied, No, we can't reach them. Boom! The officer slammed the car door. If this continues, we will all die here. The officer's name was Lu Zhen, a second lieutenant officer at the Donyang base. After the disaster, it took a day for the Donyang base to clear the base of soldiers who had turned into zombies. The next day, the Donyang base, which had reorganized its forces, immediately dispatched dozens of teams to various places to rescue survivors. He was leading a team heading to Lina's city to rescue people. Initially, everything went smoothly. They encountered many survivors and even met a few renowned biology professors by chance. However, on their way back, they suddenly encountered a zombie attack on the mountain road. To his surprise, along with the human zombies, there were also many animal zombies attacking the convoy. These animals included cats, dogs, pigs, sheep, and many wild animals from the mountains. But at this moment, they had all turned into bloodthirsty zombie monsters, relentlessly attacking the convoy. Sergeant, the brothers can't hold on anymore, a soldier with a bloodied face shouted. He kept firing his machine gun at the monsters without stopping. Lu Zhen angrily said, Even if we can't hold on, we must. He took out his own gun and kept shooting outward. We must not lose to these monsters. Even if we die, we cannot let them win. Sergeant, take care of my brother, a shout came from afar. Then there was a loud explosion, and several zombies were blown into the air. It turned out that a soldier had been dragged out by a zombie, and before dying, he detonated a grenade, taking the monsters down with him. Xiao Zhong! Lu Zhen shouted the name of the sacrificed soldier in anger and pain. At this point, there were dead bodies everywhere in the convoy. Not only soldiers but also many of the protected survivors were dying in large numbers. Compared to the soldiers who still had fighting power, they seemed more like helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Help! Someone save me! At this moment, a beautiful woman in a white dress jumped out of one of the buses, her face full of fear as she ran to the side. Behind her, several zombie dogs had already broken into the bus, frantically tearing apart the people inside. The sounds of screams and cries intertwined. The bus had turned into a hellish scene. And behind the beautiful woman, a zombie cat locked onto her, emitting an excited meow as it chased after her. Lieutenant Lu, save me! The beautiful woman shouted. Lu Zhen, inside the armored vehicle, glanced over but did not move. He recognized the woman as the current popular actress Song Yuer. There was a hit TV drama airing before the disaster, and she was at the peak of her fame. But what use was that now? When disaster strikes, it's the scholars and professors from various fields who are useful. For example, the 3 biology professors he was protecting inside the armored vehicle were indispensable. Seeing Lu Xun's lack of response, Song Yuer showed a look of despair. Bastard. These people, who used to drool over her, were now abandoning her, too cold-blooded, too heartless. Roar! The zombie cat leaped forward, agilely crossing a distance of 3 to 4 meters, and pounced directly on Song Yuer. Originally just a half-meter-long house cat, it had turned into a nearly 2-meter monster under the virus's influence, almost catching up to some cheetahs. No, no! Song Yuer screamed in terror, her once innocent and lovely face contorted beyond recognition, her survival instinct reaching its peak. She struggled frantically, trying to drive the zombie cat away, but her struggles only excited the zombie cat further. With a roar, the zombie cat bit down on Song Yuer's neck. Even Lu Xun couldn't bear to watch the scene, but just as the popular star was about to meet her end, a black light suddenly struck from a distance, hitting the zombie cat's head that was about to bite down. Roar! The zombie cat howled in pain and flew out. Song Yuer had given up all hope, but upon hearing the zombie cat's wail, hope surged within her again. She lifted her head and saw a figure leaping over her, wielding a long knife, moving like thunder, and with one strike, beheaded the ferocious zombie cat. The zombie cat's head rolled in front of Song Yuer with its eyes still moving around. Ah! Song Yuer screamed in shock and ran to the side. After confirming that the zombie cat was really dead, she thought of looking for the person who saved her. Ha! Where is the person? The person who saved her was nowhere to be seen. She looked around and finally saw the person's figure next to a truck. The person seemed to be looking for someone in the convoy, and not even the zombies blocking the way could stop his steps. One by one, he went to the trucks and buses, effortlessly dealing with several zombies. This time, Song Yuer saw clearly how that person killed monsters. It completely refreshed her worldview. She had never seen a human being able to easily kill these monsters with cold weapons. It was as simple as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Where did this guy come from? Why haven't I seen him before? Song Yuer whitened her beautiful eyes, feeling incredulous. Song Yuer saw Xiao Chen, and Lu Xun in the armored vehicle naturally noticed this person too. This person is amazing, Lu Xun exclaimed, knowing better than Song Yuer the power needed to easily kill these zombie monsters. Because on the day of the disaster, the military base was almost overrun by them. These zombie monsters had strength and speed far beyond humans, and even if shot, they would not be affected unless hit in a vital spot, making them very difficult to kill. And yet this person, with just a long knife, was casually slaughtering the monsters. It was unbelievable. Watching the figure moving freely among the monsters, Lu Xun suddenly had an escape plan in mind. On the other hand, seeing how powerful that person was, Song Yuer had the idea of seeking refuge with him. Before she could act on it, the person suddenly turned back. Song Yuer? Xiao Chen looked at this woman, whose appearance and figure were almost perfect, and felt deeply moved. There was a time when this woman was his computer screensaver, and would even sneak into his dreams doing things that couldn't be said on some late nights. Unexpectedly, they met in such a situation today. It had to be said that Song Yuer was truly beautiful. Under the halo of a star, she added a touch of charm, not inferior even to the school flower. Yes, Song Yuer looked at the young man and found him particularly young, almost like a student. "Thank you for saving me," she said sincerely. Xiao Chen nodded. Suddenly he asked, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Song Yuer was taken aback. What? Xiao Chen repeated expressionlessly, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Song Yuer opened her red lips, wondering if she had misheard. Why would he say such an inappropriate thing right away? But looking at his serious expression, she felt a bit confused. Are you crazy? Do you not see the situation? There are over 1,000 zombie monsters around, and you still want to flirt with me in this situation? If it were before, she would have kicked him out long ago. But now, she could only force a smile. Handsome, very handsome. Xiao Chen looked at Song Yuer with a look as if she were crazy, feeling helpless. Just as he was about to find the school flower Wei Yang, the system played tricks again. Mission: ask Song Yuer if I'm handsome or not, and get a sincere affirmation. Reward, +1 spirit. Damn, this mission is too embarrassing. After receiving this task, Xiao Chen was speechless and almost in tears. Don't I know this will make me look stupid? But I have no choice. Song Yuer answered, but the system did not respond. Obviously, Song Yuer's heart was not sincere when she said that. Xiao Chen suddenly had a headache. Resentment towards the system +10. Roar! 2 zombie dogs suddenly rushed out from behind the bus, attacking Xiao Chen and Song Yuer. Ah! Song Yuer quickly hid behind Xiao Chen in fear. Xiao Chen, however, did not hide. Instead, he sneered, rushed forward, and with a swift motion, the blades flashed in the air. The 2 zombie dogs didn't even have time to howl in pain before their bodies were split in half. Even the skull cannot stop the sharpness of the evil slaying blade. The power of the evil-slaying blade is terrifying. Song Yuer watched this scene behind him, her eyes wide open. However, the two zombie dogs were just the beginning. As the convoy was breached by the zombies, more and more undead monsters came to attack. Xiao Chen wielded his shield and sword, easily defeating the zombies he encountered. "Monster, I'll fight you." A soldier nearby, bitten, suddenly detonated the grenade in his hand, diving into a group of monsters. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, shattering the soldier's location, sending dozens of shredded zombie flesh flying out, splattering the surroundings. "Get down!" Xiao Chen quickly pushed Song Yuer down, shielding her with his shield. Crackling! A pile of sticky flesh fell on top of them, almost engulfing them. Before Xiao Chen could stand up, two more explosions rang out nearby, as two soldiers sacrificed themselves with explosives, taking the monsters with them. Unfortunately, the explosions all happened around Xiao Chen. Soon, the intense resistance here caught the attention of the zombie leader. With an angry roar, countless zombies swarmed towards Xiao Chen. Not good. Xiao Chen grabbed Song Yuer and ran, swiftly dealing with the monsters he encountered. However, he felt increasingly uneasy as the zombies around him seemed to be drawn to him with each kill. Looking around, he saw a sea of zombies stretching endlessly. Boom! Suddenly, a cannon blast came from the north. It seemed that the armored vehicles in the convoy had finally started to fight back. This was followed by a series of explosions on the mountain road, causing heavy casualties among the zombies to the north. Soon, an escape route was cleared. Xiao Chen looked north and frowned. "They are trying to break out." By this time, the entire convoy had been breached by the zombies, with heavy casualties among the soldiers and severely depleted firepower, making it impossible to eliminate the zombies. Breaking out was the only choice. However, as he glanced at the layers of zombies surrounding them, Xiao Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He sensed that at least half of the zombies had been attracted to this location, while other areas seemed to have a chance to escape. "Why do I feel like I've been set up?" He thought of the soldiers who had coincidentally sacrificed themselves near him, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. "I hope it's not what I think it is. Otherwise, how cold-blooded must that officer be to use soldiers' lives to frame me?" Watching the zombies closing in, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. "We can't stay here, we need to leave quickly." He had taken the risk to come to the convoy in search of the school beauty and, having found no trace of her, he now had the urge to leave. He certainly wouldn't stay to fight against over 1,000 zombie monsters. Song Yuer looked around in horror at the hundreds of zombies and felt her heart sink. Seeing Xiao Chen about to run, afraid of being left behind, she grabbed his sleeve and pleaded, "Handsome guy, can you take me with you? Please." Ding! Mission completed, reward, +1 spirit. "Ha? Is that it?" Xiao Chen looked at the female star speechlessly. "You really are something." Boom! Boom! Violent explosions echoed on the mountain road, with countless monsters roaring as they tangled with the convoy. Wu Zhang, who had just arrived, was shocked to see this scene. He never expected to find a convoy of hundreds of people on the mountain road, let alone facing multiple times their number in monsters. Looking at the densely packed zombies below, he nervously swallowed. "Oh, right, where's Brother Xiao?" It was only now that he remembered Xiao Chen had arrived here ahead of him. Why couldn't he see him now? Just then, he saw several armored vehicles in the convoy breaking out to the north, the thunderous sound of cannon fire and machine gun shots intermingling, providing cover fire. A bloody path was cut through the monsters. However, Wu Zhang could see clearly that although the armored vehicles were strong, they were still no match for the zombies, continuously blocked by fearless and death-defying zombies, tearing, biting, and obstructing. In the end, only one of the 3 armored vehicles managed to escape, while the others perished in the midst of monsters. Apart from the north, a battlefield in the south also caught Wu Zhang's attention. Because at least half of the zombies were drawn to the south by the ongoing battle, or it seemed like someone was putting up a strong resistance, killing many zombies and angering the zombie leader. Wu Zhang took a look and suddenly widened his eyes, because among the monster horde, he saw a familiar figure, with a shield and a long knife, none other than Xiao Chen. "Brother Xiao?" Wu Zhang exclaimed. How could he be in there? Wu Zhang couldn't understand. Wasn't Xiao Chen supposed to be investigating the situation? How did he end up surrounded by monsters? Xiao Chen wasn't that careless. As he watched Xiao Chen being surrounded by monsters, he felt a sense of urgency. What should we do? If something happens to Xiao, it will be even harder for us to reach Dongyang. But he dared not go down to rescue him. Not to mention there were over 1,000 zombie monsters below. Even if there were only 2 or 3, he wouldn't dare to go. Just as he was feeling as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, a roar suddenly came from below, and Xiao Chen shouted something. Suddenly, all the hundreds of zombies surrounding him fell down, as if a strong wind had blown through, knocking down all the monsters like cutting wheat. With Xiao Chen at the center, all the monsters in the fan-shaped area in front of him fell to the ground, creating a spectacular scene. Wu Zhang's eyes were wide with shock. He couldn't find words to express his amazement. What happened? He couldn't understand what had happened, but he knew it was definitely related to Xiao Chen. Just as he was overwhelmed by shock, Xiao Chen was seen running out of the monster horde with a beautiful woman, heading towards Wu Zhang. Several seconds later, the monsters behind them realized what was happening and began to howl and chase after them. They're coming! They're coming! Wu Zhang's hands trembled nervously as he watched Xiao Chen climb up the mountain path, unable to help but shout, "Brother Xiao, hurry, hurry!" He kept throwing stones at the zombies behind them, trying to stop their pursuit. However, his strength was too weak, and a few times the stones almost hit Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw him, he said without words, "Stop throwing, run as fast as you can." He was very fast, dragging Song Yuer as if she were a ragdoll, almost pulling her along as they ran. "No, I can't run anymore." Song Yuer, a pampered star who had never experienced such intense escape before, quickly ran out of energy. Out of breath and exhausted, she collapsed. "You're useless," Xiao Chen said as he reached out and lifted Song Yuer horizontally, continuing to run with her in his arms, despite her screams. With his human-level physical abilities, carrying a girl weighing less than 100 pounds was quite easy. They climbed up the hill like madmen, heading towards the off-road vehicle below. Seeing the monsters chasing them, Wu Zhang dared not linger and followed suit in the escape. Roar! The leader of the zombie horde below, seeing their prey escaping, roared in anger, ordering a large wave of zombies to chase after Xiao Chen and the others. The hillside was filled with zombies, creating a spectacular scene. On the other side, Li Xiuqin and the others waited for a long time without anyone returning. They were about to go and see what was happening up ahead when suddenly, the sharp-eyed Xiaohua shouted, "Mom, Big Brother and the others are back." Everyone looked up the mountain path and saw that Xiao Chen and the others had indeed returned, except this time they were 3 instead of 2. One of them was being carried in Xiao Chen's arms. As they got closer, they realized that the person Xiao Chen was carrying was a beautiful woman, leaving them even more speechless. "What's going on?" a young man asked in confusion. "Humph, little pervert," Li Xiuqin muttered, feeling uncomfortable watching the beautiful woman in Xiao Chen's arms. "Get in the car!" Xiao Chen shouted loudly from a distance, leaving everyone puzzled. But soon they understood. Just as they climbed over the small hill, fast-moving zombies also climbed over and quickly approached the crowd. "Oh my god!" The young man was startled. "It's zombies, quick, get on the car." Everyone hurriedly got on the car and started the engine. The young man's family even drove away before Xiao Chen and the others arrived. "Don't run, Big Brother hasn't arrived yet," Xiaohua shouted loudly. But apart from Wu Zhang's family waiting, another family was also anxious and drove away without waiting for Wu Zhang and Xiao Chen. In the face of danger, who cared about others? "I'm so angry," Xiaohua said angrily. Fortunately, Wu Zhang and Xiao Chen had arrived by then. Xiao Chen threw Song Yuer into the car and shouted, "Quick, let's take the 107, Provincial Road." Li Xiuqin was about to turn the car around, but hesitated upon hearing this. "What? Aren't we turning back?" The two cars had just come from the same direction. Xiao Chen said, "Don't turn back, we must go to Dongyang Base. That's the only way out. We can bypass this mountain road through the 107, Provincial Road, although it's a bit longer, but it's still a way." Li Xiuqin stepped on the gas pedal. "Okay." The off-road vehicle rushed down the fork in the road towards a small path. As they passed Wu Zhang's car, Xiao Chen shouted, "Lao Wu, trust me and follow me." Wu Zhang was also about to turn around, but when he saw the direction Xiao Chen was heading, he hesitated. As an old bodyguard, he was familiar with all the roads in the province. He quickly realized that Xiao Chen was heading to Dongyang. However, he was well aware that the provincial road also passed through a hilly area, and he was afraid they would encounter the zombie horde there. "Lao Wu, what should we do? The zombies are too close over there, should we turn back too?" his wife asked nervously. Wu Zhang was sweating profusely, caught in a dilemma. At this moment, one wrong decision could determine their life or death. Just then, he suddenly remembered the miraculous scene when Xiao Chen broke through the monster group before, and with a determined tone, he said, "No, let's take the 107 road. I trust Brother Xiao, he will definitely lead us to safety." 107, Provincial Road. Li Xiuqin was sweating profusely as she sped through the mountain road, occasionally nervously looking in the rearview mirror. Xiao Chen, in the passenger seat, was feeling dizzy from the bumps. After passing a mountain road, Xiao Chen couldn't bear it anymore. "Alright, slow down, I'm about to throw up." He had used all his abilities to lead Song Yuer to break through, and now he was in a weakened state from the backlash, feeling exhausted. Li Xiuqin asked, "Have we shaken off those monsters?" "Don't worry, they're already out of sight," Xiao Chen said, though his expression was not relaxed. Li Xiuqin relaxed and then noticed Xiao Chen's pale face. She exclaimed, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Xiao Chen waved his hand, "It's nothing." He turned to Song Yuer in the back seat, "Alright, it's safe for now. Song Yuer, tell me what happened to you guys? Why were you there? And why were you surrounded by those monsters?" Song Yuer was still trembling, constantly looking back from the back seat. It wasn't until she really couldn't see the zombies' figures that she said with a bitter face, "I don't know what happened either. Zhao Jie and I escaped from the city yesterday, and almost everyone with us died. Fortunately, we met Lu Jin on the way out of the city and were escorted to this side of Dongyang. I heard that a survivor stronghold has been established here to block the zombies' attacks. I didn't expect to be blocked by those zombies on the mountain road halfway. I don't know if Zhao Jie managed to escape." Xiao Chen stroked his chin. "Lu Jin?" Song Yuer said with hatred, "He's the platoon leader who escorted us. That guy is despicable. He clearly saw me being chased by zombies at the camp just now, but turned a blind eye. If you hadn't intervened in time, I would have died." Xiao Chen seemed lost in thought. It seems that the person breaking through to the north is Lu Jin. Now he was basically certain that he had become Lu Jin's scapegoat. Just thinking about that person's actions made him feel chilled. Xiao Chen suddenly asked, "Have you asked if other places have also experienced the disaster here?" After the Black Rain incident, all communication was paralyzed, and everyone became isolated islands. Now Xiao Chen was also blind to the outside world's news. Song Yuer's fingers tangled. She said, "I heard a colleague professor say that this Black Rain incident is likely global. We are not an isolated case here. At least the entire southwest is covered by the Black Rain, with no safe place." Xiao Chen's heart sank. Is that so? Previously, he had a glimmer of hope, hoping that this disaster only occurred in Lina City, but the reality was far more cruel than he had imagined, with the entire earth covered by this toxic rain. How powerful must be the forces behind all this planning? Is humanity really at its end? "Xiao Chen, look ahead, the road is blocked." Li Xiuqin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the mountain road ahead buried under a pile of rocks, completely blocking the way. Many vehicles were parked in front of the rock pile, seemingly vehicles of other evacuees. He got off the car and looked around. Shaking his head, he said, "The car can't pass." Wu Zhang from the second car also came down and frowned. "This is a mudslide, and it can't be cleared without large machinery." "Lao Wu, how far is it from here to Dongyang?" Xiao Chen asked. Wu Zhang said, "Actually, it's not far. Just cross the Yulan mountain, and you'll be in Dongyang territory. It's only about 30 miles from the military base we're heading to." Xiao Chen calculated the speed and ordered, "Everyone get off the car, we'll walk over." Everyone looked at each other, feeling dejected as they packed up their things. Walking in a heavy snowstorm was not a good thing. 5 minutes later, a group of 8 people set off again, each carrying a large package containing tents and supplies, as well as a small amount of food. While bypassing the rock pile, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a resentful gaze on him. Xiao Chen was startled. When he followed the gaze, he saw nothing. The snow was flying, and there was only a vast expanse of white around. "What's wrong?" Wu Zhang saw him stop and asked curiously. Xiao Chen suppressed his unease. "Nothing." After a moment of thought, he said, "Lao Wu, you lead the way, I'll be at the back." Wu Zhang didn't understand but agreed, "Okay." As Xiao Chen fell to the back, Song Yuer quietly approached, her stunningly beautiful face showing a hint of gratitude. "Your name is Xiao Chen, right? I haven't thanked you for saving me." Xiao Chen nodded casually, but his eyes kept scanning the surroundings, alert all over. The malicious gaze just now was definitely not his imagination. He suspected that he and the others were being targeted. Song Yuer approached a little closer. Mysteriously, she asked, "Hey, can you tell me how you did it? When you broke through, why did all those monsters fall down when you shouted? Do you have some kind of superpower?" She was too curious. Whether it was Xiao Chen initially killing the zombie cat with the evil slaying blade and saving her, or later leading her in a violent breakthrough, he showed far superior combat power everywhere, just like a superhero in a movie, making her think a few steps ahead. Now that she had the chance, she couldn't help but ask. Xiao Chen scrutinized Song Yuer's charming face, which had played many roles in his mind. He said, "What did you just say?" Song Yuer said, "I asked if you have any superpowers?" Xiao Chen said, the sentence before that. Song Yuer was stunned, then said, I haven't thanked you for saving me." Xiao Chen nodded, "Okay, how do you want to thank me?" Song Yuer opened her red lips, but couldn't say anything. "Why aren't you following the script? I was just talking casually, not really expecting thanks. Besides, who asks for gratitude from others? Are you out of your mind?" Song Yuer was speechless. Xiao Chen looked at her seriously and said, "You know, in the TV dramas you act in, they often say there is no way to repay the favor of saving a life, so a woman can only offer herself. Why don't you just offer yourself? Song Yuer, you, put." A light laugh came from the side, and Li Xiaoqin had somehow approached and burst out laughing upon hearing this. She had originally come over to see Song Yuer and Xiao Chen getting close, out of some complex emotions. She didn't expect to hear this conversation. Xiao Hua innocently asked, "Mom, what does offering oneself mean?" Li Xiaoqin whispered, "It means sleeping with your big brother." Although Li Xiaoqin spoke softly, the two were so close that Song Yuer heard it clearly. Her face immediately turned red. Blushing and embarrassed, she stomped her foot, "You pervert." After speaking, she dared not look at the others and ran ahead in the queue. Seeing Song Yuer fleeing in embarrassment, Li Xiaoqin smiled victoriously. She was about to say a few words to Xiao Chen when she saw him staring at her intently. "What, do you also want me to offer myself?" Li Xiaoqin. "You." Li Xiaoqin blushed in embarrassment. "How can you say that in front of a child? Come on, let's go." Holding Xiaohua's hand, they walked away with their faces covered. With these women gone, Xiao Chen could finally sense his surroundings quietly. Just then, the familiar system prompt appeared. Ding! Mission, kill the extraordinary fox. Reward, +1 spirit. Xiao Chen's spirit shook. Finally, it had arrived. Gee! Just as the mission appeared, a piercing beast roar suddenly came from the mountaintop. Xiao Chen looked up abruptly. At the top of a low mountain, a fierce beast with red and white fur stood overlooking him. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, he could clearly feel the hatred and malice in the beast's eyes. It was the skin-stripping fox that had attacked the camp last night. "You finally came." Since the extraordinary fox had escaped, he knew it would come back, but he didn't expect it to be here. The thought of the mission reward boosting his spirit to the human limit made him want to rush over and kill the fox immediately. But before he could act, he saw countless foxes pouring out from behind the fox, rushing down the mountain. Foxes of various fur colors seemed to cover the snowy ground. Hundreds of them surged down like a flood. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of them. Damn! Xiao Chen's face changed, and he shouted at the 7 people in front, "Run! Damn! Why are there so many?" This was completely different from what he had expected. He was not prepared to face hundreds of fox monsters at once. The prey had suddenly turned into the hunter, which he found hard to accept. Monsters are coming! Wu Zhang and the others in front also saw the hundreds of foxes emerging from the mountain and shouted in panic. Hearing Xiao Chen's shout, they all ran forward in a panic. Damn, these foxes are too fast. At this rate, they will catch up with them soon. With just one look, Xiao Chen judged that these foxes were much faster than Song Yuer and the others. If they had vehicles, it would be fine, but now they were on foot, unable to match these beasts. Ha! Xiao Chen drew out the evil slaying blade and stood in front of all the foxes. "Come on, come and kill me." He looked up at the blood and flesh fox on the mountaintop, a smug smile on his face. "Don't you hate me? Come, I'm right here, come and kill me, eat me." But the blood and flesh fox just coldly stared at Xiao Chen, unmoved. Chirp! The hundreds of foxes finally reached the foot of the mountain, and 2 gray-furred foxes let out a sharp cry and pounced towards Xiao Chen. Kill! Xiao Chen dodged to the side, and the evil slaying blade flashed with a cold light. The 2 gray-furred foxes howled in pain as they were dismembered, blood and entrails splattering on the snowy ground, dyeing the earth red. But killing 2, 5 more pounced together. Come on! Xiao Chen rallied his spirits and fought with these fox monsters. With the sharpness of the evil slaying blade and the sturdiness of the shield, even facing hundreds of foxes, he did not fall into a desperate situation. But his stamina was slowly depleting. He was very clear that the blood-flesh fox wanted this. A kilometer away, Song Yuer and the others who had run far away saw that the foxes did not catch up and stopped to catch their breath. "They didn't chase us. Xiao Chen stayed behind to cover us. There are too many foxes, they have surrounded Xiao Chen." Everyone exchanged words, then looked together at the pile of foxes screaming in the mountain hollow. They knew Xiao Chen was in there. "What should we do?" Wu Zhang's wife asked, her face still flushed from the escape just now. Wu Zhang frowned, not saying anything. "We can't save him," Wu Zhang's daughter said. Li Xiaoqin glared at her, "So we just watch him die?" Xiao Hua, teary-eyed, said, "Mom, sister, can we wait here for Big Brother?" "No, we must leave here," Wu Zhang suddenly said. He glanced at the women beside him one by one and said in a deep voice, "He stayed behind for us to fight for a chance of survival. If we don't leave, it would be the greatest disrespect to his sacrifice. And, I believe Brother Xiao can survive, he has always been a miracle worker." Song Yuer also said, "Yes, he is very strong. I believe in him too." Hurry, the fox on the mountain is coming this way. Wu Zhang suddenly pointed to the hill and shouted. It's the monster that killed Chen Cheng's family, Li Xiuqin exclaimed. Run! The group panicked and continued to flee north. The blood-flesh fox moved. Instead of surrounding Xiao Chen, it chased after Li Xiuqin and the others while Xiao Chen was surrounded by the foxes under its command. It wanted Xiao Chen to watch his companions die helplessly. Perhaps, it would even let the human watch as it skinned its companions, just as humans did to it. Indeed, when the human saw its actions, it roared in anger and desperately rushed to kill the surrounding zombie foxes, regardless of the energy spent. It showed a triumphant smile. Yes, that's it. Kill. Kill more. When your energy is depleted, it will be your time to die. It didn't rush to chase Song Yuer and the others, but deliberately dragged Xiao Chen to chase after him. Soon, the ground was covered with the bodies of hundreds of foxes. Xiao Chen was exhausted, panting heavily, sweating profusely, and his movements slowed down. Xie! A white fox swiped from behind, leaving a scar on Xiao Chen's back, blood instantly flowing out. This was Xiao Chen's first breach. The foxes went crazy at the sight of fresh blood, attacking relentlessly under the command of the blood-flesh fox. They were not afraid of death, quickly adding a dozen wounds to Xiao Chen's body. In a moment, Xiao Chen was almost like a bloodied man. Bang! Xiao Chen was knocked down by a fox, half kneeling on the ground unsteadily. His face pale, hands trembling, unable to even hold the knife. He looked like he could collapse at any moment. Chirp! At that moment, the blood-flesh fox finally ordered the foxes to stop attacking. It walked lightly, with a cruel look in its eyes, toward Xiao Chen, a triumphant smile in its eyes. Finally, exhausted, aren't you? What a terrifying human. In order to deplete Xiao Chen's strength, a third of its subordinates had died. It licked its crimson tongue, intending to enjoy this feast. It felt that by eating this human in front of it, it might evolve. Boom! Suddenly, the originally listless Xiao Chen sprang up from the ground, the evil-slaying blade bursting with a fierce killing intent, the blade shining like lightning, heading straight for its forehead. Chirp! The fox with flesh and blood was scared, its face changed color, a layer of white light rose on its body, and it quickly retreated. But at this moment, the man in front suddenly shouted, "Look, a shooting star!" The fox with flesh and blood slipped suddenly under its feet at this critical moment. At the moment of life and death, the fox with flesh and blood roared angrily, and the white light on its body burst out like a high-power light bulb, making Xiao Chen's eyes tear up. Slash! Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sensed with the evil-slaying blade, then slashed out the strongest blow since the battle began. Poochie! The sound of the blade cutting into flesh and blood, the evil-slaying blade seemed to cut through a tough old cowhide, making it very difficult to sever the opponent. The fox with flesh and blood let out a piercing scream and desperately retreated. When the white light faded, Xiao Chen saw the fox with flesh and blood, missing a hind leg, fleeing in panic into the distance. Still want to escape? Xiao Chen attracted this cunning fox's approach at the cost of serious injury. How could he let it go now? He ran and chased after it. The fox's body emitted white light, and even with one less leg, it ran not slowly. Chirp, chirp! It screamed wildly, ordering the foxes around to stop Xiao Chen. What are you looking at? Xiao Chen also went all out at this moment, activating his superpowers without reservation, causing dozens of foxes around him to burst into tears and stop in their tracks. Look, a shooting star! He shouted loudly, and the fox with flesh and blood, who was fleeing for its life, collapsed with a thud. As it tried to get up, Xiao Chen shot a burst, piercing its heart, nailing it to the snowy ground. The fox with flesh and blood howled, still struggling. Die! Xiao Chen leaped, holding a shield and descending from the sky, smashing the fox's head with the shield. Instantly, red and white splattered everywhere, and the fox with flesh and blood finally stopped moving. Ding! Mission completed, reward, +1 spirit. A familiar vitality appeared in his mind, soothing his throbbing head like a clear spring. He felt his spiritual power increase again. And just like the physical limit, he vaguely sensed a barrier appearing ahead. As long as he broke through that barrier, he could enter a new world. Before Xiao Chen could be happy, he heard the system's grand voice. Attention, physical and spiritual limits reached, opening the path to the extraordinary. Mission, break the limit, achieve the extraordinary. Reward, main mission activated, officially become the Lord of Heaven's Tao. Seeing this last piece of information, Xiao Chen felt bewildered. So, I have never truly become the master of this system. Damn it! He felt like the system had played a trick on him. System, how do I break the limit? Become extraordinary? No comment. The system replied. Xiao Chen, straight face. Puff. He angrily slashed at the fox's body. Since he couldn't get an answer from the system, he had to search for it on the body of this extraordinary fox. At this moment, after Shao Chen killed this Fox King, the rest of the foxes seemed to wake up from the Fox King's intimidating aura. Seeing the bodies on the ground, they let out fearful cries and scattered in all directions. Shao Chen quickly dissected the fox with flesh and blood. Finally, in the fox's heart, he found a diamond-shaped crystal nucleus the size of a pinky finger. Holding it in his hand, he could clearly sense the pure energy emanating from this crystal nucleus. At this moment, the system automatically displayed a message: Extraordinary Crystal Nucleus, Level 1, Wind. Effect: Gather energy, temper the body, accelerate. Shao Chen was not surprised by the information about the crystal nucleus, but he was surprised that the system actively provided him with information. This had never happened before. It seems that reaching the human body's limit triggered some threshold, so this broken system started to take me seriously. Hiss! He felt a sharp pain all over his body. Shao Chen quickly shouted, "System, exchange for healing medicine. Dong Yang base. Dismiss." With a military shout, all the female soldiers training on the square collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. Who? Can't go on. Xia Yuan lay on the ground, covered in sweat. Looking at Fan Qingqing, who was also sweating profusely beside her, she said, "I'm exhausted, Qingqing. This instructor is too ruthless. We are girls, but he doesn't show any mercy, treating us like men during training. It's unbearable." Fan Qingqing gazed at the sky, where the dark purple clouds seemed never-ending. Calmly, she said, "It's the end of the world. What's the point of distinguishing between men and women? Just surviving is what matters." Xia Yuan looked at Fan Qingqing's perfect profile and asked, "Are you still thinking about him?" Fan Qingqing glanced at her but remained silent. Xia Yuan pouted and said, "Well, if I had a boyfriend like that, I would think about him too." With a wistful expression, as if reminiscing, she continued, "It's been so long since I touched a man. Those strong chest muscles, waist like a motor. Qingqing, when Shao Chen comes, can I borrow him for a while to reminisce?" "You're hopeless." Fan Qingqing lightly scolded, playfully hitting her, "You have no shame at all." Xia Yuan chuckled and got up from the ground. "All right, let's go. Stop worrying about that man. With his skills, he will definitely survive. Didn't Wei Yan leave a message for him? He will find his way here." The two got up and headed towards the canteen. However, as soon as they left the training camp, they encountered several men in combat uniforms returning from outside. One tall, chubby man with a crew cut saw Fan Qingqing and walked over with a bright smile. "Fan Qingqing, what a coincidence to meet you here again," the man said. Fan Qingqing's expression changed upon seeing him, and she pulled Xia Yuan, "Let's go." But the crew cut man swiftly intercepted them with a speed far beyond human capabilities. "Why leave as soon as we meet? Fan Qingqing, I did save you back then. Can't you at least say thank you?" The two men behind him chimed in. "That's right, Miss Fan, you're being rude. Our big brother has genuine feelings for you. Others can't even compare. As a woman who became my big brothers, you won't need to train anymore and can enjoy the best in the central safe zone of the base. What's not to like about that?" Before Fan Qingqing could speak, Xia Yuan snorted, "Are you big men even embarrassed? It was Major Lu Fan who saved us, not you." A blonde man retorted, "Hey, little girl, that's not how you should put it. If we hadn't stopped those zombies, you would probably be dead by now. Your words are hurting us." The crew cut man waved his hand generously. "Don't argue with a girl." He looked at Fan Qingqing, whose sweating body became more alluring due to training, and eagerly said, "Fan Qingqing, we found a lot of seafood this time. Come join us for dinner tonight. We've reserved a spot at the small canteen." Fan Qingqing remained calm. "Huang Dongyue, I appreciate your rescue back then, but I already have a boyfriend. So, I can only thank you for your kindness." The man named Huang Dongyue's face turned cold. "When did you get a boyfriend? I asked your classmates, and they said you've always been single." Fan Qingqing replied calmly, "That's my business, not yours." The blonde man behind Huang Dongyue scolded, "Woman, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Our big brother is extraordinary, a celebrity in the base. Even General Li would give our big brother some face. You better be sensible. That's right, if you cooperate with our big brother, everything will be fine. Otherwise, hee." The two men stared at Fan Qingqing with ill intentions, threatening her. Huang Dongyue did not intervene. Fan Qingqing's face turned pale with anger. You shameless." Huang Dongyue, looking at Fan Qingqing's visibly agitated chest due to anger, could no longer suppress his evil thoughts. He reached out, "Fan Qingqing, come with me." Fan Qingqing, a weak woman, couldn't escape the extraordinary actions and was caught by the arm. Just as Huang Dongyue was about to forcibly take her away, a loud shout came from afar. Everyone turned around and saw an armored vehicle driving from the gate, with a man in his 30s in military uniform jumping out of the car and walking towards them. Xia Yuan saw the man and exclaimed, "Major Lu Fan." Huang Dongyue, upon seeing him, showed a hint of fear in his eyes and quietly let go of Fan Qingqing's hand. "Ha, so it's Major Lu. I heard you were going to pick up your brother. Why are you back so soon?" he said with a smile. Lu Fan, a military man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked serious and unsmiling. After scanning the surroundings, he calmly asked, "What's going on?" Huang Dongyue laughed, "Nothing, nothing. Just meeting an acquaintance here." "Alright, we're done talking. We just finished a mission and need to report. Goodbye, Major Lu." With that, he left with his two brothers. "Wait, Major Lu." Xia Yuan was upset and wanted to complain. But Fan Qingqing stopped him from speaking, and only let go of Xia Yuan after Huang Dongyue had walked away. Xia Yuan anxiously said, "Qingqing, why didn't you let me speak?" Fan Qingqing replied, "Don't cause trouble for Major Lu." She had already realized that Huang Dongyue, relying on being an extraordinary individual, did not even respect his superior Lu Fan. Even if they complained to Lu Fan, it would only make things difficult for him. Lu Fan looked at the red mark on Fan Qingqing's hand that had been grabbed. He sighed, "If there's a problem, you can find me at the equipment department on the 3rd floor, room 302. But you'd better avoid him, he's important now, and we can't act against him." Fan Qingqing said, "I understand, thank you, Major Lu." Lu Fan nodded, "Take care, I'm leaving." He then walked towards the armored vehicle behind him, where there was another man who bore a striking resemblance to him. If it were Xiao Chen and Song Yuer, they would surely recognize him as Lu Jin, the man who had used them as decoys to attract firepower and then escaped during the mountain pass incident. "Brother, was that person we just saw one of the newly emerged extraordinary individuals?" Lu Jin asked as he watched Huang Dongyue walk away. Lu Fan nodded, "Yes." Lu Jin curiously asked, "Is he really able to withstand bullets as reported, just like that?" Lu Fan sighed, "Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. If they weren't hit by high-powered shells, they could even withstand bullets in combat." Lu Jin, this world has changed, perhaps it will belong to those guys in the future. Lu Jin pondered, thinking of the man with a knife they had encountered on the mountain pass. Midnight. When Xiao Chen and the reunited Song Yuer and others finally crossed Yulan Mountain and arrived at Donyang, it was already the middle of the night. The dozens of miles of walking had left everyone exhausted except for Xiao Chen. But when they finally saw the gate of Donyang base, they smiled. "Ha, we finally made it, we finally made it. Hurry, let's go in quickly. I'm so tired, I hope to get a good rest soon." Although it was midnight, the area around the base was brightly lit, with high-power searchlights making it as bright as day. There were still many engineers busy building defensive fortifications. Xiao Chen even saw concrete structures resembling city walls being built. In order to resist the zombies, the higher-ups had even started constructing ancient defense structures like city walls. "Xiao Chen, snap out of it, let's go in quickly. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion." After walking for most of the night, everyone was exhausted and wanted to find a place to rest. "Stop." As they approached the outskirts of the base, they were immediately surrounded by a dozen soldiers pointing guns at them. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Everyone raised their hands. Wu Zhang shouted, "Brothers, we are survivors who escaped from Linen City, not zombies. Take a good look. Please don't shoot." The leading soldier said, "No need to say more, we'll find out if you're zombies or not." He looked at them warily and said, "If any of you have been bitten by a zombie, please speak up immediately. Otherwise, once we find out, we will have to take compulsory measures." Wu Zhang quickly said, No, officer, none of us have been bitten by zombies." The leading soldier said, "You go in first, the others wait here." Wu Zhang looked back and said, "Then I'll go first." A soldier led Wu Zhang into a nearby white tent. After a while, Wu Zhang came out and waved to everyone with a smile. "Next." The leading soldier said expressionlessly. He had done this kind of thing countless times in the past 2 days. The reason for this checkpoint was a tragic incident that happened yesterday. A survivor who had been bitten by a zombie fell ill immediately after entering the base and started biting people frantically. By the time the troops were mobilized to kill him, more than 10 people had already died. This made everyone nervous, and from then on, anyone entering the base had to undergo a thorough physical examination. One by one, people went in, and Xiao Chen was the last one. But when it was his turn, all the soldiers suddenly became tense, pointing their guns at him. "Stop, hands up." Xiao Chen was speechless and raised his hands cooperatively. The leading soldier looked at Xiao Chen, covered in red bloodstains, and swallowed hard. They hadn't seen Xiao Chen clearly when he was standing behind everyone just now. It was only now that they saw the dried purple scabs all over Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's clothes had been torn to shreds during the fight with the fox, with many areas exposing his skin. He looked very disheveled. But all of this was secondary. The main issue was that there were too many bloodstains on him, to the point that the soldiers were all stunned. Without a doubt, this person had definitely fought with monsters, and most likely had been bitten by zombies. "Take off your shirt," the leading soldier shouted, gripping the gun tightly and staring at Xiao Chen, fearing that he might turn into a zombie at any moment. Xiao Chen was somewhat helpless. He knew that the bloodstains on his body had aroused suspicion among the soldiers. Looking at the circle of gun muzzles, Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. Wu Zhang and the others also became nervous, watching Xiao Chen with concern. They had seen Xiao Chen injured with their own eyes. Although they didn't know why Xiao Chen hadn't turned into a zombie, they were all worried that he wouldn't pass this checkpoint. Click. The leading soldier's face became even more severe. "If you don't take it off now, we will have to take compulsory measures." Xiao Chen hesitated, almost certain that the other party had been bitten by a zombie. Sigh. Xiao Chen sighed and reluctantly took off his shirt, revealing a well-built body underneath, with 8-pack abs sharply defined under the light, almost perfect in outline. Several women's eyes lit up at the sight. But what puzzled the soldiers was that there was not a single trace of injury on him. The leading soldier was stunned for a moment but immediately pointed below. "Take off your pants too." "No way," Xiao Chen said coldly, his eyes turning dangerous. The leading soldier felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and his hair stood on end. After a moment of thought, he gave up on the idea of forcing him and waved his hand, pointing to a soldier. "You, go in with him and check again." Xiao Chen followed the soldier into the white tent without expression. After a while, he walked out with the soldier. The soldier said, "Report to the officer, no wounds." The leading soldier looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, unable to understand what was going on with this person. Then he said, "You can go in now." Xiao Chen walked in front of Song Yuer and Li Xiuqin, who were holding back their laughter. Rolling his eyes, he said, "What are you laughing at? Let's go." After passing the checkpoint, they registered their personal information again before being led into the base by a staff member. "Everyone, it's a special period now, and resources are scarce, so you can only stay in the public dormitory temporarily. This is your ID tag, keep it safe. You'll need it to access the dormitory and cafeteria." Xiao Chen said, "Wait a minute. I want to ask you about some people. I am a student at Lina University. Have you met any of my classmates or teachers before?" The staff waved their hand impatiently and said, "I don't remember how many people are supposed to come in today. Go to the dormitory management office yourself." At the dormitory entrance, the person said, "However, you will meet them if they are really here, as they will start new recruit training tomorrow." Xiao Chen looked at the departing staff in confusion. "New recruit training? Where will we stay tonight?" Li Xiuqin looked at the number plate in her hand and found that they were only given 2 dormitories for 8 people. After opening the dormitory, they found only 4 beds inside. "This?" Wu Zhang said, "It looks like Xiao and I will have to share a room. The rest of you will have to endure for 1 night." "No!" Xiao Hua held Xiao Chen's arm. "I want to stay with my big brother." Li Xiuqin slapped her daughter on the back of her head. "Don't be silly, your big brother is tired and needs rest. Don't disturb him." Xiao Chen patted Xiao Hua's head and said, "Old Wu, you arrange first, I'll go to the management office." Since they had gone through so much trouble to get to Dongyang base, they had to find the school flowers to feel at ease. 2 days had passed, and they didn't know if they had arrived safely. The dormitory area was quiet in the late night, with only a few people passing through the corridor. When he followed the signs to the management office, he found that the lights were already off inside. Xiao Chen frowned, about to knock on the door. Suddenly, a strange gasping sound came from inside. TSK, didn't expect that you would fall into my hands one day. Weren't you quite arrogant before, saying that I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat? How about now, being pressed down by me?" A triumphant male voice came from inside. Xiao Chen awkwardly stopped his hand from knocking on the door. "Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow." Just as he was about to leave, a voice of an embarrassed woman from inside made him stop in his tracks. "You bastard, aren't you afraid my husband will find out and retaliate against you? How dare you treat me like this?" Xiao Chen's expression suddenly became strange. "This voice is..." He had a thought, smirked mischievously, and suddenly knocked twice hard on the window. The sound was particularly clear in the middle of the night. The person inside immediately stopped moving. "Who?" Xiao Chen remained silent, retreating into the darkness. After a moment, the door of the management office was opened, and a fat middle-aged man rushed out, looking around. Seeing no one, he cursed, "Which bastard is knocking on the door? Don't let me catch you." With that, he pulled up his pants and tried to go back in to continue his business. But he was immediately pushed aside by a disheveled woman, who dared not look around, and only whispered, "I'm leaving." The fat man hurriedly said, "Don't go, we're not done yet." He tried to pull her back, but the woman slapped him in the face and said shortly, "Let go." Taking advantage of the fat man's confusion, she hurriedly ran away, leaving the fat man alone in frustration. Xiao Chun, who was hiding in the dark, saw the woman and couldn't help but smile. "It's really her." Clack clack clack. The crisp sound of high heels echoed urgently in the dim corridor, as a woman with disheveled hair hurried along. She seemed very anxious, afraid of being seen, her eyes between her hair showing unease and vigilance. Bang! Turning a corner, just as she saw her room, a figure suddenly blocked her way. The woman exclaimed and stepped back. "Who are you?" "Huang Ying, we meet again," a man's deep voice said. The woman carefully looked at the man in front of her and exclaimed, "It's you, Xiao Chun. You're still alive?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Looking at this woman in her 40s who still had charm, he found it quite interesting. He didn't expect that this woman, whose son was already in college, would be so popular, so unforgettable to a base administrator. Yes, this woman was the mother of the mother and son he had saved before. Although not young, she had her own assets. Her figure was quite spectacular. When the woman named Huang Ying saw Xiao Chen, she was surprised and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. "Why are you here? What do you want?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you some questions. Since you are at the base, you should know the whereabouts of Fan Qingqing and Wei Yang. Take me there, I will keep your secret." Huang Ying's face changed when she heard this, and she avoided eye contact, saying, I don't know. Xiao Chen sensed something was wrong and frowned. "What happened?" Huang Ying became more flustered. "Nothing, I'm sorry. We split up after coming in, so I don't know where they are. You can go find them tomorrow. I'm leaving." Xiao Chen grabbed her neck and lifted the heavy Huang Ying with one hand. "Tell me, what happened to them?" Huang Ying couldn't breathe, her face turned red, and she struggled to push Xiao Chen's arm away. "Let me go." But Xiao Chen just looked at her coldly. Huang Ying found it harder to breathe, tears and snot streaming down her face, coughing loudly on the ground. She hugged Xiao Chen's leg. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. They forced me. If I didn't do as they said, they would kill my son." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He said in a deep voice, "Go on." Huang Ying said, "It's Huang Dongyue. He found me at night and asked me to arrange a meeting with Fan Qingqing. He threatened to kill my son if I didn't comply. I was forced to do it." Xiao Chen lifted her up. "Who is Huang Dongyue? And where did you arrange to meet Fan Qingqing?" Huang Ying quickly said, "He is like you, a superhuman. I heard he is invulnerable and not afraid of bullets. Even Major Lu Fan, who rescued us, was polite to him. He is a powerful figure in the base. He asked me to arrange a meeting with Fan Qingqing at the east side of the base's supply building." A superhuman? Invulnerable and not afraid of bullets? Xiao Chen was surprised and his face darkened. He didn't expect superhumans to exist among humans, and they were targeting Fan Qingqing. But even if they were superhumans, so what? Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Take me there." Huang Ying had no choice but to lead the way. Xiao Chen was impatient with her slow pace, grabbed her collar, and ran forward with her. "You guide me." Even carrying a person, Xiao Chen moved swiftly and soon left the dormitory area. "Hey, what are you two doing?" When they reached the dormitory gate, they alarmed the guards outside. Seeing Xiao Chen ignoring them and running away, they raised their guns. "Stop. If you don't stop, we will shoot." The base had recently experienced people turning into zombies and attacking others, so the guards were very vigilant. Seeing someone running around, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But as they raised their guns, tears suddenly streamed down their faces, completely blocking their vision. Xiao Chen carried Huang Ying and ran through the base. "Where is the supply building?" Huang Ying struggled to breathe, feeling the cold wind brushing past her ears, and said with a wide mouth, "To the right, the building with the sheaf symbol on the roof." Xiao Chen turned right and sprinted towards the building. But from afar, they saw 4 guards at the front gate of the building. The soldiers were shocked and raised their guns. "Who goes there?" "Stop. Don't come any closer, this is a restricted area." But Xiao Chen was too fast, and in a blink of an eye, he was 10 meters away. The soldiers shouted, "Shoot!" However, all 4 of them suddenly slipped and fell in the snow, completely disoriented. Xiao Chen easily passed through them and entered. After 2 seconds, one soldier got up and shouted, "Quick, Lin, call for backup. Unknown individuals have forcibly entered the supply building. Hua, Jean, come with me to catch them." Inside the building, without Xiao Chen asking, Huang Ying began to guide him. 5th floor, room 510. Xiao Chen dashed up the stairs like a cheetah, climbing 4 floors in just a few seconds. As soon as he arrived on the 5th floor, he heard a smug laughter coming from deep down the corridor. Xiao Chen's face changed, he dropped Huang Ying and rushed over. "Hey, cousin, this drug really works. This little girl has completely passed out. She didn't even react when her clothes were taken off. It seems she has lost consciousness." Tisk tsk, she has a nice figure, this chest, can rival my wife and mistress. Cousin, I can't resist, let me go first, okay? Get lost. Boom! A loud noise interrupted the conversation inside the room. The two people inside the room were shocked and turned around, only to see the door of 510 being violently kicked open, a door made of iron and metal, kicked off its frame and crashing into the opposite wall. The force was evident. Who? The two shouted, standing up with a swish, looking shocked towards the door. Then they saw a figure full of killing intent walking in. As soon as Xiao Chen entered, he saw two young men standing in the room, one with yellow hair and the other with green hair. And on the sofa next to them, there was a young girl lying naked. The girl's dazzling white body seemed to ignite Xiao Chen's anger instantly. You are looking for death. The young man with yellow hair pointed at Xiao Chen and said, Who are you? Do you know who we are? How dare you kick our door? The other young man with green hair said, Cousin, don't waste time talking to him, just beat him up first and then ask questions. Boom! The three of them clashed without saying a word. However, the result was that two of them were directly punched and sent flying by Xiao Chen, howling in pain as they rolled on the ground. With Xiao Chen's extraordinary physical strength, the power was beyond what two ordinary people could compare with, and they were instantly severely injured. Xiao Chen ignored the two men's cries of pain. He grabbed a blanket from the side and covered the unconscious girl. But when he moved the girl's hair aside, he realized that the naked girl was not Fan Qingqing. Xia Yuan? He recognized her, the girl was Fan Qingqing's best friend. But why was it Xia Yuan? Where was Fan Qingqing? With a stern face, he walked up to the young man with yellow hair and asked in a deep voice, Where is Fan Qingqing? The young man with yellow hair covered his chest, looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of mockery, and chuckled, Huh, so you are the classmate they mentioned. Too bad, you are too late, our boss is already enjoying that beauty. Enraged, Xiao Chen stepped on the young man's ankle and asked angrily, Where is she? The young man's ankle with yellow hair was crushed with a crack. Ah! The young man with yellow hair twisted his face in pain. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and only laughed. It's useless, it's too late. Even if you are powerful, you still have to drink the soup left by our boss. Ha ha ha. Enraged, Xiao Chen drew his evil slaying blade and beheaded the young man with yellow hair. The head of the young man with yellow hair rolled to the side of the young man with green hair, who was terrified and screamed in fear. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Xiao Chen placed the blood-stained evil-slaying blade on his neck. Speak. Where is she? The young man with green hair cried with a mournful face, Big brother Huang is not here. He went upstairs. Upstairs? Xiao Chen raised his head. At that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force erupting above his head, as if something had exploded upstairs. Boom! A loud noise, the ceiling was blasted open, and a burly figure leaped down from the hole. Boom! As soon as that figure appeared, Xiao Chen felt an extremely violent energy impact. It was like being swept by a fierce wind in the sea, unable to stand steady. Xiao Chen was shocked. So strong, is this a transcendent being? He felt the same energy from the person as he did from the blood fox, but there was a big difference between the two. The person in front of him was much stronger than the blood fox. Huang Dongyue, Xiao Chen said in a deep voice. The person opposite slowly raised his head, revealing a cold and stern face. Huang Dongyue had a square face, narrow eyes, thick eyebrows, high nose, a rugged yet delicate look that gave off an intimidating vibe. In fact, he is indeed not easy to provoke. Glancing at the motionless yellow-haired head on the ground, Huang Dongyue showed no sadness, just said slowly, You killed my brother. Xiao Chen looked at him and calmly said, Yes. He wanted to die, so I sent him on his way. Huang Dongyue's eyes turned cold. Very well. When the green-haired man saw Huang Dongyue coming down, he immediately gained courage and hurriedly crawled over, crying, Big brother, you have to help us. This mongrel killed our cousin as soon as he came in. Our cousin died so tragically, you have to avenge him. Huang Dongyue kicked him away. Get lost. The green-haired man was kicked into a corner. Xiao Chen also pushed on the sofa at the same time, pushing the sofa and the unconscious Xie Yuan into the corner. The next moment, the two of them cleared a space and pounced on each other at the same time. Go to hell. I want you to pay for my brother's life. The two of them didn't bother with any unnecessary communication. The moment they saw each other, they knew there was no possibility of reconciliation. Boom! When Huang Dongyue pounced forward, a yellow light surged on his body, enveloping him in an energy membrane. He threw a punch at Xiao Chen with tremendous force. Xiao Chen blocked with his left hand shield and swiftly slashed with his right hand. Is that all you've got? Faced with Xiao Chen's slash, Huang Dongyue coldly smiled, not bothering to block, allowing the other to strike on his head. However, his right fist emitted yellow fist shadows, smashing onto Xiao Chen's shield. With a muffled sound, the immense force carried by the fist shadows smashed Xiao Chen's shield and arm onto his chest. Xiao Chen was sent flying by the punch. The force was even stronger than his human limits. But at the same time, his evil-slaying blade also struck the opponent's head, but was blocked by the yellow light on his body surface just an inch deep, almost unable to break through that layer of energy shield. Even so, it surprised Huang Dongyue. How is this possible? Since awakening his superpowers, his body's protective divine light had never been broken. Even facing zombies or bullets, no one could break through this seemingly weak but strong yellow light. But now, the opponent almost broke through his protective divine light with a knife. Who are you exactly? This made Huang Dongyue break out in a cold sweat. Thinking about how he had just used his head to confront the opponent, he felt a wave of fear. Something's not right, this person is not a transcendent, why can he break my protective divine light? Huang Dongyue observed Xiao Chen again and found that the other party did not awaken an energy core, obviously not a transcendent. Suddenly, he noticed the ancient long knife in the other's hand. This knife? His eyes lit up. Vaguely sensing a sharp knife aura from the blade, it seemed that a mysterious energy was flowing. When he carefully sensed it, he could even hear the deafening cries of battle. The problem was with this knife. Since awakening, Huang Dongyue had not had a handy weapon. Seeing this knife, he felt he had found one. Give me the knife. Huang Dongyue roared like a humanoid tyrannosaurus and pounced again. Xiao Chen calmly watched Huang Dongyue approaching. When he was 3 meters away, he suddenly shouted, "What are you looking at?" Huang Dongyue was puzzled, not understanding why the other party would say such nonsense at this moment of battle. But just as Xiao Chen's words fell, he felt his tear ducts burst, tears rushing out like a flood, instantly blurring his vision. What the hell? Huang Dongyue was shocked. He couldn't care about attacking Xiao Chen anymore. He stopped to wipe his tears. Bang! But as soon as he stopped, he felt a heavy blow to his forehead, making his head spin and sending him flying backward. Damn it! What's going on? Why am I crying? Huang Dongyue was puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly couldn't stop crying. But by this time, Xiao Chen had caught up, and he had to continue fighting with Xiao Chen despite the tears. Boom! Slash! The battle at this moment was in a precarious situation. Huang Dongyue's line of sight was blocked, and he could only be suppressed and beaten by Xiao Chen. Fortunately, Huang Dongyue had the protection of the yellow light, so even though he was being pushed back step by step, he could barely hold on. But the more he fought, the more frustrated he became. Bastard, what have you done to me? He shouted with tears streaming down his face. But Xiao Chen just ignored him and crazily attacked with the evil-slaying blade. What are you looking at? I'm asking you, what are you looking at? Aren't you supposed to be tough? Aren't you a superhuman? Open your eyes and look at me. A superhuman like you, actually crying because of me. It's really funny. Huang Dongyue was about to go crazy. He felt his dignity being trampled upon fiercely. Anger surged within him, and he could no longer bear this humiliation. Get lost! He suddenly cursed, and a burst of yellow energy erupted from his chest, sending Xiao Chen flying several meters away. Huang Dongyue took the opportunity to wipe away his tears. He said fiercely, "Kid, you forced me to do this." With that, he took out a green crystal from his pocket. Seeing the crystal, Huang Dongyue's face showed a hint of pain, but he still swallowed the green crystal in one gulp. Immediately, the protective divine light on Huang Dongyue's body erupted with energy twice as violent as before. A violent and unstable energy ring appeared around Huang Dongyue, as if he was enveloped in a mysterious halo. Go to hell! Huang Dongyue charged towards Xiao Chen like a cannonball, even faster than before. What are you looking at? Xiao Chen activated his superpowers. However, Huang Dongyue closed his eyes directly, using his spiritual sense to lock onto Xiao Chen, rushing towards him like thunder, full of rage. Stop! At this moment, a group of soldiers suddenly ran in from the gate. Leading them was Major Lu Fan. He was shocked to see the chaotic battlefield inside, amazed by the destructive power of the two. He shouted, "Huang Dongyue, stop now." But Huang Dongyue turned a deaf ear and accelerated even more. On the other side, Xiao Chen felt as if he was locked in by a powerful force, bound all over, unable to escape. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen coldly shouted, "Look, a shooting star." The charging Huang Dongyue suddenly fell to the ground with a plop, turning into a rolling gourd due to the swift momentum, his murderous intent turning into confusion. He was truly bewildered this time. He didn't understand why he fell at such a crucial moment. It was simply a huge joke played by fate. Lu Fan and the others at the door were also surprised. They didn't understand why Huang Dongyue fell for no reason. But before they could speak, Xiao Chen suddenly raised the evil-slaying blade and stabbed towards the fallen Huang Dongyue, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Xiao Chen wouldn't give the opponent time to react. And at this moment of life and death, Huang Dongyue's powerful perception made the most crucial response. As the evil-slaying blade approached, his body shifted 3 inches to the side under the protection of the divine light. It was these 3 inches that saved him from death. The evil-slaying blade, originally aimed at his forehead, only pierced his shoulder. With a puff, the blade actually penetrated Huang Dongyue's divine light protection and pierced his shoulder. Xiao Chen stirred the blade. Die! Huang Dongyue immediately let out a painful howl. It's you who will die. But at this moment, Huang Dongyue unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating. Seizing the opportunity to get close to Xiao Chen, giant arm shadows appeared on his arms, grabbing Xiao Chen's legs in one go. You damn kid, I'm going to tear you apart alive. Huang Dongyue roared furiously, pulling his arms forcefully. The giant arms followed suit, tearing in opposite directions, as if trying to tear Xiao Chen in half alive. No! Lu Fan saw this scene and shouted in shock and anger. All the soldiers were stunned, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Thud! Thud! At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Chen's heart thundered, adrenaline surged wildly, his mind raced at high speed, as if everything in front of him had slowed down. Feeling the intense pain in his legs, Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, unleashing an unprecedented fighting spirit. No! I cannot die here. Fan Qingqing is still waiting for me, Xiao Hua is still waiting for me. Ah! Transcendent barrier, explode for me. In desperation, anger and fighting spirit ignited the wildest ambition in his heart, and the raging fire carried all of Xiao Chen's vitality and spirit, bursting open. Crack! A crisp sound from the depths of the soul. The barrier blocking Xiao Chen's path shattered. Boom! An unprecedented energy erupted from Xiao Chen's body, like a storm, like a mountain torrent, gathering madly from his limbs, from the core of his cells, converging into his chest. What? Huang Dongyue, who was tearing Xiao Chen's legs, was the first to sense that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. When he saw the energy flowing from Xiao Chen's body, he widened his eyes. How is this possible? As a transcendent being, he understood this scene the most. This was the process of condensing the energy core, which he had done at the critical moment of life and death to become a transcendent being. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen awakened during the battle and achieved transcendence. Damn! Even if you become a transcendent being, so what? I will still tear you apart. Huang Dongyue was furious, his muscles tense, veins bulging on his forehead, unleashing all his strength, tearing at Xiao Chen's legs with all his might. Boom! Xiao Chen's chest shook, a round crystal suddenly condensed out of thin air, bursting with powerful energy flow, instantly blasting Huang Dongyue's arms apart. The violent airwaves even blew everyone around them flying. Everything in the room was swept away and shattered, dust flying, debris scattered. In the chaos, a long roar suddenly rang out in the center of the room, piercing through gold and stone, cutting through the long night. Then everyone simultaneously felt a surging heartbeat. Dawn! Dawn! Like drumming thunder, everyone's bodies trembled in fear, as if some terrifying creature was being born here, exerting immense mental pressure on them. Huang Dongyue, prepare to die. With a roar, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared, surrounded by a white energy halo, pushing Huang Dongyue towards the wall with a fierce impact. Boom! The two of them actually smashed a hole in the wall, fighting into the next room. Want me dead? Not so easy. Huang Dongyue glared angrily at Xiao Chen, who had already advanced to become a transcendent being, and fought back equally unwillingly. Even if you have awakened, so what? You are still not my match. Boom! Boom! Both of them had energy shields, swinging their fists in close combat, each blow carrying terrifying force. The surrounding walls and furniture were no match for the aftermath of their battle, shattering one after another. Kill! Xiao Chen felt the surging energy flowing from his chest, becoming more and more excited as the battle went on. This feeling of being filled with power all over his body was so intoxicating. Huang Dongyue, take this punch. Xiao Chen learned to condense energy in his hands like his opponent, unleashing an unprecedented powerful punch. Boom! Huang Dongyue's arms clashed, a yellowish shadow surging around him, like a small mountain blocking in front of him, directly facing the bombardment of this punch. Day. However, this punch pushed Huang Dongyue back several steps. Huang Dongyue's face was shocked. Impossible, why is your strength so strong? Xiao Chen's face was full of killing intent. Enough talk, let's fight. The energy in his body once again condensed in his hands, fiercely attacking Huang Dongyue. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a superhuman body of steel, continuously driving the battle with surging energy. Ignoring tactics, just punching and kicking. Bang bang bang! The two figures chased and fought in the building, engaging in a fierce battle. The walls collapsed and exploded like paper, as if they were two humanoid tyrannosaurs, wreaking havoc in the material building. Woo! The entire base was filled with alarm sounds, waking up many people in the middle of the night, looking towards the supplies building. Damn it, you two stop! Major Lu Fan chased after them, shouting loudly, his body trembling with anger. But watching the two figures quickly fighting, he felt helpless. The awakened superhumans were no longer afraid of bullets. Even if he ordered to shoot, it would be useless. As for those powerful weapons, they couldn't be released inside the base, so he was really at a loss. Seeing the increasingly intense battle between the two, Lu Fan shouted, "Quick, inform General Li. If we don't stop these two bastards soon, they will destroy the base." Boom! Another heavy punch. Xiao Chen punched Huang Dongyue, sending him flying, directly piercing through the outer wall and falling to the ground. Watching Huang Dongyue falling, Xiao Chen leaped down. He landed on Huang Dongyue from the air and kicked hard. Bang! Huang Dongyue slammed heavily on the ground, creating a human-shaped large pit. "Huang Dongyue, warm-up is over. You can die now," Xiao Chen said coldly, floating down from the air. After the recent battle, he had figured out that Huang Dongyue's superpower leaned towards defense, with thick energy and powerful strength. But his speed was slow, and his movements were stiff. He was no match for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, not only had far superior strength and speed but also moved with a lightness like the wind. Even when jumping from the 5th floor, it seemed weightless. Ha ha! Huang Dongyue spat out blood, climbed out of the pit, staring at Xiao Chen fiercely. "Do you think you have me figured out? Ha!" Xiao Chen's expression changed. At that moment, Huang Dongyue suddenly raised his right hand, grinning. "Kid, you're too naive. You were timid when fighting me upstairs. But now, this is my territory." He clenched his right hand tightly. Prison cage. With his gesture, the soil under Xiao Chen's feet surged upward madly, turning into ropes to bind Xiao Chen's feet. It continued to climb up, trying to bury him completely. "Ha!" Xiao Chen was surprised but not afraid. With a flash in his hand, the evil slaying blade was summoned. Swish swish, 2 slashes cut through the soil. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to break free from the soil bindings, jumping a few meters away to curiously watch the surging soil on the ground. "Is this your superpower?" Huang Dongyue on the other side was shocked. "Where did you get the sword from?" He had fought with Xiao Chen for a while and hadn't seen him use a sword. He didn't expect the opponent to summon a sword out of thin air for battle. Xiao Chen observed the soil and shook his head. "Unfortunately, your superpower is too slow to activate. If that's all you've got, then you might as well die." With that, he flashed, holding the evil slaying blade and slashed down towards Huang Dongyue. Huang Dongyue pressed his hands to the ground, shouting, "Earth spikes!" The soil around him suddenly rolled up, forming 1-meter-long yellow earth spikes that shot towards Xiao Chen in the air. At the same time, the ground surged again, forming an earth dragon that entwined towards Xiao Chen above. Tricks of a clown. Xiao Chen sneered, the evil slaying blade swiftly flashing in the air, cutting off all the earth spikes. "Prepare to die." The wind spirit power on his body propelled him, increasing his speed, and he leaped to the top of Huang Dongyue. "It's you who's going to die." Huang Dongyue roared, raising both arms, his body covered in yellow energy, while controlling the earth dragon to bite heavily towards Xiao Chen. Slash! At that moment, a surge of white energy suddenly flowed out from Xiao Chen's body into the evil slaying blade. The blade emitted a cheerful hum, then the entire blade burst into a dazzling white light, releasing an unparalleled sharp aura. The whole world seemed to hear the blade's hum. Swish! In less than 0.1 seconds, the head of Huang Dongyue's earth dragon was cut off. Immediately after, he ruthlessly split open Huang Dongyue's protective light, the blade light directly slashing towards his head. Impossible! Huang Dongyue showed a fearful expression, unable to move even his body as he watched the descending blade in terror. "Show mercy!" At this critical moment, a sudden voice shouted loudly in the air. Xiao Chen naturally heard this shout. However, a coldness flashed in his eyes. Paying no attention to who the person was, he raised his long knife to cut Huang Dongyue in half with the sharpness of the evil slaying blade. Whoosh! A scorching force suddenly appeared from the side, bursting open fiercely with raging flames beside Xiao Chen and Huang Dongyue. With a loud boom, Xiao Chen felt like he was hit head-on by a heavy truck, involuntarily being blasted away. If it weren't for the energy shield protecting him, this blow would have seriously injured him. Die! But in midair, he forcefully activated his wind spirit power to stabilize his figure, roaring as he struck down on Huang Dongyue, who was also blasted away by the explosion. Huang Dongyue immediately screamed in pain as his left hand palm was cut off by the evil slaying blade. The two then rolled backward under the blast wave. They stopped after retreating more than 10 meters. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of sweet blood, Xiao Chen leaped up from the ground, immediately sensing that he had internal injuries. He raised his head and looked solemnly at the person who suddenly appeared, like facing a formidable enemy. Middle-aged, thin, sharp eyebrows, big ears. The first impression was that this person was extremely serious, and he was dressed in military uniform, obviously one of the high-ranking officials of this base. The man stood on top of a tank, glaring at the two with anger, flames still flickering in his hands. A fire element transcendent? Xiao Chen's heart stirred. System, investigate the opponent. An information appeared. Li Chen, level 2 transcendent. Physical strength, 25. Mental strength, 25. Ability, fire. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, realizing that the opponent was actually a level 2 transcendent, and also the most powerful in terms of fire abilities. What about Huang Dongyue? Huang Dongyue, level 1 transcendent. Physical strength, 13. Mental strength, 11. Ability, earth. Xiao Chen nodded, understanding the gap between them. Ah, my hand, my hand. Huang Dongyue held his severed hand, screaming in pain, crazily shouting, "You damn mongrel, I will kill you." Shut up, Huang Dongyue. The middle-aged man looked at Huang Dongyue's severed arm, his face turning pale with anger. He then looked at Xiao Chen. "Look at what you two have done, almost destroying the base. It's already this late, and you are still killing each other? As survivors, don't you feel ashamed?" General Li. Huang Dongyue gritted his teeth. "You have to speak for me. This kid came out of nowhere, suddenly broke into my restroom to kill me. I had to fight back out of necessity. And he also killed my brother, cutting off my brother's head." He shouted hoarsely, "General Li, my brother died so miserably, you must punish this murderer and avenge my brother." Xiao Chen just coldly watched his performance. In his heart, he thought, "System, what are the chances of winning if I confront General Li? System, it is not recommended for the host to choose violent confrontation. The opponent is one of the highest commanders of this base, with official authority. Violent confrontation will lead to unpredictable consequences." General Li, after hearing Huang Dongyue's words, did not act. Instead, he looked at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. "The one who just awakened is you?" he asked. "It's me," Xiao Chen calmly replied. General Li then asked, "Why did you attack?" Xiao Chen looked at Huang Dongyue and indifferently said, "He deserved to die." Huang Dongyue immediately jumped up. "Look, General Li, this kid is too arrogant, he doesn't even care about you. If we don't capture and punish him severely, what face do we have to manage the survivors in our base? He must be killed to uphold the national law." General. At this moment, Lu Fan and others came down from the supply building. Lu Fan gasped and said, "General, thank goodness you're here, otherwise these two would have really destroyed the base." General Li frowned. "Lu Fan, what exactly happened? You explain." Lu Fan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Chen. "Wait, you can ask here, but I need to go find someone." General Li frowned. "Find someone? Who are you looking for?" Xiao Chen turned to look at Huang Dongyue, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Naturally, I am looking for my girlfriend who was taken away by Huang Dongyue." General Li looked expressionless at Huang Dongyue. Huang Dongyue sneered, "I don't know about your girlfriend, I only know that tonight a woman offered herself to me, wanting to spend the night with me. General, as you know, ever since I awakened, women have been trying to get close to me, and I have always had no resistance to beautiful women, so I agreed." Xiao Chen's anger surged up. But seeing General Li present, he couldn't kill Huang Dongyue, so he suddenly turned and walked towards the supplies building. "Wait!" Major Lu Fan stood in front of him. Xiao Chen calmly said, "Are you trying to stop me?" Lu Fan shook his head. "You are Xiao Chen, right? I heard from Fan Qingqing and others about you. Don't be in a hurry, Fan Qingqing is on the 6th floor, I have found her." Xiao Chen's expression tightened. "You found her? How is she? Is she okay?" His heart was pounding. He was very afraid of hearing bad news from Lu Fan. Lu Fan's face looked a bit strange as he said, "Don't worry, she's fine. She just passed out. But her condition seems a bit off, I can't say for sure." Xiao Chen noticed Lu Fan's strange expression, his heart sank. He said in a deep voice, "I want to go see her." After a moment of thought, Lu Fan said to General Li, "General, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Why don't I take Xiao Chen to find his girlfriend first? We can discuss other matters later." General Li glanced at Huang Dongyue and Xiao Chen, then nodded, "All right." He then said to Huang Dongyue, "Come with me, I'll find someone to treat your injuries." Huang Dongyue glared at Xiao Chen fiercely. "You bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later." Xiao Chen didn't bother to exchange harsh words with him. In his eyes, Huang Dongyue was already a dead man, and today's incident was just a small interest. As they locked eyes, they both saw the strong killing intent in each other's eyes. As they parted ways, a fierce battle was avoided. But everyone knew that this battle was far from over. There was bound to be a showdown between Huang Dongyue and Xiao Chen, a fight to the death. Xiao Chen followed Lu Fan back to the supplies building step by step. The closer he got to the 6th floor, the heavier his steps became. He was afraid of seeing something he didn't want to see, afraid that Fan Qingqing had really fallen into Huang Dongyue's hands as that yellow-haired man claimed. 1 step, 2 steps. The heavy footsteps made him breathless. Even the surrounding soldiers felt Xiao Chen's seriousness. Here we are. Lu Fan led him to the door of room 610. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door. Creak, the wooden door made a harsh, unpleasant friction sound, like the sharp cry of a dying bird. His hand trembled as he nervously looked inside the room. A familiar figure appeared before him. The stunning Fan Qingqing lay quietly on a pink bed like Sleeping Beauty, her eyes closed tightly, brows furrowed. But what relieved Xiao Chen was that Fan Qingqing's clothes were still on, neatly dressed. Go in quickly. Lu Fan smiled from behind. Don't worry, she's really fine. You'll see for yourself. Xiao Chen walked quickly into the room and approached Fan Qingqing's bed. It was then that he noticed a faint green energy membrane enveloping Fan Qingqing, protecting her entirely. The schoolflower, protected by the membrane, seemed to be sleeping peacefully, with a hint of sorrow in her brows and eyes. Ha! He curiously touched the membrane and found it to be very tough, like a cocoon wrapping Fan Qingqing inside. Xiao Chen applied some force, but the membrane didn't budge, instead rebounding the force back to his fingers. What is this? He had a pleasant surprise in his heart. Could it be that Qing Cheng has awakened too? Xiao Chen immediately thought, System, investigate. Fan Qingqing, Level 1 Transcendent. Physical Strength, 10. Mental Strength, 18. Ability, Light of the Mind. Note, this transcendent mistakenly ingested defective evolutionary liquid and will suffer organ failure and die in 10 days. Please host find an antidote as soon as possible. Xiao Chen's face changed dramatically. What? What's going on? System, what is evolutionary liquid? Why does it cause organ failure? Seeing the schoolflower with only 10 days left to live, Xiao Chen was extremely anxious. System, evolutionary liquid is a transcendent drug that breaks the human genetic lock. Ingesting it can awaken superpowers, promoting transcendence. However, this drug is a defective version with significant flaws. Ingesting it will cause immense harm to the body. Those with weak bodies will be unable to bear the breakthrough consumption, leading to gradual organ failure. Xiao Chen was extremely anxious. Why did Qing Qing mistakenly ingest the evolutionary liquid? What's going on? Qing Qing! Qing Qing! He called out repeatedly, trying to awaken Fan Qingqing. But Fan Qingqing showed no signs of waking up. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Lu Fan with red eyes. What is evolutionary liquid? Is there an antidote? Lu Fan was stunned. Looking at Fan Qingqing on the bed, he said, so she awakened by ingesting the evolutionary liquid? This is not good. Xiao Chen grabbed his collar. Quick, what is evolutionary liquid? How do we detoxify? With his strength, he lifted Lu Fan with one hand. The soldiers behind saw their commander being grabbed and aimed their guns at Xiao Chen. Let go of our commander. Lu Fan waved his hand. Lower your guns. Then he said to Xiao Chen, put me down first, and I will tell you. Xiao Chen released him. Speak. Lu Fan gestured to the soldiers behind him. You all go out first. After the guards left, he said, I probably know what's going on. This evolutionary liquid was originally a strategic resource awarded to Huang Dongyue. Transcendents who ingest it can greatly stimulate their transcendent power and fully develop their superpowers. However, if an ordinary person ingests it, it is highly toxic. 99% of people will die in agony during ingestion. Fan Qingqing did not die but awakened superpowers, which is truly lucky. However, her body is too weak and may not withstand the consumption of breakthroughs, so she will soon die from organ failure. Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, is there an antidote for this thing? Lu Fan smiled bitterly. I'm afraid not. Damn it! Xiao Chen punched the wall, leaving a fist imprint. Huang Dongyue. He hated him. There was no need to guess, the schoolflower must have ingested the evolutionary liquid to avoid Huang Dongyue's insult. Although she awakened superpowers, she also pushed herself into the abyss. He stood up suddenly, wanting to find trouble with Huang Dongyue. Wait! Lu Fan suddenly stopped him. He said, I remembered, there might be an antidote in one place. Xiao Chen asked, where? Lu Fan said, in the central district of Lina's city, the monster's lair? Xiao Chen frowned. The monster's lair in the city center? Lu Fan said, yes, to cure Fan Qingqing's organ failure, we need a vast amount of pure life energy. I think the monster's lair in the city center must have this. Xiao Chen muttered, pure life energy? Suddenly, he remembered the vine monster he saw at Swan Lake. Maybe that thing has what he needs. Bang! Bang! A soldier knocked on the door and stood at attention. "Lieutenant, General Lee wants to see you." "Let's go." Lu Fan stood up. "I'll take you to see General Lee, and we can ask about the antidote. And tonight's events will surely have a resolution. But rest assured, General Lee is not someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. The truth will prevail. As long as you have a clear conscience, you don't have to worry about being targeted." Xiao Chen stood up, looking at the hundreds of heavily armed soldiers outside as if facing a formidable enemy. Dan Ran said, "I'm not worried about being targeted. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Lu Fan was stunned, but he felt a strong sense of confidence from the other party. That was the confidence of a strong person. "Let's go." Xiao Chen turned and glanced at the sleeping school beauty, striding out. Outside, they were already surrounded by countless soldiers, with sentries every 3 steps and guards every 5 steps, extending from the supply building to the command building. He knew that Lu Fan was warning him not to act recklessly. Xiao Chen observed the surroundings while calling out to the system in his mind. "System, check my current personal information. Host, Xiao Chen, Lord of the Heavenly Tao. Level, first level transcendent, wind. Physical strength, 15. Mental strength, 18. Luck, 333. Superpowers, what are you looking at? Look, a shooting star. Equipment, bright light shield, evil cutting blade." "Ha?" Xiao Chen looked in surprise at his luck value column. He wasn't surprised by the promotion to transcendent, but the sudden increase in luck value from tens to hundreds was unexpected. "Why did my luck value increase so much suddenly?" he asked in his mind. System, luck value is determined by the impact of the host's actions. Xiao Chen pondered, "So, this luck is from the action I just took? Well, that's ironic." Ding! "Congratulations, host, on advancing to Transcendent and starting the main quest. Quest, reach a luck value of 1000, obtain the title of hero. Reward, aura of intimidation." Before Xiao Chen could read the quest details carefully, he heard Lu Fan's voice beside him. "We're here," Lu Fan said, and the two stopped in front of the top floor hall of the command building. He said, "Xiao Chen, wait outside for a moment." Then he knocked on the door and entered. After a while, Lu Fan came out. "You can go in now. I've talked to the general about your matter." Xiao Chen entered the hall. He saw General Lee standing in front of a huge French window, looking out at the snowy night outside, his back cold and lonely. He didn't turn around. Xiao Chen remained silent too. The two of them silently watched the snow scene for a few minutes. "Xiao Chen, do you know how many humans are left on Earth now?" General Lee suddenly asked. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He shook his head. "I don't know." General Lee said, "Conservatively estimated, less than 1 billion. Xiao Chen felt heavy after hearing this. Even with a premonition, it still felt very heavy. Before the disaster, the Earth's population was close to 10 billion. In just 3 days, a staggering 9 billion people died in this catastrophe. It was a suffocating and terrifying number. General Lee continued, "According to my estimation, in the next month, several billion more people will die. The enemy is too cunning. They immediately cut off our signal transmission, turning us into deaf and blind, rendering all kinds of advanced weapons useless. If we can't organize our fighting force quickly, humanity is likely to perish." Xiao Chen sensed a strong sense of concern from General Lee's words. He hoarsely asked, "Who are the enemies?" General Lee replied, "I don't know." "You don't know either?" Xiao Chen was surprised that even the highest commander of the base didn't know. General Lee said, "All I know is that they seem to have emerged from underground without any warning. But based on my investigations these past 2 days, it seems that the enemy's numbers are not large. At this stage, they are organizing attacks relying on mutated zombies. So, we still have a slight chance to catch our breath." Xiao Chen thought of Night Owl, of the image of him being besieged by countless zombies alone. Indeed, the other side only had one person, plus a dog. Xiao Chen. General Lee turned around and looked at him. "I heard about your girlfriend." Lu Fan was right. The essence of life to save your girlfriend is only in the enemy nest in Lina's city. So, he smiled slightly, "We can make a deal. I will ensure the safety of your girlfriend during her coma and tell you the location of the essence of life. And you will complete a task for me." "How?" 1 hour later, Xiao Chen walked out of the command hall with his thoughts full. In the end, he agreed to General Lee's deal. Not only did he have to find the essence of life to save the school flower, but also because when General Lee proposed the deal, the system suddenly issued a task, investigate the enemy's nest in Linen City. Reward, 500 luck points. Yes, General Lee's task is, explore the enemy's nest and behead the enemy chief. This is a life-threatening task, and Xiao Chen knows better than anyone how terrible the enemy is. But Xiao Chen had to go. Just as Xiao Chen came out, he saw a malicious person coming out of a room at the end of the corridor. It was Huang Dongyue. This guy also saw Xiao Chen, sneered at Xiao Chen, made a neck-slashing gesture with his hand, and arrogantly turned and went downstairs. But what shocked Xiao Chen was that the hand gesture Huang Dongyue made towards him was exactly the left hand he had cut off before. How is this possible? Xiao Chen was very surprised. He clearly cut off the opponent's left hand, but how could the opponent reattach the hand in just a few hours? And it seemed to move as usual, without any impact from being severed. Xiao Chen, let's go. I'll take you to your accommodation first, Lu Fan said as he approached. Xiao Chen asked with a serious face, what's the matter with Huang Dongyue's hand? Lu Fan, of course, also saw Huang Dongyue, hesitated for a moment, and said, there is a healing superhuman in the base, and it's easy to reattach severed limbs. Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He said, let's go. As they walked, Lu Fan said, the base has designated a special area for you superhumans. I have already sent Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan over. If you want, you can arrange for the few women who came with you to stay here. The general said that each superhuman can protect 5 people. This is considered a privilege for superhumans. Xiao Chen nodded and said, thank you. But he couldn't help but feel emotional. In this post-apocalyptic disaster, strength is indeed the most important thing. If it were ordinary people, they would probably still be huddled in a collective dormitory with 7 or 8 people. But he also understood General Li's approach. Superhumans, these human-shaped tyrannosaurs who are not afraid of firearms, are 100 times stronger than the special forces of the past. If it were before the disaster, he alone could pierce through an army. In some small countries, he could even overthrow the regime and change the dynasty single-handedly. Superhumans have become strategic weapons in this post-apocalyptic era of high-tech weapons obsolescence. We're here. At this point, Lu Fan led him to a row of neatly arranged villas, which was clearly the residence of the leadership, but now it has been allocated to the superhumans by General Li. This shows how much the base values the superhumans. That's the residence assigned to you by the base. Lu Fan pointed to the 3rd villa. By now, it was already bright outside. Xiao Chen looked over and saw a small building with white flowers climbing the courtyard wall. In the morning light, the white flowers swayed gently in the cold wind, looking particularly serene. Get out! You get out, this is our house. If you don't leave, I'll tell the patrol soldiers. Just then, there was a commotion coming from the small building, as if someone was arguing. That's Xie Yuan's voice. He was surprised, thinking something had happened, and hurried over. But when he reached the door, he found that the person arguing with Xie Yuan was none other than the popular star Song Yuer. Song Yuer was trying to squeeze her way into the door of the small building, but Xie Yuan was firmly guarding the door, refusing to let her in, and the two were arguing at the door. How did she end up here? Xiao Chen was very surprised. The female star turned around, saw Xiao Chen, her face lit up. Xiao Chen, you're back. She ran to his side joyfully, affectionately linking her arm with Xiao Chen's, and sweetly said, Xiao Chen, please help me deal with this crazy woman. I told her I'm your friend, but she won't let me in. Humph, she's just your classmate, why should she stay here? If you ask me, I should be the mistress here, she said, demonstrating by rubbing her chest against Xiao Chen's arm. She provocatively looked at Xie Yuan. At this moment, she was wearing a semi-transparent black gauze skirt, with a pair of fair long legs faintly visible under the skirt. Very tempting. It seemed like she deliberately put on light makeup before coming, making her even more impeccable. Any man who sees her would be attracted to her. Xie Yuan looked like a little girl in front of her. Xiao Chen pulled out his arm. Frowning, he said, how did you know I was here? Song Yuer said, Major Lu informed me. He said you became extraordinary, and the base assigned you a villa. As your relative, I can move here to live, and I can also be exempt from military service. She then held Xiao Chen's arm and leaned her face closer. Xiao Chen, you are so good to me. I knew you wouldn't forget me when good things happen. While speaking, she continued to provoke Xie Yuan with her gaze. Xie Yuan on the steps was about to explode with anger. But she was not Xiao Chen's girlfriend, so she had no right to say anything. She was anxious and angry, with tears in her eyes, almost crying. Now Xiao Chen had a headache. He knew this was a misunderstanding. He just didn't expect Major Lu to be so efficient, arranging accommodation just now and then informing Song Yuer and the others. Perhaps in Major Lu's eyes, he and Huang Dongyue were of the same kind. All just playboys. But, with a clear conscience, he really didn't intend for Song Yuer to come over. Let go, he said coldly, not wanting the campus belle to see this scene. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain later. Song Yuer said pitifully, Xiao Chen, I was worried about you and came to see you. Now the base is spreading the news that you fought with a master last night and got seriously injured. I just heard the news and rushed over. Xiaochen glanced at her delicate makeup and outfit. Oh, you rushed over as soon as you heard the news? He knew that once a woman dressed up, it would take at least an hour. Song Yuera nodded repeatedly. Yes, see how worried I am about you. Can you let me stay here too? Xiaochen pushed her hand away. No. To be honest, it felt quite good to have a top female star fawning over him, but Xiaochen was not in the mood to play around with her at the moment. The campus belle having only 10 days left to live was like a sword hanging over his head, constantly reminding him not to waste time. Major Lu, take her away, I need to rest, Xiaochen said to the somewhat embarrassed Lu Fan. Lu Fan nodded. I neglected this matter. He immediately realized his good intentions had gone wrong from Xiaochen's attitude. I will handle it, he said, then waved his hand. Take Miss Song away. Two soldiers behind immediately grabbed Song Yuer's hand and followed Lu Fan, dragging her out. No. Song Yuer unwillingly shouted, Xiaochen, you can't treat me like this, you can't. Xiaochen watched as Song Yuer was dragged away by Lu Fan. He shook his head and walked towards the villa. But as soon as he entered, he saw a graceful figure leaning against the door, smiling at him. It was Fan Qingqing. Xiaochen was delighted. Qingqing, you're awake? Fan Qingqing's face was a bit pale, but it added a touch of sick beauty to her. She sneered, hee, my Xiaoda is so amazing. A few days without seeing you and even female celebrities are throwing themselves at you. How come I didn't notice your charm before? Xiaochen was embarrassed. You saw everything? Fan Qingqing pouted. She came knocking on the door. How could I pretend not to see? Xiaochen said, it's not what you think, let me explain. I'm not listening. Fan Qingqing turned and walked inside. Since she likes you so much, you go find her. Xiaochen grabbed the hand of the school flower. Amidst the school flower's exclamation, he tightly embraced her. He lowered his head to gaze at the school flower's exquisite face and said with an unquestionable voice, Qingqing, let's fall in love. A love that lasts until death. Bang! 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 At noon, Xiaochen was awakened by a knock on the door. He glanced at the school flower sleeping heavily on his chest, chuckled, carefully pushed her aside, and walked towards the door. Upon opening it, he found a strange officer. Hello. My name is Lu Jun, the squad leader of this beheading operation. You must be Xiaochen, right? Lu Jun? Xiaochen felt like he had heard that name somewhere before but couldn't recall. Sensing this officer, he realized the other party was not a superhuman. He muttered to himself, General Li is playing too much. How can an ordinary person lead these superhumans on a mission? Isn't he afraid we might easily take care of him? Yes, you're here to notify me to depart, right? Please wait a moment, I'll freshen up. Returning to the room, he found the school flower already awake. She hugged Xiaochen's waist with a worried look, pressing her face against his chest. Are you leaving? Yes. Xiaochen enjoyed the fleeting tenderness given by the school flower. As you know, I must find the essence of life, the sooner, the better. He gently stroked the school flower's hair affectionately. Your body is getting weaker, and I'm afraid you won't hold on until I find the essence of life. I don't have much time left. Fan Qingqing's eyes welled up with tears. But the city area is too dangerous, I'm scared. Xiaochen smiled. Don't be afraid, trust your man. Nothing can stop your man's footsteps. He cupped the school flower's face and gave her a deep, wet kiss. Besides, I haven't let you ride me yet, how can I bear to die? The school flower lightly bit her lip. It's already this time, and you're still so improper. The two shared another moment of tenderness. Finally, amidst the school flower's reluctant farewell, Xiaochen walked out of the villa. Xia Yuan, take good care of Cheng. Let's go, he said to the officer named Lu Jun. The two walked forward for a while, and Lu Jun suddenly stopped in front of a small building covered with azaleas. Xiaochen turned to look at him. Lu Jun explained, there is also a superhuman team member here. Before he could finish speaking, a short, bald young man walked out of the small building. The bald young man grinned and said, Hey, isn't this Iceblood's second Lieutenant Lu Jun? I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. It's a narrow road for enemies. Let me make it clear first, if you dare to fall behind again, I'll kill you first. Lu Jun glanced lightly at the other person. Zhang Chao, you don't have to go if you don't want to. The bald young man named Zhang Chao rubbed his head and chuckled, not go? General Li will eat me up. Hee, we enjoy privileges in the base, how can we not pay a price? Hey, Zhang Chao, remember to come back early after completing the mission. At this moment, a beautiful woman in her late 20s walked out from behind Zhang Chao's door and called out to him. The woman was only wearing a lace nightgown, the hem of which barely covered her buttocks, exposing her fair, slender thighs. The white was exceptionally dazzling. Zhang Chao laughed. Leah, rest assured, I'm lucky, I'll definitely come back. I haven't had enough of you, can't bear to die. Bah, despicable. The woman named Leah spat at him and closed the door, going back inside. These two people, one short, ugly, and bald, the other tall and beautiful, standing together were complete extremes. It's unknown how Zhang Chao managed to get this woman. Stop staring. Zhang Chao scolded, she's my woman. Before I die, no one can touch her. Saying this, he walked past the two, laughing, let's go, we're off. I want to see how terrifying this mission is. The three continued on and soon arrived at the base gate. General Li is already waiting here. Besides him, there is a man in military uniform with a burned left face and a young woman in her 20s. Seeing these two people, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. He was somewhat surprised to find out that both of them were extraordinary individuals. Moreover, he sensed a vibrant energy from the girl, indicating that she was the extraordinary individual who healed Huang Dongyue's left hand. Through General Li's introduction, Xiao Chen learned the names of these two individuals. The man with the burned face is called Wang Shen, and the girl is called Chen Shui. Ha, General, I'm not late, am I? At this moment, Huang Dongyue also entered laughing. As he came in, he stared at Xiao Chen provocatively. I met a few beauties on the way who insisted on getting intimate with me. I couldn't refuse the invitation of beautiful women, so I was delayed for a while. These women are really clingy, not at all reserved. I prefer those women who are not easy to get, hee hee. Xiao Chen knew that the other party was deliberately trying to provoke him, but he did not respond, just gave him a cold look and ignored him, because he would not argue with a dying man. Huang Dongyue's eyelids twitched. He also sneered and stopped provoking further. Both of them knew that regardless of the success of this operation, one of them would not return. All right, General Li said solemnly, weapons and vehicles have been prepared for you. This mission is of great importance, so, I entrust it to all of you. He bowed deeply to everyone. General, rest assured, we will complete the mission. Lu Jin, Wang Shen, and the healing extraordinary individual all saluted in unison. It was obvious that the three of them had a military background, while Huang Dongyue, Xiao Chen, and Zhang Chao, including others, appeared more casual. When assigning vehicles, Zhang Chao jokingly put his arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder. Hey, Xiao buddy, shall we ride in the same car? Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulder, shaking off Zhang Chao's hand. He replied calmly, no need, I prefer to be alone. But Zhang Chao was undeterred and warmly said, don't be so indifferent, we are all in the same team. Then he whispered, Xiao buddy, let's go together, I need to discuss something with you. Xiao Chen glanced at the others and nodded silently. The two of them got into an off-road vehicle, and Zhang Chao took the driver's seat on his own. Xiao buddy, I heard you had a fight with Yellow Scorpion last night? You even cut off his left hand. Xiao buddy, you're amazing. Xiao Chen remained silent and asked, what's the matter? Zhang Chao glanced behind them, seeing no one paying attention to them. He said mysteriously, Xiao buddy, what do you think of this mission? Xiao Chen gave him a sidelong glance, a matter of life and death. Zhang Chao's eyes lit up. He said, I didn't expect Xiao buddy to think the same way. Heroes think alike. I also feel the same way. Oh, General Li is too ruthless, sending us to cross half the city to assassinate the enemy leader. Isn't he sending us to our deaths? Even if the five of us have awakened superpowers, it's still hard to guarantee that we will come back alive. A matter of life and death seems too mild for me. Xiao Chen shook his head. Zhang Chao was taken aback. What's wrong? Xiao Chen said, it's not a matter of life and death for me, but for you guys. Zhang Chao's expression froze. He looked at Xiao Chen speechlessly, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, he had thick skin. He immediately said, Xiao buddy, here's the thing. This mission is too dangerous, so I hope we can form an alliance privately. When we really encounter danger, we can help each other and advance and retreat together. Xiao Chen remained noncommittal. Oh? Why don't you ask others? Humph. Zhang Chao sneered. Wang Xin and Chen Shui are general subordinates, soldiers of the base before awakening. They must be single-minded in completing the mission. They might even sacrifice their own lives for the mission. I dare not form an alliance with them. As for this guy Huang Dongyue, he has always been selfish and untrustworthy. He might even betray us when things go wrong. So forming an alliance with Xiao Lao Di is my only choice. Xiao Chen shook his head. Since you know the danger, why do you still want to go? Zhang Chao smiled bitterly. Do you think I want to? Don't be fooled by General Li's appearance. He is actually a very ruthless person. If I dare not go, immediately my Leah and sister will be driven out of the base. In this icy and snowy place, I don't want my woman and family to face those monsters outside. Xiao Chen was about to speak. His eyes inadvertently swept through the convoy, suddenly seeing a familiar figure carrying a rocket launcher walking past the front of the car. Xiao Chen's body shook, and he exclaimed, Wei Yan? At first, Xiao Chen thought he was mistaken. But when he noticed Wei Yang's unique big head and the tuft of hair on his head, he confirmed that the soldier carrying the rocket launcher in military uniform was indeed his good brother Wei Yang. Fatty! Xiao Chen immediately got off the car and caught up. The soldier turned his head upon hearing the voice, also delighted. Xiao Zi, it's you. What are you doing here? Xiao Chen said impatiently, I should be asking you why you are here. Wei Yang chuckled, I was selected by the special forces, following the captain for a mission. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, you, a clueless rookie who can't even shoot, going to die? He seriously suspected that Wei Yan was being monitored by General Li and the team, warning him not to mess around in this mission. It was a silent threat. Let's go, let's go. With Lu Xun's shout, the convoy slowly started moving forward. Xiao Zi, I won't talk to you anymore, I have to report back to the team. If I'm late, the captain will scold me again. Wei Yang said, carrying the ammunition and running. Damn it! Xiao Chen was very annoyed. Seeing that it was too late to change anything, he could only take care of Wei Yang more in the upcoming mission. He returned to the off-road vehicle. Zheng Chao curiously asked, do you know that big soldier? Xiao Chen nodded. Zheng Chao shook his head, that's tough, in this mission, ordinary people are just cannon fodder, it's hard to survive. It's not that he looks down on these soldiers, but the place they are going to is full of monsters, a dangerous place, even they cannot guarantee to come back unscathed. With the physical fitness and endurance of ordinary people, the survival rate is even lower. Hey! Zheng Chao playfully extended his hand, handing the pocket watch he was playing with to Xiao Chen. Xiao Lao Di, look, this is the amulet Leah gave me. She said it's blessed and can protect me. Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, can a pocket watch be blessed? Zheng Chao said, Leah believes in the Western religion, it was blessed by a priest. It's different from our side. Xiao Chen recalled Leah's sharp-faced. She's mixed race, right? Zheng Chao laughed, oh, you noticed too, good eye. Let me tell you, she has a quarter Norwegian blood, a quarter bear blood, and a quarter Southeast Asian blood. Mixed very evenly. Otherwise, why would I choose her? Look at her long legs, that chest, TSK TSK. He even used his hand to gesture the size in the air, as if demonstrating to Xiao Chen, with a meaningful tone, Xiao Lao Di, you're still young, you don't understand the charm of mature women. Xiao Chen twitched his mouth, hee. He looked back and asked, where's Huang Dongyue? Zheng Chao said, don't worry, he's in the first car, responsible for today's road opening task. It will be my turn tomorrow. Why, do you want to deal with him? Xiao Chen did not answer, but looked towards the front of the convoy, frowned slightly. He remembered that Wei Yang went in that direction just now. It's very likely that the squad where Wei Yang is located is also responsible for clearing the way ahead. This made him feel uneasy. With Huang Dongyue and Wei Yang both in the front, he always felt like something bad was about to happen. The convoy left the base, heading south all the way. 2 days of heavy snow not only covered the roads but also the bodies on the ground. As the convoy moved further away from Donyang, they began to encounter scattered survivors. Those driving were better off. It would be truly deadly if they were on foot. The sudden drop in temperature made long-distance travel in the wind and snow extremely difficult. Coupled with fatigue and hunger, many people collapsed along the way. When the survivors saw Xiao Chen's convoy, they joyfully called for help. But Lu Xun showed no intention of stopping at all, directly ordering the convoy to leave quickly. This perfectly reflected his cold-blooded nature. See, this is how he is. Zheng Chao sneered. Do you know how I awakened? He said, I used to be a shop owner nearby. When the disaster struck, I happened to encounter Lu Xun's squad, but this guy actually used us as bait and fled with others. As a result, all my friends died. If I hadn't awakened at the critical moment, I would have died too. Xiao Chen asked, didn't you seek revenge on him? Zheng Chao snorted, how could I seek revenge? He said, Lu Xun and Lu Fan are General Li's direct lineage. The entire base is under their control. With General Li around, I can't do anything. Xiao Chen remembered General Li's intervention and nodded. Indeed, as a second tier, General Li had overwhelming advantages over other superhumans. Not to mention that he also controlled the military power of the entire base, making it impossible for ordinary people to resist. Ding! When they were 30 kilometers away from Linen City, a piercing siren suddenly sounded ahead. Zheng Chao sat up alertly, there's a situation. At this moment, Huang Dongyue's voice came from the car radio, Captain Lu, the road ahead is blocked by a group of monsters, probably around 300. It seems that there are people over there, fighting with the monsters. After a pause, Lu Xun's calm voice came through the radio, machine gunners, clear a path and proceed directly. Don't delay here. Yes, you're the boss, your word is law. Soon, intense gunfire erupted ahead. Dud-did-day. Dud-did-day. In front of the convoy, more than a dozen soldiers stood on armored vehicles, firing heavy machine guns and automatic rifles at the zombie horde. Wei Yang followed a 2-meter-tall strongman, also firing his rifle. However, he had only trained for a few days, and his marksmanship was terrible. He missed several shots at the zombies and almost hit his comrades on the side. Wei Yang, aim properly, you almost hit me just now, a soldier on the right scolded angrily. The 2-meter-tall strongman said, Wei Yang, your marksmanship is not good, go use the machine gun. Wei Yang reluctantly said, okay, Captain. He went to the machine gun position, found his position, and started firing ahead. Since the machine gun position was fixed and focused on firepower rather than accuracy, even an ordinary person with a little training could use it. Hundreds of bullets were sprayed out like a curtain of rain, and the zombies in front fell like wheat. Soon, a path was cleared ahead. Great! It's the military! Someone is coming to rescue us! A group of survivors besieged by zombies near the mountain wall ahead saw Wei Yang and the others approaching and cheered with joy. Several young people waved their hands to stop the convoy. Quick, kill these monsters, we can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Huang Dongyue jumped onto the roof of the car. Coldly, he shouted, get out of the way, we are on a military mission and don't have time to stay here. Hearing this, the survivors were stunned. A 20-year-old student angrily said, you can't do this. You are soldiers, how can you ignore people in danger? Are you still human? Huang Dongyue grinned, I'll count to 3. If you don't move out of the way, we'll open fire. 1. The student waved his fist, you are too heartless. If we don't move, you can't just leave like this. 2. Huang Dongyue's face grew even colder. The survivors became more excited, shouting, if you don't make way, then don't make way. I want to see if you really dare to shoot. 3. Huang Dongyue sneered, this is what you asked for. He waved his hand, fire. But the soldiers leading the way did not move. Although they were disciplined soldiers, they still had their own standards for judgment in chaotic situations. Seeing that the soldiers did not act, Huang Dongyue angrily said, what are you doing? I said to fire, didn't you hear me? He leaped to the first armored vehicle, grabbed Wei Yang at the machine gun position, and said fiercely, I told you to shoot, did you hear me? Wei Yang struggled, no, they are just ordinary people, I can't do this. Huang Dongyue sneered, if you don't kill them, I will kill you. He grabbed Wei Yang by the neck, making his face turn red. Huang Dongyue, you're asking for death. A shout came from behind the team, followed by a figure rushing forward, striking Huang Dongyue's shoulder with a palm. Huang Dongyue was shocked. He pushed Wei Yang away and struck back at the attacker. With a loud bang, the clash of palms created a powerful wave, sending everyone around flying. Huang Dongyue staggered back more than 10 meters before regaining his balance. He glared fiercely at the person in front of him, gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen, it's you again. Yes, the attacker was Xiao Chen. He glanced at Wei Yang and saw that he was fine after falling, so he relaxed. Xiao Chen pretended not to know Wei Yang, coldly saying, Huang Dongyue, who gave you the right to shoot at ordinary people? Huang Dongyue stared at Xiao Chen. He snorted, Xiao Chen, you want trouble, don't you? Today, I am in charge of clearing the way. I will kill whoever I want to kill. What, do you want to stand up for these refugees? You're getting too involved. Xiao Chen sneered, Huang Dongyue, you are truly shameless and cold-blooded. He felt a surge of killing intent and even considered taking this opportunity to directly attack and defeat Huang Dongyue. Huang Dongyue seemed to sense Xiao Chen's killing intent and also showed a strong fighting spirit, clenching his fists. It seemed like another extraordinary battle was about to erupt. Stop! A loud shout came from behind. Then, Lu Xun, Wang Xin, and Chen Shui arrived at the front of the convoy. Lazily following behind was Zheng Chao. Lu Xun looked angry. What are you trying to do? Huang Dongyue shrugged. Captain Lu, I didn't start this. I was clearing the way here just fine, but he suddenly came from behind to attack me. Captain Lu, this kind of attacking a teammate from behind behavior should be punished. Lu Xun frowned and looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, why did you attack Huang Dongyue? Xiao Chen replied indifferently, no reason, just couldn't stand it. He glanced past Wang Xin and Chen Shui, sensing the extraordinary power emanating from them. Obviously, if he dared to act, they would definitely help Huang Dongyue. And whether it was his illusion or not, he felt that Lu Xun was also hiding his strength, not as weak as he appeared on the surface. Plus, there were fully armed soldiers around. This fight was definitely not going to happen. Ha! Yawning, he turned and walked towards Zheng Chao. Let's go, I'm tired. I'll rest in the car. Zheng Chao, continue telling me about that mixed-race girl, what's so good about her? Zheng Chao chuckled, they have a good relationship. Since Brother Xiao likes to hear about it, I'll tell you in detail. This mixed-race girl, Lu Xun's face grew darker. Seeing this, Huang Dongyue provocatively said, Hee, Captain Lu, see that? He doesn't even care about you. Such a person who disregards military discipline should be properly disciplined. If Captain Lu doesn't want to do it personally, I'm willing to do it for you. Lu Xun glanced at him. Huang Dongyue, don't forget the general's words. Put aside your grievances during the mission. The mission comes first. Stop using these low-level provocative tactics. Huang Dongyue smiled bitterly. Yes, whatever Captain Lu says. Lu Xun glanced at the survivors by the mountain wall. He pointed to a small team. Wu Yun, stay behind to eliminate the remaining zombies, leave some weapons for these survivors, and the rest continue on the road. Yes, Captain Lu, a special forces team leader said. With 7 or 8 soldiers and an armored vehicle, they charged towards the remaining zombies. A minute later, the convoy continued on. This time, they encountered no obstacles, and the group finally arrived at the Lina City area before dark. What surprised Xiao Chen was that the convoy stopped at the Swan Lake Wetland Park. Lu Xun shouted, "Tonight, we will rest at Swan Lake Wetland Park. Wang Shen, take the Special Forces team to clear the zombies in the wetland. Remember, do not use heavy weapons and do not alert the outside zombie groups. Leave it to me, Captain Lu." Wang Shen led the team away. In the third vehicle, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had originally come to the wetland park to find the vine monster and see if there was any life essence to cure the school flower. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun's planned campsite was here, saving him the trouble of sneaking away. Looking at the familiar scenery outside, he felt quite emotional. Thinking back to the night when he was forced into a corner by the night owl and the tree granny, almost wiped out by the lake, he shuddered. To be honest, that night was really dangerous. I wonder if that tree granny from the nursing home is still there. I hope that monster has life essence, or else I'll have to go to the enemy's lair. As the sky grew darker, Xiao Chen said, "Zheng Chao, stay here and watch. I'm going out for a walk." He got out of the car and quietly headed towards the nursing home. Zheng Chao shook his head. Why does this guy always like to wander around? As Xiao Chen sneaked into the night, he didn't notice a pair of sinister eyes watching him, following him as he left the camp. The cold wind mixed with moisture slapped his face, stinging. Xiao Chen proceeded cautiously and quickly arrived at the peninsula beside Swan Lake. But when he looked towards the nursing home, his eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. Just 100 meters away from him, the nursing home that should have completely collapsed was now intact, without any signs of collapse. He could hardly believe his eyes. That night, he had watched the terrifying monster emerge from the underground of the nursing home and turn the entire place into ruins. How could it be undamaged now? Damn it! What's even more chilling for Xiao Chen was that there were lights on in the nursing home, with people moving inside. It looked like ghosts. Xiao Chen swallowed hard, feeling a chill running down his spine, making his scalp tingle. He almost turned around to leave. But at that moment, someone on the third floor waved at him from the window. It seemed like they had spotted Xiao Chen outside and greeted him. When Xiao Chen saw the person's face clearly, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Louis Nan! He could barely suppress his astonishment. The person waving at the window was one of the two who had disappeared that night, Director Louis Nan. Louis Nan was smiling and waving at him, his chubby face full of kindness. But Xiao Chen found it terrifying. Louis Nan's expression seemed frozen on his face, like a controlled puppet wax figure, with very stiff movements. Seeing this, Xiao Chen really wanted to turn around and leave. Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen. A faint call came from the nursing home, a very familiar voice. Xiao Chen turned around and saw his classmate Han Yizhang at another window. He was also waving at him, with a strange and eerie smile on his face, continuously calling out softly while waving, as if calling out to a spirit. Damn it! Xiao Chen cursed, feeling his body hair stand on end. If he didn't want to obtain the essence of life, he really didn't want to stay here. Just as he hesitated whether to go in or not, suddenly ding! Mission, obtain the forgiveness of Tree Granny. Reward, invisibility cloak. 20 meters away in a clump of grass. Huang Dongyue hid with a fierce look on his face, staring fixedly at the figure in front of the sanatorium, like a snake waiting to strike. He had been lurking here for several minutes, but the target had been hesitating in front of the sanatorium, making it difficult for him to assess the situation. Strange, why isn't he going in? Huang Dongyue was curious. Because he was afraid of alerting Xiao Chen, he didn't dare to get too close. He could only vaguely see someone in the sanatorium waving at Xiao Chen, seeming to know him. Damn, just go in. He cursed in his heart. In order to kill Xiao Chen, he had to be in a discreet location, and this sanatorium was an excellent place for an assassination. Just as he was getting anxious, Xiao Chen finally moved. Xiao Chen was seen bypassing the main entrance of the sanatorium and walking towards the lakeside. He quickly disappeared around the corner. What is he doing? Huang Dongyue frowned, leaped out from behind the bushes, and quickly followed. When he turned the corner, he saw a glimpse of a hem disappearing into a side window. He thought to himself, this guy didn't go through the main entrance but jumped through the window, is he crazy? But in the end, Xiao Chen did go in, which excited him. Xiao Chen, today is your day to die. He couldn't wait and leaped in through the window. Pop! Like bursting a bubble, everything in front of Huang Dongyue suddenly turned black. The warm, well-lit corridor with a yellow carpet had turned dark and gloomy, with moldy black stains on the walls and ceiling. Spotty, dirty, and disgusting. What shocked Huang Dongyue even more was that blood was dripping from above. The pungent smell of blood rushed into his head. What the hell? Huang Dongyue was greatly surprised. Thinking that Xiao Chen had ambushed him, he cautiously stepped back. But as soon as he took 2 steps back, he felt blocked by a wall. Ha! A wall? Huang Dongyue was shaken. How could it be? He clearly jumped in through the window. Why did it suddenly turn into a wall behind him? He turned around abruptly, only to see that the window he had jumped through had disappeared. In its place was a blood-red wall full of eerie atmosphere. Now, Huang Dongyue was completely panicked. He took a step back, gritted his teeth, and said, Xiao Chen, come out. Stop playing tricks, do you think I'm afraid of you? His voice echoed in the blood-red corridor, like a real ghost cry. It seemed that the mention of Xiao Chen had triggered something. At the end of the corridor, a fat figure appeared out of thin air, floating in the air and slowly approaching Huang Dongyue. Huang Dongyue's gaze narrowed. A yellow protective light immediately rose from his body, and he sternly said, Who are you? Where is Xiao Chen? But the fat figure did not answer, only moving faster. Huang Dongyue sneered, Alright, if you won't answer, it seems you are Xiao Chen's ally. Then he clasped his hands together, and 2 huge earth-yellow arm shadows suddenly appeared behind him. Under Huang Dongyue's control, the giant arms fiercely reached out towards the fat figure. Let's die together. The arm shadows roared and grabbed, creating a huge wave of energy. However, this powerful strike missed. When the arms reached out, the fat figure seemed to be non-existent in the real world, evading Huang Dongyue's grasp effortlessly. What? Huang Dongyue was greatly shocked. The shadow of the fat figure continued to approach him rapidly, reaching him within 5 meters in just a few seconds. Barrier! Huang Dongyue panicked and quickly activated the extraordinary power within him, condensing the Earth-type extraordinary power on his body surface, forming a semicircular barrier to protect himself. But what terrified him was what happened next. The other party seemed to have no entity, easily passing through his earth wall and coming straight above him. Giggle, hungry, hungry. The fat ghost emitted a sinister ghostly laugh, blood-red eyes staring at Huang Dongyue, opening its mouth towards him. The mouth, originally only a few centimeters in size, suddenly opened more than a meter wide, full of sharp teeth, like the abyssal mouth of a monster. No! Huang Dongyue was scared to death, bursting out with a powerful yellow extraordinary force, pushing back forcefully. With a bang, he pushed open the wall behind him, avoiding being swallowed. What surprised him was that behind the wall he pushed open was not outside the sanatorium, but another corridor. Damn! What the hell is going on in this place? Huang Dongyue cursed. But now was not the time to think about these things, as the ghostly monster behind him chased after him again. Giggle, hungry, hungry. The fat ghost made a strange sound, with a sinister smile on its face, floating closer to Huang Dongyue. Huang Dongyue had no choice but to run quickly. As he ran, he cursed Xiao Chen's family, suddenly noticing an upward staircase ahead, leading to a dark area with an unknown destination. But Huang Dongyue didn't care. Seeing the ghost catching up from behind, he quickly climbed the stairs. Hee, delicious, delicious. Just as he came down, he saw a slender figure floating towards him, emitting a sinister ghostly laugh. Damn it, go to hell. Huang Dongyue was completely provoked, enveloped in earth extraordinary power, punched forward, directly breaking through the slender ghost blocking his path. But what terrified him was that the punch hit the air. The slender ghost was unharmed and instead took the opportunity to bite his arm. Hiss! A sharp pain touching his soul exploded in his mind. Huang Dongyue felt as if his soul had been torn apart, his body and soul experiencing excruciating pain, almost knocking him unconscious with the double agony. No, what the hell is this thing? He retreated in fear, frantically running through the corridor. But the corridor seemed like a maze. No matter how he ran, he couldn't escape, and he was caught and bitten by the 2 ghosts several times. The intense pain from his soul drove Huang Dongyue completely insane. He began to use his extraordinary power, breaking through walls, trying to escape. But what made him desperate was that no matter how he ran, even breaking through dozens of walls in a row, he still couldn't escape this maze. No. How could I, Huang Dongyue, die here? Xiao Chen, you bastard, come out. He never forgot that he was here to kill Xiao Chen, and now that he was in dire straits, he felt a connection to Xiao Chen. He hated Xiao Chen. Who? He gasped violently. He continued to run desperately, but after being bitten twice, he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. It seemed that the attacks of these two ghosts were specifically targeting his soul. It's not so easy for you, Huang, to die. While still conscious, Huang Dongyue took out a fist-sized red crystal from his pocket. He looked around angrily. Xiao Chun, I know you're here. Let me go, or I'll detonate this thing. None of us will survive. He raised the red crystal in his hand and forcefully stabbed it with his extraordinary power. With a thud, the red crystal jumped, emitting a surging heat energy. Inside, there seemed to be an extremely unstable massive energy rolling, trying to break free from the crystal wall. Giggle, hungry. Hee, delicious. The two ghosts approached again. Huang Dongyue's forehead was covered in sweat, urgently saying, Xiao Chen, think about it. If you don't let me go, we will all die here. This thing is the weapon General Li asked me to use against the enemy leader. Blowing up this sanatorium is more than enough. Just then, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared from the darkness and shot towards Huang Dongyue like lightning. Seal! Huang Dongyue shouted loudly, and a protective divine light formed 3 layers of barriers in front of him. Puff. The knife light was exceptionally sharp, breaking through 3 barriers and heading straight for Huang Dongyue's eyes. Get lost! Huang Dongyue roared, his extraordinary heart running at overload, the energy on his fist almost solidifying into a physical fist, smashing down on the knife. With a whoosh, the tip of the knife grazed past Huang Dongyue's nose and flew out, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Bang! But before he could even rejoice, he heard a gunshot from behind. Huang Dongyue wondered if Xiao Chen had lost his mind, as bullets were useless against him. Even without the protection of extraordinary power, his strong physical qualities alone could withstand it. However, to his surprise, the bullets did not target his vital points. Instead, they hit the red crystal nucleus in his hand through the hole pierced by the knife light. Huang Dongyue's face changed dramatically, shouting in horror, no. Boom! The moment the bullet pierced the red crystal wall, the red crystal nucleus exploded. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out on the Swan Lake Peninsula. The entire wetland park shook. Flames erupted in the sanatorium, followed by billowing smoke, and the sanatorium was instantly leveled by the explosion. A painful roar echoed from underground the sanatorium. Countless vines emerged from the ground, wildly thrashing about with a sense of desperation. Numerous bricks and tiles sprayed around like a machine gun. The nearby lake and surrounding trees were all devastated. Gurgle. Xiao Chen swallowed his saliva and emerged from behind a tree by the lake. He looked at the terrifying power of the tree granny and muttered, I'm glad I didn't go in. It was he who had deceived Huang Dongyue into entering the sanatorium, sacrificing him as a scapegoat. And after Huang Dongyue produced the red crystal nucleus, he decisively destroyed the thing. He just didn't expect it to be so powerful that it leveled the entire sanatorium in an instant. Watching the vine monster roaring and thrashing in the night, Xiao Chen asked, System, what exactly is this thing? Ding! Mutant blood-sucking vine, 3rd order extraordinary. Physical, 35 mental, 35. Superpower, illusion, blood-sucking. Xiao Chen looked at the information on the tree granny and took a deep breath. Even General Li was only 2nd order, yet this thing was 3rd order. Its physical and mental abilities were twice his, with 2 extraordinary skills. It was simply unbelievable. Just a few days after the great catastrophe, a 3rd order extraordinary monster appears? He felt that with the strength of this blood-sucking vine, even the blue blood leader might not be a match. Fortunately, there's Huang Dongyue, this fool, who scouted ahead for me. He thought smugly. Suddenly, he saw a circular earth-yellow faint light struggling in the ruins of the sanatorium, seemingly trying to break free but blocked by the vines outside. Ha! Not dead yet? Xiao Chen was surprised. The earth-yellow faint light was clearly Huang Dongyue's extraordinary power. Xiao Chen! It's you! A resentful roar filled with deep hatred came from the circular faint light, unmistakably Huang Dongyue. But his current state was extremely miserable, his whole body charred, and one eye blinded. He was desperately using the last trace of extraordinary energy to resist the fury of the mutant blood-sucking vine. How could he not be angry upon seeing the culprit Xiao Chen? Ah, I'll kill you. Xiao Chen! I'll tear you to pieces. He let out a hysterical scream, his protective yellow light shining a bit brighter with his soaring hatred. Xiao Chen marveled, Huang Dongyue, you're really lucky to still be alive. But I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you scouting ahead for me, I might be the one trapped down there now. Lao Huang, you are really a good person. Huang Dongyue was almost driven crazy. Looking at the gloating Xiao Chen, he wished he could jump out of the ruins and bite him. Xiao Chen, you will have a bad death. Huang Dongyue noticed Xiao Chun, and the blood-sucking vine also saw him. Seeing Xiao Chun, who had once destroyed it, the archenemy, the meeting of enemies was particularly intense. Roar! It immediately let out an angry roar, and countless vines lashed towards Xiao Chen's location. But Xiao Chen was standing just beyond the reach of the blood-sucking vine's attack. As the vines approached, he didn't even move, just watched the blood-sucking vine gnash its teeth and claws 2 meters away from him, unable to reach him. Now the blood-sucking vine was angry too. You! This! Damn human! You! Hurt! Me! Again! I will eat you! A strange mental transmission suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, as if a child who had just learned to speak was speaking, intermittently and difficult to understand. Grass, even plants are talking now. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. This task can't be done. After injuring the blood-sucking vine twice in a row, and even destroying the home it had painstakingly rebuilt, the grudge had grown. How to seek forgiveness? Use feet to solve it? Just as Xiao Chen was worrying about how to complete the task, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind. It turned out that the explosion here had alarmed everyone in the camp, and they all rushed over. When Lu Jin and the others arrived, they saw the mutated blood-sucking vine, over 10 meters high and with hundreds of vine tentacles, and they all gasped in shock, stopping in their tracks. Grass! What is this thing? Even plants have become intelligent? How could there be such a thing in the wetland park? Everyone stared in amazement at the blood-sucking vine, their worldviews once again shattered, as this was the first time they had seen a mutated plant monster. Just as everyone was marveling at the terrifying body of the mutated blood-sucking vine, a cry for help suddenly came from the yellow light shield. Captain Lu, Wangshan, save me, I'm down here, hurry and save me. Everyone was shocked, finally seeing a faint yellow light under the layers of vines. Wangshan said, it's Huang Dongyue. Lu Jin's face changed drastically. Damn it, how did you end up here? And how did you provoke this monster? The Huang Dongyue below gritted his teeth and said, it's that bastard Xiao Chun, he deliberately led me here. He wanted to use this monster to kill me. Humph. With a light laugh, Xiao Chen walked out from the side. He said, Lao Huang, the most important thing in being a person is honesty. Why don't you tell the truth? It was clearly because you were worried about me getting into trouble that you voluntarily went inside to explore. And to ensure my safety, you didn't hesitate to detonate your trump card to delay this monster. Lao Huang, you are really a good person. Huang Dongyue was almost going crazy after hearing this. Damn you're voluntary. Damn you're good person. Xiao Chen, I will kill you sooner or later. Lao Huang, you are too great, sacrificing yourself to protect me. Xiao Chen sighed, don't worry, when you die, I will definitely take care of your women for you. Huang Dongyue roared, I will kill you. Everyone, be a human being. Burnt-faced Wangshan said, Captain Lu, what should we do? Lu Jin stomped in anger, what else can we do? Take action, save people. At his command, more than 30 Special Forces soldiers quickly entered combat mode and began firing at the blood-sucking vine. Day. The heavy firepower was the first to erupt. Countless bullets poured out, hitting the hundreds of vine tentacles, like a curtain of rain. But to everyone's shock, a scene appeared. Blood-colored halos appeared on those vines, and when the bullets hit them, they only knocked off some leaves, unable to shake the branches themselves. The attacked blood-sucking vine became even more furious, using its branches to roll up the rubble of the nursing home, madly shooting towards the crowd. Shoo shoo shoo! Under its immense power, these fragments were like bullets, unleashing tremendous force. Be careful! Lu Jin shouted, leading everyone to retreat quickly. But in just a few seconds, 3 or 4 soldiers couldn't avoid it and were hit by flying concrete blocks at high speed. They immediately burst into a mist of blood, dead and dismembered. Retreat! Use the armored vehicle to resist the attack. Wangshan, hurry, bring the high-explosive bombs over, blast this monster for me, Lu Jin shouted loudly. After the battle started, Xiao Chen immediately retreated. Although this blood-sucking vine was strong, its only weakness was its inability to move. As long as the firepower was sufficient, it could still be killed. That would be his chance to gain the opponent's forgiveness. Tree Granny, perhaps death is also a form of forgiveness, don't you think? Boom! 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 The earth-shattering explosions resounded on the peninsula by the lake, with heavy weapons such as rockets and shells continuously falling here, emitting a deafening roar. The blood-sucking vine let out a thunderous roar, not backing down as it faced the special forces head-on. Occasionally, rubble fragments thrown by it hit by artillery shells and explosives in the air, causing explosions. Damn it, Huang Dongyue! Lu Jin sat in the armored vehicle, his face turning pale. These ammunitions were originally meant to deal with enemy nests, but now they were being used to save that damn waste, Huang Dongyue. This made Lu Jin extremely angry. Captain Lu, it's not working. Wang Shen reported after a moment, our rockets and mortars cannot cause fatal damage to the monster. If we continue to delay, our weapons may not be enough. Lu Xun clenched his fist, his voice deep. How is Huang Dongyue? Wang Shen replied, he should be able to hold on for a while longer, but probably not for long. He looked at Lu Xun and asked, do we abandon him? Lu Xun's expression changed constantly. Suddenly he said, use that. Wang Shen was surprised, use it now? Lu Xun said, Huang Dongyue is more important than weapons. Wang Shen said, okay, I understand, I'll do it right away. 1 minute later, a red laser beam lit up on the blood-sucking vine, seemingly guiding something. Soon, a streak of fire cut through the night and flew towards the blood-sucking vine. Faintly, a cylindrical object could be seen flying past. Roar! The blood-sucking vine seemed to realize the danger and suddenly a blood-red halo barrier rose up on its body, blocking in front of it. But at that moment, all the soldiers increased their firepower. Countless bullets, shells, and rockets poured over it for a while, forcefully breaking a gap in that barrier. The fire burst over, exploding fiercely above the blood-sucking vine's head. Boom! With a muffled sound, a white light lit up in the night. Immediately, half of the sky turned into daylight, the intense light dispersing the darkness, illuminating the entire wetland as if it were daytime. Meanwhile, the blood-sucking vine at the center of the explosion was instantly severely damaged. Hundreds of tendrils evaporated directly under this terrifying explosion. It didn't even have time to roar. Its entire towering body of over 10 meters was as if wiped out, disappeared in the ruins. It wasn't until 3 seconds later that a violent shockwave spread out, sweeping the ground for hundreds of meters around. Countless snowflakes were swept up into the sky, fluttering down, incredibly beautiful. Kill it! Before the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Wang Shen shouted and rushed over. He wanted to save Huang Dongyue when the blood-sucking vine made its final counterattack. Although the previous explosion looked powerful, it didn't explode on the ground due to concerns about Huang Dongyue being underground, but chose to detonate in the air. Under this kind of explosion, it definitely couldn't kill the blood-sucking vine protected by extraordinary power. Roar! Indeed, as Wang Shen rushed over, there was a surge underground, and the underground part of the blood-sucking vine emerged again. However, compared to the spectacular scene of hundreds of tendrils dancing just now, it was now extremely desolate. Only 7 or 8 blood-red tendrils were waving and reaching out towards Wang Shen. It was still severely injured. Huang Dongyue, if you're not dead, say something. Wang's body was covered with a layer of water ripples, turning into a water tornado that pushed away the surrounding vines, landing on the ruins. I am. A weak voice of Huang Dongyue came from under a piece of concrete debris. Wang was delighted and quickly urged the water dragon to dig through the ruins and bring up Huang Dongyue from below. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past him like lightning, heading straight towards them. It was Xiao Chen. What are you doing? Wang was startled, thinking that Xiao Chen was trying to kill Huang Dongyue, and shouted, Xiao Chen, don't be reckless. Huang Dongyue was also startled and crawled behind Wang in a panic. Although he hated Xiao Chen to the core, when facing him, he lost all courage to resist. However, to their surprise, Xiao Chen did not lay a hand on Huang Dongyue. He didn't even look at him, but flew past him and headed towards the crater that had been blown open. Wang's eyes narrowed. No, he wants to kill that vine monster. Just as the blood-sucking vine caught Wang's attention, Xiao Chen made his move. He leaped to the top of the main body of the blood-sucking vine, raised his hand, and the evil-slaying blade appeared, with a surging extraordinary power infused into the blade, creating a sharp blade aura at the tip. Slash! Xiao Chen shouted and thrust the evil-slaying blade downwards. Roar! The blood-sucking vine let out a painful howl as a large hole was pierced in the root where its main body was located. A stream of blood immediately gushed out. Zing Chao! At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly shouted, Ha, watch me. Another figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chen, with lightning surging on his body, then punched the exposed blood-red root below. The raging thunder poured directly into the cavity pierced by Xiao Chen. The blood-sucking vine's howl became even more miserable. Already heavily injured by the explosion, it was now struck twice in a row and finally felt the threat of death. Swish swish! Suddenly, 2 particularly thick vines emerged from the ground, whipping Xiao Chen and Zhang Chao away. Then it frantically churned the soil, trying to burrow back underground. Wang, don't just stand there! Xiao Chen shouted, stopping his backward flight and secretly activating his superpowers. Look, a shooting star! The blood-sucking vine, which was hiding its form, suddenly turned over, as if caught by something. Xiao Chen's bug-like superpower could even trip up the underground species. Amazing! You go first! Wang threw Huang Dongyue out of the ruins and then lunged towards the blood-sucking vine. Come back to me! With a wave of his hand, the water tornado turned into a rope that delved deep into the crater, entwining around the two huge vine tentacles and pulling the blood-sucking vine out. Zhang Chao threw a ball of lightning over, using the power of lightning to paralyze the blood-sucking vine for a moment. Xiao Chen, act quickly. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, pushed his extraordinary power to the limit, and in the excited hum of the evil-slaying blade, seemed to unlock some of its power. The blade suddenly elongated. The over 1 meter blade turned into a 3-meter giant, the blade light flickering, as if sniffing out its prey. I'll send you to the west. Xiao Chen wielded the huge evil-slaying blade and slashed down. Puff! The root system of the blood-sucking vine's main body was cut in half by this blow, and this time, it finally couldn't hold on. Roar! It let out a sharp cry of imminent death. In the midst of the howling, a green fist-sized crystal nucleus appeared in front of Xiao Chen, emitting a charming luster. A level 3 extraordinary crystal nucleus. Xiao Chen picked up the crystal nucleus with the tip of his blade. Immediately, a vigorous force surged into his body, revitalizing his body and mind, as if both had been cleansed. Finally got it, the essence of life. Xiao Chen raised his blade again and made several more cuts on the root body of the blood-sucking vine, chopping it into pieces, no longer showing its original appearance. It wasn't that he wanted to desecrate the corpse, but he hadn't received a system prompt that the blood-sucking vine was completely dead yet. Roar! Sure enough, after he made a few more cuts, the body of the blood-sucking vine emitted a soul-piercing wail. The blood-red body quickly lost its vitality and turned into a gray wooden block. This time, it was truly dead. Ding! Mission, obtaining the forgiveness of Tree Granny is completed. Invisibility cloak issued. Xiao Chen was delighted, eager to check out his newly acquired equipment. Just then, Zhang Chao's anxious shout came from above. Xiao Chen, something's wrong. A large number of zombies are surrounding us. Come up quickly, we need to leave here. Xiao Chen was startled. He was about to leap out of the pit, but as he took a step, he suddenly noticed a flash of green light at his feet. He looked down and found a thumb-sized seed in the body of the blood-sucking vine. The seed was sparkling. Huh, what's this? He picked up the seed. Suddenly, the system popped up a message: seed of the blood-sucking vine, mutant form, can be attached to weapons and armor. Ability, blood-sucking, symbiosis, can absorb the life force of enemies to restore the host's injuries, stamina, etc. Xiao Chen was surprised. He didn't expect the blood-sucking vine to leave behind such a magical thing after its death. If he attached the seed to the evil-slaying blade, wouldn't he become a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield? With this thought, he immediately got excited. System, how do I attach it? System, consumes 100 luck points, can be activated by the system for attachment. Xiao Chen's face fell. So expensive? He now understood the value of luck points very well. Not only could they be exchanged for healing medicine, antivirus drugs, but most importantly, in life-threatening situations, luck could be consumed to seek a glimmer of hope. It could be said that this was his most powerful superpower, his guarantee of survival. But at the thought of the magic of this seed, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Alright, attach it. Buzz. The seed in his hand was instantly sucked onto the hilt of the evil-slaying blade, as if it had been swallowed by the blade, finally forming a green crystal-like decoration on the hilt. However, as Xiao Chen held the evil-slaying blade, he immediately felt a surge of fresh vitality flowing into his body from the blade. It filled his body with strength. Xiao Chen, hurry up, why are you still standing there? The monsters are coming. Zhang Chao urged repeatedly as he saw Xiao Chen not moving. Xiao Chen chuckled, coming. He leaped out of the pit. As he walked out of the ruins, he saw that the peninsula was already surrounded by thousands of zombies. In the darkness, countless zombies were rushing towards them. Xiao buddy, let's go. Zhang Chao grabbed his arm and ran towards their armored vehicle. Everyone, regroup, regroup. Team leader Lu Jin shouted loudly. Team A, set up defense to intercept the monsters. Team B, gather supplies and equipment. Quick, we're breaking through to the south. Everyone sprang into action. At this moment, the special forces responsible for intercepting the perimeter had already made contact with the zombies, and intense gunfire could be heard. However, there were too many zombies, and despite the team's fierce firepower, there were still loopholes. Soon, several zombies broke through the barrage and rushed into the position. I'll hold them off. Wang Xinduan rushed over with a submachine gun. Xiao Chen, Zhang Chao, go south and clear the way for the team, Lu Jin roared. Xiao Chen was eager to test the power of the newly acquired mutant seed, so without a word, he ran straight south. Xiao buddy, let's see who kills more. Zhang Chao laughed heartily, as blue and white lightning surged around him, making him look like a thunder god. With a blink of an eye, he broke into the midst of the zombie horde. Crackling! The thunderous lightning spread around, and in an instant, 7 or 8 zombies were convulsing and smoking on the ground. The extraordinary power was undoubtedly revealed. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, but instead of unleashing a big move like him, he activated the agile extraordinary energy, falling like feathers into the zombie pile, the evil slaying blade cutting through everything in a ring. Whoosh! In an instant, 4 or 5 zombies were cut in half by him. When these zombies fell to the ground howling in pain, Xiao Chen felt a surge of life force flowing from the blade, nourishing his body and spirit. It was like taking a big tonic pill. Both his body and mind were maintained at a highly excited peak state. Really amazing. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, urging the extraordinary wind power within him to continue the slaughter. As he continued to kill, the evil slaying blade seemed to become more active, as if unlocking a seal. The bright white blade energy extending from the tip of the blade doubled in size out of thin air. This made Xiao Chen's killing more efficient. Slash! Xiao Chen suddenly let out a long roar, urging most of his extraordinary power to crazily pour into the evil slaying blade, fiercely waving his right hand forward. Immediately, a crescent-shaped blade energy flew out from the evil slaying blade, shooting out like lightning. Swish! In the blink of an eye, all the zombies in front of Xiao Chen were simultaneously cut in half. Thud! 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 Hundreds of zombies fell to the ground at the same time, emitting deafening cries. In an instant, the zombies to the south were completely cleared by Xiao Chen's single strike. Damn! Beside him, Zhang Chao was stunned to see this scene. Xiao buddy, you're too fierce. He had struggled to kill just over 30 zombies, while Xiao Chen slaughtered over 100 with one move. It was unbelievable. Even Lu Zhen and the others noticed the situation here and showed expressions of shock. So strong. Chen Xueme, a healer with extraordinary powers, widened her eyes and took a deep breath. But Huang Dongyue, who was being treated by her, had a drastic change in expression, a deep sense of fear flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen had grown too fast. He wasn't this strong when they fought before. In just 2 days, he had such combat power, which was simply unbelievable. It was terrifying. Thinking that he and such a person were mortal enemies, Huang Dongyue felt restless. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhen immediately ordered, "Quick, everyone, follow orders and break through to the south. Wang Xin, you cover the rear." He now understood why General Li had threatened Xiao Chen to join the beheading squad. This person couldn't be judged by common sense. On this side, Xiao Chen, who had just exhausted most of his extraordinary power with a single strike, took a few breaths and felt a huge life force flowing into his body along the blade. Not only did it instantly fill the gap he had just created, but a large part of it also poured into the evil slaying blade. Ding! Unlock condition met, evil slaying blade's second form unlocked. Suddenly, the system prompted in his mind. Xiao Chen was astonished. The second form of the evil slaying blade? It was the first time he had heard that the evil slaying blade had a second form, but he immediately felt the change in the evil slaying blade. The blade, originally over a meter long, suddenly emitted a dense black mist from the blade, forming a 3-meter barrier around it. A majestic voice silently shouted, "Slay evil! Slay evil!" Holding the hilt, Xiao Chen immediately understood the true meaning of this second form. Blade domain, the domain of the blade, defense can deter all beings, nothing can approach, when activated, can pursue at super speed, nothing can block. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, shocked by the ability of this second form. He glanced at the zombies still pouring in front of him and shouted in his heart, "Blade domain, activate!" Swish! The next moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a violent power enhancing him, his speed increased several times, and in the blink of an eye, he pierced through the zombies' defense line and disappeared into the night. Fast! Too fast! After activating the blade domain, Xiao Chen could hardly control this super high-speed movement. In the blink of an eye, he penetrated the zombie horde and arrived hundreds of meters away. All the zombies blocking his path ahead were torn apart by the blade energy under his charge, leaving a path of blood and flesh. This intense movement made Xiao Chen feel like his body was being torn apart. Obviously, his physical body was not yet strong enough for this high-speed charge. Fortunately, the blood-sucking vine seed continued to supply him with essential life force to repair his body, barely allowing him to hold on. Stop! After charging forward for over 1,000 meters, completely breaking out of the encirclement of zombies, he finally stopped. Glancing around, he realized he had already left the wetland park. He lowered his head and looked at the Zhanxia sword buzzing continuously in his hand, as if he was meeting this sword for the first time. He laughed. The more he laughed, the louder he became, the happier he felt, tears almost coming out from laughing. Since the great disaster, his spirit had been tense. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very uneasy inside. The 2 superpowers bestowed by the system were great, but they did not directly increase his combat power. He had ascended to the extraordinary, but his abilities were actually quite ordinary, just a bit more agile in body movements. Relying solely on his own strength, he might not even be able to defeat Huang Dongyue. Therefore, it was only after obtaining the seed of the blood-sucking vine that unsealed the second form of the Zhanxia sword that he truly had the power to fight. Only then did he have the confidence to overturn the table. Whether facing General Li or Night Owl, he had the qualification to say no. Feeling the surging energy coming from the sword, Xiao Chen sneered and turned around. Huang Dongyue, it's time to settle our grievances. Boom! Just as Zhang Chao had just used the power of lightning to kill a zombie, he saw a figure shrouded in black mist swiftly piercing through the zombie horde. With unparalleled momentum, he arrived in front of him. Along the way, countless zombies were crushed by this black shadow, causing a sharp decrease in the number of zombies in the south. Zhang Chao opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Xiao buddy, when did you become so fierce? He felt that even General Li was not as strong as Xiao Chen at this moment. Looking at the blood path pierced behind Xiao Chen, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Xiao Chen did not answer, but asked, "Where is Huang Dongyue?" Zhang Chao's face turned serious. "Are you going to kill him?" Xiao Chen nodded. Zhang Chao thought for a moment. "Well, since you have this combat power, it's enough to stir things up." He chuckled. "I've been eyeing Huang Scorpion for a long time. Since you want to, then go ahead and kill him. He's in the 5th armored vehicle with the label A, being treated by Chen Shui." Xiao Chen nodded, activated the sword domain, and turned into a rolling black mist, swiftly leaving. At this time, the convoy was still fighting fiercely with the zombie horde, but the team had stabilized and was breaking through to the south. Swish! Xiao Chen's figure flashed through half of the convoy in the blink of an eye, arriving in front of the 5th armored vehicle with the label A. Bang! He actually used the sword domain to directly stop the armored vehicle. Chen Shui in the car was startled. After seeing who it was, she exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" Xiao Chen glanced inside the car and found that Huang Dongyue was not inside. Frowning, he asked, "Chen Shui, where is Huang Dongyue?" Chen Shui leaned out and said, "He's not here." After stabilizing his injuries, he went back to his own car. She noticed that Xiao Chen's expression was not right and quickly said, "Don't act impulsively, Xiao Chen. We are here to carry out a mission, not to fight among ourselves." Xiao Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "By killing Huang Dongyue, I can complete the mission with more peace of mind." With that, he flashed away like a supersonic fighter jet towards the armored vehicle belonging to Huang Dongyue. "Huang Dongyue, come out!" When Xiao Chen was 3 to 4 meters away from the armored vehicle, he directly activated the defensive ability of the sword domain. Boom! This armored vehicle was actually pushed back several meters by him before stopping, and looking at the front of the vehicle, there was even a human-shaped imprint. There was a scream from inside the car, but what puzzled Xiao Chen was that he did not hear Huang Dongyue's voice. "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do?" A furious shout came from behind. It was Lu Jin who, along with Wang Xin, rushed over after seeing Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen completely ignored him, frowning as he looked at the armored vehicle in front of him. He had already noticed that Huang Dongyue was not inside. He turned to scan the convoy and found that none of the 10 armored vehicles had Huang Dongyue's presence. This guy had actually disappeared. Lu Jin roared, "Xiao Chen, are you even listening to me? Do you know what you're doing right now? Attacking teammates during wartime will get you shot. Do you still have any discipline in your eyes?" Xiao Chen finally looked at him directly and said with a smile, "Oh, execute me? I'm so scared. Since that's the case, why are you hesitating? Come on, execute me, let's see who dies first, you or me." Lu Jin took a deep breath. In a deep voice, he asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly do you want to do?" Xiao Chen replied, "Hand over Huang Dongyue to me, everything will be fine, and I will continue with the mission." "Impossible," Lu Jin said decisively. "I will not make this decision, and the general will not allow it." He persuaded, "Xiao Chen, don't be stubborn anymore. This beheading operation is of great importance. Every extraordinary person is a precious force in battle, and it is not allowed to be wasted in internal strife. I hope you prioritize the overall situation." Xiao Chen sneered. Looking at Lu Jin's selfless face, he silently raised the evil-slaying blade. He said, "No, I am the bigger picture." Wang Xin sensed Xiao Chen's killing intent and quickly stood in front of Lu Jin, with a serious expression, saying, "Xiao Chen, don't be self-righteous." A rolling black blade aura rose from Xiao Chen's body, like a demon. He coldly said, "Tell me, where did Huang Dongyue go?" Wang Xin felt immense pressure. Under the blade aura like a wolf's smoke, every hair on his body stood up. Every cell seemed to be warning him. He knew he absolutely couldn't withstand this blow. Xiao Chen was no longer the Xiao Chen from the base. He had the strength to crush a first-tier extraordinary person. Wait! Just as Xiao Chen's blade was about to strike, Wang Xin urgently shouted, "He went north." Swish! The next moment, Xiao Chen's figure had turned into a black mist and rushed northward. The zombie horde to the north was cleared out in the blink of an eye, with any zombies blocking his path, strong or weak, turning into a pile of flesh. Watching this bloody scene, Wang Shen wiped cold sweat and felt a sense of fear. Damn it, these undisciplined scoundrels, I knew they were unreliable. Lu Xun behind him roared in anger, opened the car door, and jumped onto the armored vehicle. When we return to the base, I will make sure the general expels them all. Not a single one left. Wang Shen glanced in the direction Xiao Chen had left, and sighed. Maybe he doesn't care about these things anymore. With his strength, Xiao Chen could easily protect a few ordinary people and let them live well in this doomsday. Phew! From above, Xiao Chen looked like a speeding race car, rampaging through the wetland park, heading north. All obstacles encountered on the road were crushed into pieces by his terrifying blade aura. Whether zombies or trees, nothing could stop Xiao Chen's advance. But after chasing for several miles, he was about to exit the wetland park, and he still hadn't seen Huang Dongyue. Where did this guy run off to? Xiao Chen's frustration grew as he searched in vain. It had to be said that Huang Dongyue's sense of smell was truly sharp. As soon as he saw his greatly increased strength had disrupted the balance, he immediately chose to flee. This decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could have. System, is there a way to track down Huang Dongyue? When all else fails, ask the system. System, consuming 50 luck points can lock onto a designated person within 100 kilometers. Xiao Chen was surprised. Oh, it really can. This damn system was indeed powerful. But the cost was making him wince. After the previous seed attachment, his luck points were now only a little over 200. He was afraid to deplete it further, as he would lose the chance to use survival in desperate situations. But the thought of what Huang Dongyue had done to the school flower made him unable to bear it any longer. Alright, system, search for Huang Dongyue. Ding! Consuming 50 luck points, Huang Dongyue's location has been locked. The next moment, a map appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes, showing a red dot moving. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, the red dot was not moving north but southwest. Damn, this guy is so cunning. If it weren't for the system cheating, he would have almost been fooled by Huang Dongyue. Swish! He turned around and walked in the direction indicated by the map, heading towards the red dot on the highway. Half a minute later, in front of a tall building southwest of the wetland park, he saw the sneaky figure of Huang Dongyue. This guy was evading the zombie group, moving stealthily. Huang Dongyue, prepare to die. Recognizing Huang Dongyue, Xiao Chen shouted loudly and rushed towards him with a fierce sword aura. Startled by Xiao Chen while avoiding the zombies, Huang Dongyue turned back, his face changing drastically, and ran into the tall building. When he reached the door, he couldn't wait to open it and crashed in directly. Crack! Amidst the flying glass shards, Huang Dongyue rushed towards the stairs and disappeared into the dark corridor. Trying to escape, Xiao Chen sneered, not even using the main entrance, but leaping up the outer wall, following the map without fear of Huang Dongyue escaping. Swish swish swish! Like a gecko, Xiao Chen quickly climbed up following Huang Dongyue's footsteps. In a blink, he reached the 18th floor. Suddenly, Huang Dongyue stopped and entered a room. Xiao Chen smashed a window on the 18th floor and jumped in. Ah! A girl's scream filled with horror came from the room. Xiao Chen was also surprised to find someone in the room. Glancing around, he was dazzled by the sight of a large, white figure. In his mind, only two words remained: so big, so white. Xiao Chen took another look. Not bad, quite white and big. Who are you? The girl panicked, hastily covering herself with clothes. She seemed to be changing clothes, completely exposed in front of Xiao Chen, exuding allure. Although he only glanced twice, Xiao Chen evaluated her. The girl's figure was truly perfect, with curves in all the right places, smooth and round like jade. Excellent! Xiao Chen examined the girl's face and realized he had seen her somewhere before. The girl was probably around 20 years old, beautiful with a round face, delicate eyebrows, skin like jade, shallow dimples, and bright eyes. She had an indescribable charm. Xiao Chen had only seen this kind of aura on Songware. Suddenly, he remembered that this woman seemed to be a highly popular member of a foreign girl group. What was her name again? Oh, why couldn't he remember? He was too busy looking at her long legs. Don't come near me, the girl said sternly, her Mandarin pronunciation not quite standard, giving off a sense of awkwardness. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it must be her. The long-legged girl group member known as Nayan. But it wasn't the time to admire women, business came first. Stay put, he said, taking a step over the woman and heading to the room's door. However, he frowned as a pile of tables and cabinets blocked the door, making it invisible. Swish! He swung his sword, and all the obstacles, including the door, were cut in half. No! Nayan's urgent shout came from behind. but Xiao Chen had already rushed out through the gap, disappearing in a blink. Roar! The zombies outside immediately roared, and Nayan's face turned pale. She stood still for several seconds, then suddenly screamed, grabbed some clothes, and ran out. Swish! Xiao Chen's speed was very fast, crushing all the zombies encountered in the corridor into pieces. Found it! Turning a corner, he finally found where Huang Dongyue was staying. It was in a presidential suite ahead. But as he approached the door, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, a mocking smile on his face. He heard a suppressed breathing behind the door, as if someone inside was preparing to ambush whoever opened it. He. Xiao Chen smiled. You just can't let it go. Then, he silently left the door and stood in front of a wall. He closed his eyes, as if sensing something. 2 seconds later, a violent sword energy surged from the evil-slaying sword. Xiao Chen swung his right arm abruptly, and a crescent-shaped sword energy with unparalleled dominance slammed into the wall. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open in the wall. Ah! A miserable scream came from inside, as a figure was directly hit by the sword energy amidst the flying debris, and was sent flying out. In the dust-filled air, Xiao Chen walked in. Huang Dongyue, today is your day of death. On the other side, Huang Dongyue, pale-faced, climbed up from the ground, looking at Xiao Chen in shock. Impossible, how did you know I was here? How did you know I was here? Covered in wounds from the blood-sucking vine, far from healed, and struck by Xiao Chen, he was now a desperate man. He was filled with fear, helplessness, bitterness, and despair. Xiao Chen walked in with a sneer, not intending to answer Huang Dongyue's questions, wanting to eradicate him quickly. Ding! Mission: inquire how Huang Dongyue wants to die and get a direct answer. Reward: stamina +1. Penalty: stamina -5. The system suddenly issued a mission, and what surprised Xiao Chen was that below the mission bar were 4 red words: forced mission. Xiao Chen? Damn it, system, can you not mess around? I'm here for revenge. Also, what does a forced mission mean? System, due to the host's previous failure in a similar mission, this mission will be upgraded to a forced level, and failure will result in increased punishment. Xiao Chen immediately remembered the task he failed to complete when dealing with the scar-faced bully at school. Glancing at the penalty of stamina -5, his cheek twitched. Fine, you're tough. As he hesitated to act, Huang Dongyue suddenly leaped up and broke through the wall behind him with a bang, fleeing to the other side. Sword domain. Xiao Chen immediately activated the sword domain of the evil-slaying sword, rushing like a supersonic jet. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Huang Dongyue, and with tremendous momentum, he slammed the hilt of the sword on Huang Dongyue's back. Bang! 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 Huang Dongyue screamed as he consecutively broke through 3 walls, before spitting out blood and collapsing on the ground. Xiao Chen walked over. Huang Dongyue suddenly roared, Xiao Chen, don't force me, if you do, I will take you down with me. Xiao Chen paused. It was then that he noticed Huang Dongyue had been carrying a half-meter-tall package all along. Huang Dongyue now opened the package, revealing a round metal object. Xiao Chen's expression changed when he realized it was a missile warhead. Xiao Chen! Huang Dongyue said madly, let me go, or I'll detonate this thing, and neither of us will survive. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. Even a small yield missile could easily level this building. He wasn't too worried about himself, as the sword domain's defense and speed would allow him to leave the danger zone at the first moment of the explosion. But the people in this building wouldn't be as lucky. Just like the beautiful girl group member Nan, who would be turned to ashes in an instant. Seeing Xiao Chen hesitate, Huang Dongyue thought Xiao Chen was afraid. Xiao Chen, I knew you would come back to kill me, do you think I'm unprepared? He held the warhead, saying madly, this warhead was originally a forbidden weapon prepared by General Li to destroy the enemy's nest. Now, it's a gift I prepared for you. If you want to kill me, be prepared to die with me. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and swung the evil-slaying sword. Huang Dongyue, tell me, how do you want to die? Huang Dongyue's face changed. You still want to kill me? Xiao Chen said, no, I just want to ask you, how do you want to die? I will fulfill your wish. Huang Dongyue angrily said, you're playing with me. Xiao Chen suddenly had a headache. The difficulty of this task lies here. Even if he deceives the other party into thinking he can let him go, speaking out such a problem is mocking the other party, isn't it? Anyone would be angry. Xiao Chen was somewhat helpless, but in order to avoid the terrifying punishment of -5, he had to grit his teeth and continue. Step, step, step. At this moment, a burst of footsteps interrupted the conversation between the two, and it was the girl group member Na Yen who ran over following the sound. When she saw the two confronting each other, she exclaimed and stopped in her tracks. Her appearance did not distract the two. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment and continued, Huang Dongyue, let's make a deal. You answer my question, and I'll let you run for 10 minutes first. Huang Dongyue thought Xiao Chen was playing with him. He was enjoying torturing himself before he died, and he didn't believe Xiao Chen would let him go. He angrily said, "Bastard, you will not humiliate me. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed." He became more and more frantic. Fine, you won't let me go, right? Then let's die together, die together. As he spoke, he crazily activated his extraordinary power, and the bullet in his arm surged. Ding! The other party chooses to die together. Task completed, physical strength +1. Xiao Chen, can this also work? But at this point, he had no time to check the rewards. With Huang Dongyue's activation, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the bullet, as if it was about to explode. Not good, he really wants to detonate the bullet. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen fiercely activated his blade domain, grabbed the dumbfounded girl group member, and rushed outside. Instead of taking the corridor, he directly smashed through the window and jumped from the 18th floor. Boom! Just as he was leaving the building with Nai Yan, a deafening explosion came from behind. The entire hotel building collapsed in this violent explosion. Flames rose with thick smoke, and countless fragments splattered around, as if it was raining. The explosion's bright white light illuminated half of the night sky. Bang! 2 seconds later, Xiao Chen and the girl landed heavily on the rooftop of a 7-story building below. The tremendous force shattered even a solar water heater on the rooftop. Xiao Chen rolled twice before finally stopping. He was an extraordinary person, so it was not a big deal for him. But the girl in his arms was in trouble. She fainted directly. Xiao Chen put the girl down and looked solemnly at the huge fire cloud ahead, witnessing the rapid collapse of the building. He really didn't expect Huang Dongyue to have the determination to go down with the sinking ship. No, with Huang Dongyue's cunning personality, how could he commit suicide so easily? Something's wrong. Xiao Chen quickly summoned the system's positioning map and found a red dot rapidly moving south on it. I can't help but laugh. Huang Dongyue, oh Huang Dongyue, I underestimated you. Who? Huang Dongyue gasped heavily, each breath tugging at the wound on his chest. Running while looking back anxiously, his expression was panicked. Yes, he didn't die. When detonating the bullet, he deliberately left a few seconds. That was the time he left for himself to escape, because he knew that Xiao Chen would never die with him. So as long as he could have a few more seconds, he could deceive the other party and escape. However, Xiao Chen was too smart. He didn't know if this trick could deceive the other party. He was afraid that Xiao Chen would appear in front of him again and ask him how he wanted to die. Because this time, he really had no chips left. Run south. Only in the most densely populated area of monsters in the city center is there a glimmer of hope. As one of the core members of this beheading team, he had seen some information about the base. It seemed that the enemy had established a nest in the city center, with a large number of evolved zombies guarding it. To get rid of the elusive Xiao Chen, only there would do. Damn it, why did this guy promote so quickly? He became more and more angry as he ran. When he was at the base, Xiao Chen had just awakened his superpowers. In just one day, the other party had been promoted again. This was simply outrageous. Even General Li could not be that strong. As far as he knew, General Li was already a superhuman before the disaster. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was not even a superhuman the day before yesterday. Within 2 days, he had been continuously promoted, his strength skyrocketing like riding a rocket, as if he were the son of destiny in a martial arts TV show, encountering immortal luck even when having a meal. He felt that Xiao Chen must have a big secret. Damn Xiao Chen, just wait, when Grandpa Huang breaks through again, I will find you and give you no place to be buried. Just as he gritted his teeth and thought about retaliating against Xiao Chen in the future, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted ahead. Huang Dongyue was startled, but without knowing what he was thinking, his footsteps suddenly changed, running towards the west where the gunfire was coming from. A moment later, he saw the source of the gunfire. In a riverside community, people were fighting against a group of zombies. What surprised Huang Dongyue was that the survivors were actually fighting back against the zombies. Hundreds of zombies surrounded the community, unable to break in. A cunning look flashed in Huang Dongyue's eyes, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed a handful of mud from the nearby grass, smearing it fiercely on his face. Then he shouted, "Help!" and ran towards the community. His appearance quickly caught the attention of the survivors in the community, and someone shouted, "Don't come here, there are zombies, run!" Huang Dongyue panicked and said, "Save me, there are zombies behind me too. Let me in." The community gate was piled with wire mesh and fences, and dozens of survivors were hiding behind cover, shooting at the zombies outside. They seemed to be protecting someone. As he got closer, Huang Dongyue noticed a group of survivors carrying bags of supplies running towards the gate. Obviously, they were people who had gone out to search for supplies. Huang Dongyue's face lit up with joy and he shouted, "Let me in, let me in." Behind the wire mesh, a bearded man frowned and said, "Where did this fool come from, shouting like that? He'll be surrounded by zombies before he even gets here." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, several zombies attracted by the shouting of Huang Dongyue started chasing after him. "President, should we save him?" A wheat-skinned, heroic-looking girl next to him asked, holding a homemade crossbow and shooting outside. By this time, the team that had gone out to search for supplies had all come in, and the gatekeepers were about to close the gate. Seeing this, Huang Dongyue pleaded loudly, "Help, please help me." The bearded man sighed and said, "Forget it, give him a hand." Then the sound of gunfire rang out. The zombies chasing Huang Dongyue were driven back. Huang Dongyue finally made it through the gate as the zombies closed in. Bang! The gate was closed. But before Huang Dongyue could be happy, a gun was pointed at his head. "Stop!" The gatekeeper shouted, "Hands up!" Huang Dongyue blinked and obediently raised his hands. The bearded man jumped down from a wooden box. He walked over and said, "Ali, take him for a checkup, be thorough. Make sure he hasn't been bitten by a zombie again." "Okay, Brother Wang," the gatekeeper said to Huang Dongyue, tilting his head, "let's go." Huang Dongyue humbly bowed and said, thank you all. You are all good people." As Ali took him to the security room for inspection, the bearded man walked towards the search team. With a hopeful look on his face, he asked, "Chunjing, how did it go? Did you get it this time?" A bespectacled man shook his head and said, "Brother Wang, I'm sorry, there were too many monsters at the pharmacy we were going to, we didn't dare to get close." The bearded man looked disappointed. He sighed and said, "It looks like I'll have to go myself next time." The man with glasses hurriedly said, "Brother Wang, you can't go, once you leave the community, there will be no backbone. In case we encounter that kind of monster that can fly over walls again, others won't be able to stop it." Luo Saihu said with a bitter smile, "But Xiaoling can't hold on much longer. Without antibiotics, she won't be able to keep her leg." The man with glasses sighed and didn't say anything more. "Brother Wang, Brother Chunjing, look, it seems like someone is coming." At this moment, someone shouted from behind. Everyone turned to look and saw a person falling from the sky onto the square outside the community on the dimly lit street. The person's appearance was abrupt, and even the surrounding zombies hadn't reacted yet. "Is it a survivor?" Luo Saihu asked. The way the person appeared was too strange. They had never seen anyone fall from the sky before. A survivor responsible for Lookout said, "It seems so. Hey, this person is even carrying a girl." Someone shone a flashlight on the person, revealing that indeed, they were carrying a girl and had a dark, unremarkable long knife hanging from their waist, cutting through the zombie horde towards the community. Is he crazy?" Su Chenjing watched as the person walked leisurely among hundreds of zombies, cutting down dozens with each step. With each step, a path of blood and body parts formed a red carpet for him. The scene looked like a painting from a cult ritual when viewed from above. Everyone was stunned, watching in disbelief. The person just carried on with the girl, walking leisurely among hundreds of zombies. With each step, dozens of zombies were cut down by the blade. With each step, a path of blood and body parts formed a red carpet for him. The light seemed to cast a sacred veil over him, making him look particularly mysterious. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, unable to breathe, watching this surreal scene. This miraculous scene would be remembered countless times in the years to come. Finally, when the young man stepped over a pile of bodies to reach the gate, the remaining zombies couldn't bear the fear of death any longer and let out a mournful cry before dispersing. This was the first time Luo Saihu and the others had seen zombies show fear. Under the flashlight, the newcomer's face was revealed. He was an overly young man, looking only 20 years old, but handsome, with a faint smile on his face, exuding a kind of eerie charm. Whether it was the ancient long knife at his waist or the girl on his shoulder, he added a mysterious veil to his appearance. Who are you?" Luo Saihu nervously asked, but found his voice unusually hoarse and unpleasant. The man outside the door glanced inside, smiling slightly. "Excuse me, have you met a person named Huang Dongyue?" The people inside the door looked at each other in confusion. Huang Dongyue? Who was that? They had never heard of him. Xiaochen outside the door glanced at the expressions of the people inside and nodded. "I see. It seems he has deceived you and hidden inside." Luo Saihu Wang Wu asked through the door, "Young man, why are you looking for this Huang Dongyue? Is he your family?" Xiaochen smiled. "No, he is my enemy." Wang Wu was at a loss for words. At that moment, Xiaochen pointed to the girl on his shoulder and said, "She is a survivor I picked up on the way. I have urgent matters to attend to and can't take her with me. Could you please take care of her?" Wang Wu said enthusiastically, of course, we are all survivors, and helping each other is only natural. Aang, open the door for this young man. Good. The wheat-skinned girl beside him was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. She was truly shocked by the power of Xiao Chen just now. The gate of the community was locked with 3 layers of iron gates, which was quite troublesome to open. Just as she was about to open the door, Xiao Chen outside smiled, no need to bother. With that, he leaped and easily crossed the 10-meter-high gate, landing gracefully inside the community. Whoosh! Although they had just witnessed Xiao Chen's power in killing hundreds of zombies, when he approached them up close, everyone still panicked and stepped back. Wang Wu swallowed his saliva, suppressing his fear, and stepped forward. Excuse me, my surname is Xiao. Wang Wu said, alright, Mr. Xiao, is this lady injured? Do you need us to treat her? We have doctors here. Xiao Chen said, don't worry, she just fainted. He handed the girl over to the wheat-skinned beauty named Ayan. Thank you. Ayan blushed and said nervously, no need to thank me. Xiao Chen said to Wang Wu, can you show me around? Wang Wu realized keenly that Xiao Chen might be searching for someone named Huang Dongyue in the community. He felt a tightness in his heart. Xiao Chen was already so powerful, so how formidable would his enemies be? If they started fighting in the community, would innocent people be harmed? For a moment, he didn't know whether to hope that the other party would find that person. But on the surface, he still warmly said, alright, it's our honor to show you around our community, please follow me. As he led Xiao Chen forward, he signaled to the others. The person named Su Chunjing immediately understood Wang Wu's meaning and quickly dispersed the crowd. Mr. Xiao, may I ask where you are from? Wang Wu asked cautiously. Xiao Chen said, I came from Dongyang. You should know there is a base over there that did not fall during the disaster. It is currently recruiting survivors. So if possible, you can go there to live, it will be safer. Wang Wu was overjoyed. Really? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, finally heard some good news. I knew that we humans could not just perish like this. God bless us. But immediately, he showed a troubled expression because he knew that with the strength of his survivors, they could not pass through the zombie-infested city area. They might be torn apart by the countless monsters before even leaving the city. Xiao Chen could tell what he was thinking from his expression. After a moment of thought, he said, how about this, if you are not sure about leaving, when I finish my mission and come back, I can take you to Dongyang on the way. Wang Wu was pleasantly surprised. Is this true? He rubbed his hands excitedly. Really, thank you so much, Mr. Xiao. Having witnessed Xiao Chen easily slaughtering zombies, how could he not know that the person in front of him was an extraordinary master? With his protection, wouldn't they be able to reach Dongyang easily? Xiao Chen smiled slightly. No need to thank me, of course. He turned his head and looked towards the property management office in the community, saying, if you really want to thank me, just let everyone stay away from here. Wang Wu was stunned. What? Boom! In the next moment, the once friendly Xiao Chen suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A black mist enveloped him, wrapping his figure as he swiftly crashed into the property management office next to him. Boom! The gate of the property management office was completely shattered, and the flying debris even scratched Wang Wu's cheek. Wang Wu was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening. Just as he was shocked by Xiao Chen's sudden outburst, suddenly, another terrifying aura emerged from the property management center, and collided head-on with Xiao Chen who had broken in. Bang! A figure burst through the opposite wall, tumbling and falling into the pond at the center of the community. Wang Wu glanced at the figure that fell out. Surprised, hey, isn't that the survivor who just came in? He recognized that the person who fell into the pond was the survivor who had shouted for help before. However, as soon as the person fell into the pond, he immediately leaped out of the pond and crossed 7 to 8 meters in one step, frantically fleeing to the other side. Wang Wu was shocked by the speed, which was not something a human could achieve. He immediately realized that this person must be the enemy that Mr. Xiao was looking for. Humph! Huang Dongyue, still want to run? A cold snort came from the property management center, followed by a figure roaring out and speeding past the figure in front at twice the speed. With a bang, it collided with the person in front. Puff! The person in front spurted blood, slammed into a load-bearing wall of a building, and the tremendous force embedded the person into the thick wall. The person's expression immediately wilted, losing even the strength to struggle. Xiao Chen! The person shouted hysterically, why? Why do you want to exterminate me? Even though I once kidnapped your girlfriend, I didn't succeed. I even lost a brother because of it. If we talk about losses, I am the one who suffered the most. Why do you relentlessly pursue me? Xiao Chen looked at Huang Dongyue, who was severely injured by his blow. He walked over slowly and calmly said, you laid a hand on Fan Xingqing, committing a capital offense. If I don't kill you, my conscience won't be clear. Hee hee, haha. Huang Dongyue laughed bitterly. Xiao Chun, in the end, you're just relying on your strength. What crime, what justice, it's all a joke. Lu Xun is right, in fact, you are the most unstable factor in the base. Xiao Chen drew the evil-slaying blade and coldly stared at this cunning overlord who had reached a dead end. Huang Dongyue, are you ready to leave your last words? Huang Dongyue smirked. Xiao Chun, aren't you curious why I could leave with that missile? Do you think they, Wang Xin and the others, wouldn't keep an eye on such an important thing and let me take it? Xiao Chen fell silent. Huang Dongyue sneered. Hee hee, you've guessed it, right? Yes, they deliberately let me take it. They wanted me to perish with you. These damn bastards never trusted us from the beginning to the end. They just used us as cannon fodder. Xiao Chen indifferently said, are you done? He raised the evil-slaying blade, and a violent aura enveloped the blade, crackling like thunder and lightning. Huang Dongyue shouted, wait. Urgently, he said, Xiao Chen, spare my life, and I can tell you a big secret. A secret about the transcendence. Xiao Chen stirred the transcendent power within him into the evil-slaying blade. The blade suddenly doubled in size, from over 1 meter to 3 meters long, emitting a terrifying aura that could be felt as sharp even from over 10 meters away. Huang Dongyue's face changed dramatically. No, don't kill me. Listen to me, listen to me. The base has already developed a gene potion for mass-producing transcendence. That's why they don't care about our lives, knowing that this mission is extremely dangerous, yet they send us precious forces to die. Because they can already mass-produce transcendence. Also, I know where their production base is. As long as you let me go, I will take you there. Puff. A flash of light crossed over a dozen meters in an instant, directly slashing at Huang Dongyue's neck, cutting off his remaining words in his throat. Along with a fountain of blood, Huang Dongyue's head slowly rolled off. Until death, Huang Dongyue never gave up hope of survival. Xiao Chen looked at Huang Dongyue's head with unblinking eyes and said coldly, you talk too much. The dawn was breaking. A convoy was driving south along Ronghua Avenue. Wang Xin, do you think Huang Dongyue can succeed? In the second armored vehicle, Lu Xun asked casually. Wang Xin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Lu, I actually don't want them to get into trouble. It's not good for our mission. Lu Xun snorted. These two, one is cunning and selfish, the other is arrogant and conceited, neither of them is willing to follow orders. The general shouldn't have sent them over. It's best if Huang Dongyue succeeds, but even if he doesn't, that kid needs to be taught a lesson. Wang Xin sighed. He was greatly troubled by the behavior of Huang Dongyue and Xiao Chen. The problem with wild supernaturals is that after gaining power, they tend to become arrogant and disobedient. It would have been fine under normal circumstances, but during the mission, it was difficult to handle. Originally, with himself and Chen Shui, they could balance the two, but after Xiao Chen's sudden increase in strength, the team lost the ability to restrain him. He had anticipated Xiao Chen's sudden challenge. Wang Xin, Lu Xun suddenly asked, do you think Xiao Chen has truly made a breakthrough? Wang Xin pondered for a moment with his chin in his hand. He shook his head. I don't know either. I didn't sense a breakthrough in his supernatural crystal core, and his aura hasn't become as strong as the general's. But it's certain that his strength has greatly increased, and I think it's related to the knife in his hand. Lu Xun sneered, this man has many secrets. You may not know, but he previously led a group of classmates and teachers to escape from a large number of pursuing zombies, and even encountered an enemy nest leader at Swan Lake. Yes, it was at that place with the plant monsters. Wang Xin was surprised, is that so? Lu Xun continued, there's more. You may not know that this man somehow knew the identity and name of the enemy nest leader, and almost deceived him, making him think he was one of their own. If the enemy hadn't been so cunning, he would have succeeded. This man knows many secrets that even we are unaware of. He's very peculiar. Wang Xin's eyes widened. So, is General Li sending him here this time with that consideration in mind? Lu Xun nodded, explaining, the general not only wants to explore the enemy nest but also wants to investigate the secrets on Xiaochen during this mission. Wang Xin anxiously asked, then why did you let Huang Dongyue leave with that bullet? What if something happens to Xiao Chun? Wouldn't we lose an opportunity to understand the enemy nest? Lu Xun chuckled, don't worry, that bullet won't kill him. Beep beep. Captain, a large number of zombies have been spotted ahead, roughly estimated to be over 2,000, and there are 3 evolved forms as well. Should we continue forward, please advise. Suddenly, a message came through the earpiece from the forward scout. Lu Xun immediately ordered, team, halt. Scouts, investigate to the sides, report any findings immediately. Then he and Wang Xin quickly jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and used binoculars to look ahead. Since the Great Disaster, long-distance signal transmission devices like satellites, radios, and radars had all become ineffective. So now they had to rely on more primitive methods for exploration and communication. After observing for a while, Lu Xun said, "It seems we are nearing the edge of the enemy nest." Wang Shen asked, "Should I go ahead and take a look?" Lu Xun replied, "No need. Zhang Chao is scouting ahead, he's enough." Soon, the scout's report came back. All the side roads ahead were blocked by a large number of zombies, as if the enemy had deliberately set up a line of flesh and blood defense made up of monsters, as if guarding something. Crackle! A flash of lightning, Zhang Chao's figure descended from the sky and landed on the armored vehicle. "Lu, big discovery, he exclaimed with excitement. Lu Xun asked, "What did you discover?" Zhang Chao took a deep breath and said, "I just climbed a tall building ahead and saw a strange structure appearing on the other side of the global plaza several kilometers away. It seems to have been recently built, resembling a steel furnace, as if refining something. But there are over 100,000 zombies surrounding it. It's terrifying." Over 100,000? Lu Xun was also shocked. You should know that when there are too many people, it's boundless. 10,000 people are already spectacular enough. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to have 100,000 people crowded in a small square. Lu Xun keenly sensed that there was something fishy going on. At that moment, a scout reported, "Captain Lu, it's not good, those monsters seem to have spotted us and are quickly surrounding us." Lu Xun shouted, "Quick, everyone head towards the bank building on the left." The convoy immediately turned and raced towards the nearby bank building, soon entering the parking lot under the bank building, temporarily shaking off the pursuit of the zombies. Without waiting for the car to stop, Wang Shen jumped out and ran towards the stairs. "Wang Shen, Zhang Chao, follow me to the top floor, I want to see for myself what those monsters are up to." The three of them rushed to the rooftop. While running, Lu Xun showed a speed that was no less than Wang Shen and Zhang Chao's, surprising Zhang Chao. Soon, they climbed to the top of this towering 50-story building, standing on top, overlooking the surrounding city area for dozens of kilometers. "Look, over there," Zhang Chao pointed to the south. Lu Xun and Wang Shen looked in the direction he pointed, and then saw a shocking scene. At the global square, it was packed with countless zombies. They filled the entire square like ants. But in the center of the square, at some point, there appeared a huge cave with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. The cave was deep and dark, like a sinister abyss waiting to devour people who fell in. Next to the cave stood a blood-red elliptical furnace several tens of meters high. Countless zombies were crawling up and down beside the furnace, throwing something into the furnace. Such a huge cave, when did such a large underground cave appear in the city center? Wang Shen said in shock. Lu Xun raised his binoculars and looked for a moment, then suddenly roared in anger, "Beasts! They dare to do this to us humans! I will kill them!" Wang Shen snatched the binoculars and looked over, and when he saw what the zombies were throwing, he suddenly felt cold all over, trembling with anger. With the high-powered binoculars, he could see clearly. What the zombies were back and forth throwing into the furnace was not minerals or anything else, but the flesh and blood of humans. One by one, humans were grabbed by the zombies and thrown into the huge blood-red furnace. Then they were crushed into minced meat by a rotating blade in the furnace, flowing into the 100-meter giant cave below. Wang Shen also saw that many of the captured humans were still alive when thrown. Then they were gruesomely crushed to death in the furnace, turning into minced meat that flowed into the cave below. Each and every human being, the pinnacle of all creatures, was being thrown into the blood and flesh furnace like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, ground into minced meat. This cruel scene was even more terrifying than hell. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Shen was furious and wanted to go mad. These damn monsters! I will kill them! Kill them! Any human seeing such a sight would feel a bone-chilling coldness. It was a fear that came from deep within the genes. At this moment, Zhang Chao also understood what the furnace was for. Equally cold in hands and feet, he growled, "What do they want to do? What do they want to do?" Lu Xun suddenly gritted his teeth. "Zhang Chao, Wang Shen, let's go. We must destroy that blood and flesh furnace. Our human dignity cannot be trampled like this." Zhang Chao looked desperate. "But how do we get there? There are too many monsters around us. We can't get through with so few people." Lu Xun said calmly, "Don't worry, we have a big weapon." Bang! Gurgle! With a muffled sound, a round thing rolled in front of the three. They looked down and found a bloody human head. The eyes of the head were wide open, as if not believing that they had died like this. "Yellow scorpion!" Zhang Chao exclaimed. Lu Xun and Wang Xinai recognized the owner of the severed head, who was none other than Huang Dongyue, who had recently gone missing. The three looked up and saw a man approaching, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. "Gentlemen, it seems I'm not late." "Xiao Chen!" Lu Xun gazed at the young man approaching slowly and said in a deep voice, "You really killed Huang Dongyue." "Ha!" Xiao Chen walked over with a light laugh. "Isn't this what you had planned all along?" Seeing Xiao Chen's ambiguous smile, Lu Xun remained calm and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Oh?" Xiao Chen smiled, "If you don't understand, then you don't. Anyway, Huang Dongyue is already dead." Zheng Chao bent down to pick up Huang Dongyue's head, looking at his lifeless eyes and laughed. "Huang Scorpion, you have met your end." "Didn't expect that, did you? You dared to have designs on my family's Leah, do you still dare now?" He raised his thumb. "Xiao buddy, thanks to you, you really finished him off. I owe you a favor." Xiao Chen nodded. He walked to the side of the crowd and also gazed out at the global square. Seeing the flesh and blood furnace there, he fell into silence. This was Doomsday, where humans were no longer the superior beings but had become food and nourishment for monsters. The cruel side of Doomsday was unmistakably revealed at that moment. Xiao Chen felt like his heart was suffocating. Ding! Exploration of the enemy's nest mission completed, luck points plus 500. Main mission, destroy the flesh and blood furnace, luck points plus 300. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt, not only ending the exploration of the enemy's nest mission but also releasing a new task. Xiao Chen was surprised. He didn't expect the exploration mission to be completed with just one glance at the enemy's nest. It was indeed simple. Looking at his panel again, the information had changed. Host, Xiao Chen, Lord of the Heavenly Tao, level, first level transcendent, wind, physical fitness, 16, mental strength, 18, luck points, 666, superpowers, what are you looking at? Look, a meteor, equipment, bright light shield, evil cutting blade, invisible cloak, main mission, reach luck points 1000, obtain the title hero. Reward, aura of intimidation, main mission, destroy the flesh and blood furnace, luck points plus 300. Xiao Chen glanced at his luck points. There were still over 300 points to reach 1000. Well, the number was indeed auspicious. Xiao Chen. Lu Xun's words interrupted his self-check. His expression was unusually serious. "You've also seen what's below. We must destroy that thing. I can overlook you killing Huang Dongyue, but as an exchange, you must follow my command in the upcoming actions." "Yes, Xiao Chen, don't act recklessly anymore. Our human strength is already weak enough. We can't afford internal strife." Wang Xinai, with a burnt face, said. Xiao Chen calmly replied, "You don't need to tell me, I will also destroy that thing." He looked at Lu Xun, "But whether I follow your command or not depends on whether your command is right." "You!" Lu Xun looked at Xiao Chen, who was unyielding, his face turning pale. Chirp! A bird's cry suddenly interrupted their conversation. They looked up and saw a group of black strange birds flying out from the top of the global square. These strange birds were about 2 meters long, with a huge body and no feathers. They seemed to be a mutated bird species. As if they had spotted the people on the rooftop, they screeched mockingly and flew towards them at high speed. "Something's wrong, we've been discovered." Lu Xun said, "Let's go, leave this place, we go down." As they rushed into the stairwell, they heard soldiers below reporting, "Sir, it's not good, there are many evolved zombie creatures outside the building, they are attacking our position." Lu Xun cursed, "Damn it, we must have been targeted by the enemy." According to the intelligence he received, the strength of the evolved zombie creatures was similar to that of a first-level transcendent. Unlike ordinary zombies, they already possessed some level of intelligence. It is possible to command a large number of ordinary zombies to attack. Very difficult opponents. Indeed, when they reached the first floor, the Special Forces team was almost unable to hold on. Among the attacking zombie group, there were 5 large-sized mutant zombies, each of them possessing immense power in their every move, and they were not afraid of bullets. The Special Forces team was forced to retreat step by step. "Zheng Chao, Wang Xin, Xiao Chen, you go clear the way. We must break through and leave this place," Lu Xun shouted. But only 2 people responded to him. "Where is Xiao Chen?" Lu Xun realized something was wrong, turned around, and found that only Zheng Chao and Wang Xin were behind him. Xiao Chen didn't follow at all. "Xiao Shun!" He was furious. Wang Xin urged, "Captain Lu, don't worry about him. Zheng Chao and I will clear the way first. Let's leave here first." As he spoke, an extraordinary power erupted from his body, rushing forward fiercely. White lightning surged around Zheng Chao, laughing heartily as he charged forward. The 2 of them, indeed extraordinary individuals, quickly slaughtered dozens of zombies as soon as they engaged, breaking the encirclement of the Special Forces team. However, they had barely celebrated for 2 seconds when they heard a roar. The 5 evolved zombies rushed towards them. "Don't let them surround us," Lu Xun shouted, directing the team to provide fire support. The machine gunner sprayed bullets without hesitation. Grenades, grenade launchers, shoulder-fired rockets bombarded the zombie horde, causing a lot of casualties. However, those 5 evolved zombies actually withstood these attacks, charging towards the 2 of them. Get back! Wang Shen's water dragon swept out, flinging a green-haired evolved zombie before it could get close. But he himself was ambushed by a double-headed evolved zombie, punched and sent flying over 10 meters. Roar! A 3-meter-long raccoon-like evolved zombie swiftly pounced towards Wang Shen, leaping to his side and biting at his neck. Startled, Wang Shen quickly activated his water spirit power to dodge. But he only managed to avoid his neck being bitten. His left arm was bitten instead. With a crack, Wang Shen's arm was directly bitten off. The bloodthirsty look in the raccoon-like evolved zombie's eyes, its mouth crunching as it chewed, swallowing Wang Shen's handhole. Injured, Wang Shen was in a bad situation, and things were not looking good for Zhang Chao either. He was being fiercely besieged by 2 3-meter-tall lizard-type evolved zombies, their skin covered in thorns, seemingly capable of resisting lightning attacks. Zhang Chao's attacks on them were ineffective, but each of their attacks caused Zhang Chao great discomfort. No, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Lu Xun watched anxiously. Seeing the situation becoming more critical, Lu Xun suddenly gritted his teeth. There's no other way, it seems we can only use it now. With that, he took out a red test tube from his pocket. He hesitated for only a second before drinking the liquid in the test tube in one gulp. Boom! The next moment, Lu Xun's body ignited like a fire, emitting a scorching red wave of air, as if he had lit a furnace, his skin, hair cracking and drying up. Lu Xun roared in pain, his body curled up like a shrimp, convulsing on the ground. Chen Shui, who had been assisting the injured soldiers, saw the scene and was shocked. Captain Lu, what's wrong with you? She tried to rush over to check, but as soon as she approached within 2 meters of Lu Xun, she was knocked down by a wave of air. Phew! The scorching airwave spread out from Lu Xun's center, sweeping everyone and zombies within dozens of meters, causing them to fall to the ground in a sorry state. The terrifying momentum emanating from the central Lu Xun was like an awakened beast. Cough cough. Lu Xun on the ground coughed up blood, suddenly stood up. But the blood he coughed up burned a hole in the concrete floor, indicating the high temperature contained within. Is this the power of a second-tier extraordinary? Lu Xun looked down at his hands, feeling his strength several times stronger than before. In fact, he had been hiding his true strength all along. When he left the base, he had successfully awakened and become an extraordinary individual. However, as a first-tier extraordinary, he was far from enough to face the current situation. So he took the risk of drinking this bottle of experimental evolution liquid. Fortunately, he succeeded. Captain Lu. Chen Shui stared in astonishment at the terrifying Lu Xun, her heart shaken. Lu Xun came to his senses and said, I'm fine. Glancing at the battle at the door, he coldly said, Chen Shui, go get Wang Shen back. With that, a crimson flame rose from his body. With a whoosh, he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, carrying terrifying heat, he suddenly appeared above the green-haired evolved zombie attacking Wang Shen. He struck down with his palm. Die! The green-haired evolved zombie below suddenly looked up, but it was too late to evade. It could only swing its claw covered in green hair to block the enemy above. Puff! Their fists clashed, and terrifying heat erupted between them, causing the green hair on the claw to ignite like a red-hot iron, instantly burning. Then, under the terrifying supernatural power of Lu Xun, it was crushed and shattered, falling apart all the way down. The entire arm was crushed into minced meat and bones, and Lu Xun's hand finally slammed fiercely on the head of the green-haired zombie. Ah! The green-haired zombie let out a mournful cry, its huge body pressed to the ground by Lu Xun's palm, unable to stand up again. The power of a single palm was so terrifying. Captain Lu. Wang Shen, who was in a desperate situation, saw Lu Xun coming to the rescue and was overjoyed. Lu Xun solemnly said, Wang Shen, go down with Chen Shui for treatment. Then, with a palm strike, he smashed the head of the heavily injured green-haired zombie on the ground into minced meat, ending the zombie's suffering. Ah! The other 2 evolved zombies, seeing their companion killed, were greatly frightened and immediately abandoned the heavily injured Wang Shen, turning to attack Lu Xun together. The zombie on the left, a lynx zombie, spat out a green wind blade. The 2-headed zombie on the right roared, and a layer of yellow armor appeared on its body, charging towards him like a heavy truck. Good timing! Seeing this, Lu Xun was not surprised but delighted. He let out a long roar, and the scorching flames on his body surged, as if real flames were burning. He turned into a blazing fire and rushed towards the 2-headed zombie. Along the way, he threw a punch, shattering the lynx-evolved zombie's wind blade. Boom! Lu Xun and the 2-headed zombie collided solidly, unleashing yellow and red supernatural energy. However, to everyone's amazement, the result of the collision between the man and the monster was that the 2-headed zombie was knocked back. Lu Xun, who was less than 1 8 meters tall, actually pushed back the 2-meter plus 2-headed evolved zombie. Blazing fire slash. He shouted, and a 3-meter-long flame blade extended from his arm, slashing at the 2-headed zombie that had been knocked back. The 2-headed zombie immediately lost one of its heads. Ah! The lynx zombie attacked from behind, clawing at Lucian's back. However, Lucian's protective divine light was incredibly thick, and the claw didn't even break through the energy shield. Seeking death. Lucian turned back with a wicked smile, grabbing the lynx zombie's neck with one hand and plunging the other hand into its chest. With a sudden force, he even pulled out the lynx zombie's heart. Ah! The lynx zombie let out a dying wail, a hint of cruelty flashing in its eyes. The supernatural energy inside its body suddenly surged, emitting a green light. Thinking of self-destructing? Lucian immediately understood the opponent's intention. With a cold laugh, he swiftly grabbed a green crystal core from the lynx zombie's body, even pulling out its supernatural heart. The lynx zombie's self-destruction was immediately nullified. The lynx zombie, deprived of its heart and supernatural crystal core, immediately died of suffocation. Humph! Lucian casually tossed the lynx zombie's body aside and then rushed towards the remaining 2-headed zombie. Ah! The 2-headed zombie with only one head left let out a howl and turned to run. Trying to escape, Lucian sneered, about to chase after the fleeing 2-headed zombie. Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple flame crossed dozens of meters and hit the fleeing 2-headed zombie's head directly. With a loud bang, the last remaining head of the zombie suddenly exploded. Red and white splattered all over the ground, and a few drops even fell on Lucian. Ha! Who's there? Lucian was startled and quickly stopped in his tracks. Looking towards the direction of the purple flames flying over, he only then noticed a burly figure standing on the security pavilion across the street. The person was 3 meters tall, draped in a black cloak that covered their entire body. Lucian felt a huge threat just by looking at the person. What a waste! The cloaked figure spoke, after all this time, you can't even handle a small human team. Since that's the case, you might as well die. It was this figure who had just killed the fleeing 2-headed zombie. Lucian, feeling like he was facing a formidable enemy, asked, "Who are you?" The cloaked figure glanced at Lucian and with a hint of surprise said, "Oh, the scent of evolution liquid. It seems that you humans haven't been idle. At the very least, you've developed a potion to break the genetic lock. But unfortunately, the potion you've developed has significant flaws. After using it, you can't continue to evolve." Lucian scrutinized the figure and suddenly recalled information about the leader of the enemy nest. "Are you the leader of these monsters?" he asked, his heart pounding. He hadn't expected to encounter the target of this mission before even entering the enemy nest. It was like a stroke of luck. A strong urge surged within him to immediately take down this cloaked figure and force out information about their origins and organization. Just as he could barely contain his desire to act, the cloaked figure across from him suddenly spoke. "Let me ask you, have you seen a human named Kaidali?" Kaidali? Lucian frowned in silence. After running through his mind, he realized there was no information about this name. Perhaps the person was not from the base. Although he didn't know why the figure was looking for this person, someone who was on the enemy nest leader's mind might not be an ordinary person. Seeing Lucian's silence, the cloaked figure arrogantly said, "If you tell me his whereabouts, I can let you all leave." Lucian sneered, "No need, we're here today to kill you." "Kill me?" The cloaked figure laughed. "It's truly a case of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your abilities. Do you think drinking some evolution liquid can threaten me? Ridiculous." With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Leave none alive." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion came from behind, with a tremendous force sweeping through. The glass of the security pavilion under his feet shattered. The scorching heat wave passed over the cloaked figure's body, nearly lifting him off the pavilion. He turned back in shock and saw a red mushroom cloud rising slowly over the global square not far away, the astonishing explosion spreading smoke and dust around. The cloaked figure exclaimed in anger, "No!" At a glance, he realized that the explosion was centered on the flesh and blood furnace he was building. The thought of his painstakingly constructed formation being destroyed made his heart ache. "Ah, damn it, who is it? Who is it?" he roared furiously. Purple wings swirled around his cloak as he swiftly flew towards his lair. The evolved zombie bodies behind him no longer pursued Lucian and his group, following the cloaked figure in a hasty retreat. In a panic, they fled. In the blink of an eye, all the enemies had withdrawn. What on earth just happened? Lucian looked at the mushroom cloud appearing in the sky, equally shocked. That explosion seems to be a cloud-burst bomb. Wang looked up at the mushroom cloud and said, then turned to ask, "Captain Lu, what should we do now?" Lucian frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly he said, let's go over there." In the center of the global square, When the cloaked figure returned here, he found that the flesh and blood furnace he had spent huge resources building had been blown into ruins, with thousands of zombies dead around. Half of the square was covered with shredded flesh and blood, like hell. Even the array connecting to the cave below was shattered by the explosion. It can be said that his efforts were destroyed in an instant. No! The cloaked figure let out an angry roar, going mad on the square. Who did this? Who did this? His eyes searched everywhere like a hawk, but he couldn't find the culprit. You can't escape, you can't escape. The cloaked figure suddenly took out a crystal ball from his arms, and after a moment of hesitation, he smashed it down to the ground. With a buzz, the crystal ball burst open, releasing a dense purple cloud that spread to thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire square. The purple cloud, made up of unknown substances, condensed and attached to everything on the square, making them visible. Ha! The cloaked figure scanned around and suddenly found an almost completely transparent figure on the east side of the square trying to escape sneakily. Got you! He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. With a fierce grip of his right hand, the purple cloud on the east side suddenly shrank and all attached to that transparent figure. In an instant, the transparent figure was forced out of invisibility. When the cloaked figure saw the person's face clearly, his eyes widened with incredulous anger. Kai Dali, it's you! Did you do this? The embarrassed person removed the invisible cloak and touched his hair, saying, well, this is awkward. Isn't this the Night Owl Commander? Long time no see. The cloaked figure trembled with anger. Kai Dali. He squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth, full of hatred. I will tear you to pieces. Being discovered even with the invisible cloak on. I'm also embarrassed, okay. Xiao Chen was feeling awkward at this moment. He didn't expect the Night Owl to have a way to break the invisible cloak. Who can he reason with now? Originally, it was agreed to finish the matter and leave quietly. But he was caught red-handed on the spot. It's really speechless. Faced with the Night Owl's anger, Xiao Chen helplessly said, alright, since you found out, I'll come clean. It was me, Kai Dali, who did it. He pointed to his nose and said, I, Kai Dali, blew up your flesh and blood furnace. What do you want, one-on-one or group fight? I, Kai Dali, will take it. The Night Owl laughed in anger. Good, very good, Kai Dali, today I won't kill you, I'm ashamed to be a blue blood. All evolved beings, listen. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining tens of thousands of zombies in the square all let out excited roars. More than 100 first-stage evolved beings also emerged from behind him. Kill him, to the ends of the earth, no rest until he's dead. The Night Owl squeezed out these words from between his teeth. The next moment, countless zombies surged towards Xiao Chen like a tide. Facing the vast number of zombies, Xiao Chen roared in anger, activating both the power of the wind and the domain of the blade, bursting out a strong momentum. He raised the evil-slaying blade high, like a knight about to charge. And then he turned around and ran. Over 90,000 zombies, more than 100 first-stage evolved beings, whoever wants to fight can fight. He's not going to stick around. The Night Owl grinned, run, Kai Dali, enjoy the last moments of your life. The purple cloud he had just released had the ability to track individuals, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Chen escaping. Even if Xiao Chen ran to the ends of the earth, he could find him. But then his expression froze. Swish! Xiao Chen was like a supersonic jet, running out thousands of meters in a few breaths, with the zombies behind unable to catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled hundreds of meters away. Damn it! The Night Owl was overwhelmed with anger. He never thought that Xiao Chen's speed would be so fast enough to even outpace a first-tier zombie. Seeing Xiao Chen about to completely disappear if not chased, Night Owl roared, his cloak turning into a pair of purple wings, crazily chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded global square became empty. At the north end of the square, Lu Xun and others witnessed the dramatic scene from beginning to end. They were all dumbfounded. Wait, did I hear it wrong just now? Did that monster leader keep calling Xiao Chen Kai Dali? Wang Shen scratched his head, puzzled. Lu Xun, with a wooden face, said, you didn't hear it wrong, I heard it too. Chen Shui asked, what's going on? Why would that monster leader call Xiao Chen Kai Dali? Lu Xun thought to himself, I really want to know too. He remembered the Night Owl asking him about someone named Kai Dali in front of the building. It was obvious that they were looking for Xiao Chen. He didn't know how Xiao Chen had hurt this monster leader to hold a grudge. Xiao Chen was simply a weirdo. Damn! Xiao Bro is too strong. He actually blew up that blast furnace by himself, so cool. Zheng Chao shouted with excitement, his face red. He grabbed Wang Shen's shoulder, excitedly saying, did you see that? Xiao Bro even managed to turn invisible just now. What ability is that? Before Wang Shen could answer, he quickly continued, I knew Xiao Bro was hiding something big. Did you see? He completed our mission all by himself? Ha, with Xiao Bro around, we don't have to do anything. It's too easy. Wang Shen was left dizzy by his excitement. Chen Shui was also curious. Yeah, how did he do it? It's so amazing. Lu Xun said coldly, it's not that amazing. He stole a cloud-burst bomb from the truck when we were breaking through. That's how he blew up the blast furnace. Captain, what do we do now? Chen Shui asked. Lu Xun squinted at the huge cave in the center of the square. After a moment of contemplation, he said, no matter how Xiao Chen did it, he has created conditions for us. There must be secrets of the enemy hidden in that central cave. Let's go check it out. Chen Shui worried, but what about Xiao Chen? He's definitely not a match for those zombies alone. Isn't it dangerous? Lu Xun gave her a cold look. Are you still concerned about him? Maybe he won't die even if we do. 10 miles away, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped running. Ding! Successfully destroyed the flesh and blood blast furnace mission. Reward luck value 300. Hey, it's finally here. Looking at his personal information, the luck value column had increased from 666 to 966. Just over 30 more and he would reach 1,000, then he would gain the skill, intimidation, the most powerful group attack skill. But, he turned around, looking at Night Owl and many zombies chasing him from behind. He said, the remaining 30 or so luck value can only be found from you guys. Boom! Night Owl descended with great momentum, like a meteor crashing towards Xiao Chen on the ground. Kai Dali, die! At this moment, Night Owl's momentum completely overwhelmed Xiao Chen, who possessed the domain of knives, giving Xiao Chen a hint of realization. So, he's a third tier. He had never known Night Owl's exact strength before, only that it was very strong. Now he understood the opponent's power. Seeing Night Owl attacking, Xiao Chen sneered, I dodge. Suddenly, a transparent veil flashed on him, covering his head, and his figure disappeared from the original spot. Boom! Night Owl's palm strike from the sky created a large pit on the ground, but Xiao Chen was no longer there. Kai Dali, you can't escape. He roared angrily, his fingers drawing purple runes in the air, and soon a purple cloud rose into the sky dozens of meters away, below which Xiao Chen, who had put on his invisible cloak again, was fleeing. This is unreasonable. Xiao Chen helplessly took off the invisibility cloak. It seemed that this move was temporarily ineffective. He turned around and looked at Night Owl. Well, good son, since you won't let Dad leave, then let's have a good fight between father and son. Swish! The next second, Xiao Chen turned into a knife domain and rushed towards the sea of zombies behind him. Puff puff puff! In an instant, with the brutal knife energy, Xiao Chen directly pierced through more than 30 meters, reaching the middle of the zombie tide. Countless zombies were slaughtered into pieces by him along the way. Slash! Xiao Chen in the midst of the zombie group shouted loudly, his figure forming a ring, and a brilliant blade light swept around like a full moon. In an instant, hundreds of zombies around him were all cut in half by a single stroke. Ah! The zombies that were cut in half let out painful cries and struggled to fall to the ground. From high above, it looked as terrifyingly neat as mown wheat. Luck +1 +1 +1. Xiao Chen seemed to see his luck value rising rapidly. Ding! A crisp and pleasant system prompt sounded. Xiao Chen was delighted, thinking that his luck value had finally reached 1,000. However, mission, tease Night Owl for half an hour, reward, all-purpose mask. Ha! Xiao Chen's joy was cut in half. He glanced at the mission panel and rolled his eyes. Again? Last time, teasing Night Owl for 3 minutes was enough for him, and now it doubled and multiplied directly by 10 times. System, are you kidding me? But, what is an all-purpose mask? I seem to smell the scent of infernal affairs. System, are you trying to make me cause trouble? He silently turned around and looked at the Night Owl who was chasing him closely. Good son, I can only apologize to you. Kai Dali, die. Night Owl disregarded everything and casually threw more than a dozen purple flames towards Xiao Chen. This was his signature move. Last time it almost killed Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen hadn't summoned a meteor with his superpowers, he would have been done for that time. Just as Xiao Chen stood still in place. When he saw Night Owl coming, he surprised and looked at the sky. Oh, look, a shooting star. Night Owl sneered. You want to use the same move on me twice? Thud. Night Owl in the air was blown over by a gust of wind from nowhere, and fell directly from the sky. Damn it! Night Owl quickly urged the spiritual power in his body to stabilize his figure. But just as he straightened his body, a black blade light came swiftly towards him, directly slashing at his chest. With a bang. This time he really couldn't stabilize his figure, rolling and falling to the ground. With a thud, his face hit the ground. An exaggerated voice exclaimed not far away, "Oh my, why is the good son giving such a big gift? It's not even New Year's yet. No need for this, no need for this." Night Owl looked up and saw Xiao Chen standing not far in front of him, bending over and smiling at him. A face full of mockery. Night Owl's face turned red. "I will kill you." Night Owl was on the verge of going crazy. He had never hated anyone so much, especially a humble human whom he despised the most. As a noble blue-blooded aristocrat, he had been teased and mocked by a human boy repeatedly, and had been slapped in the face multiple times. This completely disgraced his noble blue-blooded status. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to kill him, to kill him, to kill him. Night Owl's eyes were red. Glaring at Xiao Chun, he roared loudly, "I'll kill you." "What are you looking at?" Xiao Chen on the other side said cheerfully. "Woo woo woo." Night Owl immediately burst into tears, unable to stop the tears from flowing. Xiao Chen sighed, "Ah, this poor child, look at you crying. Did you hurt yourself from falling? How can you be so careless when walking? You're already this big. Despicable human." Night Owl roared madly, his aura rising like waves, his anger almost forming a substantial column of smoke, showing how serious his anger was. "Go to hell." He was enveloped in purple flames, burning fiercely and spreading around. In an instant, all the zombies within hundreds of meters were burned to death, directly vaporized. Seeing this power, Xiao Chen was also shocked. "Damn, he's really going crazy, the wind is strong." This time Night Owl didn't even speak, already consumed by anger, just staring at Xiao Chun, single-mindedly wanting to kill. Swish! Xiao Chen didn't take the usual route, directly weaving through the zombie horde. Along the way, any zombies encountered, as long as they were not evolved, were all crushed. The blade of the evil slaying sword contained extremely sharp blade energy, and any object knocked down could not escape being crushed. But his speed was fast, and Night Owl was not slow either. Night Owl, consumed by anger, unleashed 120% of his strength, with the support of the purple clouds, reaching a speed comparable to Xiao Chen's. Following closely behind Xiao Chen without giving up. "Die!" Xiao Chen in front saw this and shouted, "Oh no, in a hurry. I just scolded you a bit. Why are you in such a rush? Why can't you take a joke? You damn bug, despicable ant, I will tear you to pieces." Night Owl roared furiously from behind. Seeing him getting closer, Xiao Chen suddenly turned around. "What are you looking at, son?" "Woo woo woo." Night Owl's tears flowed even more violently. He was almost going crazy. Crying didn't affect his combat power, but it really hurt his morale. At this moment, Xiao Chen in front turned around again, pointing to the sky. "Look." Night Owl immediately became vigilant, even proactively lowering his body to prevent himself from falling. But Xiao Chen in front just smiled and said, "Look, you are bowing to me again. Why bother? We are all adults now. I can't give you New Year's money anymore." Night Owl, damn it. He was really close to going crazy. Chasing again. "What are you looking at? Woo woo. Look. Today's sunshine. Oh, no sun. Go to hell. What are you looking at? Woo woo. Look. Oh, no shooting star. Forget it. You damn ant." One chasing, one escaping, directly crossing the zombie tide. Along the way countless zombies were killed by Xiao Chen's blade domain and Night Owl's purple fire. But Night Owl just couldn't catch up with Xiao Chen. Every time Night Owl got close, Xiao Chen would alternate using his superpowers to slow down his speed. So close every time. Xiao Chen chuckled, "Knight Commander, let's call it quits. You can't catch up with me anyway. Why don't we sit down and chat as father and son? This person, anger harms the body. Only with a calm mind can one live long. Look at me, I'm 80 years old, looking like 20, healthy and enjoying life. It's all because of a broad heart. Follow me in reciting. With a clear heart, even if the sky falls, one remains calm." Boom! Night Owl suddenly grabbed the cloak on his body and threw it towards Xiao Chun. The cloak swelled in the wind, instantly expanding 10 times, turning into a black curtain stretching across the sky, covering the area of hundreds of meters. Wow! Xiao Chen was startled and quickly activated the blade domain to run forward. But the black cloak seemed to have eyes, always moving above his head. And at a very fast speed, it descended towards him. What is this thing? This time Xiao Chen was really panicked. Night Owl behind him, without the cloak, seemed to have lost some protective barrier, suddenly let out a painful howl, almost transparent skin oozing blue blood. As if burned, blood began to seep out. He covered his face, constantly using his spiritual power to resist the invisible corrosion. While howling in pain, he continued to command the huge cloak in the sky to chase Xiao Chun. It's evident how deep his hatred for Xiao Chen is. Xiao Chun in front saw the miserable scene of Night Owl and suddenly realized. No wonder the sky has always refused to take off the cloak. It turns out it's so miserable without the cloak. Oh, I'm in trouble too. Went too far. This guy would rather be corroded himself than let me live. Ding! When the luck value reaches 1000, the title, Hero, is unlocked, and the skill, Intimidation, is obtained. The system's prompt finally sounded. The next second, Xiao Chen seemed to receive the blessing of luck from the heavens, and a sudden surge of mysterious energy rushed into his mind, forming an energy vortex at his brow. In the instant the vortex formed, a terrifying aura appeared around Xiao Chen, like a giant dragon, emitting the majesty of a higher life form. It was not just a metaphysical power, but a tangible force that could affect one's spirit. Boom! Intimidation exerts an enemy-like pressure on enemies, causing them to fear, retreat, and submit. An invisible force field expanded from Xiao Chen's center to the surroundings. All the zombies within 100 meters felt a terrifying pressure, as if facing the gaze of a natural enemy. Their hearts trembled, then they wailed and knelt down, bowing their heads in submission. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Chen stood within 100 meters. The power of intimidation was so strong that it was deadly. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. At this moment, the 100-meter cloak above his head also fell down. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, activated the power of intimidation, and slapped towards the sky. Buzz! Like a gentle breeze, his intimidation slid off the huge cloak without hindering its descent. Oops! Xiao Chen slapped his forehead. I got too carried away, forgot that intimidation can only be used on living beings. After this delay, the cloak above his head finally enveloped him. Ha ha ha! The night owl behind him was ecstatic, crying and laughing at the same time. Damn ant, I finally caught you. When Xiao Chen used intimidation just now, it really startled him, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to use this ability on his cloak next, which made him burst into laughter. Fortunately, this ant made a mistake in the end, otherwise it would have been difficult to catch him. The night owl waved his hand, and the 100-meter cloak suddenly shrank, eventually turning into a bag of over 3 meters, which he held in his hand. He punched the bag. Ant, rest assured, I won't let you die immediately. I will repay the humiliation I suffered from you 100 or 1,000 times over. At this moment, a blue light suddenly rose from the direction of the global square. The night owl suddenly looked up, his face changing drastically. Not good, the Stargate has been triggered. Damn it, how could these ants find the location of the Stargate? And they can even trigger the Stargate teleportation array. A face suddenly appeared on the bag. Curious, what is a Stargate teleportation array? The night owl was shocked to find it was Xiao Chen's face. Angrily, he said, "You damn ant, you can still talk?" With that, he punched the face. Ouch! The face cried out in pain. Why can't I speak anymore? I am your father. You unfilial child, you don't even recognize your father. The night owl was furious. How dare you take advantage of me? Then he punched and kicked the bag. Ouch ouch ouch. A series of groans sounded. But the more the night owl hit, the more he felt something was wrong. How come the voice didn't sound like it was coming from inside the bag, but from outside? Child, this is not right. How can a son hit his father? This is a distortion of human nature and a moral decline. A gentle voice came from behind. The night owl suddenly turned around, only to see Xiao Chen standing a few meters away, smiling at him. He was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the person in the bag, then at the Xiao Chen outside, he was utterly confused. You! The night owl glared at the Xiao Chen outside. What about me? Unfilial child, don't you even recognize your father? Xiao Chen said displeased. Bastard! The night owl was furious. His right hand conjured a purple fire blade, swiftly slashing towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen disappeared in the domain of the blade. As he went away, he shouted, "Wow, my son is hitting me, there's no justice in the world. Isn't there anyone to stop this?" The enraged night owl chased after Xiao Chen. Suddenly, he opened the bag beside him. Indeed, it was empty, with no trace of Xiao Chen at all. Damn it! He realized he had been played by this human once again. The night owl shook the black cloth bag, and with the flow of spiritual power, the bag transformed back into a black cloak, draping over him. Swish! However, as he unfolded the cloth bag, he suddenly felt something flying out of it. Although invisible to the naked eye, something had indeed escaped. Ha! The night owl was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered that the human had previously used something to make himself invisible. It seemed that his cloak had just caught that thing. The night owl was filled with regret. He had let go of such a treasure. Damn ant, despicable scum. I, night owl, swear to chase you to the ends of the earth. The night owl, who had been fooled multiple times, was now completely frenzied. Seeing Xiao Chen running towards the global square, he immediately chased after him in madness. Swish! Xiao Chen reached out as he ran, and the invisibility cloak returned to his hand. Ha, lucky for you, night owl, otherwise I almost lost this treasure. Earlier, the night owl had covered everything with his cloak, but Xiao Chen had managed to escape using the invisibility cloak. This invisibility cloak was quite magical, allowing him to control it even from a distance of hundreds of meters. It was like an extension of his mental power. He felt that this treasure had many functions yet to be discovered, much like the cloak in Doctor Strange, possessing incredible abilities. Let's go! He activated the blade domain, cutting through the zombie horde like a hot knife through butter, heading straight for the enemy nest in the global square. He was now very curious about what the Stargate mentioned by the night owl was. As he approached, he could see clearly the blue light in the sky. It turned out to be an illusory gate. It seemed to emerge from a huge cave below, outlining a circle of gate with the blue light. Countless strange runes on the gate were constantly changing, as if brewing some kind of energy. Compared to technological products, it looked more like a magical creation. What is this? System, investigate. System, Atlantis Stargate, nourished by vitality, fueled by spirit, constructing a gateway for teleportation. Xiao Chen's face darkened. So, the flesh furnace is just to provide nourishment for this Stargate? System, yes. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling a surge of anger. He had risked destroying the flesh furnace because he couldn't stand the night owl treating humans as food for the Stargate. But he didn't expect the true purpose of the flesh furnace. Ding! Complete the task of fooling the night owl for half an hour. Reward, universal mask. The task of fooling the night owl was finally completed. The next moment, a bronze mask with rust appeared in his hand, with traces of blood on it. As he held the mask, a strange whisper echoed in his ears. It was as if thousands of people were speaking in unison, flooding his mind. Xiao Chen felt dizzy, almost falling over. Buzz! At this moment, the evil-slaying blade in his hand suddenly rang out, dispersing the strange whispers in Xiao Chen's mind with a sharp blade intent. When Xiao Chen regained his senses, he almost threw the mask away. What is this thing? He sensed a strong evil aura from the mask, as if it sealed an evil god inside. System, universal mask, soaked in the blood of the evil god Amon, has the ability to disguise any life form. Defect, the mask will infect the user, causing a drastic change in personality. Xiao Chen was shocked. There really is such a thing as an evil god? He looked at the bronze mask in his hand and hesitated to use it. Kai Dali, prepare to die. At this moment, the night owl caught up again, throwing off his cloak and transforming it into a huge canopy, covering Xiao Chen once more. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, quickly evading and arriving in front of the cave at the center of the square. He looked down and found that the bottom of the cave was not deep. There was a huge hexagonal array at the bottom, with 6 blue gems embedded at the 6 corners of the array, converging energy towards a blue door in the center of the array. What is this? When Xiao Chen saw the 6 blue gems, he exclaimed, Essence of life. Yes, those 6 gems exuded a majestic vitality, exactly the essence of life needed to save the school flower. Although Xiao Chen had already obtained the crystal core from the tree granny, more was always better. Xiao Chen, come and help us. Lu Zhen's shout came from below. Xiao Chen then saw Lu Zhen and others continuously attacking the blue door. Seeing the night owls chasing from behind, Xiao Chen leaped and jumped down the cave. As he landed, a huge cloak covered the cave, fitting perfectly as if it was pre-calculated. Move aside. Xiao Chen reached for a gem but was repelled by a powerful force. Xiao Chen, don't waste your energy, we can't break it. We need to destroy the door to get the essence of life, Lu Zhen said. Xiao Chen sensed that the hexagonal formation and the gems were integrated, protected by an energy field. Even with his strength, he couldn't break it. He frowned and asked Lu Zhen how to open the Stargate. Lu Zhen explained to use extraordinary force to break the runes on the base. Xiao Chen destroyed the runes, weakening the gate's power. Inside the gate were enemies, and they needed to prevent them from coming out to save the region from falling. Suddenly, a roar came from the gate, indicating a terrifying presence inside. Xiao Chen and Lu Zhen continued to attack the runes. The night owl mocked them, unleashing purple flames that injured one of them. Despite the danger, they persisted in destroying the last rune to disable the gate completely. A huge purple firebird fell towards Xiao Chen. Ha ha, too late. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, the spirit power of the wind in his body running wildly, combined with the sharp sword energy produced by the blade domain, heavily struck the last rune. Crack! A crisp sound, but it was not the last rune that shattered, but a crack appeared on the door of the Stargate. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the crack, and a horrifying pressure gushed out from the gap. Xiao Chen was the first to bear the brunt and was directly blown away. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds. The Stargate was forcibly broken from the other side. Ants! A majestic voice sounded from inside the Stargate, followed by a blue giant hand over 10 meters long reaching out from the gate, grabbing towards Xiao Chen who was flying out. Not good, the big boss has appeared. Without Xiao Chen needing to say, everyone had already seen that a terrifying existence was about to descend from the other side of the Stargate. Just the pressure overflowing from the crack made everyone breathless. It was definitely an existence that everyone could not contend with. Seeing the blue giant hand reaching out, Xiao Chen, who was flying backwards, gave a low shout, his invisible cloak covering him, and he disappeared from the air instantly. Ha! The blue giant hand obviously did not expect this scene, and its grabbing action froze in mid-air. Feeling a bit confused. Run! At this moment, everyone had no time to destroy the Stargate, just escaping with their lives was already good. Lucian led Wang Xin and a few others to quickly climb up along the cave wall. The blue giant hand lost its target, Xiao Chun, and instead vented its anger towards Lucian and the others. Die! Suddenly, a transparent ripple bloomed in the palm of the blue giant hand, sweeping through the entire cave. Lucian and the others who were climbing suddenly felt dizzy, as if their brains had been stabbed by a steel awl. At the same time, they screamed in pain, blood flowing from the corners of their eyes. Lucian was a second-order extraordinary, barely able to resist this mental attack. But Wang Xin and the other two were in a miserable state, falling directly from the cave wall. The blue giant hand clenched fiercely. Chen Shui was crushed into a pile of flesh before she even hit the ground. No! Chen Shui's death made Wang Xin's eyes red with anger, emitting a painful howl. He had liked Chen Shui for a long time, but the burn on his left face had always prevented him from confessing. But now, the beloved woman was cruelly killed in front of him. The raging anger clouded his mind. He roared, "I'll fight you." The extraordinary power surged violently from his body, turning into a blue and white ice spear, and he thrust it towards the blue giant hand. Overestimating your abilities. The blue giant hand lightly slapped, as if swatting a fly, directly shattering Wang Xin's full force attack. Then it pressed Wang Xin against the cave wall. Smack! A ring of flesh and blood splattered on the cave wall. Without lasting a second, Wang Xin turned into minced meat. Witnessing the tragic deaths of Wang Xin and Chen Shui, Zheng Chao, who was left with only one hand, was extremely terrified. He knew that if he didn't run quickly, he would be the next to die. But the speed at which the blue giant hand killed Wang Xin and Chen Shui was too fast. He had just climbed up the cave wall, and the two of them were already dead. This made Zheng Chao feel despair. Don't make a sound. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, and then someone covered his mouth and nose. Zheng Chao was shocked, but he recognized Xiao Chen's voice, so he did not resist. Then he felt something covering him, as if isolating him from something. At this moment, the blue giant hand happened to kill Wang Xin and turned towards Zheng Chao's direction. Ha! Where is the person? The blue giant hand sounded puzzled. The transparent ripple in its palm once again emitted, seemingly searching for Zheng Chao's breath, but after scanning around, it did not find Zheng Chao. The blue giant hand became somewhat angry. Ant, come out for me. The giant hand swept across the cave, countless rocks and soil flying. The momentum was immense. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from above the cave. It turned out that Lucian, who had already climbed to the top, met Night Owl. It was unknown what powerful bomb Lucian took out, which actually blew a hole in the giant curtain covering the cave. Lucian took the opportunity to run out of the hole. You can't escape. Night Owl's shout came from above. Then the giant curtain above quickly shrank, turning into a pair of wings draped over Night Owl's body, swiftly chasing after Lucian. The blue giant hand searched everywhere, becoming more and more furious, continuously emitting mental attacks from its palm, attempting to directly kill the souls of the two mice. At this moment, suddenly a crisp sound click rang out behind it. Ha! The blue giant hand turned abruptly to look, only to find a human figure sneaking around a corner of the formation, stealing a gem. The crisp sound was the sound of the person picking out the gem. However, the gem thief obviously did not expect that the fluctuation caused by picking out the gem would reveal his figure, leaving him embarrassed for a moment, facing the blue giant hand directly. Well, this is awkward. The gem thief was none other than Xiao Chun. Taking advantage of the tear in the Stargate caused by the blue giant hand, Xiao Chun seized the opportunity to take a life essence gem. He just didn't expect his figure to be exposed. Ant, die. The blue giant hand roared in anger, fiercely slapping towards Xiao Chun. He could already feel that as a life gem was taken, the Stargate was truly closing gradually. His true body was no longer able to come over, so he was truly enraged. Run! Xiao Chen activated the blade domain, carrying Zheng Chao soaring into the sky and fleeing outward. You can't escape. The blue giant hand roared, the transparent ripples from its palm entwining towards Xiao Chun. However, upon touching Xiao Chun, it was suddenly forced back by the invisible cloak on Xiao Chen's body, narrowly avoiding the attack. Swish swish swish. Xiao Chen stepped on the cave wall several times, swiftly bringing Zheng Chao to the ground. The blue giant hand below seemed to have reached its limit, finally unable to extend out of the cave. Xiao Chun, thank you for saving me, Zheng Chao said excitedly, tears streaming down his face. If Xiao Chun hadn't risked saving him just now, he would have turned into a pile of flesh by now. Crack! At this moment, a sudden explosion sounded from below. Xiao Chen looked surprised and found that the Stargate had shattered directly. The blue giant hand did not retreat back into the Stargate but was cut off outside the Stargate, completely left in this world. "Ant, I told you that you can't escape." The broken blue giant hand was not dead, but instead flew up from the cave towards the two of them. Damn! Is this even possible? Xiao Chen was shocked at that moment. Seeing the blue giant hand chasing after them, he kicked Zheng Chao away and shouted, "Zheng Chao, let's split up. If you survive, take my good brother Wei Yang back to the base." Zheng Chao shouted tearfully, "Okay, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely protect Wei Yang's safety." The blue giant hand saw the two splitting up and decisively chose Xiao Chen. In its eyes, Xiao Chen was more detestable than Zheng Chao. I knew it. Xiao Chen was helpless at the blue giant hand's choice. Seeing Zheng Chao running far away, he quickly put on the invisible cloak and fled eastward. Boom! The blue giant hand's huge palm, dozens of meters away, fiercely slapped behind Xiao Chen. The ground was hit by a deep pit. The airwave lifted Xiao Chen into the sky, almost crashing into a building. Ouch! Xiao Chen felt like his buttocks had been stabbed. But it was not the time to check now. He desperately activated the extraordinary power within him, coordinating the power of the blade domain and the invisible cloak, running forward as if his life depended on it. Just then, he saw the figures of Night Owl and Lucian ahead. Oh, it's them! Xiao Chen's spirits lifted, accelerating to catch up. Kai Dali, it's you! Night Owl saw Xiao Chen, combining new and old grievances, immediately abandoning Lucian and rushing up with purple flames all over his body. Ha, the good sun is here again. Xiao Chen easily dodged and came to Lucian's side. Lieutenant Lu, let's go together. Xiao Chen, you're still alive? Lucian was first surprised, but when he saw the blue giant hand chasing after Xiao Chen, his face turned green, and he said anxiously, "Why are you here? Hurry, let's go." If he only faced the Night Owl alone, he still had a chance to escape. But encountering that blue giant hand, there was really no way to run. Xiao Chen chuckled, "Captain Lu, why are you so distant? We are all in the same team, helping each other is only natural. No need to thank me." Lucian urged, "I don't thank you, are you here to help me or to take my life?" He glanced at the blue giant hand and the Night Owl chasing closely behind, and said urgently, "Are you coming or not? If you're not, I'm leaving." Saying that, he swiftly turned in another direction. But just as he ran a few steps, he found Xiao Chen following closely like a plaster. He asked urgently, "Xiao Chen, what do you want?" Xiao Chen grinned, "Captain, have you ever heard a horror story?" Lucian stared at Xiao Chen, wondering if this kid was stupid. Why was he telling a horror story at a time like this? Are you crazy? Then he heard Xiao Chen chuckling and saying, "Once upon a time, two people encountered a bear in the forest. They ran as fast as they could, and one of them said, 'No matter how fast you run, you can't outrun the bear.'" Lucian immediately understood Xiao Chen's meaning. He was completely confused. What the hell, Xiao Chen? Be a human being. At that moment, Lucian really wanted to beat Xiao Chen up. This guy was really something. He actually wanted to use him as a scapegoat, so despicable. Die, you ant. At that moment, the blue giant hand in the sky suddenly clapped down towards the two of them, unleashing a high-intensity mental attack in the process, disrupting their consciousness. Ha! Lucian bit his tongue to force himself to stay awake with intense pain, but he was still a bit slow. He was grazed on the buttocks by the blue giant hand, rolling and falling out. Xiao Chen found it much easier, as the mental attack from the blue giant hand was mostly cut off by the sharp blade of the evil slaying blade, not affecting his movements at all. Captain, I'll go ahead." Xiao Chen took the opportunity of Lucian falling down to surpass him and leave. "You bastard!" Lucian watched helplessly as Xiao Chen passed him and left, filled with sorrow and indignation. However, just when he was about to despair, he suddenly noticed that the blue giant hand and the Night Owl above his head completely ignored him, not even looking at him, and flew directly over his head to chase after Xiao Chen. Ha! Lucian's expression of sorrow and indignation froze on his face for a moment, not quite reacting. What's going on? What do they mean? When he finally realized that he was being ignored by the leaders of these two monsters, he was both angry and relieved. Angry that he, a second-rank transcendent, was actually being ignored by the enemy. Relieved that he didn't have to die. "Ah, Xiao Chen, you brought this upon yourself. Even if I run slowly, so what? But the hatred of these two bears is all on you, ha ha." Lucian slapped his thigh and laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. The extreme ups and downs of life and death made his emotions completely out of control. Xiao Chen ahead was also stunned. He never expected that the Night Owl and the blue giant hand would directly pass Lucian and come after him. This wasn't the script he wanted. Why aren't you following the rules? Xiao Chen felt wronged. Kai Dali, you can't escape. The Night Owl behind him threw off his cloak, transforming once again into a towering curtain that enveloped Xiao Chun. The blue giant hand also made a move, activating the eye of the spirit in its palm to launch a mental assault, directly clapping down towards Xiao Chun from the air. With the strength of the two, Xiao Chun didn't want to withstand any of the attacks. Haha, Xiao Chun, enjoy playing with these two leaders slowly, I'll go ahead. Not far away, Lu Xun laughed gleefully. Then he turned and fled north. But he had only run a few steps when he heard a thunderous roar of footsteps behind him. Lu Xun turned his head and found that Xiao Chun was actually activating the blade domain and chasing after him. You! He widened his eyes in panic and said, "Don't come near me." Lu Xun hurriedly ran forward, turning as he ran. But as he turned, Xiao Chun behind him also turned. Xiao Chun was faster than him to begin with, and in just a few breaths, the distance between them closed to tens of meters. Lu Xun exclaimed, "Xiao Chun, you bastard, don't go too far." Xiao Chun looked innocent. "Captain Lu, how can you say that? We are in the same team. And you are the captain, how can you not help your subordinates in danger? Damn it!" Seeing Night Owl and Blue Hand approaching from behind, Lu Xun said angrily, "Xiao Chun, I warn you, don't follow me anymore, or I will not be polite to you." Ding! Mission, promote Lu Xun's reputation. Reward, +1 stamina. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. He said disbelievingly, "Captain Lu, don't be like this. We are in the same team, how can you attack your comrade? I believe you are not that kind of person." His steps became more urgent. Lu Xun gritted his teeth, "You forced me to do this." He threw 5 grenades at Xiao Chun. Boom! 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 The grenades exploded as soon as they left his hand, creating a bright flash between them. Although Transcendents were generally not afraid of such light weapons, the explosive force could not be ignored. Ordinary people would be sent flying by such explosions. Even Transcendents could not be immune and would be pushed back by the blast. However, Lu Xun underestimated Xiao Chun's blade domain defense. When the explosion occurred, Xiao Chun directly broke through the high-temperature airwaves of the 5 grenades from the fire. He didn't stop. "Captain Lu, I am very disappointed in you. How can you attack your comrade? Are you still human?" Xiao Chun exclaimed with a heartbroken expression. As he approached Lu Xun, he suddenly struck with a sword, hitting Lu Xun's legs. But Lu Xun seemed to have anticipated this, as a layer of fiery red spiritual power blocked the attack. Lu Xun sneered, "Xiao Chun, since you are so eager to drag me down, don't blame me." The transcendent power surged within him, gathering a layer of scorching flames on his body. He clenched his right fist and fiercely struck at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun immediately felt a strong momentum locking onto him. He was indeed a second-tier transcendent. But Xiao Chun was not weak either. With the blade domain active and wind spirit power infused in his legs, he dodged to the side lightly. "Get back!" Lu Xun roared, and flames surged on his right fist, forming a 5-meter-long red fire dragon that roared and hit the retreating Xiao Chun, followed by a violent explosion. Smoke filled the area within a dozen meters. The figures of the two disappeared quickly in the thick smoke. In the sky, Blue Hand and Night Owl were delighted to see the two humans fighting each other. "Night Owl, activate the purple light cloak and seal off this area," Blue Hand suddenly commanded. Night Owl nodded, "Yes, Lord." He quickly gestured in the air, and the cloak turned into a giant screen burning with purple flames. Then, flame creatures descended from the screen, creating a flame barrier within 100 meters around. "Humph, they are on the brink of death and still fighting each other. Truly lowly beings," Blue Hand sneered. Night Owl agreed, "Lord is right. This is the inferior nature of lowly beings. Perhaps, without Lord's intervention, they will perish on their own." "Enough," Blue Hand coldly said, "stop talking nonsense and force them out." Night Owl nodded repeatedly and quickly urged the firebirds around to burn towards the smoke below. Soon, the smoke was cleared by the purple firebirds. But when they saw the two humans, they were shocked and speechless. There were indeed two humans on the ground. However, the one who made them angry and resentful, Xiao Chun, was nowhere to be seen. The two human figures on the ground were both Lu Xun. Yes, two identical Lu Xuns were standing on the ground. Xiao Chun had disappeared. "What's going on?" Night Owl exclaimed. The blue giant hand also looked puzzled, staring at the two identical figures below. At that moment, one of the Lu Xuns on the ground looked at the other in horror and stepped back. "Who are you?" To his surprise, the other Lu Xun in front of him also looked horrified and pointed at him, saying, "How come you look exactly like me?" The first Lu Xun seemed to realize something and shouted, "Xiao Chun, it's you, right? You've turned into my appearance. How did you do it?" But the other Lu Xun angrily retorted, "You are shameless, pretending to be me. I, Lu Xun, and you are at odds." The Lu Xun on the left side said angrily, "Hey, you two above, he is the one you were looking for, take action quickly." The Lu Xun on the right side exclaimed, "Don't believe him, he's deceiving you." The blue giant hand and night owl above looked left and right, also feeling confused. Are all humans nowadays so good at playing tricks? Lord, what should we do? Night owl was a bit confused. The blue giant hand's fingers trembled for a moment, seeming lost. But he quickly said fiercely, ignore them, whoever they are, we just need to kill them all and we won't be wrong. Night owl nodded, the Lord is right. He pointed to the countless firebirds covering the earth, go. Thousands of firebirds immediately surrounded from all directions, forming a huge flame barrier. The firebirds quickly burned towards the center. The two inside the barrier immediately felt the terrifying heat. Night owl actually wanted to burn them to death directly. The Lucian on the left side said angrily, look at what you've done, now we're all trapped here. The Lucian on the right side said, what's the use of saying this now, let's attack together and break through. After speaking, the two simultaneously attacked the surrounding flame barrier. The Lucian on the left side conjured a fire dragon directly attacking the barrier, exploding when touching the firebirds, creating a crack in the barrier. He attacked while sneering, Shao Chun, can you disguise my appearance? Can you also mimic my extraordinary power? Why don't you use my moves too? But soon his eyes widened. The Lucian on the right side, like him, also used a flame attack, not a fire dragon, but a long spear burning with fierce flames. The spear hit the barrier, poking a hole in it. Then the Lucian on the right side looked at him in shock and said, you can even mimic my extraordinary power? How did you do that? The Lucian on the left side was extremely frustrated, damn it, are you even stealing my lines? Looking at the other himself with an extremely shocked expression, he even doubted if he was really Lucian. He was about to cry. Shao Chen, please be a human being. Stop playing with me. The Lucian on the right side was naturally disguised as Shao Chen. He looked at the other Lucian with a skeptical expression and couldn't help but laugh inside. He really didn't expect that the universal mask could even simulate the opponent's extraordinary power, which was simply insane. Yes, at that moment, he was using the newly acquired item, the universal mask. When he put on the mask, he felt as if he had put on a layer of false body, completely changing his appearance, clothing, voice, and temperament. What shocked him even more was that as long as he wanted, he could simulate any kind of extraordinary power of the opponent. The universal mask was beyond belief. Boom! At that moment, just as the real Lucian on the left side broke through the barrier, the blue giant hand above suddenly struck him back hard. He immediately spat out blood and rolled in a sorry state. The Lucian on the left side said in sorrow and anger, you've got the wrong person, he is the one you were looking for. The blue giant hand said, we didn't make a mistake, none of you can escape. Ha! Just as he finished speaking, he turned his head to look towards the night owl and realized that something was amiss. Because during the breakout, Lucian and Shao Chen had very tacitly chosen to go in opposite directions, so the blue giant hand and night owl could only separate to intercept. Night owl was responsible for intercepting the right side. However, when Shao Chen's simulated flame spear broke through the barrier, Night Owl reached out to intercept, condensing a purple flame cloud into a long knife that struck the spear. But to his astonishment, his strike failed to stop Shao Chen's flame spear. The two spears collided, the long knife disintegrated, and Shao Chen's strike completely shattered the barrier, allowing people to break out. Night Owl, how is this possible? He was a third-tier transcendent, while the opponent, even if he was the real Lucian, was only second-tier. Shao Chen laughed heartily, now you see how powerful I, Lucian, am. In fact, I have been hiding my strength all along, and this is just a small demonstration. There's more to come. Are you ready? The night owl on the other side trembled. No, you are not Lucian, he shouted. You are that despicable rat. Shao Chen solemnly replied, you are wrong. That guy is actually just a first-tier transcendent, and I believe you can see that he is just relying on some powerful equipment to act recklessly. But I, Lucian, am a dignified second-tier transcendent who has broken through on my own. Now, I will kill you to prove myself and break through to the third tier, becoming a true master. Night Owl's anger subsided. You have the guts, whether you are the real Lucian or not, today you will die. Attack! Both of them made their moves against each other. What surprised the blue giant hand on the other side was that both of them were using the power of flames. A purple flame cloud and a red flame clashed rapidly outside the barrier, each strike unleashing explosive sounds like cannon blasts. The ground shattered and buildings collapsed wherever they passed. Even the real Lucian was dumbfounded. He never expected Shao Chen to be able to hold his own against the third-tier Night Owl, completely overturning his beliefs. How is this guy possible? Just a few days ago, he had only become a first-tier transcendent. How could he, in just a few days, be able to confront a third-tier transcendent powerhouse? This is not scientific. Boom! 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 Night Owl and Shao Chen fought more fiercely, both exuding the same scorching high-temperature flames and violent transcendent power. Their battle was earth-shattering, with destructive power off the charts. Xiao Chen was getting more and more exhilarated. He was originally a first tier, but after activating the second form of the evil slaying blade, his combat power was among the best in the second tier. Now, he had integrated the blade domain of the evil slaying blade, the seed ability of the mutated blood-sucking vine, the defense of the invisible cloak, and the mimicry power of the universal mask. The combination of these four had pushed his strength to the threshold of the third tier, allowing him to fight on par with Night Owl without the purple night cloak. Bang! Another heavy blow sent Xiao Chen flying dozens of meters, and the two of them fought their way into a construction site next to the main road. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky. The real Lu Xun stared in disbelief. When did this kid become so powerful? Boom! While Lu Xun was in a daze, the blue giant hand suddenly pierced through the barrier and slammed heavily on his head, sending him crashing into the ground. In that instant, Lu Xun felt as if he were being crushed by Mount Tai, the unparalleled weight and pressure almost turning him into a pancake. Fortunately, his second-tier physique was strong enough, and he only ended up embedded in the concrete ground, severely injured but not dead. Then he saw the blue giant hand soar into the air and fly towards the battlefield in the construction site. Lu Xun was on the verge of tears. He knew that this was the opponent confirming his identity as the real Lu Xun, but this confirmation did not make him happy at all. Was it because he was too weak? Die! The blue giant hand flew into the air above the construction site, ready to strike the fake Lu Xun with thunder. But when two figures emerged from the dust below, the blue giant hand was stunned. The two figures below were all Night Owl. The fake Lu Xun disappeared, replaced by a blue-blooded person who looked exactly like the Night Owl. Not only was the blue Night Owl dumbfounded, even the real Night Owl was shocked. You. The real Night Owl stammered, looking at the familiar face of the other person in disbelief. The situation was extremely shocking. The Night Owl on the other side also showed a shocked expression. Pointing angrily at him, he said, "You despicable human, how dare you impersonate me? I will kill you." As he spoke, purple flames rose from his body, and he wielded a purple fire knife to charge at the other Night Owl. "Damn! You are the impostor." The Night Owl on the other side was furious and said to the blue giant hand in the air, "Lord, act quickly, he is the fake one. I am the real one." The charging Night Owl also roared, "Lord, don't mind me, let's attack together. Even if I die, I will take him to hell with me." The blue giant hand was about to go crazy. "Ah, despicable human, will you ever stop?" The real Night Owl was furious. He said fiercely, "Lord, I have a way to distinguish between the real and the fake." With that, he pointed to the giant screen that the purple night cloak had turned into above his head, and sneered, "Even if he looks like me, he lacks the purple night cloak, so he is nothing." Humph. The next moment, the giant screen above his head began to rapidly shrink as he cast a spell, transforming back into a purple-black cloak that covered him. The Night Owl on the other side could only watch helplessly, looking resigned. It was clear who was real and who was fake at a glance. Die! The blue giant hand suddenly slapped fiercely at the fake Night Owl on the other side. Swish! But before the blue giant hand could strike, the fake Night Owl laughed and pounced towards the real Night Owl on the opposite side. As he charged, he deliberately stirred up the dust on the ground, shrouding the battlefield in smoke once again. Boom! Xiao Chen and the Night Owl once again engaged in close combat. Under the cover of smoke and dust, two Night Owls wearing cloaks quickly clashed, and soon it was impossible to tell who was who. The blue giant hand in the air was dumbfounded once again. Even with the purple night cloak, he couldn't tell them apart. "Night Owl, even if you have a cloak, so what? Now I have one too. Who can tell the difference between you and me? Ha, just obediently play with me." Xiao Chen's arrogant laughter came from the smoke. "Damn it, Kai Dali, I will not rest until I kill you." The real Night Owl trembled with anger, and the purple flames on his cloak burned violently. Activating some function of the purple night cloak, his strength skyrocketed, instantly overpowering Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He almost forgot that the Night Owl with the purple night cloak and the Night Owl without it were completely different people. The Night Owl seemed to have been using the purple night cloak to protect himself from the erosion of the Earth's environment. Once the cloak was removed, he would be burned all over, greatly weakening his strength. The cloak provided him with protection, allowing him to unleash his full power. So just now, Xiao Chen could match him evenly, not because Xiao Chen really had the strength of a third-tier warrior, but because the Night Owl had become weaker. Ding! Spreading the reputation of Lu Xun, mission completed, stamina +1. At this moment, the system finally prompted the completion of the mission. Xiao Chen felt a surge of heat entering his body, bringing him new strength. He felt that he was not far from reaching the second tier. Ding! Mission, move away from the enemy's nest 10,000 meters within 60 seconds. Reward, stamina +2. Countdown, 59. 58. The system immediately issued a new task, but suddenly this new task puzzled Xiao Chun, leaving him somewhat confused. Do they want me to leave here? He frowned, but he was having fun and didn't really want to leave. To be honest, the brief exchange just now had greatly increased his combat experience, and he had learned a lot of extraordinary fighting techniques from the Night Owl. Opportunities like this were rare. Ha! Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a chill run from his tailbone to his head, and his sixth sense made his eyelids twitch. It seems that some kind of huge disaster is about to strike. Xiao Chun sensed the source of the crisis, looked up at the sky suddenly, and saw a streak of light speeding towards them in the dark horizon. The light, which they didn't know what it was, emitted a long narrow cloud from its tail, resembling some kind of flying object. The speed was extremely fast. Seeing that streak of light, Xiao Chen's heart pounded, feeling the imminent threat of a great danger. Escape! Quick, escape! Every cell in his body was sending out warnings. What is that? The other extraordinary individuals also felt that something was wrong and looked up to the sky. As the streak of light approached, a terrifying pressure surged in everyone's hearts. They all sensed the crisis of a great disaster approaching. It was a kind of premonition that struck directly at the soul. Night Owl, what is that thing? The blue giant shouted, being the strongest among them and feeling the greatest threat. When the streak of light appeared, he felt like the whole world was pressing down on him. The Night Owl looked up and suddenly his face changed drastically. Not good, my lord, that is a forbidden weapon of humans. Quick, it's going to destroy the Stargate array, we must not let them succeed. Otherwise, our great army won't be able to come through at all. The Night Owl shouted. Without caring to engage with Xiao Chen any longer, he flew frantically towards the headquarters at the global square. Upon hearing the Night Owl's words, Xiao Chen naturally heard them too. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, damn, no wonder the system prompted him to run fast. This damn forbidden weapon meant death for whoever touched it. The extraordinary individuals were not afraid of conventional weapons, but that thing in the sky was incomparable. In the face of that forbidden weapon, any other weapon was just a toy. 49, 48, 47. The system's countdown seemed like a call to death. Swish! Without saying a word, Xiao Chen turned and rushed north. He had to get as far away as possible from the center of the explosion in the remaining half a minute, otherwise just the high temperature from the forbidden weapon's explosion could vaporize him. Phew! With the wind spirit power, blade domain, invisibility cloak, and the all-purpose mask, Xiao Chen unleashed his fastest speed. Like a high-speed train thundering by, he crushed all the zombies blocking his path into minced meat. When encountering obstacles like trees and railings, he didn't even bother to dodge, but pierced through them with his blade formation. What? Forbidden weapon? The heavily injured Lucian crawled out of the pit and was also shocked. He looked in amazement at the streak of light, and his years of military experience immediately confirmed that it was an intercontinental missile, likely carrying some kind of forbidden weapon that would make people pale with fear. This surprised Lucian greatly. How is this possible? Wasn't satellite guidance disabled after the disaster? Why would such a weapon be launched at us? But at this moment, it was not the time to consider these questions. Escaping was the priority now. He glanced in the direction and followed Xiao Chen in fleeing north. But what made him resentful was that his slow speed due to the severe injuries. At his pace, he wouldn't even be able to escape the center of the explosion when the missile detonated. The thought of being directly hit by that weapon filled him with despair. Xiao Chen, save me! At this point, he didn't care about losing face, and called out for help to Xiao Chen ahead. He was now desperate, even though he knew it was unlikely for Xiao Chen, who had a strained relationship with him, to turn back and save him. But he still pleaded for help. And something surprising happened. Xiao Chen, who was speeding away, seemed to hear his plea, stopped abruptly, and turned back to run towards him. Lucian was overjoyed. Xiao Chen, I knew you were a good person. Thank you for coming back to save me. Please take me away, take me away. But Xiao Chen stopped 10 meters away from him. Not only did he not intend to save him, but instead clenched his right fist and said sincerely, "Come on, Lieutenant Liu, you must survive. I believe in you." Fighting. After that, he activated the knife domain again and roared towards the north. Lucian was dumbfounded on the spot. Are you deliberately turning back just to say these words to me? Are you still human? The full of grief and indignation finally turned into a hysterical roar. Xiao Chen, I curse you to die a horrible death. Boom! At this moment, the missile finally reached the ground and exploded with a loud bang. In the deafening roar, a huge mushroom cloud rose from above the global square, spreading two huge circular white clouds around. Even the high-altitude purple clouds were pushed aside to create a hole. A beam of sunlight shone down from that hole. This was the first time humans had seen the sunlight since the disaster occurred. North of the global square, the bank building. When the explosion occurred, a special forces team was fighting a group of zombies. Zhang Chao, the leader, was entangled with an evolved zombie. The huge explosion stunned everyone. When they saw the mushroom cloud rising, they were all shocked and speechless. Zhang Chao's eyes were about to pop out. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. When he realized what had exploded, his face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Everyone retreat, evacuate to the north. Leave everything behind, get in the car and run." Zhang Chao grabbed a soldier who was shooting and ran north frantically. The soldier was Wei Yang, Xiao Chen's good brother. Zhang Chao had promised Xiao Chen that he would take Wei Yang with him once he successfully escaped. "Let me go!" Wei Yang shouted. Zhang Chao ignored him completely and ran north frantically. With his extraordinary speed, he was faster in short bursts than driving a car. Boom! However, he was not as fast as the shockwave generated by the explosion. In just a few seconds, a huge transparent ripple swept through behind him, engulfing all the buildings in flames along the way, shattering countless glass windows, and the dust cloud engulfed half of the city. As the shockwave passed, Zhang Chao felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. He was lifted off the ground, floating in the air. The high temperature burned, fragments splattered, lack of oxygen, radiation contamination. Numerous injuries affected him, almost making Zhang Chao faint from the pain. To take care of Wei Yang, he used most of his extraordinary power to protect him, almost getting himself killed. "Where's Wei Yang?" When he stopped, he suddenly realized that Wei Yang, whom he had been holding, was missing. The intense rolling just now had separated the two. He panicked and searched, then saw Wei Yang buried under a pile of billboard fragments in a corner. "Wei Yang, are you okay?" Zhang Chao quickly dug out Wei Yang. But Wei Yang had fainted from the shockwave just now, fortunately still breathing. "No, I have to get out of here quickly. We are too close to the center of the explosion, the radiation concentration is too high, staying here for a moment means losing life." Enduring severe pain all over his body, he carried Wei Yang on his back and ran forward. But just as he took a few steps, he heard a roar behind him. An evolved zombie was approaching him. Zhang Chao turned around and his face changed drastically. "Damn it, this beast is still alive." This zombie was the first-order evolved zombie that had tangled with him before. Although it looked miserable with injuries all over its body, its combat power was not compromised. Seeing Zhang Chao trying to escape, it roared and charged towards him. Zhang Chao was in a hurry. In his current state, he had no way to kill the other party, let alone every moment here was approaching death. Even if he could hold on, Wei Yang couldn't. Roar! The more than 3 meters tall evolved zombie leaped towards the two from the air. Just as Zhang Chao was in a dilemma, suddenly, a roar sounded from the south, as if it was the sonic boom of some object traveling at high speed. Then, a black streak of light crossed the street of over 100 meters. Just as the evolved zombie leaped up, it was suddenly crushed by the black streak of light from above. With a loud bang, the evolved zombie didn't even have time to howl before it was torn into countless pieces by the black streak of light. With a clattering sound, the evolved zombie turned into over 100 pieces of flesh and fell down. Zhang Chao, who was close by, even got splattered on his face and head. Swish! The black streak of light stopped in front of him, revealing a giant figure over 3 meters tall. Zhang Chao was shocked when he saw it. He stepped back in panic. "It's you." The person standing in front of him was the hooded leader he had seen in the enemy's lair. "Oh, it's me." However, the person in front seemed to realize something, wiped his face, as if removing a veil, revealing a human figure less than 2 meters tall underneath. It was not Xiao Chen. Who was it? "Xiao Chen, how did you do this?" Zhang Chao was greatly shocked by Xiao Chen's drastic transformation. Xiao Chen glanced at the huge mushroom cloud over 1,000 meters high in the sky and quickly said, "Now is not the time to talk, hurry, let's leave here first." With that, he grabbed Wei Yang on Zhang Chao's back and rushed north. Zhang Chao quickly followed. "Xiao Chen, what happened after I left? Why did someone suddenly launch forbidden weapons here? Could it be from another military base?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "Hard to say, but the direction of the missile attack seems to be from the East Yang base. I feel it might be related to General Li." Zhang Chao was furious. Why? Why would he do this? Doesn't he know we are here on a mission? Is he trying to get us killed? Xiao Chen said, "It's too early to say now, let's go back to the base and see." The two of them ran swiftly on the main road and soon arrived at the south side of the wetland park. "Help! Someone save my daughter! Mom! Damn monsters, are you trying to drag us all down with you?" As soon as the three arrived, they saw a survivor convoy of hundreds of people being surrounded by a large group of zombies. The convoy was filled with ordinary people. Although they had a few guns, they were outnumbered by the surrounding zombies. The people with guns couldn't keep up, and the convoy was in danger of being overwhelmed by the zombies. Several women and children were dragged out of the convoy by the zombies, crying and screaming. The scene was unbearable. In the convoy, Xiao Chen suddenly saw some familiar faces. Wang Wu with a stubble beard, glasses-wearing Su Chenjing, the wheat-skinned girl called Ying, and the tall-legged girl he had entrusted to Wang Wu and the others. "I'll go save them." Xiao Chen took a quick look and handed Wei Yang to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao took it in a fluster and said, "Hey, hurry up, this is still a high-radiation area." Swish! Xiao Chen swept through like a gust of wind. He slaughtered all the zombies along the way with a single stroke. Several zombies that were dragging women and children were directly crushed into minced meat by him. "Get out of the way!" With a loud roar, he arrived at the most densely packed area of zombies in front of the convoy. The blade formation opened, roaring like a bulldozer. Poochie poochie poochie. Under the fierce blade aura, not a single zombie could survive under his hand for a second. As he slaughtered his way through, half of the hundreds of zombies blocking the convoy died. Wang Wu and Su Chenjing in the convoy saw Xiao Chen and were overjoyed. "Mr. Xiao!" Wang Wu shouted, "You've come to save us." "Great! We're saved, Mr. Xiao has come to save us." The originally desperate convoy saw Xiao Chen slaughtering the surrounding zombies like a god descending, showing expressions of joy. They cheered. However, Xiao Chen did not stop. Using the blade formation to officially kill the surrounding zombies, not a single zombie could withstand his blade, and soon the remaining half were also slaughtered by him. Amidst the blood and flesh on the ground, Xiao Chen stood tall, like a savior. "It's him." Beside Ying, the girl with long legs, Nai Yan, stared at Xiao Chen with shining eyes. Her heart was pounding. "It's the man who rescued me, he's back. Quick, everyone get on the car immediately. Leave this place." After killing the surrounding zombies, Xiao Chen shouted loudly. This place was still very close to the explosion center, heavily contaminated. Every moment spent here was a step closer to death. Luo Sai Huang Wu also woke up, shouting repeatedly, "Yes, quickly, everyone get on the car, we must leave here quickly, the radiation here is too severe." The team immediately got busy. "Mr. Xiao, please sit in the front car, our team needs you to lead," Wang Wu said sincerely to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glanced at his arm. "Are you injured?" Wang Wu smiled bitterly. "Yes, I was bitten by a zombie." Xiao Chen nodded, not saying anything. Before he arrived, at least a dozen people in the team had already been bitten by zombies. For ordinary people, this was practically a death sentence. But it was not a problem for him. Don't abandon me, I'm fine, please take me with you. I won't turn into a zombie." At this moment, a crying voice came from the back of the car. Xiao Chen turned around. Then he saw a middle-aged woman at the end of the team crying and trying to get on the car, but was blocked under the car by two men with iron rods. They wouldn't let her get on. There was a torn wound on the woman's chest, obviously bitten by a zombie. "Get lost." A man stood in front of the car door, his face cold. "You've been bitten, you'll soon turn into a monster. Do you want to harm all of us?" The woman cried, "Don't give up on me, I'm really fine, I was just hit earlier." The man said, "Get out of here, or I'll do something." Another man blocking the door sighed, "Aunt Chunhua, you should go, you know, our team had an agreement long ago, whoever gets bitten by a zombie has to leave on their own, without affecting everyone else. Except for you, Lao Lutu and Gangzi were also bitten, but did you see them get on the car?" He pointed to the other side. There were a dozen men standing there, all of them had just been bitten in the fight with the zombies. They didn't get on the car either, but were saying their final goodbyes to their families under the car. The atmosphere was sad and heavy. The man continued, "Aunt Chunhua, they didn't get on the car because they know that once they turn into monsters after being bitten, your family and children might be killed by you. Is this the result you want to see?" Aunt Chunhua collapsed on the ground, crying, "But my child is only 2 years old, he hasn't been weaned yet, he can't be without his mother. Please, let me feed him once more, I promise to get off the car before turning into a zombie." The people in the team couldn't bear to watch this scene. When the families of the bitten men saw this, they couldn't help but cry. For a moment, the whole team was in tears. "That's enough." At this moment, a loud shout interrupted everyone's crying. "Stop crying." Xiao Chen jumped onto the front car and shouted to everyone, "Everyone listen to my command. Whether you've been bitten or not, get on the car. You have 30 seconds. Wang Wu was surprised, "But people who have been bitten will turn into zombies." Xiao Chen said, "Don't worry, I have a way to cure the zombie virus. Listen to me, don't delay any longer." Wang Wu looked at Xiao Chen's determined expression. It didn't seem like he was lying. His face changed a few times and said, "Okay, we believe you, everyone listen to Mr. Xiao, get on the car. Hurry." Xiao Chen's savior prestige had an effect at this moment. Although many people were still skeptical, they still let the bitten people get on the car. Aunt Chunhua was overjoyed and kept bowing to Xiao Chen. "Thank you, Thank you. But Xiao Chen avoided her grand gesture. System, exchange for T-virus antidote. 15 doses. The next second, 15 doses of antidote appeared in his hands. However, his luck value dropped by 150 all of a sudden, making him extremely distressed. He handed 14 doses of antidote to Zhang Chao, saying, "Go distribute these." The reason he didn't give any to Wang Wu was because the convoy had already started moving. An ordinary person like Wang Wu couldn't jump between vehicles at high speed. Zhang Chao looked surprised and asked, "Do you really have a cure for zombie infection?" Xiao Chen replied, "Stop talking nonsense, go quickly." Zhang Chao reluctantly said, "Okay, I'm now your errand boy." Xiao Chen took the unconscious Wei Yang and returned to the first extended off-road vehicle, giving the last dose of antidote to Wang Wu, saying, "Drink this, and you'll be fine." Wang Wu curiously looked at the vial of medicine. "Is this stuff really effective?" Before Xiao Chen could nod, Wang Wu tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he smacked his lips and said, "It's quite sweet." At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the back seat of Xiao Chen's car. Xiao Chen, we meet again." Xiao Chen turned around and saw a busty beauty sitting in the back seat, looking at him curiously. It was the girl group member Na Yan, whom he had entrusted to Wang Wu. "Oh, it's you." He couldn't help but glance at her chest, not because he wanted to, but because her feminine features were too obvious. It was a man's instinct he couldn't resist. Na Yan blinked her big eyes at Xiao Chen and said in a strange tone, "Hello, I'm Jin Xiuyan. I haven't thanked Mr. Xiao for saving my life. If it weren't for Mr. Xiao, I would have died in the hotel." Xiao Chen casually said, "Oh, how do you want to thank me? Offer yourself to me?" Na Yan looked puzzled and asked Ah Ying beside her, "Uni, what does offer yourself mean?" Ah Ying rolled her eyes and impatiently said, "It means to sleep with him." Wang Wu, who was drinking water in the front passenger seat, immediately sprayed it out, spitting all over the driver, Su Chunjing. "Cough, cough, cough." He glared at Ah Ying and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? A young girl shouldn't be so shameless." Xiao Chen also felt embarrassed. He had just spoken casually, but he didn't expect Ah Ying to be so bold as to say such things. Na Yan blushed upon hearing this. She was already very beautiful, a top beauty who stood out among hundreds of contestants. Whether it was looks, figure, dance, or talent, she excelled in all aspects. Her shy and modest appearance at that moment added a touch of charm. Even Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel his heart race a bit. It wasn't a lack of self-control, but rather instinct at play. Wang Wu quickly said, "Ah Ying, apologize to Mr. Xiao." Ah Ying, seeing Xiao Chen staring at Na Yan, huffed and said, "Am I wrong? Isn't that what offer yourself means?" Wang Wu couldn't do anything about Ah Ying and had to apologize to Xiao Chen, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. My niece has always been willful since she was young. You're a big man, don't take it to heart." Xiao Chen waved his hand, "It's okay, it's just a small matter." Ding. Task, tell Jin Xiuyan a dirty joke. Reward, +1 spirit. Xiao Chen's expression froze. "You, system, don't mess around." Xiao Chen. Something's wrong. At that moment, as the vehicle was speeding, the door was pulled open, and Zhang Chao jumped in from outside. Anxiously, he said, "Quick, look behind, there are a lot of zombies rushing towards the north, right behind us." "What?" Xiao Chen was shocked, and he quickly climbed onto the roof of the car. Looking back, he saw a vast number of zombies running towards them from the road behind the convoy, like ants pouring in from the city center, countless and overwhelming. Xiao Chen couldn't even count how many there were. These zombies were pouring out from buildings, under bridges, and from shops, coming from all sorts of places and crazily chasing after them. That way, it's like something is chasing them. What's going on? Have these zombies rioted? Xiao Chen was very puzzled. Zombies do not take large-scale action on their own when not driven, like the zombies that besieged the convoy before, they act more on instinct. And now, these zombies are actually chasing them in unison. It feels like someone is deliberately driving the zombies to pursue. No! Xiao Chen looked for a moment and suddenly realized that these zombies were not chasing them. They were simply fleeing the city. Because those zombies were not all fleeing north but split into several large groups, leaving in various directions away from the city. They are leaving Linen City, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. But another question arose. Why are they suddenly collectively leaving Linen City? Could it be that they also know the dangers of radiation, so they are leaving the city? But are they that smart? Xiao Chen felt that something must have happened that he didn't know about. Xiao Chen, what should we do? Those monsters are catching up. Zhang Chao also jumped onto the roof of the car. Xiao Chen glanced at the rear of the car and saw that the group of zombies behind was closing in on the last car. Survivors in the tail car were already screaming. I'll hold the rear, you lead the way in front, Xiaochen said, leaped, and swiftly ran towards the rear of the convoy from the top of the Mercedes-Benz. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the gunman in the car had already engaged in a firefight with the zombies behind. Dozens of agile zombies that ran fast saw prey on the road and excitedly killed over. Although they were fleeing the city, it was not bad to hunt for some treats during the escape. It's not good, those monsters are about to catch up. Drive quickly, accelerate, step on the gas. Shoot, kill them. Everyone in the car was anxious, especially since there were too many zombies behind. You couldn't see the end at a glance. It was as if all the zombies in the city had gathered. It was terrifying. The driver was sweating profusely, pressing on the gas pedal desperately. Urgently said, "We are already at the fastest speed." Someone suddenly looked to the left, pale with fright. Not good, zombies are also running out from the left building. There are also on the right. The person on the right shouted. Bang! A cheetah-like zombie quickly ran to the back of the bus, leaped onto the roof of the bus. Roaring, it clawed 3 cracks in the roof. Roar! The cheetah zombie looked down at the humans below through the cracks, roaring excitedly. Damn, there's a monster on the roof. Quick, kill it! A woman screamed. Bang bang! A man fired 2 shots at the crack. One shot hit the cheetah zombie's shoulder, the other missed. The cheetah zombie, in pain, roared angrily and fiercely tore the roof, creating a large hole. Swish! The cheetah zombie's tail reached down, directly grabbing the man who fired the gun, pulling him onto the roof. Help! The man panicked, shouting and continuously pulling the trigger. But the cheetah zombie shook violently, and all his bullets hit the air. Roar! The cheetah zombie roared and bit towards the man's neck. Shoo! Just in time, a swift flash of a blade cut through the air, slashing at the cheetah zombie's neck. A large head flew up into the air and landed in the group of zombies behind. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Blood spurted from the cheetah zombie's neck, splashing the man all over, scaring him into screaming and backing away. You go down! A voice suddenly sounded behind the man. Startled, the man turned around and saw Xiao Chen. He realized that Xiao Chen had just saved him. Thanking repeatedly, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, thank you, Mr. Xiao." Bang! Xiao Chen didn't have time to listen to his nonsense, he kicked him down from the gap. He then walked to the rear of the car roof, looking at the vast sea of zombies behind, raised the evil-slaying blade. Buzz! The evil-slaying blade seemed to sense the strong evil aura outside, emitting a joyful blade cry. If it weren't for Xiao Chen controlling it, it would have flown out to kill the zombies on its own. After unlocking the second form, the evil-slaying blade became more and more spiritual. Hush! Xiao Chen took a deep breath, mobilizing the wind spirit power in his body, fully activating the power of the blade formation, gathering all the energy on the evil-slaying blade, and then fiercely slashed out a full-force slash towards the horde of zombies behind. Swish! A giant crescent-shaped blade light flew out from the evil-slaying blade, covering the entire road surface, cutting southward horizontally. Puff 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 puff! Countless zombies were split in half by this brilliant blade light. The upper body and lower body were separated while running. Many zombies lost their upper bodies while running, and their lower bodies struggled forward for dozens of meters before falling to the ground. Their deaths also caused the other zombies following behind to continuously crash. Like a chain reaction, countless zombies stumbled and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 100 meters of road behind the bus came to a standstill. Xiao Chen solved the pursuit of the zombies behind with just one slash. Roar! Everyone in the car saw Xiao Chen's mighty display and cheered excitedly. But Xiao Chen was not happy because besides the zombies behind, a large number of zombies were also pouring out from the buildings on both sides of the main road during the convoy's journey. They also excitedly attacked the convoy upon sensing the living human sent inside. The entire convoy of more than a dozen vehicles was suddenly in crisis. Kill! Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen no longer held back, constantly moving on the roofs of each vehicle, killing the zombies attempting to attack the convoy. Sharp blade lights flashed, and zombies fell one by one. The convoy made its way north, almost cutting a bloody path. While Xiao Chen was continuously killing zombies, a sudden harsh friction sound came from the front. A green jeep suddenly rushed out from an alley and directly collided with the first vehicle where Wang Wu and the others were. Bang! Wang Wu's extended off-road vehicle was rudely overturned, rolling on the ground for several rounds before stopping. This sudden change caught all the vehicles speeding behind off guard, causing a series of rear-end collisions. The convoy was forced to stop. At this moment, a group of people suddenly ran out from the alley where the jeep appeared, holding guns and rushing towards the convoy. The leader shouted, "Get off the car, all of you get off the car for me. I'm commandeering your vehicles." About 30 people suddenly appeared, all wearing police uniforms and carrying various firearms, but their actions did not seem like those of the police. They seemed to have acquired some police equipment from somewhere. They aggressively intercepted the convoy as soon as they appeared. Urgently, they forced everyone to get off the vehicles. "Hurry up, all of you get off the car for me, or I'll shoot." The leader with a dark face shouted loudly, his expression fierce. While forcing everyone off the vehicles, he anxiously looked at the zombie horde to the south. Bang! The right side door of the overturned extended off-road vehicle was kicked open, and Zhang Chao, covered in blood, crawled out. He angrily exclaimed, "Who the hell did this? Who did this?" He had just taken advantage of Xiao Chen's display of power to relax for a moment, only to be hit by a jeep, causing him great anger. The dark-faced man suddenly aimed his gun at Zhang Chao. "Shut up!" Bang! He raised the gun and fired a shot into the sky. Sternly, he said, "Listen up, you have 30 seconds to get off the car, or I'll start killing." The people who came with him also dispersed, pointing their guns at the bus behind. Zhang Chao was furious. "Didn't you hear what I said?" As he spoke, lightning flickered around him, and his extraordinary power erupted as he pounced towards the dark-faced man. "Ha! An extraordinary person?" The dark-faced man was surprised. But there was no panic, he shouted, "Fire!" More than 30 people behind him began shooting at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao's extraordinary power enveloped him, and he shot towards the man with the black face amidst the rain of bullets. The man with the black face threw his gun and roared, "You guys go steal the car. I'll stop him." Then a golden spiritual power rose from his body and pounced towards Zhang Chao. In the air, the golden spiritual power transformed into a set of golden armor covered with spikes, and a fist struck towards Zhang Chao. "Ha! Are you also an extraordinary person?" Zhang Chao was surprised, but it was not the time for conversation, and the two had already collided. Bang! Upon contact, Zhang Chao felt a tremendous force emanating from the other person, resisting his thunder power, causing him to fly backward and fall next to the off-road vehicle. The man with the black face followed closely and struck again with a fist. On the other side, "Get off the car, did you hear me? Get off the car." A carjacker with a fierce expression pointed at the bus driver and shouted. But there were also guns on the bus. Several people in the front of the bus also aimed their guns at him, and both sides were deadlocked. "What do you want? As human beings, don't you feel ashamed? There are a large number of zombies behind us, and you still want to rob us at this time. Are you all crazy? Bang! Since you won't get off the car, then die." The carjacker fired his gun fiercely. The bus driver was immediately shot in the chest and fell down in disbelief. "Ah!" The people in the car screamed in shock. "Lao Wu!" A survivor with a gun shouted angrily, then aimed at the carjacker and shot, "Die!" Bang bang bang! In an instant, a fierce firefight broke out between the survivors and the carjackers. Within moments, 5 or 6 armed survivors were shot dead, while 3 or 4 of the 30 carjackers were hit and fell in a pool of blood. "You lunatics!" Zhang Chao was furious at the sight. "Do you know what you're doing? Can't you see the zombies catching up from behind? At this time, you still want to rob us? Are you all crazy?" The man with the black face also looked insane. "It's because the zombies suddenly rioted that we didn't have time to find a car. Give us 3 buses, and we'll stop now." Zhang Chao angrily said, "No way, if we give you the cars, our people will be left to die." The man with the black face said, "Then let's die together." The two clashed again. But before they could delay for even a minute, many zombies from both sides smelled the blood and approached. If it weren't for Xiao Chen blocking a large number of zombies from chasing, the convoy would have been overwhelmed by the zombie tide long ago. "Zhang Chao, what are you doing? Why haven't you dealt with those carjackers yet?" Xiao Chen's loud shout came from 100 meters away at the rear of the convoy. As more and more zombies surged, he also felt overwhelmed. He knew the convoy had been intercepted, but he thought that with Zhang Chao, an extraordinary person, everything could be resolved, but now it was dragging on. Zhang Chao shouted, "Xiao buddy, don't blame me, one of those carjackers is also an extraordinary person." Xiao Chen at the rear of the convoy was too busy killing zombies and did not see the scene where the man with the black face and Zhang Chao were fighting. When he heard this, he was stunned for a moment. An extraordinary person? It was the first time he had seen a wild extraordinary person outside the base. Looking at the countless zombies behind him, Xiao Chen cursed. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Intimidation. The unique ability of the hero title erupted again. Centered on Xiao Chen, thousands of zombies within 100 meters seemed to sense the arrival of a natural enemy, unprecedented pressure. They all knelt down, no longer daring to chase. Swish! Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chen shot towards the head of the convoy, where he saw a golden figure entangled with Zhang Chao, the golden armor on his body particularly conspicuous. "Get lost!" With a violent shout, Xiao Chen, controlling the blade domain, directly collided at high speed with the golden figure. With a loud bang, the man with a dark face was knocked more than 10 meters away without making a sound, hanging on a newsstand by the roadside. And you, all of you, die. He turned his head and slashed at the robbers. Shie! The crescent-shaped blade instantly cut through the robbers' waists, and dozens of them were cut in half in an instant. They let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. The people in the convoy were shocked to see the bloody scene. What are you waiting for? Drive, get out of here! Xiao Chen shouted. The next moment, he didn't stop in front of the team at all, but ran towards the back of the team. The intimidation skill couldn't hold off the zombies for long, and they began to approach the convoy again in a moment. He had to delay the zombies' pursuit at the rear of the convoy. If there were only a few hundred or a few thousand zombies, he wouldn't need to escape. But now, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands chasing from behind. Even if he exhausted himself, he couldn't kill so many. In front of the team, Xing Chao saw Xiao Chen quickly deal with the robbers and shook his head. Xiao, you're still fierce. He turned the extended off-road vehicle back over and found that Wang Wu, Jin Shouyan, and others in the car were all unconscious from the impact just now, so he had to drive himself. The team set off again. Xiao Chen stood on the roof of the last car, constantly killing the zombies trying to attack the convoy. When the team passed by the alley where the robbers came out, he suddenly saw a group of survivors deep in the alley. However, they were being besieged by hundreds of zombies. When they saw Xiao Chen and the others passing by, none of them asked for help, just staring angrily at them. In their eyes, Xiao Chen only saw hatred. Xiao Chen immediately understood that these survivors were related to the robbers who had just attacked the convoy. Perhaps the robbers had targeted them for a reason. Xiao Chen looked at the hateful gaze of those people and fell silent. As the convoy moved away, the extraordinary person who had been knocked unconscious on the newsstand by Xiao Chen finally woke up. He looked at the bodies of his brothers who had died tragically and let out a painful cry, no. He knelt on the ground and roared at the departing convoy, I, Li Dongzi, swear to the heavens that I will avenge my brothers. Then, he rushed towards the depths of the alley. There, the families of his brothers still needed to be rescued. At this moment, Xiao Chen was unaware that he had earned the enmity of an extraordinary person named Li Dongzi, who vowed to avenge his brothers. With no obstacles, the convoy sped forward, heading north all the way. After Xiao Chen used the intimidation skill 3 more times and killed thousands of zombies, the convoy finally escaped the pursuit of the zombie horde and entered the wilderness. Phew! Seeing the team safe, Xiao Chen let out a long breath, collapsed on the roof of the car, exhausted. He hadn't rested for a day and a night. From killing the tree granny to chasing Huang Dongyue, then attacking the enemy's nest and dealing with Night Owl and the others. Finally, escaping the city with a big explosion. He had been maintaining a high-intensity battle, his spirit stretched tight. Now, with everything settled, there was a moment to catch his breath. All the exhaustion hit him at once, and all he wanted to do now was to lie down and sleep. Xiao, are you okay? Xing Chao jumped onto the roof from the front and looked at his pale face, feeling worried. I'm fine. Xiao Chen glanced at his maimed left arm and asked, how's your arm? Xing Chao smiled bitterly, what can I do? It's better to lose a hand than to die. He also sat next to Xiao Chen, looking at the receding snowscape, and sighed, it's terrifying to think about it. When we came, we had over 100 people, but now there are only 3 of us left. It's truly a mission of life and death. If you hadn't helped me, I might have ended up like Chen Shua Wang and the others. Xiao Chen remained silent, just looking at the darkening sky. When Zhang Chao saw that his mood was low, he asked, what are you thinking? Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time before saying, when the team left, I saw many old people and children in the alley where the robbers came out. Zhang Chao was taken aback. He immediately understood Xiao Chen's meaning. He muttered, so they were stealing cars to ensure their own family's survival. Zhang Chao waved his remaining arm and cursed, damn this world. He lay on the roof of the car in a large font, comforting, Xiao, you don't need to blame yourself. In that situation, we couldn't have given up the car. Whoever stayed behind would die. So there was no other way. Xiao Chen calmly watched the snow falling all around. I know, he said. I just don't want to encounter this kind of thing again. Thinking of the dozens of bandits he had killed, and then thinking of the survivors in the alley staring at him with silent hatred, he felt a heaviness. Xiao, what are your plans after we return this time? Xing Chao asked. Xiao Chen didn't answer but asked back, and you? Xing Chao sighed, I plan to take Leah and my sister away from Dongyang. Xiao Chen was surprised, why? Didn't you want to keep them away from living in the wilderness? Xing Chao shook his head, that was my previous thought. But after this mission, I've seen through it. General Li and the others didn't see us as human at all. I've only been on 2 missions, and both times I faced life-threatening situations. I'm afraid the next time will be my end. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, instead of that, I'd rather take them to live in a remote mountain forest. I believe that as long as we don't encounter a large-scale zombie attack, I can protect them and keep them alive. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. He had to admit that Zhang Chao's idea made sense. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant northern sky. The dim sky instantly lit up as bright as day. Xiao Chen and Zhang Chao looked in astonishment to the north, and then they saw a devastating bright white light suddenly bloom in the night sky to the northeast. It illuminated half of the sky vividly. What's that? Both of them were shocked. Xiao Chen's face suddenly changed. Not good, it's in the direction of Dongyang base. Something's happened at the base. His heart sank as he thought of the school flower at the base. Quick, let's go to the lead car. With that, he leaped down from the roof of the bus and, with a few bounds, reached the extended off-road vehicle at the front, opened the door, and climbed in. Quick, Wang Wu, drive at full speed towards Dongyang base, he shouted to Wang Wu, who had already awakened and was driving. The people in the off-road vehicle also saw the bright light coming from the north. Wang Wu stepped on the gas pedal. What's happening, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Chen's face was serious. We don't know yet, but something has definitely happened. The door was pulled open, and Zhang Chao also jumped in. Urgently, let's go ahead first, don't wait for the bus behind. Wang Wu hesitated, but what if they encounter zombies after we leave? Zhang Chao said sternly, we've done our best to help them escape the city. How about it? Do you want us to be their babysitters forever? Wang Wu suddenly felt the pressure from the extraordinary individuals. Okay, we'll follow your lead. Under his driving, the off-road vehicle raced forward at over 100 miles per hour, quickly leaving the bus behind. With Wang Wu pushing the vehicle's performance to the limit, in just 4 hours, the off-road vehicle had covered over 100 kilometers and arrived at the boundary of Dongyang. But the closer they got to Dongyang base, the more alarmed they became. Because even from more than 10 miles away, they could see the sky in the north burning fiercely, as if the entire base was on fire. Xiao Chen's heart pounded, sensing that something was seriously wrong. Look, there are people over there, Zhang Chao suddenly shouted. Even without him saying it, Xiao Chen saw it too. On the road ahead, thousands of refugees were pouring in from the north. Most of them were in a sorry state, some even missing limbs, severely injured. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place in the north. Stop the car! Xiao Chen shouted loudly, opened the door, and rushed down. He came to a soldier who was fleeing, grabbed his collar and asked, tell me what happened at the East Yang base. What was that explosion? The soldier hesitated and said, let me go. Xiao Chen lifted him up with one hand and shouted, tell me, speak quickly. The soldier was frightened by Xiao Chen's fierce demeanor. Stammering, he said, the base was invaded by monsters. Many monsters came from the north. We couldn't hold on, the base has been breached. Xiao Chen was shocked, the base has been breached? He couldn't believe that a military fortress with so many advanced equipment and powerful weapons could be invaded. The soldier said, yes, those monsters are too terrifying, you should escape too, don't go any further. It's still not too late to escape now. Xiao Chen asked, where is General Li? The soldier replied with a mournful face, I don't know, maybe he was killed in the explosion. Please let me go, it's really too late if we don't leave now. Xiao Chen released the soldier. Looking at the blazing fire to the north, he suddenly shouted and rushed madly towards the East Yang base. Xiao Hua, wait for me. I will definitely come to save you. Xiao Chen activated the blade domain and sped towards the base. The closer he got to the East Yang base, the more deserters and survivors he encountered. When he arrived a few kilometers away, he finally saw the base was being besieged by hundreds of thousands of zombie army. The newly built high walls had been breached, except for the central base where people were still resisting, other areas had all fallen. This did not surprise Xiao Chen. What shocked him was, above these zombies, there were 3 alien figures wearing purple cloaks floating in the air, overlooking the battlefield below. They wore cloaks similar to the night owls. Their faces were shrouded in dim light, gloomy and mysterious. But Xiao Chen felt a terrifying threat from these 3 individuals. It was the intuition of a strong person. As Xiao Chen gazed at the 3 figures, suddenly they looked towards his direction. Ha! Xiao Chen was shocked. He immediately activated the invisibility cloak and disappeared on the spot. The 3 in the air looked around, didn't find Xiao Chen, and were surprised. It seems like a human was spying. I felt it too. Looks like there's a rat lurking, who's going to take care of it? The middle alien said calmly. The alien on the left said, I'll go. With that, his cloak transformed into a pair of wings and flew towards where Xiao Chen had disappeared. The middle alien ignored the alien who had left. Staring at the East Yang base below, he said calmly, How is the situation in Lena's city? Any news from the Night Owls? The alien on the right said, reporting, the Night Owl said the Stargate array is being repaired. We don't need to worry about it. Humph. The middle alien sneered, they've been attacked, yet they're still being stubborn. If we hadn't taken this base, perhaps the human superhumans would have wiped him out by now. I said, Leader, why did the Lord choose Night Owl, who is so foolish, to manage Lena's city? The leader snorted, isn't it because he has blue blood flowing in his veins? If it weren't for his status, how could he be in charge of establishing the Stargate array in Lena's city? He continued, however, he has made a big mistake this time, even the Lord cannot tolerate him anymore. The next Southwest campaign will be led by me. I said joyfully, then I congratulate the leader in advance. The leader nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the subordinate who had just gone to search for the lurking human flying back. Leader, I'm incompetent, I couldn't find that human rat. The leader frowned, a mere human, even if he has awakened extraordinary power, how could he escape our detection? This human has a problem. The subordinate said, Leader, why not activate the purple fire array and burn down this base? I don't believe he can escape the burning of the array. The leader shook his head, it's not time to use the big array yet. Waving his hand, he said, alright, let's go down and quickly eliminate the remaining humans in the base. Tomorrow, I have to meet the Lord. This time, I'll see what face Night Owl has left to compete with me for the position of commander. Yes, sir. The three quickly flew towards the central base where the remnants of the human resistance army were. However, what they didn't see was a transparent figure moving quietly towards the villa area to the east below where they had left. That was close. Xiao Chun under the invisibility cloak watched the three aliens leave, feeling relieved. These three aliens were likely all third tier. The one giving orders among them even gave off a faint sense of danger at the fourth tier. With Xiao Chen's current strength, facing a third tier opponent was already tough, let alone three. I need to hurry. He saw that the three were heading towards the center of the base, knowing that the remaining soldiers there wouldn't last long. He had to leave with the school flower before those three aliens noticed. Swish! Xiao Chen quickly navigated through the base and soon arrived at the villa area. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw hundreds of zombies feasting on bodies scattered on the ground. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. He swiftly flew past them. Quick! Xiao Chen arrived at his small building with flowers blooming and jumped in through the window on the second floor. Fan Qingqing, Xia Yuan, he shouted. But there was no response. Xiao Chen quickly searched the building up and down but found no trace of the school flower and her friends. However, the building was in disarray, with food and packages strewn about, indicating that the school flower and her friends had left in a hurry. Where did they go? He walked to the door and suddenly found a hastily written note on a hook behind the door. Xiao Chen, the base is about to fall, Xia Yuan and I have to leave immediately. If you see this message, head east to find us. We'll wait for you on the way to the mountain city. The writing was Fan Qingqing's, and it seemed like they had left in a hurry. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Mountain city? He frowned. Why would Qingqing go to the mountain city? The mountain city was hundreds of kilometers away from Lena's city, with several cities in between, making it not easy to reach. But knowing that the school flower wasn't in the base, he breathed a sigh of relief. Swish! He leaped out of the second-floor window and ran south. Before searching for the school flower, he had to go back and bring Wei Yang along. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions suddenly rang out in the center of the base, followed by a huge fiery black cloud rising into the sky, illuminating the entire base. The shockwave from the explosion swept through, shattering all the windows and window frames of the villas. Xiao Chen was startled but didn't stop running, continuing south. However, just as he took a few steps, he saw a charred figure rushing past him from the front, also heading south. The person was running while looking back, with a panicked and fearful expression, as if something terrifying was chasing him. Human, you can't escape. A foreign warrior suddenly flew from the sky behind, sneering, surrounded by a terrifying green wave, and slapped towards the person. The charred figure immediately rolled to the left to dodge the blow, but the palm created a huge wind pressure on the ground, blowing the charred figure up. Bang! The foreign warrior's figure flickered, and a fist hit the charred figure's back. Ah! The charred figure screamed in pain, spitting out blood and crashing to the ground. The foreign warrior landed slowly, looking down at the heavily injured charred figure on the ground, indifferently saying, Human, you have great courage, trying to perish with us using the arsenal. Unfortunately, you underestimated our strength. Those ordinary weapons can't kill us. The charred figure grimaced, so what? Even if I die, I won't leave those weapons to you. Kill me, you won't get any information from me. The warrior from another tribe sneered, that's not up to you. Not far away, Xiao Chen had already recognized that the dark figure was Lu Fan. He calmly watched as Lu Fan tried to escape, got hit, and fell to the ground. He had no intention of intervening. Seeing Lu Fan being captured, he turned around, ready to leave. Ding! Forced mission, take Lu Fan out of the base. Reward, +1 spirit. Xiao Chen was shocked on the spot. System. I warn you not to cause trouble. The other side has at least 3 third-rankers, one of whom may even be a 4th-rank expert. How do you expect me to snatch someone? With my mouth? System, I advise you to be kind. What infuriated Xiao Chen the most was that this damn mission was mandatory. If he didn't do it, the consequences would be terrible. Why do other people's systems keep giving them boosts, but you specifically oppose me? I suspect you're not my lucky charm, you're my jinx. Ding! System, I'm not your jinx, I'm your uncle. Xiao Chen, what the hell? Why are you still cursing at me? He was shocked at that moment. What kind of system are you, not only opposing me but also eavesdropping on my thoughts, and not just eavesdropping but also mocking me? Are you here to punish me on behalf of the heavens? Ding! Please host to complete the mission as soon as possible. 59, 58, 57. Xiao Chen's face changed. Hey, can you stop the countdown without warning? He watched as the system insisted on him taking Lu Fan away. He stomped his foot in frustration. Lu Fan, you're lucky. On the other side, the warrior from another tribe had already captured the severely injured Lu Fan, holding his hair and dragging him towards the center of the base like a dog. Lu Fan struggled desperately, trying to bite the warrior from another tribe. But with his strength, he couldn't break free from the warrior's grasp, let alone inflict any harm. As they walked, the warrior from another tribe said, "Don't worry, you won't suffer for long. In a while, the leader will personally extract your soul, and then everything about you will no longer be a secret." Fear flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. No! He couldn't believe the other party had such methods. He tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but with a flick of the warrior's wrist, Lu Fan's body suddenly became weak, as if his bones had melted. He no longer had the strength to bite his tongue. Tears of sorrow and indignation welled up in Lu Fan's eyes. Boom! At that moment, a blazing white blade suddenly appeared behind the warrior from another tribe, slashing fiercely at his back. The purple cloak on the warrior's body surged with purple flames when the blade approached, momentarily blocking the attack. Who? The warrior from another tribe was greatly surprised. Suppressing the urge to turn around, he used the brief defense of the purple cloak to dash forward frantically. However, the blade was too sharp, breaking through the cloak's defense in a third of a second, creating a gap. The violent blade energy then struck the warrior's back. With a PU sound, the warrior felt a piercing pain in his back. His spine was almost severed. He screamed in agony, forcibly mobilizing his spiritual power and activating the cloak's defense madly. At the same time, he swung his sword backward forcefully. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out. Indeed, the opponent immediately struck with a second blade, which was blocked by his sword. But the sudden surge of force caught the warrior off guard, sending him flying backward. Even the cloak on his body couldn't withstand the blow, and he crashed into a wall in the blink of an eye. Boom! The entire wall collapsed from the impact. Amidst the dust, he finally saw the person who had ambushed him. It was a human man wielding an ancient long knife, draped in a translucent garment that shimmered like flowing light. Under that peculiar translucent garment, the man concealed all his aura. It was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. If the opponent hadn't just revealed his extraordinary aura, he wouldn't have been able to see him at all. Seeing the invisible garment, the alien warrior was shocked. "So it's you." However, the other party didn't waste time talking to him. After knocking him away with 2 strikes, he didn't linger in battle and ran south while carrying Lu Fan. "Don't run!" The alien warrior let out a long howl, and his cloak turned into a pair of wings, chasing after him wildly. Xiao Chen, who was fleeing ahead, suddenly turned around. The evil-slaying blade hummed as it rose, the blade domain mixed with the wind spirit power within him, swinging the blade again. A crescent moon swished out, cutting towards the alien warrior like a blade wheel. Faced with this crescent blade energy, the alien warrior roared, tightly gripping a large purple sword in his right hand and fiercely slashing forward. With a boom, a dazzling light burst into the air. The blade energy and sword energy intertwined, emitting a sharp wave of energy spreading around. The alien warrior's flight was momentarily blocked, allowing Xiao Chen to take advantage of the opportunity to swiftly escape, covering 10 meters in one step and flying out of the base gate in a moment. "It's you, you're Xiao Chen, you're still alive." By this time, Lu Fan had already recognized Xiao Chen and exclaimed with joy, "Thank you for saving me, Xiao Chen, you saved my life." But Xiao Chen remained silent, his expression very serious. Because he sensed that right after the alien warrior let out that long howl, two terrifying auras quickly rose from the center of the base, also chasing south. Needless to say, it must be the other two companions of that alien warrior. Ding! The task of taking Lu Fan out of the base is completed, reward, +1 spirit. At the moment he walked out of the base gate with Lu Fan, the system immediately sounded a prompt. Then a cool breath rushed into his mind, and Xiaoqun felt his mind unusually clear and his spirit exceptionally strong. And whether it was an illusion or not, he felt like he could vaguely sense any movement within 10 meters around him. It was a sense different from sight and hearing, like a kind of spiritual perception. Most importantly, he felt a mental barrier, as if he had reached the threshold of promotion again. Glancing at his information, host, Xiaoqun, Lord of the Heavenly Tao, level, first level transcendent, wind, physical fitness, 19, spirit, 19, luck, 1088, title, hero, superpowers, what are you looking at? Look, a shooting star, intimidation, equipment, bright light shield, evil slaying blade, invisible cloak, universal mask, task, tell Jin Shoyan a dirty joke. Reward, +1 spirit, as expected. My body has reached the peak of the first level, just one step away from breaking through the barrier and becoming second level. By then, with the second level's inherent strength plus the blade domain and cloak mask, even facing a third level powerhouse, I can still fight without defeat. He even felt that after promoting to the second level, his combat power would be among the best in the third level. Hey, Xiaoqun, Xiaoqun. At this moment, Lu Fan's voice came from beside him. Lu Fan kept asking, since you're back, what about my brother and the others? Is my brother still alive? How is he? I don't know. Xiaoqun rolled his eyes and casually threw him to the ground. Since the task was completed, this kid was useless now. He didn't want to carry this guy all the way and listen to him constantly asking about Lu Xun's news. Lu Fan fell to the ground, shouting incredulously, Xiaoqun, what are you doing? Hurry, take me away. He had no strength left in his body now, and once abandoned by Xiaoqun, even an ordinary zombie could easily take his life. Xiaoqun, however, calmly said, you stay here and wait for your brother. With that, he turned and walked away. No, Xiaoqun, you can't do this to me. Lu Fan's angry voice came from behind. But Xiaoqun ignored it and was about to disappear into the night when suddenly Lu Fan shouted loudly, Xiaoqun, don't you want to know who killed your parents? Xiaoqun's retreating figure suddenly stiffened. He turned back abruptly, picked up Lu Fan, and ran. What did you just say? Say it again. Xiaoqun coldly ordered, his eyes fixed on Lu Fan, filled with shock and disbelief. Originally, he thought Lu Fan was just making up stories to get him to go back and save him. But unexpectedly, when Lu Fan said those words, the system suddenly prompted, main mission, investigate the death of parents. Mission progress, 0 out of 10. Xiaoqun was shocked. He only then realized that what Lu Fan said was likely true, his parents did not die in a car accident. Lu Fan took a breath and said, let's leave here first before talking. Xiaoqun couldn't wait, he shook his wrist, and Lu Fan's bones immediately made a cracking sound, not knowing how many were broken. He demanded, speak quickly. Lu Fan, in pain, twisted his face and howled, I'll talk. I accidentally discovered this matter. After you went to Linan City to carry out the mission, General Li ordered me to investigate your background. I found out that you were an orphan, and your parents died in a car accident a long time ago. But I happened to know a director from the Traffic Management Bureau in Linan City, and he happened to have surveillance footage of your parents' car accident. Out of curiosity, I watched it once, and to my surprise, your parents did not die in an accident at all. They were murdered. Xiaoqun frowned. How is that possible? My parents clearly died in a car accident. I even went to the scene at that time. How could it be murder? He didn't believe, and my parents were just ordinary archaeologists and linguists, always kind to others. How could they have enemies? Lu Fan said, it's true, I'm not lying to you. From the video, I saw that someone deliberately caused the accident. Your parents did not die immediately after the impact, they were beaten to death. Xiaoqun was greatly shocked. Impossible, how could my parents have been killed? He suddenly grabbed Lu Fan's neck. Where is the surveillance video? Lu Fan said, in my office. Before Xiaoqun could ask further, he said, on the third floor of the equipment department, room 302. Xiaoqun's expression changed several times. He looked back and saw that the alien warrior was chasing after him again, but at this moment, Xiaoqun was invisible with his cloak, so the alien warrior couldn't see him. Angrily, the alien warrior used a wide-range attack on the ground, trying to force Xiaoqun out. Damn it! He suddenly stopped and, with Lu Fan, rushed back into the base. You want to go back? Lu Fan was surprised. Shut up! Xiaoqun's expression was dark. Protecting his breath and traces with the cloak, he quickly ran towards the equipment department building. Along the way, he saw many human soldiers killed and eaten by the zombie army, a scene too gruesome to bear. But Xiao Chen just walked by indifferently. Finally, he brought Lu Fan back to the equipment department building, which was now completely occupied by zombies. The hallways were full of zombies feasting. "Which one is your office?" Xiao Chen asked at the bottom of the building. "Second room on the left," Lu Fan said. Swish! Xiao Chen lifted Lu Fan and jumped directly from the outer wall to the third floor, then climbed in through the second window. "Where is it?" Lu Fan said. "In the drawer under my desk. There's a hard drive with a chrysanthemum pattern on it." Xiao Chen opened the drawer and indeed found a hard drive. As soon as he had the hard drive in hand, Xiao Chen almost immediately wanted to leave because it was not a good time to check it now. However, a crazy impulse surged in his heart. A voice told him, look quickly." Suppressing the urge to leave, he turned on the computer and plugged in the hard drive. ZZ. The surveillance video opened, showing a suburban intersection with sparse cars passing by. He pulled Lu Fan over. "Where did my parents' accident happen?" Lu Fan pointed to the timeline, at 56 hours and 33 minutes. At the same time, he pleaded, "Xiao Chen, let's go. You can watch it whenever you want after getting the information. Let's leave here first." But Xiao Chen completely ignored him. Quickly dragging the progress bar to 56:33, he had a premonition that his parents' death might reveal a huge secret to him. Because the Tiandao system in his hands was the only relic left by his parents. Since his parents' death was related to him, it was very likely to be related to this magical bead. Click! When the progress bar reached 33 minutes, a white car quickly appeared on the screen from a distance. Xiao Chen's heart pounded. At a glance, he recognized that it was the car his father bought, and through the windshield, he could see his young parents chatting and laughing in the front seat. Not knowing what his father said, his mother looked very happy. Seeing his parents' appearance and smiles again, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Mom! Dad!" Just as the white car reached the intersection, a heavy truck suddenly rushed out from the side and collided directly with the car. The car was immediately overturned and rolled more than 20 meters, bursting into flames with a loud boom. Xiao Chen stared at the screen, his fists clenched, trembling all over. But an unexpected scene appeared for Xiao Chen. As soon as the car stopped, the car door was kicked away more than 10 meters, and his father, covered in blood, crawled out of the car, then quickly pulled his mother out of the car. Seeing how agile his father's movements were, it didn't seem like he had been hit. Xiao Chen keenly felt that something was off with his father. Being hit by a heavy truck and flying more than 20 meters, yet being able to immediately kick the car door away upon getting up. This kind of strength didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. Just then, the heavy truck suddenly sped past and blocked the white car, blocking the view of his parents. Then, two mysterious figures wearing purple coats and hooded hats jumped down from the truck and quickly ran towards the car. If one didn't pay close attention, they would think the perpetrators were helping the injured. But now, it seemed they were likely there to finish the job. Soon, something happened behind the heavy truck, and suddenly white and purple flames burst out, as if someone was fiercely fighting. After a strange interplay of light, the area behind the truck returned to calm. The two mysterious figures emerged from behind the truck again, and Xiao Chen carefully observed that one of them was holding a black briefcase. It was obvious that they had snatched it from his parents. Without saying a word, they abandoned the truck and fled the scene from another direction. Seeing this, Xiao Chen understood everything. His parents were indeed murdered. And clearly, the other party had come to steal that black briefcase. Xiao Chen was trembling with anger. He never expected that the truth behind his parents' death would be like this. Roaring with anger in his heart, Who killed my parents? He, caught you, little mouse. Just as Xiao Chen was getting excited, a cold laugh suddenly came from outside the window. Then, a strong pressure descended on 302. Hearing the cold laughter outside the window, Xiao Chen, who was immersed in the truth of his parents' murder, was greatly surprised. "Oh no, I've been found out." As he realized he had been exposed, a terrifying pressure suddenly fell on his head, like a mountain looming over him, exerting extreme physical and mental oppression on him. Xiao Chen felt this kind of overwhelming pressure for the first time. Even the giant hand that came out of the Stargate back then had never given him this kind of oppressive feeling. It was like two different levels of life, the intimidation coming from a higher level life form. Boom! Without giving Xiao Chen time to react, when he was locked in by that pressure, a terrifying white wind blade directly broke through the wall and slashed towards Xiao Chen. Under this pressure, Xiao Chen could hardly even dodge. In a critical moment, Xiao Chen shouted angrily, "Intimidate!" A spiritual pressure erupted from him, quickly breaking through the pressure acting on him. Xiao Chen quickly turned around and dodged the wind blade. Poo. This white wind blade was like a real sharp blade, effortlessly cutting through everything along the way, piercing through the other side of the building and landing on the distant ground. Xiao Chen glanced at the huge gap cut out by the wind blade behind him, taking a sharp breath. Just this wind blade alone was many times stronger than his wind spirit power. Ha! A surprised voice came from outside the building, seemingly not expecting Xiao Chen to break free from his pressure. Interesting, a mere quasi-second-order human can resist my intimidation. How did you do it? A purple figure descended outside the gap, the leader of the 3 alien warriors, Lord Commander. Behind him were 2 other alien warriors, one named I and the one who had just chased Lu Fan. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely serious. He didn't expect to be discovered by these guys even with the invisibility cloak. And what put the most pressure on him was this alien commander. He had been unable to determine the opponent's strength before, but from that last attack, he confirmed the opponent's level. 4th order, completely surpassing the level of Night Owl and others. The terrifying intimidation imposed on the body and soul could crush a transcendent below the 3rd order. It seemed that the 4th order was completely different from the lower 3 orders. It was another kind of life high above. There was a huge gap between the two. Who are you? Xiao Chen hoarsely asked, countless escape strategies flashing through his mind, but none had even a 1% chance of success, because he felt that he had been mentally locked by the alien commander in front of him. This kind of direct soul locking even the invisibility cloak couldn't avoid. He couldn't even escape with the invisibility cloak. Bold, our commander is asking you a question, answer quickly. I, the alien warrior, said. Another alien warrior added, Lord Commander, this person must have a treasure that can turn invisible. He just robbed the human who destroyed the weapon depot. The commander's mouth, hidden under the cloak, curved into a smile. Interesting, I didn't expect a human to have so many secrets. It seems I need to investigate you thoroughly. He waved his hand. Go get him. Yes, Lord Commander. Ice hand flashed, and a lightning whip over 10 meters long appeared, sweeping towards Xiao Chen in the building. But Xiao Chen activated the blade domain, dodging the whip with a black light enveloping him, then fleeing towards the huge gap created by the wind blade without hesitation. The speed he erupted with even caught the commander's attention. You can't escape. Ice body flashed with electricity, turning into a thunderbolt that pierced through the entire building towards Xiao Chen. The speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Bang! Xiao Chen turned around and slashed with a sword. This sword contained the hidden aura of wind spirit power, blade domain, and the invisibility cloak. It aimed straight at Ice's forehead. As he swung the sword, there was a faint sound of slay evil. Crackle! Ice sneered, whipping his lightning whip to block the sword. Thunder and blade light clashed in the air. Stay here, human! I laughed, his lightning whip turning into 2 lightning snakes that pierced through the aftermath of the blade light, coiling towards Xiao Chen from both sides. But Xiao Chen just leaned to the side, fell to the ground, avoiding the lightning snakes, and continued to flee outside the base. I failed to catch Xiao Chen several times, his face showing frustration. Suddenly, he pulled off his cloak, exposing his upper body. In an instant, his momentum skyrocketed crazily, doubling from the quasi-second order strength to the mid-third order level. Coiling snake. He quickly pinched the tactics in his hand, drawing out a series of afterimages from his chest, as if he had outlined a formation in his heart. Roar! A roar emanated from his chest, as if a powerful life was sealed within him. Thunderbolts burst out from his heart, transforming I into a thunderous giant. Go! I pointed at Xiao Chen, who was fleeing not far away. The next moment, a real thunderous giant python flew out of his heart. This python was vivid and lifelike, exuding a powerful pressure almost stronger than Ice's own aura. Xiao Chen, who was fleeing in the distance, looked back and his eyelids twitched. He felt a great threat from the thunderous giant python. In the sky, the leader of the alien race who had been watching the battle faintly smiled and said, to force I to remove the seal and summon the thunder python. This human is quite impressive. The alien warrior beside him asked, Leader, why is this person so strange? Judging from his aura, he is clearly not even at the 2nd rank. But his combat power is close to the 3rd rank. How did he do it? The leader said, I faintly sense an evil aura from him, even I find it terrifying. The alien warrior was shocked. What? Is there such a thing? He looked at the human being chased by the thunder python and asked, Leader, could it be that the other party has a holy grade treasure? The leader narrowed his eyes, we'll know when we see. Moo! Below, the thunder python let out a deafening roar, transforming into a huge thunderous lifeform of over 10 meters, lightning fast towards Xiao Chen who was fleeing. The speed of the thunderous lifeform was faster than Xiao Chen. Before the thunder python arrived, bolts of lightning rained down, forming a sky and ground net in the sky and ground, blocking all of Xiao Chen's escape routes. Slash! Unable to escape, Xiaochen directly used the power of the universal mask to elevate his own strength to its peak state. He turned around and delivered a crescent slash. Hiss! The slash hit the thunder python, only splashing a stream of electric sparks and leaving a shallow scar on the python, which was then erased by the python's violent power. The next moment, the thunder python's huge tail swept across Xiaochen. With a loud bang, Xiaochen was sent flying, his body crashing against a steel wall, spitting blood as he fell. Ding! Main mission: investigate the death of parents. Mission progress: 1 out of 10. Reward: +1 physical fitness, +1 mental strength. Opening the door to advancement. Xiaochen, who had fallen from the steel wall, finally heard the system prompt. He was ecstatic. Finally, I'm going to break through to the second rank. As the system sound rang out, a surge of heat welled up in his body, boosting his spirit and energy once again. It was as if his body had reached a new limit. This time, he didn't just vaguely touch the threshold of the second rank, but took a step beyond it. System, how do I advance? He asked eagerly. The alien warrior opposite him had completely unsealed and unleashed his full third-rank power. With his current strength, he was not enough to fight back. He needed to advance to the second rank, and with the help of the evil-slaying blade, invisible cloak, and universal mask, he would have a fighting chance. The system replied, break the limits of flesh and blood, merge with the spirit. Xiaochen's face darkened. Speak in plain language. The system explained, merge the physical body, blood, and extraordinary power into one, stimulating the cells to break through the human body's limits. Before Xiaochen could fully comprehend, the thunder python attacked again. Roar! The thunder python roared deafeningly, the strong wind swirling, lightning raging, shaking the base under its pressure. The zombies that were hunting down the remaining soldiers were all scared off by the thunder python's roar. Crackle! Another thunderous net descended from the sky, covering an area of 100 meters in all directions. Xiaochen had nowhere to escape. In the face of crisis, he focused his mind, and the wind spirit power in his body rushed into his evil-slaying blade, invisible cloak, and universal mask. Break for me! He tightly grasped the evil-slaying blade, using the massive energy gathered from the blood-sucking vine seeds inside the blade to support him. He swung upwards fiercely, unleashing a strike that surpassed the limit. Boom! The thunderous net was instantly slashed open, with the blade light flying into the night sky. Swish! Xiaochen took the opportunity to shoot out from the large hole. But just as he emerged from the hole, he saw a blazing white figure flash past his side at a speed too fast for the eyes to catch, followed by a tremendous force exploding at his waist. He was once again struck by the thunderous python's tail. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The immense power caused Xiaochen to plow a long deep trench on the ground until he collided with the massive alloy gate of the base, coming to a stop. Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood on his invisible cloak, his expression extremely solemn. Such a strong guy. This was a member of a different race with a combat awareness even stronger than the night owls. He couldn't understand how such a warrior could be just a subordinate of that leader. How much stronger must that leader be? At that moment, Xiaochen realized that if he couldn't advance today, he would only die here. However, he didn't notice that the invisible cloak, which had absorbed a large amount of blood, was shimmering with starlight on the inside lining, as if something had been triggered. Humph, little mouse, you can't escape. The thunder python's head, looked down at Xiaochen with a cold smile. Even though his body was corroded by the Earth's environment, making a sizzle sound, he remained unfazed, showing strong willpower. Stop playing around. Finish him off quickly, your body can't hold on much longer. The leader's voice came from behind. Ice's expression turned serious. Yes, sir. He looked at Xiaochen. Well, I can only send you to meet the abyssal evil god, human. Thunderstorm. I stomped on the thunder python, and the next moment, the entire thunder python let out a painful roar, bursting with brilliant thunder and countless lightning bolts spreading out in a tree-like pattern in the sky. In an instant, the entire base's sky was illuminated white, almost blinding everyone. As countless people hurriedly closed their eyes, a thunderous roar erupted at the base gate. Boom! A thunderous sound on flat ground. Even survivors several kilometers away were left with ringing ears and seeing stars from this thunderous sound. Guided by this thunderous roar, surrounded by countless tree-shaped lightning snakes, condensed into a violent thunderous strike and suddenly struck towards Xiaochen at the gate. With his mind locked in, Xiaochen had nowhere to hide. In an instant, Xiaochen was engulfed by the thunderstorm sea transformed by the thunder python. The thunder light raged, destroying everything in its path. The earth was scorched, the steel giant gate melted by the high temperature. Under this terrifying attack resembling a cloudburst, not to mention humans, even metal would be reduced to ashes. Humph. In the air had a cold look in his eyes, a smirk on his lips. Let's see how you can hide, little mouse. but his smirk only lasted for 2 seconds before freezing on his face. What? He incredulously looked at the center of the thunderstorm sea, where something seemed to be transforming, erupting. A strange power rose suddenly, like mushrooms after rain, pushing aside the thunderstorm in flames. Upwards, and upwards again. Gudon! Gudon! A strong heartbeat sound emerged from the center of the thunderstorm, as if knocking on ice heart. He was surprised to find that his own heartbeat was following the rhythm. An inexplicable fear arose in his heart, as if a terrible natural enemy was being born there. Impossible. Even if he advances to the second rank, he shouldn't be able to intimidate me, a third rank. Ice heart trembled. Then his expression turned fierce, and he said fiercely, even if you break through, you will still die. Breaking limitation art, 9 thunder gods. He suddenly tapped his chest 9 times, and a bluish-white rune appeared on his shoulders, hands, legs, chest, forehead, and navel, with 9 runes appearing in total. Ice momentum surged. A thunderous giant appeared faintly behind him. The giant had 4 hands, 3 eyes, stood 10 meters tall, and was covered in endless electric light, like the thunder god in myth. Give me! I roared, raising his right hand high, and the thunder giant behind him also raised his right hand palm, opening those cold and merciless eyes. Die! The thunder giant condensed a dazzling thunderball in the palm of his hand, and fiercely slapped it towards the center of the thunderstorm below. This blow had already reached the peak of the third rank. Boom! As the thunder giant struck, a powerful white spiritual force suddenly erupted from the center of the thunderstorm below, forming a tornado composed of blade-like elements, annihilating the surrounding thunder and lightning. Then, a blazing white figure whooshed into the sky, transforming into a long sword over 10 meters in the air. Puff! The sword light, like a horsewhip, pierced through the thunder giant's palm as if cutting tofu, directly splitting the thunder giant's palm in half. Then, as the thunderball in the palm of the giant exploded, the sword light took advantage of the opportunity to break through the thunderous net, piercing towards the alien warrior eye in front of the giant. Everything happened too quickly. From the sword light rising from the ground to the thunder hand being cut, not even a breath of time passed. When I saw the sky-reaching long sword attacking, it was too late to dodge. The soaring sword aura was sharp and fierce. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, he could feel his skin being cut as if in pain. No! I screamed in horror. At this critical moment, he manipulated the thunder giant behind him to block in front of him, attempting to resist this terrifying blow. However, whoosh! The horsewhip-like sword light hesitated for a moment, then broke through the thunder giant's body, directly carving a large hole in the middle, ruthlessly slashing at I let out a miserable cry, his upper and lower body cut in half by a single blow, directly bisected. The leader of the aliens behind him was shocked and let out an incredulous roar. They never expected that they would go from overwhelming their opponents to a sudden downturn. I not only failed to slaughter the enemy but was instead killed by the enemy. Ice blood splattered in the sky. His upper and lower body fell from the sky, and even the thunder giant crumbled inch by inch. Leader, save me! I cried out in pain. That single blow not only pierced through his thunder giant but also backlashed the extraordinary power within him. If it weren't for the protection of the purple fire cloak around his heart, he would have been completely destroyed by the sword aura. Whoosh! The over 10 meters of sword light was relentless. After shattering the thunder giant, it rushed towards the bisected eye, intending to finish him off. Human, you seek death. The leader finally reacted, roaring in anger, his figure like lightning, crossing dozens of meters in a whoosh, arriving below I, grabbing him with one hand, and then slapping down with a palm. Boom! It was as if the entire world was pressing down on the over 10 meters long sword above. The immense pressure, along with the surging power, formed a peculiar domain in the air, pressing towards the central long sword from all directions. Creak! The air emitted a sound of unbearable burden, and the over 10 meters of sword light finally broke inch by inch under this terrifying palm, revealing a figure with a sharp edge. It was none other than Xiao Chen. However, at this moment, he was completely different from before. Surrounded by surging wind spirit power, his momentum greatly increased, truly reaching the second rank. Moreover, the invisible cloak on him, perhaps due to absorbing too much blood, activated its runes, opening the second form. Flight! Yes, he could now fly like these alien warriors, coming and going like the wind. Xiao Chen in the air was a bit excited, clenching his fist. Finally, I've reached the second rank. Just as the thunderstorm exploded, he finally tapped into his potential at a critical moment, integrating the extraordinary power in flesh cells, breaking through the limits of the human body, successfully advancing. The advancement brought a pleasant surprise, as the invisible cloak also entered the second form, granting him the ability to fly. This greatly increased his mobility. whether to fight or to escape, there is room for strategy. Commander, save me, save me. On the other side, I cried out in pain, suffering from being cut in half at the waist, a pain that could not be compared to mere environmental erosion. The commander's face changed. He was about to kill Xiao Chen, but his actions stopped. He knew that if he didn't treat I in time, I would not last a minute. Damn it! He shouted angrily, ordering, "Carry, hold him back, don't let him escape. I'll treat I first." "Yes, Commander." Another alien warrior immediately rushed towards Xiao Chen in the air. Good timing. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Having just advanced, he needed a big battle to test his combat power. With the ability to fly, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he could escape. At the first level, with the blessing of the Blade Domain, Invisible Cloak, and Universal Mask, he could achieve quasi-third level combat power. Now that he had advanced to the second level, could he defeat a third level strong opponent without relying on sneak attacks? So, fight, Intruder. Golden Armor. Carry, the alien warrior, roared as he transformed while charging towards Xiao Chen. Golden light burst from his body, forming a complete set of golden armor on his body. At the same time, he gripped a long-handled weapon with spikes like a wolf's fang. He swung the weapon towards Xiao Chen. A superhuman of the golden element? Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. Curious to test the strength of a third-level golden superhuman, Xiao Chen did not dodge. He activated the blade domain directly for a head-on collision. Hiss! The two clashed, the sharp blade energy and the sturdy golden armor creating a harsh and unpleasant friction. The evil-slaying blade and the opponent's wolf fang weapon crossed paths, and the superhuman power erupted. With a roar, both were sent flying back over 10 meters. Xiao Chen glanced at the opponent's wolf fang weapon and saw that the evil-slaying blade had only cut the surface spikes. The body of the weapon was almost undamaged. Good. He let out a long roar, and all of his second-level wind spirit power burst out, flowing into the invisible cloak. Swish! Xiao Chen's flying speed increased significantly. With the blessing of the blade domain, he swiftly approached Carry, the golden-armored warrior. Kill! Carry shot out a beam of golden light towards Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen agilely dodged it. When he was 5 meters away from the golden-armored warrior, he suddenly flashed his body, swiftly changing direction from the front to below, arriving at the feet of the golden-armored warrior. Half-moon slash. He swung the evil-slaying blade, creating a half-moon-shaped blade light. After advancing, the blade light he emitted had also grown, changing from a crescent shape to a half-moon shape, becoming more powerful and sharp. The previous eye was cut in half by his full force, showing its immense power. Indeed, Carry was caught off guard by Xiao Chen's sudden change in direction. Seeing the terrifying blade light approaching, Carry shouted, "Limit-breaking art barrier." Suddenly, a thick golden superhuman power flowed out from him, forming a 4-meter square shield wall under his feet. Boom! Xiao Chen's half-moon slash hit the shield wall, creating a deafening noise. The shield wall cracked, but the momentum of the slash was gone, unable to move forward. Humph! At that moment, Xiao Chen's figure burst out from the hole, slashing fiercely from bottom to top towards Carry's crotch. This sneaky move, if successful, would be devastating. Carry shouted angrily, stabbing downward with his wolf fang staff and rolling back to retreat. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds. Xiao Chen stuck and flicked his blade on the wolf fang staff, neutralizing the attack. Then, with a sneer, he slashed along Carry's wrist. Carry was shocked and quickly let go and retreated. But Xiao Chen, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly attacked him from the side with the agility of his wind spirit power. The elusive figure, under the protection of the invisibility cloak, appeared like a phantom, flickering in and out of sight, ghost-like. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, the golden armor on Kelly's body was cut open by the high-speed blade of the evil-slaying blade, blood gushing out from the openings. Ah, ah, ah. Kelly let out a painful roar, summoning a knight's broadsword to strike at Xiao Chen. But his speed was too slow. With Xiao Chen's wind spirit power, invisibility cloak, and the triple speed of the blade domain, he couldn't even touch Xiao Chen's figure, only continuously receiving wounds. In the blink of an eye, Kelly's golden armor became tattered, dyed red with blood. Damn mouse, had the guts to face me head-on. Kelly was on the verge of madness, but Xiao Chen just sneered, continuously inflicting wounds on him as if torturing him. In a villa area 100 meters away, a small figure was hiding behind a wall, staring in shock at the two figures battling in the air. His face was full of astonishment. Damn! When did Xiaolao become so fierce? He can even overpower a Tier 3 expert. This person was Zhang Chao. When Xiao Chen came to the base to find someone, he followed from behind. Because it wasn't just Xiao Chen who had someone to find, he also wanted to find Leah and his sister. But unexpectedly, he didn't find the person he was looking for and instead witnessed a great show at the base. From Xiaochen being crushed by Ice Thunder Giant to Xiaochen's counterattack, cutting Ai in half with one strike. The whole process was like a movie, full of exaggerated drama. And it wasn't over yet. Xiaochen's teasing and torturing of Kelly completely overturned his worldview. Just yesterday, Xiaochen was being chased by a Tier 3 night owl. Today, the tables had turned completely, and Xiaochen could now overpower Tier 3 aliens. This was unbelievable. Xiaolao, from now on, you're not my little brother, you're my father. At this moment, Zhang Chao suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, his heart almost stopping. Kelly, retreat. A voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. The leader, who had been healing Ice's severed body, appeared below Xiaochen and Kelly, glaring at Xiaochen with a dark expression. With his appearance, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying pressure. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. This was a power completely different from that of a Tier 3 transcendent, a sign of a Tier 4 or higher expert domain. A Tier 4 leader had made a move. Ha! Xiaochen, who was relentlessly attacking Kelly, suddenly felt a heavy pressure like a mountain pressing down on him from all sides, as if the whole world was targeting him. In an instant, Xiaochen felt as if he was being targeted by the entire world. Break! He immediately merged his body with the blade, transforming into a sharp blade light that swiftly stabbed sideways. Puff, 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 puff. Even though there was nothing in front of him, he felt as if he had pierced through layers of barriers, breaking through hundreds of layers of obstacles before breaking through that invisible barrier. What is this? Xiaochen, who had escaped, was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. Even when facing the terrifying blue giant hand in Linen City, he didn't feel this kind of oppressive force. Human, you have successfully angered this leader. The alien leader flashed to Xiaochen's head, his right hand open as if holding a world, pressing heavily on Xiaochen. Boom! The terrifying pressure reappeared, even stronger than before. The air around Xiaochen suddenly solidified, turning into a substance as hard as steel, crazily compressing his flesh and bones, causing his whole body to tremble under the heavy pressure. Creak, creak. Xiaochen's bones emitted a sound of unbearable burden, as if they were about to be crushed into minced meat in the next moment. Every cell in his body let out a cry of unwillingness to die. Break for me! Xiaochen surged all his spiritual power, combined with the power of the blade domain, and once again unleashed a peak half-moon slash. This strike almost reached Tier 3's peak. In a series of harsh cracking sounds, Xiaochen once again broke through the opponent's domain confinement. This time, he dared not stay in the base anymore, activated the flight ability of the invisibility cloak, and flew south at full speed. And, you hurt someone and still want to leave? The leader of the alien race sneered, his figure flashing continuously, appearing in front of Xiaochen like a fleeting shadow, and slapped towards Xiaochen. With a loud bang, this slap seemed to conjure the illusion of a mountain. A huge palm of over 10 meters covered his head. Boom! Xiaochen only had time to activate the blade domain and the cloak to protect himself, then felt like he was hit by a high-speed train, and was sent flying like a meteor. The opponent's attacks seemed very simple. However, each attack locked all his escape routes with a powerful domain, subjecting him to double pressure mentally and physically, unable to escape. With a loud bang, Xiaochen heavily smashed into a building, breaking through several load-bearing columns before stopping. Cough! He coughed up blood in the smoke, quickly got up, feeling a sharp pain in his internal organs. That blow just now directly caused him serious internal injuries. So strong! Is this a Tier 4 powerhouse? Completely different from Tier 3, in front of a true Tier 4 powerhouse, Tier 3 is like a child. Only when facing the domain power of a Tier 4 powerhouse did he realize the huge gap between them. No, with my current strength, I may be able to dominate among Tier 3, but there is no hope against a Tier 4 domain powerhouse. When in a difficult situation, retreat. After speaking, he activated the invisibility and flight abilities of the invisibility cloak, quietly disappearing in the smoke. While invisible, he deliberately put on a versatile mask on his face. This mask had the ability to conceal and disguise, allowing him to blend in with the surrounding zombies. If the opponent did not have items like the purple fire bead to reveal him, it would be impossible to find him. However, as soon as he stepped out of the building, he felt a strange, dense dust in the air, like solidified water droplets, filling the entire space. As soon as he came out, these dust particles attached to the surface of the invisibility cloak, forcing him to reveal his figure. Human, trying to escape my domain with these tricks, you are too naive. A cold sneer came from the leader of the alien race above. Xiaochen was shocked. He looked up and exclaimed, "Look, there's a shooting star." The leader of the alien race was about to make a move when he suddenly heard Xiaochen's inexplicable exclamation and was slightly surprised. What does this mean? Struggling before death? But he had no intention of looking up at all, not believing in such childish tricks. Die, ant! He raised his hand, ready to kill this human rat in one go. But as soon as he made a move, he felt a gust of evil wind coming from behind, so fast and sudden that he was overturned before he could react, falling to the ground. The leader of the alien race was stunned. He thought he was being attacked by someone, quickly using the power of his domain to stabilize his figure, vigilantly looking around. However, there were no enemies behind him at all. The leader of the alien race was shocked and puzzled. Expanding his domain around 100 meters, he scanned with his mental power repeatedly, but still could not find the enemy's position. What's going on? Could it really just be a gust of wind? But how could I, a tier 4 domain powerhouse, be blown over by a gust of wind? Are you kidding me? At this moment, he noticed that the human rat had taken advantage of his distraction and run out hundreds of meters, about to leave the base area. Ant, you can't escape. He immediately activated his domain, his figure flashing like a phantom within the domain, almost teleporting behind Xiao Chun. However, just as he was about to make a move, Xiao Chun turned around again. Wow, there really is a shooting star. The leader sneered, Ant, stop struggling, just accept your fate. But instead of being surprised, the other party smiled strangely at him, making him feel uneasy. When a strange feeling rose in his heart, suddenly the spiritual power in his body inexplicably stagnated, and the smoothly running domain suddenly blocked up. With a plop, the leader of the alien race fell flat on his face. Unfortunately, he fell right in front of a human not far away. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like he suddenly paid a grand tribute to Xiao Chen. The leader of the alien race was dumbfounded. Kelly, who had just received hundreds of cuts from Xiao Chun, was dumbfounded. I, who had just reattached his lower body, was also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, feeling like their brains had frozen. What was the leader doing? Why was he giving such a grand gesture to that human? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or were they dreaming? The chaotic battlefield fell into a strange silence at that moment. Only Xiao Chen. He looked at the leader of the alien race in front of him, who was giving him a grand gesture, with a smile in his eyes, feeling extremely delighted. He truly didn't expect that his superpower could even affect a fourth-order domain expert. It was simply a bug within a bug, too buggy. Ha, no need, my friend, get up quickly. It's not New Year's yet, no need for such a grand gesture. Xiao Chen said cheerfully, looking very mischievous. The leader's face turned red in an instant. Anger visibly rose from his jaw to the top of his head, even smoke seemed to come out of his head. Insect, I will tear you apart into 1,000 pieces. The leader of the alien race, who was greatly humiliated, charged towards Xiao Chen like a madman, his domain power fully displayed, freezing almost half of the base with his domain. Xiao Chen was taken aback and turned to run. But within the domain, the leader of the alien race was too fast. Xiao Chen was flying, but the other party was teleporting. He couldn't outrun the opponent within the domain. Hey, I warn you not to come any closer. Xiao Chen shouted as he ran, if you come closer, I won't be polite. Insect, shut up. The leader of the alien race stared at Xiao Chen, pulled a thin sword from his waist, and instantly sent out hundreds of sword lights, surrounding Xiao Chen from all sides. He wanted to cut Xiao Chen into pieces to vent his humiliation. Puff 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 puff. Under the dual impact of the domain and the sword energy, even though Xiao Chen resisted with all his might, he was still cut by the 100 sword energies, with many more cuts on his body. Damn it! You forced me to do this. He turned around fiercely. Do you know you have a meteor above your head? The leader of the alien race roared. I don't know. Without even looking up, he controlled more sword energy to kill Xiao Chen. He had to cut Xiao Chen into pieces, not missing a single one. But as soon as he finished shouting, he felt a sudden cramp in his ankle. His flying body suddenly lost balance and fell headlong. Domain! The leader roared. The domain power around him rushed to support him, lifting his body from the ground and stabilizing him in an instant after the fall. A wrestling match was resolved in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen, not far away, widened his eyes in disbelief. Can it really be done like this? He had used his superpower so many times, but it was the first time he had seen someone resolve a situation in this way. Domain experts were indeed, Dio. The leader stared at Xiao Chen, grinning. Insect, is this your superpower? It's really funny. Do you think you can deal with me just by wrestling? It's simply wishful thinking. Just accept your death obediently. I will let you taste the most painful despair before you die. In the distance, Kelly, covered in blood, shouted, kill him, leader, cut him into 1,000 pieces. I, who had just reattached his lower body, also shouted, leader, extract his soul, I want to torture him to death. The leader of the alien race stared viciously at Xiao Chen. Don't worry, once I catch him, I can slowly torture him. Xiao Chen suddenly looked up. What are you looking at? The leader of the alien race was stunned, not understanding. He didn't know what Xiao Chen meant, but the next moment, his tear ducts burst, tears gushing out, streaming down his face. The leader was dumbfounded. The cold smile froze on his face, covered by the surging tears, looking so ridiculous. I and Klee were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the leader's tears flowing uncontrollably, their thoughts frozen. They didn't know what was happening, let alone why the leader suddenly started crying. You! The leader of the alien race only took 2 seconds to react, desperately trying to wipe away the tears. But the more he wiped, the more tears flowed, unstoppable. His heart was on the verge of collapse at that moment. He couldn't bear to imagine how embarrassed he must look in front of his subordinates in the double digits. It was almost more unbearable than losing his life. The leader of the alien race roared with tears streaming down his face. Human, what have you done to me? I didn't do anything. Xiao Chen said cheerfully, good boy, come, stop crying, uncle will give you some candy. Ah! The leader of the alien race was about to go crazy. You despicable, lowly, detestable ant, I swear by the black wing that I will crush you to pieces. As he spoke, he erupted with sword energy several times more violent than before, and within his domain, thousands of dazzling sword lights converged and headed straight towards Xiao Chen. Why are you still coming at me? Xiao Chen quickly set up several layers of defense, even pulling out the long-unused bright light shield. Clang clang! Countless sword lights fell on him like rain. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the frontal sword rain was completely blocked by the bright light shield. A top-quality product from the system indeed. Swish! The leader of the Black Wing personally wielded a shimmering purple sword and attacked, his eyes filled with hysterical rage. What are you looking at? Stop looking. You're dead. Xiao Chen provoked him 3 times, and the tears in the Black Wing's eyes couldn't be stopped, gushing out, completely blurring his vision. However, the mental strength of a 4th-tier expert was incredibly strong. Even if his vision was obstructed, it didn't affect his ability to lock onto Xiao Chen. Not to mention the lock within the domain. Boom! Under the heavy pressure of the domain, Xiao Chen barely avoided the Black Wing's frontal sword edge, only to be struck by the furious Black Wing. His figure fell to the ground like a shooting star, creating a deep pit upon impact. Fortunately, the bright light shield blocked the blow for a moment, otherwise, that one strike would have seriously injured him. Ant, just die. The Black Wing closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he raised the purple sword high and struck down fiercely. Countless sword lights rained down on Xiao Chen in the deep pit. Under the heavy pressure of the domain, Xiao Chen couldn't even escape. You forced me to do this. Xiao Chen, in a desperate situation, also became angry, raising his head to unleash his second superpower completely. Meteor, 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 smash the sky to death. In an instant, he activated the meteor skill hundreds of times, his mental power flowing out like a burst dam, revealing the bottom in an instant. Swish! The sword rain above finally fell, sealing off all of Xiao Chen's escape routes. Bright light shield. He poured his extraordinary power into the shield within his body, holding it above his head. Puff 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 puff. Countless impacts hit the bright light shield, densely packed, clanging. Xiao Chen felt as if thousands of tons were pressing down on his head. His body became more and more hunched, his bones making a creaking sound, almost unable to withstand the ferocity of the sword rain. Hiss hiss hiss. At that moment, several sword lights suddenly pierced through the soil around the deep pit, passing through Xiao Chen in an instant. In a flash, Xiao Chen became a bloody mess. Ah! Xiao Chen let out a painful roar, his body seemingly sprouting numerous blood holes, blood gushing out like a fountain. Buzz! At that moment, the mask on his face suddenly lit up with a crimson light. Inside the mask, it seemed like a mouth greedily sucking up the blood flowing from Xiao Chen, draining him completely. At the same time, high above the night sky, several fiery red lights suddenly fell from the dark purple clouds, burning a huge hole in the clouds and rushing madly towards the base. The Black Wing that was controlling the sword rain to bombard Xiao Chen suddenly looked up in surprise. Unbelievably said, "Is there really a meteor shower?" When he looked up and saw those meteors, the meteors were already above the base. What shocked the Black Wing was that those meteors were falling towards him. At this moment, he had to give up killing Xiao Chen, retreat backwards, and at the same time use the power of the domain to slow down the speed of the falling meteors above his head. But to the astonishment of the Black Wing, when he moved, those meteors also followed suit, still falling towards him, as if guided by lasers, heading straight for him. Damn it! The Black Wing was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen meteors change direction. Seeing the meteors falling, the Black Wing let out a long roar, mobilizing all his spiritual power, and using the power of the domain to condense a majestic wall 10 meters wide above his head, blocking himself. At the same time, he he shouted to his subordinates below, "Why aren't you running yet? Run!" Aya and Kelly in the air also saw it, exclaimed in panic, and fled outside the base in a hurry. Like them, there were many evolved zombies that had developed some intelligence, and lurking among the zombies was Zheng Chao. However, the 3 meteors came too fast, and they had just escaped to the gate of the base when the 3 meteors crashed down with a bang. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions rang out in the sky above Dongyang base. Instead of hitting the ground directly, they seemed to have a target and all hit the head of the Black Wing leader, colliding fiercely with the domain wall he had created. Whoo! A raging red and black cloud spread wildly, countless fragments accompanied by high-temperature shock waves ravaged the entire base. All the zombies who did not evade were instantly burned to a crisp under this high-temperature shock wave. They didn't even have time to scream before they all perished. Swish! In the center of the explosion, a figure shrouded in smoke fell awkwardly from the sky, landing with a thud on an armored vehicle, creating a hole in it. Cough, cough. After a while, a charred figure crawled out of the armored vehicle. The Black Wing leader was already in a terrible state from the burns. He looked at the bodies all around him, feeling helpless. In the recent explosion, he had endured the direct impact of 3 meteors, and at least half of the terrifying explosion had affected him. If it weren't for the domain wall blocking most of the damage for him, he would have been one of the charred corpses on the ground. Why? Why can he summon meteors? What kind of superpower is this? Is there any justice in this world? The Black Wing felt extremely wronged. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen a superhuman who could summon meteors. It was simply outrageous. Other people's superpowers were fireballs, wind blades, and sword rain, but this guy directly summoned a meteor shower to clear the field. A mere second-order superhuman had more destructive power than me, a fourth-order domain expert. This is absurd. But the more it was like this, the more determined he was to kill Xiao Chen. I cannot let such a human grow up, otherwise he might disrupt the grand plan of our holy race. He must be killed. Buzz. He quickly expanded his domain, spreading out in all directions like a carpet, searching for Xiao Chen's whereabouts. He believed that the other party could not have died under the meteors he summoned. However, the other party had most likely taken advantage of the chaos of the recent explosion to escape. Since the other party had invisibility abilities, he did not hold out much hope. Found him? He was surprised to find that the human was still standing still, not even coming out of the pit. The Black Wing was somewhat puzzled, not knowing why the other party did not take the opportunity to escape. Swish! Like lightning, he quickly arrived above the deep pit, looking down. He saw the human still kneeling in the pit, holding a long knife and a shield emitting a white light. At this moment, he was bowing his head, whether unconscious or dead. Not escaping is just as well. Whether Xiao Chen is really unconscious or pretending to be unconscious, since he didn't leave, then don't leave. Just as he sneered and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a faint murmur came from the deep pit below. At first it sounded like someone whispering softly in his ear, but soon the sound grew louder and denser. It seemed like countless people were joining in, loudly praising by his ear. Aman! Aman! Supreme Aman, purify my soul and bestow upon me the glory of heaven. With the sound ringing out, an extremely evil aura appeared overwhelmingly, drilling towards Black Wing's ears, nostrils, and mouth. The voice seemed alive, trying to assimilate him into one of them. What the hell? Black Wing leader exclaimed in surprise and stepped back. Aman! Great Aman! Please devour my soul and grant me peaceful slumber. The surrounding evil intentions grew stronger, and amidst the countless praises, greedy gazes appeared. They stared at Black Wing as if they had found the most delicious food. Black Wing felt as if something cold and slippery was crawling over his skin, causing goosebumps all over, and his hair stood on end. Whoever you are, show yourself! He shouted angrily. The domain turned into the finest particles, sweeping frantically within 100 meters, even scraping a layer off the surface of the base. But nothing! Absolutely nothing! That evil intention seemed like nothingness, directly affecting his mind, and he couldn't find any trace of the other party without any external presence. It was as if the other party truly existed only in the realm of consciousness, a form of nothingness. He. A laughter containing infinite evil thoughts suddenly echoed in the air. In an instant, the murmurs surrounding Black Wing intensified tenfold. Those evil gazes seemed eager to penetrate every pore of his body, to tear and devour his soul. Black Wing felt his consciousness dulling under the impact of those evil thoughts. Suddenly, he lowered his head sharply. Is it you playing tricks? He saw Xiao Chen, who had been motionless at the bottom of the deep pit, but at some point had lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile. The ancient bronze mask on his face had turned completely blood red. A layer of viscous and eerie blood flowed on it, like a living entity, constantly flowing on the surface, emitting a terrifying and eerie aura. Xiao Chen let out a sigh of admiration, enjoying the scent in the air. Such a delicious scent. It's been so long since I've smelled so many fresh soul scents. It's truly nostalgic. High above, Blackwing keenly sensed that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. He couldn't feel the aura of a living person from Xiao Chen. Instead, waves of cold, evil, and strange thoughts kept emanating from Xiao Chen, assaulting his consciousness. Blackwing trembled and said, "Who are you?" Xiao Chen seemed to have just noticed Blackwing, raised his head and looked at him. There's a little mouse here, not bad, just woke up and already a little appetizer. Very good. The next moment, Blackwing suddenly felt a terrifying crisis looming. His sixth sense frantically warned him, escape. Escape! But before Blackwing could react, he felt a cold breath suddenly permeating through his countless pores, rushing towards his consciousness. Aman! Aman! Offer your soul, return to the embrace of God, and you will receive eternal slumber. Countless evil intentions rushed into Blackwing's mind, tearing and attacking his soul, intending to devour his spirit and obliterate his consciousness. Ah! Blackwing screamed, letting out a hysterical cry. This kind of pain from the soul almost made him faint. He wanted to struggle, but this direct attack on his soul left him defenseless. He could only watch as those evil intentions tore at his soul, continuously devouring him. He was on the verge of being torn to pieces and devoured by the evil intentions. Suddenly, the evil idea roared unwillingly, "No, you can't treat me like this. Heavenly Pearl, is sealing me for 500 years not enough for you?" The evil idea seemed to be pulled, confined, and struggling by some force, making a desperate howl. "Damn it, just for this child, you want to deprive me of the right to be reborn, you are too heartless. Heavenly Pearl, I curse you that you will never regain control of the heavenly Tao. I curse this child, he will eventually be betrayed by the clan and never see the light of day." At the base gate, when 3 mini meteors exploded in the sky above the base, Kelly and I just escaped outside the gate. They were hurt again by the aftermath of the explosion, both almost spitting blood. They looked in shock at the devastated East Yang base, still with lingering fear on their faces. If they hadn't escaped quickly, they would have turned into charred corpses in the base by now. "What was that just now? Was it really a meteor?" Kelly asked, his voice trembling. He couldn't believe that the human actually summoned 3 meteors. "This is ridiculous. Whose superpower can summon meteors? Do you think this is a movie?" I weakly said, "Quick, put me down." At this moment, he had just been reattached by Kelly, still fragile, and was almost torn in half again by Kelly's reckless dragging. "How are you holding up? Can you make it?" Kelly helped him lie down. I gritted his teeth and said, "I won't die." Kelly looked towards the center of the explosion at the base, worried. "I wonder how the commander is doing? He won't be harmed by this kind of explosion, right?" I said, "Don't worry, the commander is a domain powerhouse, he won't be killed by a few small meteors." "I'm worried about that human." Kelly was surprised. "You're worried about him?" I said with hatred, "I'm worried he wasn't killed by the explosion. Look!" At this moment, Kelly pointed excitedly inside the base. "The commander is coming out." Through the heavy fire and smoke, they saw a figure covered in black soot emerging from the ruins of the base. Although it was not obvious from the appearance, the figure over 3 meters tall made them recognize the commander's identity at a glance. Great, I knew the commander would be fine. I shakily stood up, took a glance, and said, "It seems like the commander is looking for that human." They exchanged a glance, both shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes. Could it be that the human really didn't die? Under their shock, they failed to notice that not far from them, a human was also staring in astonishment at the base from a large tree. It was Zhang Chao who had escaped from the base. Standing on the treetop, he looked at the sea of fire in shock, feeling unprecedented amazement. If being crushed by Kelly, a third order, had already shocked him enough, then the fact that Xiao Chen summoned 3 meteors completely baffled him. He couldn't understand why there was such a huge gap between people, even though they were both extraordinary beings. He had barely awakened as a first-order extraordinary being after escaping from the beast tide. But Xiao Chen, who awakened later than him, was already fighting against a fourth-order domain powerhouse. This was beyond comprehension. Especially the ability to summon meteors. Was this something a human could master? Was this something an extraordinary being could do? He seriously doubted whether Xiao Chen was still a human. Not good. When the Blackwing commander appeared again, Xing Chao's heart skipped a beat. This guy didn't die, he can really take a beating. Is he looking for Xiao Dad? Xiao Dad, please don't have any accidents, I still rely on you to protect me in the future. Swish! Just as he was completely focused on the Blackwing in the base, suddenly, a sharp golden light shot from a distance towards his back. Zhang Chao was shocked, but it was too late to completely dodge. He could only do his best to turn his body sideways, using his left arm to meet the golden light, lightning flashing on his body as he quickly retreated. With a pu sound, the remaining half of Zhang Chao's arm was also cut off, and blood gushed out from the major artery. However, Zhang Chao did not make a sound, enduring the pain as he ran south. But just as he had run a few steps, a dazzling figure intercepted him in the air. It was Kelly floating in mid-air, looking down at him. With a sneer, he said, "Ha, I didn't expect to find a human rat here. You are really bold, daring to lurk behind us. I have to say, you have a talent for seeking death." Zhang Chao was shocked and sweating with anxiety. He knew that the alien warrior in front of him was a third-tier powerhouse, and even 10 of him would not be enough to fight against the opponent. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. Kelly smirked, "Little rat, don't run, play with our captain." He wanted to take out the anger he had received from Xiao Chen on Zhang Chao. Let him know why the flowers are so red. But just as he chased a few meters, he heard a strange murmuring coming from the direction of the base. "Aman! Aman!" Like a haunting melody, thousands of people whispered in their ears, and for a moment, Kelly's mind was filled with the voice of Aman. At that moment, all life within a kilometer radius of the base was mentally invaded by the whispers of the evil god. Even weak zombies turned into idiots directly. Zhang Chao was no exception. After being invaded by countless strange thoughts, he felt dizzy and disoriented, his consciousness turned into a mess, almost fainting. Fortunately, this strange whisper came and went quickly. Just as they felt they were about to be consumed by the terrifying whispers, suddenly the whispers receded like a tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Phew! Everyone who regained consciousness breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with horror. At that moment, they were almost on the verge of being consumed by the whispers and becoming vegetative. After Kelly regained consciousness, he immediately looked towards the direction of the base because he felt that the terrifying whispers were coming from there. However, he did not see the source of the whispers but found the commander flying towards them with a panicked expression. Shwa shwa shwa. With the mysterious power of the domain, the Blackwing commander seemed to glide over 100 meters in a flash and appeared above Kelly's head. "Commander?" Kelly was about to speak in surprise when the Blackwing commander, with a fearful expression, shouted, "Run, run fast. Get out of here." Saying that, he grabbed Kelly and, using the power of the domain, enveloped Ai on the ground, swiftly heading south. Kelly had never seen such a terrified expression on the commander's face. That look was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He dared not imagine what kind of situation the commander had encountered to become so frightened. As they passed by Zhang Chao on the ground, Kelly shouted, "Commander, there is still a human transcendent here, take him away, maybe we can get some information out of him." The Blackwing hesitated for a moment. "Jia jia jia." Just then, a powerful and eerie aura erupted from the base, and a strange and terrifying laughter came from that direction. A figure wearing a blood-red mask flew out of the flames and raced towards the south. "Ayo!" The Blackwing let out a terrified cry, "He's coming! Run!" Without daring to stay in place any longer, they frantically flew south with their 2 subordinates. Their panicked appearance was like a dog scared out of its wits. "Jia jia jia." The blood-red figure emitted a sinister laugh, leaving a trail of burning blood-colored light as it chased southward. The Blackwing commander ahead looked terrified, bursting with an unprecedented will to survive. Each flicker spanned nearly 100 meters, with the domain fully open, fleeing south at high speed. When the blood-red figure flew over Zhang Chao's head, Zhang Chao exclaimed in joy, "It's Xiao Dad." Waving his hands, he shouted, "Xiao Dad, take me with you, I'm Zhang Chao." The person above his head glanced down, then suddenly reached out and wrapped Zhang Chao on his side, continuing to chase south. "Xiao Dad, you're awesome." Zhang Chao excitedly exclaimed, "I saw the battle just now. Not only did you defeat those 2 third-tier cloaked monsters, but even that stronger guy was scared by you. How did you do it? You're too strong." But the blood-colored figure remained silent, continuing to swiftly head south, relentlessly pursued by the Blackwing commander ahead. And during the flight, emitting an evil and eerie laughter, exuding a creepy and sinister aura, Zhang Chao stopped talking. He suddenly noticed something terrifying, that on Xiao Dai's body, he smelled the same evil whispers that almost devoured his soul before. Gulp! He swallowed hard, looking at the masked man beside him who kept emitting an evil smirk, feeling like he had done something wrong. Swish! 2 streaks of light crossed over a dozen miles. Zhang Chao suddenly saw a familiar off-road vehicle on the side of the road, and upon closer inspection, he found Wang Wu, Jin Xiuyan, and Aing standing next to the car, looking worriedly in the direction of the base. He wanted to shout, but the words stuck in his throat. He was afraid that if he shouted, he would drag Wang Wu and the others into the abyss. "Xiao Dai, can you let me down?" he tentatively asked. Xiao Chen remained silent. Zhang Chao forced a smile, saying with a bitter face, "My arm is injured and needs treatment. I don't want a burden, Xiao Dai, you go chase alone, just leave me here." Xiao Chen still didn't speak. Zhang Chao was about to cry. He was more and more convinced that Xiao Chen had been possessed by some terrifying demon, otherwise, he wouldn't behave so evil and eerie. Swish! The Blackwing commander ahead flew at full speed, gradually pulling away from the blood figure behind. At this moment, his two subordinates finally had time to ask questions. "Commander, what exactly happened just now?" Kelly asked nervously. "We felt a very evil aura outside the base earlier, almost devouring our souls. Fortunately, it disappeared at the last moment," he said, looking back in panic. "Could it be that guy behind us?" Blackwing's face turned pale. "It's him." Ice's face changed drastically. "What is that thing? Why is it so terrifying?" Blackwing squeezed out two words from his teeth that terrified I and Kelly. "Evil God." I said fearfully, "How is that possible? How can there really be such a thing as an evil god? Wasn't it supposed to have been exterminated by the Supreme Council long ago?" Blackwing's face darkened. "Apparently not." Kelly panicked. "What should we do? He's still chasing us from behind. Will he eat us?" "Calm down," Blackwing said in a deep voice. "This evil god is probably just a remnant soul. It probably awakened by possessing that human. When he suddenly stopped earlier, I suspect it was due to the backlash of the human soul, which saved me. So, as long as we can stay away from him before the evil god devours that human soul, we can survive." He. At this moment, a strange and evil laughter came from behind, and the blood-colored figure licked his lips, saying, "My lovely little mice, you can't escape." Blackwing cursed inwardly, damn it. They had always referred to Xiao Chen as a mouse, but now the tables had turned. "It's karma. Commander, hurry up, he's catching up," Kelly shouted. He had already smelled the evil aura coming from behind. "Shut up," Blackwing shouted, his face changing several times, seemingly making a difficult decision. My snacks, don't run away, obediently let me eat you, merge with me, and share the eternal glory of immortality." The evil voice came from behind again. Blackwing took a deep breath, as if finally making a decision. Then, he grabbed his right hand behind his back and violently tore off the purple cloak that had been draped over him. Boom! In an instant, Blackwing's momentum surged, becoming twice as powerful as before. It seems that this is his true strength at this moment. "I was shocked, Commander, you can't unseal it, you will be burned to death by this world. Even a third-order unsealing would result in severe burns. The Commander is more than 10 times stronger than him, and he has something like a domain on him that is not tolerated by the will of heaven and earth. Unsealing is like dropping a drop of cold water into a boiling oil. It will melt in an instant." Sure enough, as soon as Blackwing removed the seal of his own breath, he immediately felt the targeting and corrosion of the entire world. Hiss! His skin, flesh, and blood were burned and corrupted by invisible forces, revealing the tendons and organs underneath. Breaking the law technique, flowing light escape. However, Blackwing endured the burning pain, manipulating the domain to condense several times, forming circular light rings around them. The light rings were filled with complex runes, rapidly rotating around the three people, emitting a strange and agile aura. Xiao Chen, who was chasing from behind, was shocked by Blackwing's sudden outburst. He slowly stopped the escape light. He looked at Blackwing, whose momentum had surged, with uncertainty, and the evil aura on him stagnated for a moment. "Wow, it seems like the leader of the alien race is about to be burned to death." Zhang Chao looked at the distant Blackwing, who was corroded by the will of heaven and earth, and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Dad, hurry up, take advantage of his illness to kill him, avenge the tens of thousands of compatriots in the base." He deliberately incited. "Shut up." Xiao Chun, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Zhang Chao was first surprised, then overjoyed. "Xiao Dad, it's you. You haven't been possessed by demons? I thought you were eaten by demons. It's great that you're okay." Xiao Chen urged. "You fool, I told you to shut up." He immediately sent out a blade of qi to seal Zhang Chao's mouth. Of course, he was not possessed by the evil god. Previously, he was seriously injured by Blackwing, but he did not expect that the blood he spat out would awaken the evil god Amon in the omnipotent mask. So the scene from before happened. Blackwing was almost eaten by Amon, and I and Zhang Chao were also affected, almost dying. But Amon was kicked back by the system as soon as he woke up, allowing Xiao Chun to regain control of his body. So, it has always been him. Fortunately, Blackwing was scared by Amon and dared not turn back to attack Xiao Chen. That's why Xiao Chen chased him all the way from the base to here. "Damn, don't fight desperately, I'm just chasing casually." Looking at the surging Blackwing ahead, Xiao Chen was also panicking. He didn't have the strength of Amon, and now he could chase Blackwing, all bluffing the opponent. If he really pushed the opponent to desperation and wanted to fight, he would be in trouble. Although he was extremely anxious, on the surface, he still smirked. Well, the little mouse has turned into a big mouse. My snack is even more delicious. What? Have you figured it out and stopped running? Black Wing on the opposite side roared angrily. You are pushing too far, I will fight you. As he spoke, the dozen or so light rings surrounding him quickly rotated, stirring up a huge spiritual power fluctuation, as if brewing some powerful ultimate move. Oh my! Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. No way, this guy really wants to fight me. Hey, calm down, let's talk it out. He was really panicked this time. At this moment, Black Wing's combat power was fully unleashed, several times stronger than when he was at the base. If they really fought, he would definitely lose. Just as Xiao Chen was considering whether to escape, Black Wing suddenly patted his chest, and the runic light rings around him exploded into a brilliant firework, obscuring Xiao Chen's vision. Then, countless streams of light enveloped himself and his two subordinates, rushing southward. Shoo! The speed of the flowing light was extremely fast, the runes passing by like phantoms in the night sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye on the horizon. Xiao Chen stood still for a long time before he realized what had happened. He muttered, so this guy is even more afraid than me. Woo woo woo! Beside, Zhang Chao saw the enemy running away, and quickly made a sound to remind Xiao Chen that there was still someone next to him. Xiao Chen impatiently removed his mouth seal. Alright, you can speak now. Zhang Chao asked in confusion, Xiao Dad, how did you let those guys go? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Do you really think I can beat that leader of the alien race? I was just scaring him. If he really turned around and fought back, we would be the ones dead. Zhang Chao was puzzled. He asked, how come? I saw you chasing after him earlier, and he was already scared. Definitely no match for you. Xiao Chen waved his hand. I don't feel like explaining to you. Then he activated the invisibility cloak and flew back north. Feeling the cold night wind hitting his face, Zhang Chao exclaimed excitedly, where are we going? Xiao Chen said, first find Wang Wu and the others, then head east to the mountain city. He seemed to have figured something out and asked, have you found Leah and your sister? Seeing Zhang Chao at the base, there was no need to ask why he was there. Zhang Chao sighed, no, they are not at the base. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, maybe they also went east to the mountain city. Zhang Chao asked in confusion, why do you say that? Xiao Chen said, my girlfriend left me a message saying she would go to the mountain city. I think when the base was breached, someone must have organized an evacuation. Since she said she would go to the mountain city, Leah and the others should be in the east. Zhang Chao was delighted. That's great, let's hurry east to catch up. The base was breached not long ago, maybe we can catch up. Xiao Chen asked, can your arm hold up? It was only then that Zhang Chao remembered that his left arm was still bleeding. Earlier, he had the remaining half of his arm cut off by Kelly, leaving his entire left arm gone, with a huge wound at the shoulder. Even with his extraordinary healing power, he could only slow down the bleeding. Oh, I feel dizzy. Zhang Chao suddenly groaned and almost collapsed in Xiao Chen's arms. Xiao Chen pushed him away disdainfully and threw him a bottle of medicine. Apply it and the bleeding will stop. By the time they finished talking, they had flown back to where Wang Wu, Jin Xiuyan, and the others were. Whoosh! The two landed from the air, startling Wang Wu with Zhang Chao and Xiao Chen's appearance. Zhang Chao was fine, although his arm had been broken again, he still looked human. But Xiao Chen was different, soaked in blood, with countless wounds. He also wore a bronze mask on his face, exuding a sinister aura, looking very eerie. Are you guys okay? Wang Wu asked with concern. Xiao Chen put away the mask, grinned, and said, we're fine. He glanced at the already awake Jin Xiuyan and shouted, come here, apply some medicine on my back. In the previous battle with the Black Wing, he had been pierced by several sword energies, with several bleeding wounds on his body, severely injured. Okay. Xiao Chen appa. Jin Xiuyan hurried over. Xiao Chen took off his shirt, revealing a fierce wound all over his body. Especially on his waist side, there were several wounds that almost pierced through his entire body. If it weren't for his strong extraordinary body and the life force of the blood-sucking vine, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Jin Xiuyan looked pale at the sight of these wounds. She couldn't imagine what kind of battle could have caused this man to be so injured. Hurry up! Xiao Chen exchanged several bottles of healing medicine from the system and handed them to Jin Xiuyan. Jin Xiuyan hesitated and said, Xiao Chen appa, don't we need to clean with alcohol? Will it get infected this way? Xiao Chen said, don't worry, just apply it directly. It's fine. Only then did Jin Xiuyan carefully pour out the medicine and start applying it on the wounds on Xiao Chen's back and waist side. Hiss! As the medicine touched the wounds, it felt like a hot iron pressing on the flesh, accompanied by intense pain. And there was also a foul smell. Xiao Chen's face turned pale with pain. Jin Xiuyan was startled and quickly said, "Yes, I'm sorry." Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Continue applying." Jin Xiuyan had no choice but to continue carefully applying the ointment on his back with her fair little hands. Under the gentle touch of the girl, Xiao Chen quickly felt the miraculous medicine taking effect, sending waves of coolness. Xiao Chen let out a comfortable groan. Jin Xiuyan blushed at the sound. On the side, Zhang Chao's eyes turned green with envy as he looked at the beautiful foreign girls behind Xiao Chen. Then he looked at the burly man with a beard who was applying medicine to himself and muttered, "I wish I had a girl to apply medicine for me too." Wang Wu said, "Should I wake up Ying to apply it for you?" Zhang Chao shrugged, "Forget it, just talking." He then asked, "By the way, is Ying still not awake?" When they were in the city area, they were attacked by robbers led by Li Dongzi. Ying and Jin Xiuyan fainted on the spot. Unexpectedly, Jin Xiuyan woke up, but Ying did not. Wang Wu shook his head. "No, her injuries are more severe, she is still unconscious." Soon, both of their injuries rapidly improved. Wang Wu asked, "What just happened? I can see the fire coming from the base here." Xiao Chen said, "The base exploded." Wang Wu was surprised. "What should we do? Should we still go to Donyang base?" Xiao Chen did not answer but looked towards the dark night in the south. Putting on his clothes, he asked, "How far is the convoy from us? Can you contact them?" Wang Wu said, "Each car is equipped with a walkie-talkie, but the distance cannot be too far. Let me try." He turned around to go to the car to find the radio. Zhang Chao walked over and asked, "Xiao Dad, what do you think? Should we leave directly? Or wait for them here?" Xiao Chen looked at the night in the south and said, "I am a bit worried that the leader of that foreign tribe will come back." He squatted on the ground and drew a map of the area around Donyang base. Pointing to the mountains in the east, he said, "The reason I took the risk to scare away that foreign tribe leader was so that we wouldn't be pursued by a zombie army when we leave. We may be fine, but ordinary people have no chance against a zombie horde. Now, we need to go east, and the first thing is to cross these mountains. If these invaders haven't destroyed the highway, we can cross these mountains in one night and reach the mountain city. Unfortunately, we are unlikely to pass smoothly." Zhang Chao looked at the simple map on the ground and suddenly pointed to a city on the edge of the mountains. "Xiao Dad, do you suspect that there is also a zombie horde here?" Xiao Chen said, "It's not a suspicion, it's certain. I'm not afraid of ordinary zombies, but I fear being led by invaders like before. Once tens of thousands of zombies besiege us, even I will have a headache. So, we must find the safest route." He glanced at Zhang Chao and said, "And don't call me Dad, I don't have a son as old as you. How about that?" Zhang Chao said with a smile, "Xiao Dad has saved me twice. What's wrong with calling you Dad once? You are closer to me than my real dad." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "Do as you wish. Xiao Sir, Xiao Sir." At this time, Wang Wu ran out of the car with joy and said, "I've contacted them, they are just over 20 miles away, they have just come out of the mountains and are rushing towards us." Xiao Chen dropped the branch in his hand and said, "Tell them not to come here, we will meet at the 303 National Road and go to the mountain city together." 303 National Road? Wang Wu was surprised for a moment, then immediately understood, "Okay." Xiao Chen patted Zhang Chao on the shoulder, "Get in the car, we are also setting off." The few of them quickly got into the off-road vehicle, with Wang Wu leading the way, heading south along the road. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Chen finally had time to check his own status. Host, Xiao Chen, Lord of Heaven's Tao, level, second order transcendent, wind, physical fitness, 25, spirit, 25, luck, 1500, title, hero superpowers, what are you looking at? Look, a shooting star, intimidation. Equipment, bright light shield, evil cutting sword, invisible cloak, all-purpose mask. Main quest, investigate the death of parents. Quest progress, 1 out of 10. Side quest, tell Jin Xiuyan a dirty joke. Reward, +1 spirit. Xiao Chen was surprised when he saw his physical and mental values. How did they increase so much all of a sudden? The values of both physical and mental abilities skyrocketed from double 20s to half, reaching 25. This was almost the value of the second order mid-stage. Recalling his first awakening, his physical strength had surged. At that time, he thought all supernaturals were the same. But now, it seemed that he might be different. "System, what's going on? Why did I improve so much all of a sudden?" he asked. "System, you underwent possession by an evil god, so your body was tempered, naturally leading to a significant increase." Xiao Chen frowned, "Will there be any hidden dangers?" "System, don't worry, with the system dad here, I guarantee you'll be fine." Xiao Chen twitched his mouth. "Can't you speak properly? Now even this system is taking advantage of me. Can't you act like a human being? Hey, I've tolerated you for a long time. What's wrong with you? Since I officially bound with you, you've become more and more excessive. We need to have a good talk. You can't just diss me casually. After all, I'm your master, and there should be a sense of priority and respect. He. The system only replied with a cold laugh. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. He. Xiao Chen, hey, I'm warning you, if you mock me again, I won't be polite. Ding. Please host, recognize reality. Xiao Chen sneered. What reality? Isn't the reality that I'm your master? System, no, the reality is that you are just the homeowner where this system resides. This system can change houses based on its mood, so please cherish this time. Xiao Chen fell silent. Ahem. After a long time, Xiao Chen said seriously, okay, let's stop fooling around. He said with a solemn expression, System, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with my parents? Why did they leave you to me? Also, are those two black-clothed men who killed my parents looking for you? After tonight's series of events, even if he was stupid, he realized that something was wrong. His parents, who were supposed to have died in a car accident, suddenly turned out to be murdered, and both his parents and those two black-clothed men were clearly supernaturals. Just from this point, he knew that his background was not ordinary. As the only relic left by his parents, the system was likely the treasure those two black-clothed men were looking for. He just didn't know why they hadn't found Xiao Chen. The system remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until Xiao Chen thought it wouldn't answer that the system replied, when you find out the truth about your parents' death, you will naturally know everything. Xiao Chen said, is that so? I have another question, what are you, exactly? This was a question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Since activating the system, he had been thinking about what this Tiandao system really was, why it appeared on him, and why it always forced him to do some embarrassing things. It didn't seem like it was here to help him, but rather to make him lose face. The system chuckled, do you want to know? Xiao Chen's face darkened, sensing that the result might not be good. Sure enough, the next thing the system said was, I won't tell you. You. Xiao Chen's face twitched, feeling fed up with this damn system. Do you think I really don't know? Humph. Before the ceiling of the evil got him on, he shouted your name, Tian Dao Pearl. You're probably the spirit of this so-called Tian Dao Pearl artifact. System, guess. I guess you're kidding me. Wang-gu. The car's intercom suddenly crackled, interrupting Xiao Chen and the system's conversation. It was the voice of another leader of the convoy, Su Chenjing. Wang Wu picked up the walkie-talkie. What's wrong, Lao Su? Su Chenjing said anxiously, it's bad, Xiaoling is in critical condition. Wang Wu's face changed. How could this happen? Didn't we find antibiotics on the way? How could she still be in trouble? Su Chenjing said, it's radiation. Wang Wu's face turned pale, suddenly understanding. When they evacuated from Linen City, although they did it as quickly as possible, they still suffered hours of radiation. At this point, people with weak bodies had begun to show signs of illness, especially Xiaoling, who was young and had injured her thigh. Now she couldn't hold on any longer. Su Chenjing suddenly shouted, oh no, Xiaoling passed out, her body is convulsing, quick, hold her down. The walkie-talkie was chaotic, clearly the girl named Xiaoling was in critical condition. Wang Wu burst into tears, Xiaoling. Xiao Chen in the back seat frowned. System, is there a medicine to treat radiation? System, yes. Xiao Chen said, then exchange it for me. He really didn't want to see a girl under 10 years old die like that, especially since he had seen that cute and sensible little kid. System, please complete the side quest to unlock the exchange qualification. Xiao Chen urged, at this time, you're still against me. He glanced at the side quest, tell Jin Xiuyan a dirty joke. His face darkened. To be honest, he really didn't want to do this task. But, to save an innocent and kind child, he couldn't care about his old face. In the back seat, Jin Xiuyan was also worried about Xiaoling. Her beautiful face was full of feminine charm, even in the midst of fleeing. Hey, Naiyun. Xiao Chen coughed and spoke, but as soon as he spoke, he realized his address was not quite right. He had called her the nickname those LSPs gave her. He immediately corrected himself, oh, no, Xiuyan. Jin Xiuyan obviously knew her nickname. Blushing, she looked at him shyly, Xiao Chen Appa, what's wrong? Xiao Chen said, let me tell you a joke. Jin Xiuyan raised an eyebrow, a joke? Now, even if she was dumb, she knew it wasn't the time for jokes. But Xiao Chen couldn't wait. Every minute delayed increased Xiaoling's chances of dying. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, once upon a time, there was a medical institution that specialized in buying men's offspring. Usually, men came here to provide materials, but one day a woman suddenly came. Some men couldn't help but be curious. Why are you here? The woman didn't speak, just made some sounds as if she had something in her mouth. Jin Xiuyan looked blank after hearing it, blinking her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she didn't understand. Vulgar. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from the back. It turned out that Aang finally woke up from her daze, sat up in the back seat, and looked angrily at Xiao Chen. Her eyes were full of silent reproach for calling her by the nickname the LSPs gave her. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Oh, Aang, you're awake, that's great. But he thought to himself, system, is it done? Ding. Task, tell Jin Shoyan a dirty joke completed. Spirit +1. Activate the exchange for the radiation treatment potion. Exchange 1 for 100 luck points. Xiao Chen was shocked. What? It takes 100 luck points to exchange for 1? Are you kidding me? Even the T-virus antidote and healing elixir only cost 10 luck points. This radiation treatment potion required 100. The system said, take it or leave it. Xiao Chen, damn it. He was so frustrated, but when he thought of the pitiful look of Xiaoling, he couldn't bear it. Fine, you're ruthless, I'll exchange. The next moment, his luck value whoosh disappeared by 100, and at the same time, he gained a jelly-like potion in his hand. He quickly opened the car door. You guys keep going, I'll wait for you at the convoy. With that, he flew out of the car and raced towards the southern sky. Wang Wu and the others were shocked. Mr. Xiao. Only Zhang Chao seemed to have guessed something and comforted. Brother Wang, don't worry, Mr. Xiao probably went to save Xiaoling. Your niece is saved. Wang Wu widened his eyes. Does Mr. Xiao have a way to treat radiation? He subconsciously didn't quite believe it. Radiation is a kind of carcinogenic mutation, and there is no good way to deal with it in the world. Not to mention, Xiaoling is also doubly injured. Zhang Chao, however, was very confident. Others may not be able to, but Mr. Xiao, he is a miracle worker. East Yang base to the east. A large mountain range separates East Yang City from Mountain City, with a dozen cities scattered in between. On this day, a panicked group of survivors escaped from the mountains. The group consisted of over 1,000 people, some driving armored vehicles, while others had to walk. The group spread out for miles, resembling a long snake from above. Everyone looked panicked as they ran forward, as if something was chasing them from behind. At the rear of the group, in a military truck, school beauty Fan Qingqing was driving forward, with her good friend Xie Yuan beside her. Qingqing, hurry, faster, those monsters are catching up again. Xie Yuan kept looking back, shouting in panic. Fan Qingqing glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a group of zombies chasing after them on the main road behind, numbering at least a few hundred. These damn monsters, they never give up. How long are they going to chase us? After escaping from the base, they had been fleeing eastward, encountering attacks from zombie animals and evolved creatures in the mountains twice along the way, causing their original formation to break up. The officers and soldiers who organized their escape had also been killed or injured, leaving only some new recruits. They had barely received any training and were unable to organize a counterattack against the bloody and brutal zombies, fleeing in fear. Without the protection of soldiers, the unarmed women and children in the group couldn't run far before being caught up to. Originally a group of thousands, many had died or scattered, leaving less than 1,000 now. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the rear. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xia Yuan shouted. A woman in the truck cried out, it's a fox, quick, get it out. Get it out. In the military truck, besides Xie Yuan and Fan Qingqing, Zhang Chao's sister and Leah were also present. When evacuating the base, the two of them happened to be not far from Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan, so they retreated together. Xie Yuan turned her gun towards the inside of the truck, then shoot, kill it. As she turned her head, she indeed saw a red fox-like monster running rampant in the truck. Although it was only a meter long, it was very fast, and the dozen or so people in the truck couldn't catch it. Leah, holding a gun, panicked and aimed, but the truck was too chaotic for her to dare to shoot. Ah! A woman screamed as she was bitten on the neck by the fox zombie, blood spurting out. The chaos in the truck escalated. The fox bit off the woman's throat, its bloodthirsty eyes locking onto Leah. With a roar, the fox zombie leaped towards Leah behind an old man, aiming for her. Bang! Leah finally fired her gun. However, the fox zombie seemed to have anticipated Leah's trajectory, dodging aside. It then stepped on the old man and lunged towards Leah. With a roar, the fox zombie opened its mouth and bit towards Leah's neck. Fear filled Leah's eyes. She could already sense death approaching. She let out a terrified scream. Don't! Just then, a green light suddenly lit up in the truck, blocking the fox zombie in front of it. Bang! The fox zombie was pushed back by a thick energy wall, feeling like it had hit a steel plate and its head was spinning. Kill it quickly! Fan Qingqing's voice rang out ahead. Bang bang bang! Xie Yuan fired 3 shots at the fox zombie, hitting its vital points while it was stunned and unable to move. The fox zombie finally let out a mournful cry and fell into a pool of blood. Thank you, Thank you. Leah finally emerged from the shadow of death, trembling with fear all over her body. Just now, she really thought she was going to die. Aunt Huang! Zhang Chao's sister Zhang, she shouted. Everyone in the car looked at the middle-aged woman who had been bitten on the neck by the fox zombie. But the woman's neck was completely bitten, with the trachea and major arteries exposed. Even if Xiao Chen came, he couldn't save her. He. Aunt Huang gasped and held Zhangxi's hand, looking at a 10-year-old boy next to her. Zhangxi tearfully said, I understand, Aunt Huang, don't worry, I will take care of you when I grow up. The woman named Aunt Huang reluctantly glanced at the boy and closed her eyes. Mom! The boy pounced on the woman, crying loudly. Fan Xingxing, who was driving, took a look inside. I hope no one else dies. Xingxing, hurry, the zombies behind us are catching up, Xia Yuan shouted nervously. Fan Xingxing looked back and saw that after the delay just now, those zombies behind them had caught up again. With her evolved vision, she could even see the bloodthirsty eyes of the zombies in the front clearly. Hold on tight. She stepped on the gas pedal and drove the truck forward frantically. Bang! A black shadow suddenly passed in front, being hit and thrown by the truck. The shadow flew back more than 10 meters and fell on the road, but after 2 seconds, it jumped up and roared at the truck. It turned out to be a large black wolf. It was not known where this black wolf came from, but it was hit by the truck and still not dead. Ayo! The black wolf stared angrily at the 2 women in the truck, took a step forward, and came to attack them. Shoot! Fan Xingqing shouted. Xia Yuan screamed and raised his gun to shoot, and the crisp sound of bang bang rang in the air. But the black wolf was too agile, as if aware of the threat of bullets to itself, it quickly turned in the air, easily avoiding the gunfire, and instantly leaped to the side of the truck. Pa! It jumped and hit the car window, which shattered instantly. Xia Yuan was splashed with broken glass all over his face, screaming and hiding inside. The black wolf opened its mouth wide and bit towards Xia Yuan. Get out of here! Fan Xingqing scolded, and a green shield suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yuan, rushing towards the black wolf. With a bang, the black wolf let out a painful roar, and once again fell out. It rolled several times on the road before dizzyingly standing up, shaking its head, and seeing the truck gradually moving away, it suddenly howled at the sky. Ayo! This wolf howl overwhelmed all other sounds, echoing far away for dozens of miles. Ayo! 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 In an instant, more than a dozen wolf howls responded from the surrounding hills, and then, the mountains shook, and a group of sturdy black wolves rushed out of the forest and towards the road at high speed. Fan Xingqing in the truck saw this and her face changed. Not good, it's a pack of wolves, we're being targeted. This was really adding insult to injury, with the survivors already being chased by zombies, now a pack of wolves joined in, making things even worse. Xingqing, what should we do? Xia Yuan shouted. Fan Xingqing gritted her teeth. Yuan, you drive. She then let Xia Yuan take the driver's seat. Xia Yuan was dumbfounded, but I don't know how to drive. At this moment, a weak voice came from the car, I know how to drive. The 2 women turned around and saw a woman in her 30s climbing over from the back seat, holding a girl under 10 years old. You? Xia Yuan hesitated. She and Shangqing did not know this woman and were not comfortable handing over the car to her. However, the surrounding wolves were very fast, leaping through the mountains like flat ground. They quickly approached the truck. Big sister, don't worry, my mom is a very good driver, the little girl said crisply. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this mother-daughter pair as Li Xiuqin and Xiao Hua. Don't waste time, get in quickly, Fan Xingqing said decisively, jumping out of the driver's seat and walking towards the truck's cab. Leah, give me the gun. As soon as she reached the back, she took Leah's gun, aimed at the approaching zombies, and fired several shots. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out, and the leading zombies fell to the ground, all shot in the chest. Fan Xingqing's modified body played a huge role at that moment. Her vision and strength were much stronger than ordinary people, and her control over her body allowed her to shoot more calmly. After getting used to the recoil of the gun, her accuracy quickly improved significantly. Xingqing, the wolves are coming! Xia Yuan shouted. Fan Xingqing glanced around and saw several sturdy black wolves leaping onto the road again, roaring towards the truck. She threw away the handgun and pulled out a submachine gun from under the seat. She fired a burst of bullets at a black wolf. Day. She was like a female war god, sniping at the approaching zombie monsters in the truck. One black wolf howled and splattered blood, shot in the head. But the death of their companion made the wolf pack even angrier. Under the command of the Wolf King, more than a dozen black wolves jumped onto the truck's roof, tearing the metal sheet on the roof. Dozens of black wolves worked together, quickly tearing the roof apart, revealing the faint morning light outside. Die! Fan Qingqing's beautiful face was full of determination as she crazily fired at the black wolves above her head. Qingqing, I'll help you. Zhang Shi also picked up a submachine gun and fired at the top. However, her body was just an ordinary person, not trained, and most of the bullets she fired missed. The Wolf King roared, and immediately 4 black wolves leaped down from the hole in the roof, biting towards the people in the car. The dozen or so women in the car screamed in panic, frantically dodging to the sides, causing even Zhang Shi and Fan Qingqing to be overturned. Just as 4 black wolves entered the car, Fan Qingqing suddenly shouted, "Mind light shield!" Buzz! A clear sound. A green halo suddenly spread out from Fan Qingqing, expanding across the entire truck in an instant. Wherever it passed, all the black wolves were knocked out by an invisible force. Not only did the 4 black wolves that leaped into the car scream and fly backward, but the 9 black wolves on the roof were also blasted out by the halo. In an instant, a dozen shadows flew up from the truck's roof, falling awkwardly towards the road behind. The attack of a dozen black wolves was resolved in one move. The dozen women and children in the truck looked in amazement at the powerful Fan Qingqing, feeling shocked. Zhang Shi cheered enviously, "Qingqing, you're amazing." Fan Qingqing suddenly collapsed on the car floor. "Quick, let's go," she said laboriously. Just using her superpowers made her feel a soul-wrenching exhaustion. She knew that her body was too weak to bear the burden of using superpowers. Leah quickly supported her. "How are you?" Fan Qingqing said, "I'm fine." "Hurry, ask that lady to drive forward. We must find those evacuated soldiers. Only their heavy firepower can deal with those black wolves." Leah looked back for a moment. The black wolves that were discovered had indeed stood up again, although 3 or 4 of them were unconscious from the impact just now. But the rest could still kill them. Fortunately, Li Xiuqin's driving skills were not just talk, and under her reckless driving, the truck quickly caught up with the armored vehicle convoy ahead. However, what made them feel desperate was that the armored vehicle convoy was also fighting the enemy, and the opponents were 100 times more terrifying than those black wolves. On the vast wilderness ahead, countless gray figures covered the ground densely, as if a tide rushing madly towards the survivor team. It was a rat tide. A zombie rat tide. How could this happen? When they saw the huge tide of rats numbering in the tens of thousands rushing towards the team from the front, everyone was stunned. Xia Yuan, with tears in her eyes, said, "Why would God treat us like this? What did we do wrong? Heaven was really unfair to them." Escaping from the disaster in Linen City to Donyang Base, they had barely settled down for a few days before the underground people led a large army of zombies to break the base. And after fleeing the base, they were chased by zombies and wolf packs, which was already a desperate situation. But now, seeing the huge rat tide engulfing the entire land, they truly felt hopeless. Encountering zombies might allow them to escape with their lives, but facing the rat tide, we're all going to die. We're all going to die here. Inside the truck, a woman seemed to have lost her mind, bursting into hysterical laughter, tears and saliva streaming down her face. Her expression was crazy and ferocious. "She's gone mad." Leah pulled Zhang Shi aside, looking at the crazy woman with an unpleasant expression. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out in front. Everyone looked up and saw a dozen armored vehicles in front firing at the rat tide. Rockets, grenades, incendiary bombs, vehicle-mounted cannons. Countless heavy firepower was unleashed on the rat tide, blasting holes in the sea of rats. In an instant, thousands of mutant rats were killed by the explosions. However, there were simply too many mutant rats, and the holes that were just blasted open would immediately be filled by countless rats again, surging towards the convoy. "Quick, retreat, retreat!" Someone in the front of the team shouted. The armored vehicle convoy also quickly turned around and fled. In fact, the survivors in the team had already started retreating as soon as they spotted the rat tide. Some survivors even abandoned their vehicles and ran directly into the mountains, but they clearly took the wrong path. The hills on both sides were not only inhabited by black wolves and zombies, but also many other creatures that originally lived there. As soon as they jumped into the mountains, they were chased and bitten to death by the mutant animals in the forest. The sound of wailing filled the air. "Xiaoqing, what do we do? We have no way out," Xia Yuan said with a trembling voice. Facing the rat tide in front and the wolf pack behind, they were in a desperate situation. Fan Qingqing took a deep breath, her towering chest revealing an astonishing curve. Then, resolutely, she said, "Turn back, we turn back too." Because they arrived late, they were at the back of the team, farthest from the rat tide but closest to the wolf pack. The truck drifted, turned around, and headed back the way they came. "Oh whoa!" When the wolf pack behind saw this, their eyes glowed green as they lined up on the road, staring intently at the approaching truck. The Wolf King glanced at the distant rat tide, a hint of intelligence flashing in its eyes. The next moment, it roared. 10 giant wolves over 2 meters long sprinted madly, not directly charging at the truck, but leaping onto the roof of the truck from the side. Dad Ada! Dad Ada! As they attacked, 2 bursts of gunfire suddenly sounded from inside the car. It was Fan Qingqing and Zhang Shi firing at the same time. Poo poo! Bullets rained down, immediately hitting 3 or 4 black wolves, which screamed and fell off the truck. The next moment, a green halo expanded from the carriage again, knocking the remaining black wolf out of the roof. Ah! Just as Fan Qingqing desperately used her superpower for the second time, Li Xiuqin's scream suddenly came from the front driver's seat. Fan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Not good, it's the Wolf King. She immediately rushed towards the front of the car. Through several people, she saw Xie Yuan being swept away by the Wolf King with one claw, then pouncing towards the driver Li Xiuqin. Li Xiuqin didn't have time to react at all. Just as she leaned to the side, the Wolf King bit her shoulder with its mouth. Crack! In an instant, Li Xiuqin lost half of her shoulder, and an arm was torn off directly. Mom! Xiaohua cried out in fear and ran forward. Don't go! Fan Qingqing grabbed Xiaohua and at the same time, the extraordinary power surged within her, turning into a green barrier and striking towards the Wolf King. But the Wolf King just coldly glanced at her, and when the green barrier approached, it suddenly slapped the steering wheel. Bang! As it was knocked out of the car by the psychic light shield, the steering wheel and dashboard were shattered into pieces by the Wolf King. Hiss! The truck made a harsh friction sound on the road and crashed into the side of the mountain wall. The car broke down. Fan Qingqing quickly rushed to the front of the car and looked at the Wolf King outside. She found that the Wolf King did not continue to attack them, but just gave her a cold look, then let out a wolf howl and quickly left towards the forest they came from. Under the Wolf King's call, the other black wolves also grabbed their injured companions and left together. They're leaving? Fan Qingqing looked at the broken steering wheel and dashboard, feeling puzzled. What is it doing? Mom, Mom! Xiaohua saw her mother bleeding heavily from her shoulder and ran over crying. Li Xiuqin, in the driver's seat, screamed in pain, the loss of half her shoulder causing unbearable pain. Her face twisted in agony. Save me, save me! She gasped, reaching out to the school flower for help. Boom, boom! At this moment, the armored convoy finally retreated to this location. While using shells and heavy firepower to suppress the sluggish rat tide, they cleared a path to the west. Compared to the massive rat tide behind them, the zombies and wolf pack blocking the way ahead were just stronger beasts. They couldn't stop the breakout of heavy firepower. Fan Qingqing saw the huge rat tide behind them and suddenly understood why the black wolf had destroyed the truck. It wanted to destroy their vehicle and let them die in the rat tide. This Wolf King has a cruel and cunning heart. Fan Qingqing's heart sank halfway. In this desperate situation, without a vehicle, it was practically a death sentence. Humans couldn't outrun mutated rats even if they had 2 legs. Get off, everyone get off! Fan Qingqing immediately shouted, carrying Li Xiuqin and jumping off the car first, running towards an armored vehicle. The others reacted immediately and followed her down. Wait for us, take us with you. Fan Qingqing ran to a nearby armored vehicle and shouted at the people on top. But the people inside the armored vehicle were too busy pouring gunpowder and completely ignored them. Perhaps, even if they heard her plea for help, they wouldn't stop. Dozens of women begged for help in the gunfire, but no one reached out to help. All the vehicles passed by them indifferently, leaving behind a cold atmosphere. The huge rat tide finally arrived. Dozens of women and children on the road watched the mutated rats coming from all directions, their faces filled with despair. Almost all women were crying. Oh God, why are you doing this to us? Who will save us? Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor, God Jesus, please show mercy. I don't want to die. Fan Qingqing stood on the road holding the unconscious Li Xiuqin, facing the overwhelming rat tide, feeling unprecedented helplessness. Tears silently flowed from her eyes. Are we really going to die here? At that moment, a figure appeared in her mind. If you were here, it would be great. The rat tide finally surged over. Countless mutant rats the size of piglets squeaked excitedly and rushed from the mountains, from the grasslands, from the roads. It looked like they were about to engulf more than a dozen women and children on the road. Boom! Just at this critical moment of life and death, a streak of light suddenly flew from the distant horizon, accompanied by a sonic boom that broke the sound barrier, landing heavily in the rat tide. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, a deafening sound erupted in the rat tide, with concentric shockwaves expanding from the figure, instantly flipping countless mutant rats. Squeak! Squeak! Thousands of rats screamed and floated into the air, their 4 short legs in a panic. Centered around that figure, all the rats were shaken away. Intimidation! The figure, facing countless rat tides with his back to the crowd, let out a stern low drink. Who? As if a gust of wind passed by, a terrifying momentum suddenly pressed on the hearts of all living beings within 100 meters, as if a mountain was collapsing. In an instant, the rat tide rushing in a fan-shaped area ahead seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, falling to the ground one after another, bowing their bloodthirsty heads towards the man. With a command, the rat tide bowed down. The scene was extremely spectacular, like a scene only existing in myths. The dozen women behind were all stunned. From the majestic figure descending from the sky, breaking their life and death crisis with one blow, to now making the rat swarm kneel down with just one shout, it all seemed like a dream. They opened their mouths, as if they could fit 2 eggs in their red lips. Who? The fierce cold wind blew the cloak behind the man, looking extraordinarily heroic from behind. Even the rising eastern dawn seemed to envelop the man in a sacred aura. All the women were mesmerized at that moment. Big brother! Suddenly, Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise and rushed towards the man. The man turned around and hugged the little girl who jumped into his arms. Looking at Fan Qingqing behind, "I'm here." Fan Qingqing's tears flowed down instantly. She bit her red lips, gazing affectionately at the man she had been longing for, with a hint of resentment and joy. Her emotions finally turned into one sentence: "Why did you come so late?" Naturally, the man was Xiao Chen. After finding Xiaoling from the rear convoy with the radiation purifier, he did not stay with the convoy but flew eastward with the flying ability of the invisibility cloak. After searching in the mountains for half the night, he finally found the school flowers besieged by the rat tide here. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. "Xiao Chen, it's really you, it's great." Xia Yuan was overjoyed to see Xiao Chen, his words choked with excitement. "With you here, we have nothing to fear." Leah and Zhang Shi also looked gratefully at Xiao Chen. Especially Zhang Shi, the admiration in her eyes was overflowing. At this moment, Xiaohua cried out, "Big brother, please save my mom is dying." Xiao Chen walked over and glanced at the unconscious Li Xiuqin. He immediately exchanged for a bottle of healing elixir and handed it to Fan Qingqing. "Qingqing, quickly apply it to stop the bleeding." Several women hurriedly bandaged and applied medicine to Li Xiuqin. Xiaohua held Xiao Chen's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Big brother, my mom won't die, right?" Xiao Chen patted her head. "Don't worry, she won't. Your mom just passed out temporarily." Although he comforted her with these words, he couldn't be sure if Li Xiuqin would survive. Her injuries were just too severe. Squeak! Just then, a sharp and piercing squeal came from the rear of the rat tide. This squeal was extremely sharp, as if a blade was fiercely scraping across glass, almost bursting the eardrums. Squeak! 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 And under this sharp whistle, the rat tide that had been subdued by Xiao Chen suddenly became restless again, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirst once more. Something's wrong. Xiao Chen felt a strange spiritual fluctuation breaking through his intimidation ability, and the other parties seemed to be of the same origin as the rat tide, making it easier to command. Chirp! Under a sharp command, the rat tide once again attacked the crowd, becoming more frantic. Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, "You guys go first." He faced the rat tide behind alone, his cloak lifted by extraordinary power, rustling. A strong momentum rose to the sky. Intimidate! Xiao Chen once again released the group's intimidating ability, and immediately, all the mutant rats in front were overwhelmed by a spiritual pressure, once again pressed to the ground. However, this time Xiao Chen felt the rat group resisting, with the spiritual power of thousands of rats launching a tide-like counterattack against him. Under that sharp resistance, his intimidating power was greatly weakened. Seeing the rat group approaching again, a certain killing intent lingered around Xiao Chen. Do you think you can't do anything to me without intimidation?" Whoosh! Extraordinary power surged, the blade domain swept through. In an instant, the energy on Xiao Chen surged like smoke, and the surrounding air distorted. Half-moon slash! With a loud shout, Xiao Chen raised the evil-slaying blade high, slashing forward vigorously. Swish swish swish! Half-moon-shaped blade lights flew out from the evil-slaying blade, blocking all gaps on the road, rushing towards the rat tide. Plop 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 plop! Countless sounds of flesh being cut rang out. All the mutant rats rushing towards the road were cut in half in an instant, and the entire road was dyed red with blood. Thousands of mutant rats didn't even have time to scream before becoming corpses. Chirp chirp! The Rat King hidden in the dark saw a large number of deaths among its subordinates and let out an angry roar. Urged by it, the rat tide rushed out from the sides of the road in the hidden valleys, trying to bypass Xiao Chen and attack the school flower and others. This strategy was definitely a decision made by intelligent life forms. Xiao Chen flew up suddenly. With the blessing of the cloak, he began to slash out sharp blade lights from the air, cutting through countless mutant rats on the mountains, rocks, valleys, and grasslands. Before they could get within 30 meters of Fan Qingqing and the others, they were slaughtered. Xiao Chen floated in the air like a fierce artillery, continuously pouring out powerful blade energy, and not a single rat could cross that line. When the sky was completely bright, the entire land was covered with corpses, like hell. The schoolflower and others who were evacuating ahead had been paying attention to Xiao Chen's movements. Seeing Xiao Chen displaying his power in the air and slaughtering the rat group, they were simply stunned. It was the first time they had seen a human being so strong. It was even more fierce than those cannons and missiles. Is he still human? Xia Yuan opened her mouth, murmuring, hardly believing that the man with such extraordinary power was her classmate. He's so handsome. Zheng Chao's sister, Zhang Shi, was also thrilled, covering her face, feeling completely conquered by the majestic man. She felt that if she could spend a night with such a man, it would be worth dying for. Even her nominal sister-in-law Leah's eyes sparkled, her chest heaving, lost in thought. Stop daydreaming. The schoolflower looked at the several women who were infatuated, and said impatiently, hurry up. The women finally came to their senses and quickly ran west. However, as they ran, they kept looking back, each woman, regardless of age, with a strange gleam in her eyes. They wished they could devour the powerful man in the sky. Awah! At this moment, a wolf howl suddenly came from the tunnel ahead. Immediately after, a dozen large black wolves rushed out of the tunnel at high speed towards the schoolflower and the others. Not good. It's those wolf packs. The schoolflower's face turned pale. She recognized them at a glance. Those black wolves were the wolf pack that had attacked them before, and the leader of the pack left a deep impression on her. Stop, everyone stop, she shouted anxiously. All the women stopped, looking ahead in panic when they saw the wolf pack. Qingqing, what should we do? Xia Yuan asked urgently. They couldn't even escape the pursuit of the wolf pack when they had a car before, and now they didn't even have a car. How could a dozen women, old and weak, face these mutated wolves? For a moment, all the women looked back at Xiao Chun, hoping that the powerful man would come to their rescue. Don't panic. But the schoolflower forced herself to calm down, not wanting Xiao Chen to worry about them while dealing with the rat tide. She didn't want to be a burden who couldn't do anything, only causing trouble for Xiao Chen. Quick, let's find an abandoned bus to hide in. She commanded everyone to retreat quickly, searching for other survivors' abandoned vehicles. At that moment, Fan Qingqing unexpectedly saw that the black wolves, after emerging from the tunnel, did not rush towards them along the road, but fled in panic into a deep ditch beside the road. The panic look on their faces was as if there was something terrifying chasing them from behind. Ha! Fan Qingqing was puzzled, not knowing what the wolf pack was afraid of. Soon, she heard a rustling sound, as if many small communal animals were crawling on the ground. Then, with a rush, like floodgates opening, countless black dots poured out of the tunnel. Innumerable cockroaches crawled out of the tunnel. They crawled over each other, hissing as they spread out of the tunnel. In an instant, countless cockroaches poured out, rushing towards the mountains and fields, towards all directions, devouring everything in their path, whether it was zombies, black wolves, or other mutated species, all were consumed. Ah! After seeing this scene, all the women screamed hysterically. Cockroaches were disgusting enough as creatures, and now they had gathered into a group, marching together in the tens of thousands. Just watching was terrifying enough. Cockroaches! Xia Yuan screamed, her face turning pale. She was most afraid of these shit-eating bugs, and she would rather be bitten to death by black wolves than be eaten by these bugs. The schoolflower next to her was also frightened. Any girl would feel disgusted by these vile creatures. Meanwhile, after some of the cockroaches ran out of the tunnel, they unexpectedly took flight, chasing after the black wolf pack that had fled into the deep ditch. With the advantage of the air, they quickly caught up with the wolf pack. Then thousands of cockroaches swarmed over them. Dozens of black wolves were instantly submerged by the swarming cockroaches, crawling all over their bodies. Awah! The wolf pack let out painful howls, echoing through the entire valley. In a moment, except for the wolf king, all the black wolves were gnawed into skeletons by the cockroaches. Seeing this gruesome scene, all the girls were stunned. They saw the tide of cockroaches spreading along the road towards them. No, I don't want to be eaten by cockroaches. Xingxi screamed in horror, then ran frantically towards Xiao Chen. Run! When the other women saw this, they all shouted and fled towards Xiao Chen. At this critical moment, the women's survival instinct and admiration for strength made them choose the most powerful man around them without hesitation. Oh, you guys! The schoolflower was also helpless. In fact, she wanted to say that as long as we got into the bus, we could resist for a while. That way, it wouldn't put too much pressure on Xiao Chen. But seeing her companions terrified, she had no way to stop them. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who was still cutting down the rat tide in the air, also saw this scene. Cockroaches? He frowned, feeling very strange. How could there be so many mutated groups here? How did they come about? What do they eat to survive? He then looked towards the rat tide in the east. And these two groups are together, yet they haven't started fighting? He keenly sensed that there was a problem here. Xiao Chen! Help! Zhang Shi ran over first and shouted loudly on the ground. Then Liya, Xiaoyuan, Xiaohua, and Fan Qingqing holding Li Xiuqin also ran over. Xiao Chen glanced around and suddenly a knife stood on the mountain wall by the road. With a loud bang, a large hole was cut out of the mountain wall by the knife energy. He shouted, "Hide inside, if I don't let you out, you don't come out." Then he handed a green life essence to the school flower along with his Mingguang shield. He instructed, "Qingqing, take it. This is the life essence I found for you, it can cure your organ failure. This shield can be activated with extraordinary power to form a shield wall, enough to protect you all." The school flower looked at him with beautiful eyes. "What about you?" Xiao Chen smiled casually, "Don't worry, I'll stay here. They won't pass me." Although he couldn't take away the women, he could still protect their lives. Chirp! A crisp sound of a knife seemed to sense Xiao Chen's determination and trembled with excitement. The blood-sucking vine seeds attached to the evil-slaying knife burst into light, completely activating its full power. The upcoming battle would determine whether Xiao Chen could stand until the end. Chirp chirp! Rustle rustle! The mouse tide from the east and the cockroach swarm from the west arrived in front of the cave at the same time. Good timing! Evil-slaying knife! Help me out! Buzz buzz buzz! The evil-slaying knife emitted dazzling knife energy, forming radiant knife chi. The blood-sucking vine seeds on the handle also burst into light, and in an instant, countless half-meter-long crescent knife chi burst out from the blade. Towards the east, west, and south, a curtain of rain-like knife chi was unleashed. In an instant, the entire mountain wall was filled with radiant knife light. Countless rats, cockroaches, trees, railings, lawns, rocks, all were chopped into pieces by this rain-like knife energy. Blood mixed with broken stones, wood, and leaves were swept away by the knife chi, as if a blood rain had fallen. A strong life force flowed into Xiao Chen's body from the blood-sucking vine, allowing him to recover the extraordinary power that was just cut out with a single knife. Even the evil-slaying knife was satisfied. Xiao Chen felt like his vitality was about to overflow. Gurgle! Dozens of women behind him watched in amazement at this powerful move. The curtain of knife chi composed of hundreds of knife lights blocked all directions in front of the cave, chopping anything in its path into pieces. All monsters were wiped out in one move. The power was even stronger than some missiles. The women's perspectives were completely refreshed. They felt that Xiao Chen was no longer just a person, but a deity, a legend. Zhang Shi looked at Xiao Chen's back, wishing to offer herself to this powerful man right now. The mixed-blood model Li Ye's eyes sparkled, thinking about whether to leave Zhang Chao, the bald shorty, and find someone more reliable. Perhaps this man would be better. Even Xie Yuan felt a bit sour, regretting not competing with the school flower. Humph! Fan Qingqing seemed to sense the greedy gazes of the women around her and proudly said, "Stop looking, this man is mine. If you want to get into his bed, you have to wait until I'm dead." Chirp chirp! Hiss hiss! When Xiao Chen displayed his power and killed thousands of mutant rats and cockroaches with a single knife, he angered the kings behind the rat and cockroach groups. Two sharp roars sounded simultaneously. Countless half-meter-long giant rats and fist-sized cockroaches turned red-eyed and once again rushed towards Xiao Chen and his group. Xiao Chen sneered, allowing these mutant insects and rats to gather again, then waved out continuous moonwhite knife lights, efficiently slaughtering these monsters. In a moment, the mountain wall where he stood was covered with a layer of flesh and blood carpet. The flesh and blood of the giant rats and cockroaches mixed together, flooding the ground, and the pungent stench filled the air, making people nauseous. Blinking a few minutes passed. Xiao Chen had actually killed 5,000 to 6,000 mutant insects and rats with just a knife. The women in the cave behind him were initially frightened, but as they saw that the rats and cockroaches could not advance, they gradually relaxed. "Hey, Qingqing!" Zhang Shi whispered behind Fan Qingqing. There was a strange light in her eyes. "Is he your boyfriend?" Fan Qingqing focused on Xiao Chen's back, ready to step in when Xiao Chen needed help. Although she knew in her heart that Xiao Chen probably didn't need her as a girlfriend, she felt obligated to help her man. Hearing Zhang Shi's words, she glanced at the girl and calmly replied, "Yes." Zhang Shi could see through her thoughts at a glance. But she didn't see Zhang Shi as a threat because Zhang Shi wasn't particularly pretty, at least not as much as her. It was her half-blood model sister named Leah who posed a huge threat. Leah was over 1.7 meters tall, with long legs, a slim waist, ample chest, and perky buttocks, with a face as sharp as a knife and skin as smooth as cream. She combined the beauty of the East and the West, possessing a deadly charm. Zhang Shi was unaware of Fan Qingqing's thoughts. Excitedly, she said, "Qingqing, let's discuss something." Fan Qingqing replied, "You go first." Zhang Shi said, "Let me borrow your boyfriend for a day." Fan Qingqing's expression changed. "What? She turned to Zhang Shi, somewhat incredulous. What did you say? Zhang Shi blushed and said, I know this request is unreasonable, but your boyfriend is really charming. I can't resist him. Just for one day, I promise to return him to you intact. Fan Qingqing's face turned pale. She gave Zhang Shi a disdainful look and made it clear that it was out of the question. Oh, Qingqing. Zhang Shi shook her hand and coaxed, just agree to me, just one day, I promise not to do anything excessive. I'll return you a clean Xiao Chen brother. Fan Qingqing furrowed her brows, are you crazy? It's already so late, and you're still thinking about these things? Leah also walked over and held Zhang Shi's hand. Stop it. Zhang Shi shook off Leah's hand and shouted, I'm not kidding. She suddenly covered her eyes, squatted down, and cried, you don't know, you know nothing. I'm so scared, I'm afraid we won't live long before those monsters eat us. Even if we escape today, what about tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? Do we have to run like this every day? I'm tired of this kind of life. Instead of being eaten by those monsters, I'd rather commit suicide. All the women fell silent. Watching Zhang Shi cry loudly and hearing her words, they all empathized. For a fragile woman, surviving in this cruel apocalypse was really difficult. The precarious life made them all mentally tense, always on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Zhang Shi cried out, do you really think I'm shameless enough to steal Qingqing's boyfriend? I just want my brother to come back. I sense that my brother is still alive, but he's injured, enduring pain, and likely close to death. Brother Xiao is so powerful, I just want to ask him to save him. Everyone, It turned out they had misunderstood this girl. Fan Qingqing sighed and pulled her up, comforting her, don't worry too much. Mr. Zhang is extraordinary, maybe nothing happened. Zhang Shi shook her head tearfully, no, I can feel it. My brother is seriously injured, and I know that pain very well. Fan Qingqing and the others exchanged glances. Curiously, she asked, is this your superpower? Zhang Shi wiped her tears and said, I don't know. But when we left the base, I suddenly had this ability. But now I can only sense my brother. Fan Qingqing said, okay, I'll mention this to you and Xiao Chen. Zhang Shi was delighted, really? She asked, so are you willing to lend brother Xiao to me for a day? Fan Qingqing's expression stiffened. Looking at Zhang Shi's joyful face, she didn't know if Zhang Shi really wanted to save her brother or if she wanted to do something unspeakable under the guise of this opportunity. She glanced at Xiao Chen, who was fully engaged in killing monsters in front of the cave. Suddenly, she said impatiently, Xiao Chen, don't play dumb, I know you heard everything. Xiao Chen in front chuckled. What? I was just killing monsters and didn't hear clearly. Fan Qingqing glared at him angrily and said sarcastically, didn't hear clearly? Let me tell you again, Zhang Shi's sister said she wants you to be her boyfriend for a day. I've agreed, now it's up to you. Xiao Chen exclaimed, how can this be? Zhang Shi shyly said, brother Xiao, as long as you can save my brother, I'm willing to do anything for you. Xiao Chen grinned, Zhang Qiao is my comrade, saving him is the right thing to do. Zhang Shi urged, but I can't let brother Xiao risk his life for me again, I must repay brother Xiao. Her anxious look made people doubt if she really wanted to save Zhang Qiao, or if she had other intentions with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen chuckled, don't worry, your brother is fine. He then said, actually, I was with Zhang Qiao before I came here. He was injured but not fatally. Don't worry, he's alive and well. Zhang Shi's eyes widened, she asked eagerly, really? Is my brother really alive? Xiao Chen continued clearing monsters and said, yes, he's on the other side of the mountain. If all goes well, you'll see him this afternoon. He teased, of course, if you insist on repaying, you don't have to offer yourself, being my servant for a day will do, haha. Zhang Shi blushed. After losing her excuse, she couldn't bring up the boyfriend for a day matter again. The women in the cave burst into laughter. Zhang Shi couldn't bear it and buried her face in Leah's arms. Sister-in-law, look at them. But no one noticed the faint disappointment in Leah's eyes when she learned that Zhang Qiao was still alive. Oh, the rat-tide and cockroach retreat outside. Xia Yuan suddenly pointed outside. Xiao Chen was the first to know. He could joke with the women in the cave because he noticed the attacks of the rat-tide and insect-tide were weakening, allowing him to relax. Watching the creatures' bodies leaving outside, Xiao Chen said, you stay here, I'll go check. And he quickly disappeared at the cave entrance. Whoosh! Buzz! As Xiao Chen flew into the sky, he was surprised to see the rat-tide and cockroach group retreating in an orderly manner, as if nothing had happened. He became more certain that there were royal figures in these two groups. System, locate their leaders. Ding! Consuming 100 luck points, Rat King and Cockroach King's positions locked. In the next moment, a virtual map appeared before him, showing two red dots moving southward. As expected, Xiao Chen sneered. When the rat and cockroach groups attacked him together, he had guessed there were royal figures behind these monsters, and now it was confirmed. Looking at the two red dots, an idea suddenly came to his mind. If he could achieve it, perhaps his combat power would increase again. Swish! The next moment, a cold wind blew, and Xiao Chen activated his invisibility cloak and swiftly chased southward. In the south, a pure white old mouse hidden in the rat group emitted ear-catching sound waves, calling out to the cockroach group on the left. Hiss! A golden cockroach in the opposite cockroach group responded, "Little white, that human is so powerful. In just a short while, half of my children have died. I suspect that if we keep fighting like this, my child will die there." "Ah Huang, before you arrived, I had already been fighting with him. He is so powerful that he can even compare to the king. How is that possible? Is there a life more powerful than the king? Ah Huang, you have been out too little. These days, I have been to the human fortress in the east and saw with my own eyes lives more powerful than the king in battle. It was so terrifying that I didn't even dare to get close." "Xiao Bai, will he find us?" asked the golden cockroach. The white rat king said, "Don't worry, as long as we hide in the group, no one can find us." The golden cockroach said, "Xiao Bai, this time we did not meet the king's requirements. Will the king punish us?" The white rat king said, "Don't worry, I know there is a human small city to the south. As long as we bring back those mutated human monsters, we can still meet the requirements. The king only needs vitality, any kind will do." A cockroach and a rat chatted happily like this, in a very eerie atmosphere. This made Xiao Chun, who was flying invisibly in the air, feel very interested. He eavesdropped on the conversation between the two guys and felt like he had discovered a new world. Besides the mutated blood-sucking vine, this was the first time he had heard of mutated monsters speaking. Even if they used mental fluctuations to communicate, it confirmed that they had evolved intelligence. He looked at the countless waves of insects and rats below, and that thought became even stronger. Ding! Mission: subdue the Rat King with kindness. Reward: Spirit +1. Xiao Chen, huh? His intention to take action suddenly stalled, and he rolled his eyes. "System, are you causing trouble again?" Yes, he did want to subdue that Rat King, but he didn't expect the system to preemptively issue the mission, and even made him subdue with kindness. "Are you crazy? How am I supposed to subdue it with kindness? Use my mouth to subdue it?" He wished he could drag the system out and beat it up, let it do the mission, and he would just watch from the side. At this moment, the waves of rats and cockroaches below suddenly changed direction, heading from southwest to southeast. Based on their conversation just now, Xiao Chen knew they were heading to a small city over there to hunt humans and zombies. Chirp chirp. "Ah Huan, do you have any strange feelings?" "I always feel like I'm being followed," the Rat King suddenly said. The golden cockroach hesitated. "Do you?" He waved his two golden tentacles, as if sensing something, but after a moment he said, "I didn't find anything." The Rat King said, "Strange, why do I always feel weird?" "Where does it feel weird?" A mental fluctuation interrupted. The Rat King casually replied, "I feel like someone is touching my back." But then it horrifyingly realized that the one speaking was not the golden cockroach at all. Chirp! The Rat King let out a scream, and all the hair on its back stood up. "Xiao Bai, there is someone on your back," the golden cockroach loudly reminded at this moment. It didn't even need the reminder, the Rat King had already felt someone touching its hair on its back. The instant shock made all the white hair on its body stand up, and the extraordinary power surged crazily, expanding outward along the body hair towards the person behind it. Bang! But just as the Rat King's hair exploded, it felt a sharp pain in the back of its head. It didn't know what hit it, but a tremendous force acted on its skull, almost knocking it unconscious. It felt a great sense of life-threatening crisis. Chirp! With a sharp cry, it burrowed into the ground. But just as it dug through a layer of soil, it was grabbed by the neck and pulled out. Bang bang bang! 3 heavy blows in a row. The Rat King's head suddenly went blank, as if tens of thousands of stars were spinning in its mind. Its eyes were spinning in circles. "Damn humans, let go of Xiao Bai!" The golden cockroach not far away shouted, commanding the cockroach group to rush towards the opposite side. But as soon as they moved, a stern shout came from the opposite side, "Intimidate!" In an instant, all the cockroaches and rats around knelt on the ground, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, with every cell in their bodies filled with fear. The golden cockroach was about to command its subordinates to attack again. But suddenly, it saw a man on the opposite side rushing towards it with a small white object, and a brilliant sword struck down. Hiss! The golden cockroach screamed in shock, and a rich golden extraordinary power rose from its body, forming a solid circular shield in front of it. Boom! The sword struck the golden shield wall, instantly shattering it. The man holding the Rat King passed through the shield wall and kicked the golden cockroach on the head, leaving it in a daze. With a series of strikes, Xiao Chen fiercely smashed the golden cockroach's head with the hilt of his sword 7 or 8 times, knocking it unconscious. The surrounding groups of rats and cockroaches were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, their leader was defeated, leaving them in confusion. The Rat King regained consciousness and sent a mental shock towards Xiao Chen, trying to escape. However, the mental shock seemed to enter a vast sea, without causing any disturbance. "Aren't you honest yet?" Xiao Chen turned the hilt of the sword and ruthlessly struck the Rat King's head until it fainted. "Hey, system, is my task completed?" "System, please note, host, that taming pets should be done with kindness." Xiao Chen sneered, "Taming with kindness, huh?" He picked up a stone from the ground and wrote 4 large characters on the hilt of the sword, "Taming with kindness." Then he picked up the sword and fiercely beat the struggling Rat King. "Do you submit? Do you submit? I like to tame with kindness the most." Squeak! "Stop, stop." The Rat King emitted a pleading mental wave, covering its head and burying it in the ground, not daring to lift it. It felt like it was about to be beaten to death. Xiao Chen raised the sword taming with kindness satisfactorily and asked, "Do you submit?" The Rat King reluctantly said, I submit, I submit." "No, you don't submit?" Xiao Chen sneered and started beating again. The Rat King was at a loss. "Even if I submit, why are you still beating me? Are you unreasonable? Stop, I really submit." Feeling increasingly injured, the Rat King cried out, fearing that the lunatic would really beat it to death. "I won't listen, I won't listen." Xiao Chen shouted. The Rat King. "Damn it! I may not be human, but you are really a dog." Seeing its head about to be smashed, the Rat King wailed, "Great King, Grandpa, Master, please stop, I'm really about to die." Xiao Chen asked, "What do you call me?" The Rat King was stunned. "Great King?" Xiao Chen, "No, the last one." The Rat King said, "Master?" Ding. Task, taming with kindness completed, mental +1. Xiao Chen immediately smiled, released the Rat King, and said, "That's obedient." He used the blade of the sword to rub back and forth on the Rat King's neck, saying, "From now on, you are my pet. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You have 2 choices now. One is that I set you free now, and the other is to submit to me. You choose." The White Rat King felt the sharp sword aura on its neck and was speechless. I submit, Great King, please don't play with me anymore." Xiao Chen's face turned cold. "Call me Master." "Okay, Master," the Rat King obediently replied. Xiao Chen glanced at the panel. Host, Xiao Chen, Lord of the Heavenly Tao, level, 2nd Order Extraordinary, Wind, Physical Strength, 26, Mental Strength, 26, Luck, 1600, Title, Hero, Superpowers, what are you looking at? Look, a meteor, Intimidation, Equipment, Bright Light Shield, Evil Slaying Sword, Invisible Cloak, Universal Mask, Main Quest, Investigate the Death of Parents. Task Progress, 1 out of 10, Pet, White Rat King, Almost 3rd Order, Loyalty, 30. Note, 60 is the passing line. Xiao Chen snorted, "It's not even at the 3rd level yet, no wonder it's so weak." He thought that the king of the rat group and cockroaches should also be at the 3rd level, otherwise they couldn't resist his intimidation. Now it seems that he was presumptuous. It should have reached the level of the 3rd level by relying on the spiritual resonance of the rat group. The great disaster has only been a week at most. Apart from those foreign invaders, the local area should not have conditions to give birth to a 3rd level strong person. Except for the mutated blood-sucking vine. Seeing the loyalty column, he asked, "System, what happens if it doesn't meet the passing line?" Inside the system, pets with less than 60 loyalty will have a chance of rebellion. The lower the loyalty, the higher the rebellion rate. Xiao Chen's mood suddenly turned bad. He didn't want to bring a pet that could turn against him at any time. Xiao Bai. He looked at the white-haired Rat King with ill intentions, clenched its nape with his right hand, lifted it to his eye level, and said, "How about we play a game?" The Rat King felt a bit uneasy, its eyes rolling around. "Master, what do you want to play?" Xiao Chen revealed a meaningful smile. "Let's play Truth or Dare." A hint of doubt appeared in the Rat King's small eyes, and it cautiously said, "I don't quite understand." "It's okay, you'll understand soon." Xiao Chen took out a piece of life essence from his bosom and waved it in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was immediately attracted by the gem containing a large amount of life essence. It felt an extremely rich vitality from the gem, which had a fatal attraction to it. It felt that as long as it could eat this life essence, it could immediately advance. "Master, is this for me?" Its eyes lit up immediately. "No," Xiao Chen immediately replied. "Xiao Bai." Xiao Chen chuckled, "I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, I'll let you smell it." Xiao Bai gritted its teeth. Loyalty -1. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. "Who did you talk to before about the king of the cockroaches?" Xiao Bai's eyes turned. "The king, it's the king." Xiao Chen slapped it on the face with a crisp sound, almost swelling its face. Xiao Chen said coldly, "Wrong answer." Xiao Bai was stunned. Loyalty -2. Xiao Chen said, I'll ask again, who is the king? As he spoke, the evil cutting sword rubbed back and forth on its tail, cutting off a few white hairs. Xiaobai shivered. No, don't cut my tail. Xiaobai said like a machine gun, the king is the boss of the laboratory. He is a gorilla. He killed the humans in the laboratory and released us. He is very powerful, and we all have to obey him, or we will be eaten by him. Xiao Chun frowned. A gorilla? Laboratory? He asked further, what laboratory? Tell me more. Xiaobai said pitifully, I don't know what laboratory it is. Huang and I are just experimental subjects in the laboratory. I woke up suddenly on the day of the black rain. When I woke up, the humans inside had already been killed by the king. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. He asked, why does this gorilla send you to hunt and kill humans everywhere? Xiaobai said, the king needs vitality. He told us that he is about to break through soon, so he needs a lot of vitality. He sent us out to find living creatures. Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment. Suddenly he said, you are lying. He cut off a piece of Xiaobai's tail. Ah! Xiaobai let out a painful scream, its 4 short legs flailing wildly, trying to break free from Xiao Chen's hand. But it was too badly injured, and under the dual suppression of Xiao Chen's intimidation and the domain of the sword, it couldn't break free at all. Loyalty-1-1-1. A series of data flashed in front of Xiao Chen, but he didn't even look at it. I'm not lying, Xiaobai said angrily, staring at Xiao Chen resentfully. Xiao Chen calmly said, oh, I'm sorry, my hand slipped. Xiaobai, GGG. Loyalty-1-1-1. It's so infuriating, so infuriating. Xiaobai is about to go crazy from anger. He feels like this human is deliberately tormenting him. No decent person would do such a despicable thing. Xiao Chen looks at the continuously declining loyalty, unconcerned. Instead, he is thinking about the matters in this laboratory. The fact that creatures like Xiaobai and the golden cockroach can be created here indicates that the laboratory harbors a great secret. However, the gorilla made Xiao Chen hesitate. Obviously, this gorilla is at least tier 3, with a certain probability of being tier 4. Tier 3 is manageable, he can basically sweep through. But if it's tier 4, Xiao Chen can't win without reactivating the evil Godamon. And there's another problem, if they really want to explore that laboratory, they must first arrange for the school flowers. Just as he was about to turn back, suddenly, ding! Forced mission, explore the Qingshan laboratory. Reward, permission to use the power of the evil god. Shoo! Everyone stop. Radio silence. In a desolate mountain in the south, a team of fully armed special forces slowly advances along a stream. Suddenly, the leading bald soldier raises his right hand and gives orders to the others behind him. Swish! Over a dozen soldiers stop in place in a neat formation, vigilantly looking around, their gun muzzles pointing in a coordinated manner, demonstrating strong professional skills. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Suddenly, a gray shadow runs past from the front of the stream and disappears into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. The bald captain at the front breathes a sigh of relief. It's a squirrel. It's not until the back of the squirrel disappears deep into the forest that he waves his hand to the others. Let's go. A team of 15 special operations soldiers continues forward. Throughout the process, they hardly communicate. It's not until the sky darkens that the bald captain looks at the sky above the western forest and suddenly says, Ahua, release the drone for reconnaissance. Yes, Captain. A soldier behind him carrying a large green box says. He opens the box and quickly assembles a camouflage drone on the ground. After a few clicks, the drone emits a soft buzzing sound and flies westward. Ahua stares at the screen with the controller, maneuvering the drone forward. The bald captain waits, and the other soldiers hardly speak, staying in place, eating when necessary, resting when needed. Suddenly, Ahua exclaims, Captain, found it. The bald captain's expression changes. Don't rush in, first observe the situation around the laboratory. Ahua controls the drone to hover over a group of green buildings in a deep mountain. From the camera, the buildings appear quiet, except for some broken structures and dilapidated iron nets. There is hardly any sign that the laboratory has fallen. No movement, Ahua says. The bald captain stares at the screen. Go in through the window of the third building and take a look. Ahua immediately maneuvers the drone to the semicircular gray building on the left, and then discovers a broken skylight on the top, flying in through it. Hiss! As soon as it enters, the camera shows walls and floors covered in blood. It seems like a fierce battle took place here. But strangely, apart from these bloodstains, there are no bodies in the room. The bald captain frowns. Continue downwards, we enter the restricted area from entrance C and head to the basement. Okay, Ahua says. Then he controls the drone along a narrow passage, down the fire escape stairs, quickly arriving in front of a large alloy door. However, the alloy door has been completely destroyed. Countless sharp claw marks appear on it, even the alloy material has been almost destroyed. It's unknown what terrifying beast left them. Seeing the claw marks on the door, Ahua and the bald captain fall silent. Continue, the bald captain says in a deep voice. The drone continues downward, spiraling down a dim staircase, guided only by streaks of blood. The further down they go, the more tense they become. Because they knew that they would soon arrive at the most important location in the laboratory, their mission target was there. Captain, we're here, suddenly Ahua spoke. The drone stopped on a corridor, in front of a huge underground cavity, and from the camera's angle, the front half of the cavity could be seen. But what amazed the two was that there were lights inside the underground cavity. The bald captain's face changed. How is this possible? Could there still be survivors? He said, quick, send the drone in. Buzz. The drone darted in from the corridor. But as soon as it entered, a deep roar came from below, followed by a dark shadow quickly approaching the drone. The two only saw a huge thing jumping up, then the screen went blank. They couldn't see anything. Although they only caught a glimpse, both of them showed shocked expressions. Just as they looked down from the camera, they found the ground covered with countless bodies and blood, forming a pool of blood below. Countless human, zombie, animal, and mutant monster bodies piled up together. It was densely packed and extremely terrifying. It was very likely that all the laboratory personnel they were looking for were here. And this was not the most shocking part. The huge dark shadow that had just appeared was what weighed heavily on their minds. Just from the glimpse of that claw, they knew. The size of this dark shadow was at least 5 to 10 meters. It could be described as a colossal creature. What was that just now? Ahua's voice was strained. The bald captain said with a serious face, I don't know, but there is black fur on that claw. It should belong to a mammal. It could be a bear, wolf, lion, or gorilla. Ahua stuttered, a monster of this size must be at least third tier, right? The bald captain didn't answer. Instead, he said to the people behind him, all right, break time's over, everyone, move out. The 15 people set off again, but this time, they didn't hide their tracks anymore, heading straight for the laboratory. Since they had confirmed that there were no monsters around, there was no need to be cautious. The group of people moved through the mountains and forests as if on flat ground, each displaying physical abilities and speed far beyond ordinary people. Soon, a barbed wire fence appeared ahead. Jump over! The bald captain didn't order to cut a hole, but instead, with a running start, he leaped over 4 meters, jumping over the barbed wire fence. The soldiers behind him followed suit, jumping over the wire fence one after another. Every member of this team was extraordinary. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone landed lightly and, led by the bald captain, headed straight for the entrance of Building C. Ahua, life detector. As they entered Building C, he ordered while running. Yes. Ahua opened a red box and followed behind the captain, scanning the entire building. First and second squads set up bombs along the way inside the building. The captain continued to give orders. Immediately, 10 people started placing remote-controlled bombs in various locations, all the way down to the 10th floor. When they were about to reach their target location, stop! The bald captain took a deep breath, then took out a black bomb the size of a watermelon from his backpack and silently placed it under a load-bearing steel column. Ahua worriedly said, Captain, are we going to use this bomb now? The bald captain nodded, yes, we must not let that monster come out from underground. If we can't kill it, then we'll bury it here. Ahua asked, but what if there are survivors in this building? The bald captain shook his head, impossible, this place has been overrun for 3 days. There's no way any humans could have escaped the notice of those monsters. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty laughter came from the underground cavity behind the door. Xiaobai, you're such a good boy, you even know how to take a shortcut in. Is this the big boss you were talking about? TSK, turns out it's just a gorilla, so ugly. Captain Bald's face turned pale, his mouth agape, frozen on the spot. What the hell was going on? Were there really people underground? Shoo! At this moment, Captain Bald didn't care about losing face anymore. He immediately raised his hand to signal the team to be on guard. Everyone stay silent. Ahua, use the mechanical spider to investigate the situation, he ordered. Yes, Captain. Soldier Ahua once again took out a mechanical box from his backpack, tinkered with it for a moment, and suddenly 6 mechanical legs extended from the box, crawling on the ground, looking just like a spider. Rustle! Under Ahua's control, the spider quietly crawled through the corridor and entered the alloy gate. Captain Bald and several team members gathered in front of the screen, watching the real-time footage transmitted by the camera carried by the mechanical spider. The spider entered to see a vast underground space, with bright lights overhead and bones scattered below. On a blood pool, there stood a huge black gorilla covered with blood-red runes all over its body. This black gorilla was about 10 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura. Just by looking at its size, one could tell it was at least tier 3. However, at this moment, the black gorilla was facing off against a human who was less than 1/5 of its height. The human was less than 2 meters tall, holding a giant white fur rat in his hand. But it was this human that made the black gorilla continuously retreat, as if it had seen something that terrified it. There are really people? Captain Bald looked in shock at the person facing the black gorilla. He couldn't believe that there were still humans surviving in this underground laboratory. Not only him, but the rest of the team members also showed expressions of astonishment when they saw the human covered in a cloak. At this moment, the voice of the black gorilla came from the screen. "Who are you?" The black gorilla's voice was deep and heavy. Even in normal conversation, it sounded like a roar, full of immense pressure. However, including Captain Bald and others, they keenly sensed a hint of fear in the black gorilla's tone. Captain Bald signaled to Ahua with his eyes. Ahua nodded immediately and aimed the camera on the mechanical spider at the human covered in a cloak. The human casually swung the giant rat in his hand and looked up and down at the black gorilla. "Are you the experimental subject that escaped from the laboratory?" The black gorilla remained silent, its blood-red eyes flickering as it stared at the human, seemingly observing. The human, however, was unfazed. He clicked his tongue and said, "It seems you've had some adventures, otherwise, you wouldn't have become a tier 3 so quickly. Come, tell me your secret, maybe I'll be merciful and spare you." A hint of cruelty flashed in the black gorilla's eyes. It sneered, "Humph, so you're not one of those light-fearing cowards, you're a human." The human on the other side was taken aback. "Have you seen those underground people?" The black gorilla replied, "Of course, I have." It gestured with its over a meter-wide palm and sneered, "I thought you were one of them, gave me a start. Turns out you're just pretending. Daring to intimidate me, human, tell me, how do you want to die?" The human chuckled, "Interesting, it seems you've really dealt with those underground people. This time, I won't leave empty-handed." Roar! The black gorilla roared, "All humans must die." With that, its massive body lunged towards the human on the other side, a towering 3-story high figure, moving exceptionally fast. In a leap of dozens of meters, it blinked and was already above the human's head. With a boom, a palm strike was launched. As it opened its palm, a yellow extraordinary force appeared, solid and heavy. It was evident that this strike was not solely relying on physical strength. If this strike landed, even a tank would be turned into scrap metal. Swish! At this critical moment, the human effortlessly dodged, his figure disappearing in an instant under the cloak and a sharp blade of light, then reappeared above the black gorilla's head. Slash! The light wind carried a brilliant knife aura that bloomed above the gorilla's head, heading straight for the back of the gorilla's head. However, when the knife aura touched the gorilla's scalp, it was suddenly blocked by a half-meter thick yellow spiritual light. The knife light sank in like mud, and after penetrating 30 centimeters, it finally exhausted its energy. "Such thick skin!" the man exclaimed. Then swish swish swish, 3 more slashes, each aimed directly at the gorilla's vital points. Roar! The gorilla roared furiously, bursting out a violent yellow spiritual power that stormed over its head. In an instant, the man was lifted off the ground, flying until he almost hit the ceiling before stopping. What shocked Captain Bald and the others was that the man, after swaying in the air for a few moments, floated in midair without falling. Wow! All 15 genetically enhanced warriors were astonished. This person can actually fly? The gorilla was also surprised, tilting its head to look up at the man below the ceiling, a hint of doubt flashing in its eyes. According to its understanding, there didn't seem to be any strong humans who could fly. Cloaks and flight, these two characteristics were obviously unique to the Underworlders, so why did they now appear on a human? This was too strange. Chirp chirp, King, save me. At this moment, the giant rat held in the man's hand called for help with its mental power. Shut up! The man slapped the rat's head, making its mouth crooked and eyes askew. He looked down at the gorilla below and said, "It seems like I'll have to exert some effort today." Before his words fell, a silver force field enveloped the man, with a light and agile force hovering and dancing outside the force field. Swish! The next moment, the man disappeared from the air. Puff! Just as the gorilla below turned its head, a razor-sharp knife light slashed at its neck. Its extraordinary spiritual power was automatically triggered, forming a protective energy shield. However, the knife aura was swift and sharp, piercing through the half-meter spiritual shield, leaving a grim bloodied wound on the gorilla's neck. As the gorilla let out a howl of pain, the man vanished in the air. The next second, he reappeared on the gorilla's back. Another slash. Swish! A bloody wound appeared on the gorilla's back, blood gushing out. Ayo! The gorilla was ambushed, roaring in anger as it surged its spiritual power, arms wrapped in yellow earth spiritual power, wildly sweeping around. But it was too slow. No matter how it attacked, it couldn't catch the person who was ambushing it. The person seemed to be invisible, appearing and disappearing in the air, left and right, elusive and agile. Not only was there no aura, even the fluctuation of extraordinary power was hidden. The gorilla was like a clumsy stone, only able to passively endure the beating, unable to touch the person at all. Soon, it was cut with more than a dozen bloody wounds, blood gushing out like a spring. Ayo ayo ayo. The gorilla was going crazy. Since its awakening, even when facing the underworlders from the west, it had never been so miserable. A dignified third-order extraordinary beast king was actually ruthlessly crushed. Truly miserable. Outside the door, the extraordinary team was dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that a human had accomplished all this. When did humans also have such strong individuals? Too strong. Ahua swallowed and said. At this moment, the bald captain suddenly whispered, "Quick, while they're fighting, let's hurry and find the black box." The team members' eyes lit up. Yes, with that person entangled with the gorilla, now was the perfect opportunity to search for the mission item. Quickly, the 15 of them swiftly sneaked into the underground space. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Chen swung the evil-slaying blade wantonly, torturing the gorilla below by bleeding it. In his eyes, although this third-order beast king was huge and physically strong, with tough skin and flesh, under the influence of his many methods, it was completely powerless to fight back. Not to mention that he could now match a third order with just his own second-order extraordinary power and the domain of blades. Coupled with the invisibility of the cloak of invisibility and the mimicry power of the all-purpose mask, he could almost hang the chimpanzee up and beat it. Gee! The little white one he held in his hand weakly let out a mournful cry. Watching the king he had high hopes for being tortured madly by Xiao Chen, its heart felt cold. Originally, it thought that bringing this despicable human to the laboratory could help the king be rescued from this devil's clutches. Unexpectedly, it was not saved, but the king was also dragged down. "King, I'm sorry for you." It left behind tears of regret. Along the way, it was almost on the verge of collapse from Xiao Chen's torture. At this point, its loyalty had dropped to 1 point. There was no further room for decline. Roar! The chimpanzee let out a painful roar. By now it had 30 to 40 bloodstains on its body, each wound half a meter long, continuously bleeding. Its momentum visibly weakened. But the more it was injured, the less it could hit Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who possessed the 4 abilities of invisibility, flight, wind spirit power, and blade domain, completely overwhelmed it in speed and agility. It tried every means but couldn't catch Xiao Chen. Just as its momentum dropped to a critical point, suddenly the chimpanzee's face turned ferocious as it roared, "Human, you forced me to this." With that, the densely packed blood-red runes on its body suddenly lit up one by one, its momentum not decreasing but rising, soaring past its original strength in the blink of an eye. Ha! Xiao Chen was surprised. He had actually noticed the blood-red runes on the chimpanzee's body long ago. At first, he thought it was a research result from the laboratory, but now it seemed that this kind of runic technology was somewhat similar to the Stargate he had seen in the enemy's nest in Linen City. System, what is this thing? System, Level 2 Life Metamorphosis Rune, can extract vitality from flesh and blood, purify and transform oneself, can be used for breakthroughs. Xiao Chen glanced at the bottom of this underground space. There were millions of various corpses piled up into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, clearly the materials the chimpanzee used to purify vitality. Looking at the human bodies mixed in the blood pool, he said with a stern face, "This guy deserves to die." Boom! Just as he said that, the chimpanzee's momentum surged. Instead of attacking Xiao Chen, it leaped down into the blood pool below. Whoosh! As soon as the chimpanzee entered the blood pool, the runes on its body suddenly burst into dazzling bloodlight, causing the entire blood pool to boil. Gurgling, the blood pool bubbled, and under the activation of the runes on his body, countless bones dissolved and separated, pure life force being absorbed by the runes. The wounds on its body began to visibly heal. "We can't let it continue." Xiao Chen's face changed, activating the blade domain, transforming into a destructive blade light several meters long, slashing towards the chimpanzee. "Get out of the way!" The chimpanzee roared, the blood-red runes on its body and the yellow earth spirit power inside it condensed together, forming a circular light shield above its head. Clang! It actually blocked the strike. Xiao Chen was thrown back more than 10 meters in the roaring sound, his blood surging, his face pale. Peak of the 3rd rank. He sensed that, with the blessing of the blood pool, the chimpanzee had already reached the peak of the 3rd rank, and the blood light and earth spirit shield it condensed couldn't even be broken by his blade energy. Whew! Taking a deep breath, all the extraordinary power in Xiao Chen's body boiled up. Whoosh! The extraordinary power flowed into the blade of exorcism like a river, and then, the spirit in the blade of exorcism became excited. At Xiao Chen's command, it began to brew the strongest attack. He solemnly put on the universal mask and shouted, "Mask, empower me!" He. At the moment he put on the universal mask, a strange and evil laughter flashed by Xiao Chen's ear, as if countless people were whispering and tempting. The next moment, a strange and evil power surged out of the universal mask. Buzz! Sensing this evil power, the blade of exorcism immediately wanted to slay demons and eliminate evil, to cleanse this power. But under Xiao Chen's suppression, it quieted down again and began to absorb this power. Hua! Xiao Chen could even feel his own momentum soaring, the feeling of every cell in his body being filled with excitement, the invincible heart that could cut through everything. Even at this moment, he vaguely sensed the gaze of the evil god hidden deep within the almighty mask. He knew that Aman was watching him. If possible, he would never miss the opportunity to take over his body. Below, the gorilla couldn't find the invisible Xiao Chen, so it vented a few times and began to absorb the power in the blood pool frantically. It wanted to break through to the third level and become a domain. Only by becoming a domain could it find that despicable human. While Xiao Chen and the gorilla were accumulating their strength and brewing their strongest combat power at the same time, a team of extraordinary humans quietly arrived at the door of a room next to the blood pool. Shoo! They draped themselves in optical invisibility cloaks. Although they couldn't disappear completely like Xiao Chen, at first glance, it was easy to overlook them. They sneaked around while the gorilla and Xiao Chen were entangled, and found the target of this mission. "Captain, we're here." Ahua pointed to a completely destroyed room ahead. The bald captain glanced at the gorilla in the blood pool and Xiao Chen in the air, gesturing, "Quick, grab the item and let's go." The team searched anxiously in that corner, being extremely cautious, afraid of alerting the two terrifying beings in the center. "Captain, found it." After a moment, Ahua dug out a black box from a pile of debris, exclaiming in surprise. The bald captain glanced at the mark on the black box and said happily, "Yes, this is it. The data inside is very important." "Ahua, is the item intact?" Ahua replied, "Yes, Captain." The captain immediately said, "Let's go, quickly leave this place." The group of people, draped in optical invisibility cloaks, quickly headed towards the suspended ladder. However, just as they stepped out of the door, they saw a huge head peeking in their direction, its huge blood-red eyes filled with anger and madness. "Damn it, you damn human rats! What do you think my home is? Come and go as you please." The 10-meter-tall gorilla roared furiously, and a blood-red giant palm fiercely slapped towards the team of 15 people. "Quick, dodge!" The bald captain shouted in alarm, swiftly moving aside. But the gorilla's attack was too fast, and just as the people reacted, the huge palm swept towards them. 3 team members dodged a little too late. An arm and 2 legs were grazed by the giant palm. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 had no resistance at all, and the arms and thighs that were grazed immediately burst into minced meat. The gorilla roared to the sky, raging, "Humans, you will all die." The blood-red power on its body mixed with the yellow extraordinary power surged into the sky, turning into a violent shockwave around it, heading towards those extraordinary soldiers. In an instant, the entire vast underground space was filled with its blood-yellow aura. Not good. The bald captain's face changed drastically, shouting, "Quick, hide in the room." But the shockwave was too fast, and although those extraordinary soldiers had all injected the evolution liquid and reached the first level, they were still too slow compared to the peak third-level Beast King. They had just taken a few steps when they were caught up by the shockwave. In an instant, all 15 extraordinary soldiers were sent flying into the air. Just as the gorilla was about to crush all these humans to death, suddenly, a majestic shout came from above, "Hey, beast, taste my blade." Swish! In the blink of an eye, a sword light like a galloping horse, as bright as the Milky Way, descended from above. It directly slashed at the Gorilla King's head. The Gorilla King's fur bristled all over, sensing the crisis of death. With a roar, the blood-red runes on its body suddenly lit up, and a huge blood-colored figure appeared behind it, fists like mountains, striking towards the sword light above its head. Boom! The entire underground space emitted a deafening roar, with violent shockwaves rampaging back and forth in this narrow space, destroying everything. Dozens of members from the extraordinary teams all spurted blood wildly, being blasted against the walls and collapsing on the ground. Just the aftermath left them severely injured. Roar! A cry mixed with pain suddenly came from the collision center. The bald captain looked up and was astonished to find a huge 3 to 4 meter wound cut from the Black Ape King's shoulder to waist. Almost half of its body was about to be severed. From his perspective, he could even see the internal organs and bones of the Black Ape King. Hiss! The bald captain gasped in cold air. Looking up again, the cloaked human figure was floating in the air, overlooking the Black Ape King below, with a stern and ruthless gaze, like a deity. There are humans so powerful in this world? The bald captain's heart trembled, feeling his worldview being refreshed. Boom! Suddenly, the Black Ape King clapped its fists in the pool of blood, swirling countless blood while the yellow spiritual power on its body surged and extended, raising dozens of earth dragons from underground. The entire space was filled with blood and earth dragons, momentarily submerging the Black Ape King's body. Before the bald captain could figure out what was happening, suddenly a cold laughter came from above. Now you want to escape, don't you think it's too late? Immediately, a gorgeous blade light cut into the earth dragons. Sizzle! Amidst a series of friction sounds, the blade light pursued a blood-colored figure closely, slashing at the Black Ape King's back. In an instant, another ferocious 3-meter-long wound appeared. This blow almost severed its spine. Roar! The Black Ape King roared furiously, "Human, I will perish with you." It used all the Earth's spiritual power within its body, manipulating the Earth underground to frantically fill this underground space, intending to bury everyone here. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground laboratory was filled with Earth. But this didn't faze Xiao Chen at all. Domain of blades. With all his strength, he was surrounded by countless rotating blade lights, shredding any object within 10 meters of him. In a flash, he caught up behind the Black Ape King. Swish swish swish. 3 more slashes, the right shoulder, left leg, and lower back of the Black Ape King were once again slashed with 3 ferocious wounds. After multiple heavy blows, the Black Ape King finally fell into a near-death state. "Human, I will fight you to the end." Sensing that it couldn't escape, the Black Ape King let out a crazy howl. The blood shadow reappeared behind it and lunged towards Xiao Chen. Crescent slash. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, mobilizing the power of the blade domain and the omnipotent mask, once again unleashing a blow that exceeded the 3rd rank. "Don't kill him yet." Suddenly, a voice from the system sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Startled, Xiao Chen quickly manipulated the blade light that was about to hit the Black Ape King's neck, grazing past his shoulder instead. Swish! This sharp blow cut off the Black Ape King's left shoulder, left arm, and part of its body. The Black Ape King let out a mournful cry, falling in pain to the ground. Glancing at the Black Ape King, now powerless to resist, Xiao Chen frowned and asked, "System, what are you up to?" The system remained silent, but a prompt sounded, "Ding. Mission, explore the Qingshan laboratory completed. Reward, permission to use the power of the evil god." A piece of information instantly flowed into his mind, and soon Xiao Chen understood how powerful his new ability was. The power of the evil god refers to the Amon divine power tainted in the omnipotent mask. The system had actually extracted Amon's divine power from it, expelling the spiritual contamination of the evil god, leaving only the purest divine power. By borrowing this power, Xiao Chen could temporarily break through the 4th rank barrier and unleash the power of a domain expert. Moreover, the power of the evil god had many other uses, extremely divine and extraordinary. Ding! Mission, use the power of the evil god to search the memories of the mutated Black Ape, investigate the truth of the parent's death. At this moment, the system issued another message, leaving Xiao Chen astonished. He never expected that the system would have him investigate the purpose of this laboratory here. Perhaps forcing him to investigate here from the beginning was for this moment. After a moment of silence, he thought to himself, activate the power of the evil god. The next second, a vast, majestic, and sinister power poured into his body, and Xiao Chen's momentum suddenly increased by tens of times. The true power of a 4th-order domain expert. Information flowed through his mind, and he immediately understood how to use the power of the evil god. Divine sense exploration. He pressed his palm against the forehead of the black gorilla. Immediately, a terrifying divine power invaded the body of the Black Gorilla King through his palm. Roar! The Black Gorilla King let out a mournful cry, and his eyes quickly became dull. Mist, darkness. The memories of the Black Gorilla King were confused and lost. Until a certain moment, it awakened. Upon waking up, it immediately launched a bloody retaliation against the staff. It killed all the standing humans it saw, including those mutated zombies. But after killing everyone, it suddenly saw 2 mysterious figures arrive at the laboratory. It's them! When Xiao Chen saw those 2 mysterious figures through the memories of the Black Gorilla King, he was struck as if by lightning. Those 2 people were none other than the 2 killers who had murdered his parents. That figure, that demeanor, he recognized them even if they turned to ashes. He thought it would be very difficult to find these 2 people, but unexpectedly, he found information about them in less than a day. Interesting. In memory, the mysterious person on the left exclaimed in surprise. Inu, take a look at this mutated ape. It seems a bit different. The mysterious person on the right glanced at it and said, indeed, it should have been injected with human-developed virus antibodies, but it mutated under the stimulation of the virus in the black rain, undergoing evolution. After speaking, he glanced at the mysterious person on the left. What, do you want to take it in? The mysterious person on the left said, not yet, let it reach the third order first. However, I will inscribe the rune of life transformation on it. Perhaps it will bring me surprises. The mysterious person on the right carried a black box and walked inside. As you wish, I will go destroy the experimental data here first, don't delay too long. As the mysterious person on the right, called Inu, entered the depths of the laboratory, the mysterious person on the left chuckled and approached the Black Gorilla King. The Black Gorilla King instinctively tried to retreat, but under the pressure from the mysterious person, it felt a tremendous force locking its whole body. It couldn't move at all, only able to watch as the person inscribed a layer of intricate and bizarre runes on it. After finishing the inscription, the one called Inu also came out. Sui Xing, let's go, there's no value here anymore. Next, we go to Mountain City, the central city in the southwest of this continent, where humans have built a strong resistance force. We must infiltrate as soon as possible and build up our strength before the first Legion attack begins. The mysterious person named Sui Xing patted the Black Gorilla King's head. Proudly said, look at my creation. I hope that next time I come, I will see this little cutie become a quasi-fourth order. It's not in vain that I spent 30 grams of blood rune stone. Inu shook his head, you are really generous. Alright, let's go. Sui Xing patted the face of the Black Gorilla King, little cutie, work hard to evolve, or next time I come, it will be your time to die. The two mysterious figures left, but the fear they left the Black Gorilla King with did not disappear. Xiao Chen woke up from the memory check. Thoughtfully, he said, no wonder it was so afraid of me when we first met, it mistook me for them. Sui Xing, Inu. He repeated these two names, finally knowing the names of the killers who had murdered his parents. Most importantly, he learned the whereabouts of the two from the memories of the Black Gorilla King, Mountain City, the third building of the Qingshan Laboratory. The once intact building suddenly collapsed, leaving only a large pit in its place. After about 10 minutes, a group of dirty and injured people crawled out from underground, some missing limbs, looking miserable. The bald captain looked at his injured team members, feeling helpless. What the hell happened? They didn't even touch the monsters, just got caught in the aftermath of the two freaks, ending up in this pitiful state. He didn't know how to report back. Fortunately, they achieved their mission goal this time. Ahua, are you okay? Ahua weakly replied from behind, I'm fine, Captain. Chirp chirp. Rustle rustle. Suddenly, crawling sounds came from all directions. The bald captain was shocked and climbed a tree to look into the distance. What he saw startled him. The entire laboratory was surrounded by countless mutated cockroaches and giant rats, rapidly approaching from all directions. At least 100,000 of them. Oh no! He immediately jumped down from the tree. Get up, quickly, there are many cockroaches and rats around us, let's go to the office building in the west. Move it! Ahua asked in confusion, Captain, why are we afraid of cockroaches and rats? Can't we, with so many superhumans, handle a few bugs? The bald captain cursed, you know nothing. It's not just a few, it's tens of thousands. Wow! Everyone was horrified. Urged by the captain, they quickly ran towards the office building in the west. However, they underestimated the speed of the cockroach and rat swarms, especially the flying cockroach group among them. Just as they ran a dozen meters, thousands of flying cockroaches buzzed overhead, covering the sky. Oh no, they're here. The bald captain's face changed dramatically. The other team members saw the sky filled with flying cockroaches like a dark cloud, their faces turned pale. They now understood why the captain was so anxious. Bang! The group of flying cockroaches sensed them and buzzed towards them from the sky. Damn it, open fire! The bald captain shouted angrily, lifting a rocket launcher to shoot into the air. The other team members also raised their guns to shoot. Bang bang bang! Boom! For a moment, the research institute echoed with gunfire. Countless cockroach bodies fell from the sky, killing hundreds upon impact. However, there were too many cockroaches. After a few hundred died, more were attracted by the commotion and flew over. Meanwhile, on the ground, the rat swarm was rapidly approaching. With their heavily injured bodies, they couldn't reach the office building before being surrounded by the cockroach and rat tide. The bald captain lamented, this is the end for us. All the heavily injured team members looked desperate. Captain, let's fight them. Yes, even if we die, we must hold the line. That's right, let's fight, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. Faced with desperation, all team members united against the enemy, prepared for sacrifice. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just as the flying cockroaches in the sky and the rat swarm on the ground were about to strike, a weak hissing sound suddenly came from above. Chirp! All the giant rats that had surrounded them suddenly retreated like a tide after hearing this hissing sound. They retreated in an orderly manner, like a well-trained army. While the flying cockroaches were still about to attack, they were forcefully pressed down from the sky by a powerful force. Crackle! Countless cockroaches fell from the sky, like a rain of cockroaches. It was not very harmful, just disgusting. The bald captain and the team members looked up and saw a majestic figure floating in the dark night sky, emitting a majestic, vast, and terrifying aura. Under this pressure, even breathing became difficult for them. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, sensing a formidable enemy's pressure. It's that person. Everyone recognized him, the terrifying human who had just fought the king of black apes underground. In the air, Xiao Chen looked down at the dozen or so extraordinary special forces below, feeling a hint of curiosity. This was the first time he had seen so many human extraordinaries. In his perception, all 15 individuals were first-order extraordinaries, but what puzzled him was that these extraordinaries only broke through the human physical limits and did not manifest any superpowers. This was quite strange. "Where are you from?" Xiao Chen suddenly asked. The bald team leader looked around at the retreating rats and cockroaches, relieved. He quickly said, "Thank you for saving us. My name is Bo Hui, from the Special Forces of Mountain City. May I ask for your name, brother?" "Xiao Chen," he calmly replied, but his heart stirred. Mountain City. It was Mountain City again, where the two mysterious individuals who murdered his parents were heading, and this strange team of extraordinaries also came from Mountain City. It seemed that this place was crucial. Bao Hui enthusiastically said, "Xiao brother, you saved us, you are our great benefactor. If you have nothing urgent, why not come back to Mountain City with us?" Mountain City is now the main stronghold in the southwest, with the most military power and extraordinaries. We have cleared out all the zombies in Mountain City and taken in a large number of survivors. With Xiao brothers joining, we can definitely become stronger, he said eagerly, looking at Xiao Chen expectantly. Having witnessed Xiao Chen crushing a third-order beast king, he knew that this was a super powerhouse. If they could bring Xiao Chen to Mountain City, they would be even more powerful. Mountain City urgently needed such a decisive factor. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. "There's no rush, I see that you are seriously injured. Luckily, I have some healing elixirs here, so treat your injuries first before we talk about anything else." With that, he took out several bottles of healing elixirs from his pocket and tossed them to Bao Hui. Bao Hui hurriedly took them, but did not use them immediately. Xiao Chen said, "Apply it directly to the wound, it can heal any external injuries." After some thought, Bao Hui felt that with Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to deceive them. So he distributed the bottles of elixir and let his brothers treat their injuries first. Soon, the camp was filled with cries of pain. This healing elixir was effective everywhere, but using it was extremely painful. Bao Hui looked anxious and fearful, frequently glancing at Xiao Chen. This, he began to doubt himself. Suddenly, a wounded soldier leaped up from the ground in excitement. "Ha, I'm healed. As if it were a signal, other injured soldiers also stood up in surprise. "It's amazing. My injuries are all gone. So powerful, my arm has recovered. Ha, Captain, I'm not going to die." Even the soldiers whose arms and legs were crushed by the Black Gorilla King, after using the healing elixir, stopped bleeding and avoided death. Bao Hui was extremely shocked. This healing elixir was truly miraculous. Bao Hui tearfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao. If it weren't for your elixir, we don't know how many more brothers we would have lost. We will never forget your great kindness." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "No need to thank me, these things come at a price." Then he landed from the air and took out a stack of notes. "Come on, everyone gets one, and I owe you for a ton of rice. Don't forget to sign and seal it." Bao Hui was dumbfounded. "Huh?" The dozen or so extraordinary special forces were also dumbfounded. "Damn! You're not playing by the rules." Late at night, in the mountain wall of the mountain road, Xiao Chen had opened up a cave for the school flower, Xiayuan, Leah, Zhengxi, Little Flower, and other women and children. They whispered to each other. A bus blocked the entrance of the cave, sealing the exit tightly. This was arranged by Xiao Chen before exploring the Green Mountain Laboratory. With the bus blocking the entrance, the Mingwang Shield, and the school flower's own superpowers, they could hold out even if they encountered a large number of zombies. "Qing Chang, aren't you tired? Why don't you rest, and I'll take over the night watch for you," Xiayuan said softly to Fan Qingqing at the entrance of the cave. After escaping from the base, it had been almost a day and night, and Fan Qingqing had not rested. Xiayuan, as a good friend, felt distressed. Fan Qingqing shook her head. "I'm fine, you go rest, I can hold on." She held the life essence given to her by Xiao Chun in the palm of her hand, pure life energy continuously flowing into her body, replenishing her vitality. Now she was just mentally tired, but her body was better than ever. It was as if all the aftermath of mistakenly swallowing the evolution liquid had been cured. Xia Yuan sat beside her. Leaning her head on Fan Qingqing's shoulder, she whispered, "Qingqing, do you think we can safely reach the mountain city?" Fan Qingqing said, "We definitely can." Her beautiful face was full of determination and seriousness. Xia Yuan frowned delicately, softly saying, "But too many people have died already. Today I saw many classmates and teachers who escaped from the school together also die in the mouths of monsters. I don't want to end up like them. If that day really comes, Qingqing, promise me, you must kill me before the monsters eat me." Fan Qingqing glared at her, "Don't say such things." Xia Yuan smiled bitterly, "Qingqing, you have awakened and naturally don't worry about these things. But we are different, we ordinary people who are fragile and weak, are too easy to die. I'm afraid I won't hold on until that day." "Don't worry." Fan Qingqing took a deep breath, grabbed Xia Yuan's shoulder, and looked seriously at her friend. "With me here, you will be fine." Xia Yuan, being grabbed so forcefully by Fan Qingqing, her eyes sparkled, and she suddenly chuckled. She said, "Qingqing, do you know, you are really full of boyfriend material like this?" Fan Qingqing playfully patted her thigh, "Just your sweet talk." At this moment, a burst of chaotic gunfire came from outside, mixed with the roars of a few zombies. The women in the cave all stood up in panic. "Qingqing." Xia Yuan nervously looked at her friend. "Go check it out." Fan Qingqing tightened her Mingguang shield, boarded the bus, and looked westward through the window. It was almost dawn. Taking advantage of the faint morning light, Fan Qingqing saw a large group of people running out of the tunnel in a chaotic manner. Buses, trucks, and armored vehicles were mixed together, racing eastward in a frenzy. Behind the group, there were intense gunfire and roars. "It's them!" Fan Qingqing recognized them at a glance, the group of people who had abandoned them and fled before. "How did they come back again?" Xia Yuan's puzzled voice came from beside her. Fan Qingqing shook her head, "I don't know, let's watch first." The other women also boarded the bus and looked westward through the window. Soon, as the gunfire became clearer, the full picture of this group appeared before the women. Apart from the group of cold-blooded guys who ran the fastest, there were many survivors in the rear of the group fighting a group of zombies, with 3 armored vehicles at the back, acting as the rear guard for the group. However, there were too many zombies, and from time to time, survivors were caught from behind, emitting screams of impending death. When the women saw the group of at least several thousand zombies, they all turned pale. "Qingqing." Xia Yuan grabbed Fan Qingqing's hand, her heart pounding. Fan Qingqing immediately said, "Everyone back to the cave, don't speak. As long as we are not discovered, those zombies won't attack us." The women immediately got off the bus and ran into the cave. Only Fan Qingqing and Xia Yuan were left on the bus. At this moment, the selfish group that ran the fastest had already rushed to the front of the bus. Although those people found it strange that the bus was stuck to the mountainside, they were still fleeing for their lives and didn't care about these details, rushing past the bus. The gunfire behind the group became more intense. In the midst of it, there were also a few cannon blasts, and the armored vehicles were also firing. "Hurry!" On one of the armored vehicles, a military officer shouted loudly, personally holding a heavy machine gun, crazily shooting at the densely packed zombies behind. The metal storm formed by the bullets killed one zombie after another. The ground was covered with minced meat and fresh blood. However, the zombies seemed to have no fear in their hearts, still relentlessly chasing. Swish! Some agile zombies even bypassed the armored vehicle and attacked the ordinary vehicles behind the armored vehicle. "Dad, monsters!" On a truck ahead, a little boy screamed in terror. Just then, a deformed crawling zombie leaped from the ground and pounced directly on the boy inside the car. "Get out of here!" A man stepped out behind the boy, holding an automatic rifle and frantically pulling the trigger. Puff puff puff! Several blood flowers immediately burst out on the crawling zombie. However, the man's shots did not hit the vital points, just injuring the crawling zombie. This only fueled the crawling zombie's anger, and it suddenly stomped on the car body. With a swish, it pounced on the man. Opening its blood-filled mouth, it bit the man's neck, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. The man's blood vessels and trachea were all bitten, and he was on the verge of death. "Ah!" Everyone in the truck screamed in terror and hid inside. "Dad!" The little boy shouted, trying to pull the crawling zombie away. With the last of his strength, the father grabbed the crawling zombie, shouting to the boy, "Nan, run, run." But because his trachea was bitten, his voice sounded like a hoarse whisper. The boy cried, "Dad!" Hiss! The crawling zombie roared and bit the man's neck again. This time, it bit off the man's head directly. The man's body swayed and finally fell. The boy cried and lay on his father's body, continuously calling out, "Dad, don't die, wake up." The crawling zombie's thorny tongue protruded from its mouth, entwining the boy's neck and pulling him backward. Ah! The boy screamed in fear as he was about to be eaten by the crawling zombie. "Monster, I'll fight you." A man in the truck couldn't bear to watch any longer, roared in anger, and rushed forward with a steel pipe in hand. Puff! But after taking a few steps, the sharp tail of the crawling zombie pierced through his chest, bringing out pieces of his heart, and he died on the spot. The crawling zombie let out a triumphant roar and bit the boy's head. Ah! Unable to bear the fear any longer, the people in the car screamed and jumped off one after another. Xingqing! Inside the bus, Xiaoyuan tightly held Fan Xingqing's hand, also screaming in terror. Watching the father and son die tragically in the zombie's mouth, the impact made Xiaoyuan tremble in fear. These damn monsters! Fan Xingqing gritted her teeth, also trembling, but out of anger. Just for a moment, she really wanted to rush out and save the poor boy, but damn reason stopped her. Ah! At that moment, a familiar scream caught Fan Xingqing's attention. She turned to look and lost her voice. "Teacher Qin?" Following her gaze, Xiaoyuan saw at the rear of the survivors group, a man and a woman being chased by several crawling zombies. The man was Teacher Han Dao, and the woman was unexpectedly their beloved teacher Qin Yimo. "It's Teacher Qin." She also recognized her. Immediately, she looked at Fan Xingqing. Indeed, Fan Xingqing's face showed intense struggle. Qin Yimo was a teacher they all loved and respected, who had always been very kind to them and had helped them many times. Back when they were fleeing the school, if it weren't for Teacher Qin among those school leaders, Xiao Qin wouldn't have stopped the car. She could ignore the father and son, but not Teacher Qin. Fan Xingqing made a decision in an instant. "Yuanzi, cover me, I'm going to save Teacher Qin."